Chapter 1. Conversations under the mountain village night. In the state of Chu, along a winding path leading to the northwest Luoxiao mountain, a group of individuals hastened forward, indifferent to the resplendent autumn foliage flanking the route and the breathtaking sunset painting the distant skies. At the forefront of this assembly stood a robust, middle-aged man, clad in splendid garments, adorned with a silk cap, and wielding a long sword at his waist, exuding an air of distinction. However, his brow was furrowed, fixated on the horizon. Behind him trailed two figures dressed in black, each equipped with a broadsword, their expressions icy and resolute. Following the pair of black-clad guardians was a young gentleman, attired in white, with a jade pendant hanging from his waist and his hair elegantly styled in a top knot. Once a strikingly handsome youth, he now bore an expression of fatigue, tinged with a hint of resentment. The cart that brought up the rear of the procession swayed precariously along the rugged mountain path, threatening to collapse at any moment. The man, known as Li Kuan, operated a renowned apothecary named Baiyun Hall in the nearby county, specializing in herbal trade. His two black-clad companions served as his bodyguards, while the white-clad youth was his son, Li Haoran. Inside the cart sat his beloved wife, Yu Malian. "Father, how much longer must we travel? Can we not take a moment's respite? My body can scarcely endure this ordeal. Just look at Mother in the cart, it seems on the verge of falling apart," Li Haoran complained, his tone laced with discontent. Upon hearing his son's grievances, Li Kuan tugged on the reins, bringing the horses to a halt. He glanced back at the cart, a flicker of compassion in his eyes. Yet, with a decisive wave of his hand, he replied, "We cannot rest yet. We must reach Lao Huai village tonight to meet your uncle. Spare me your complaints and endure just a little longer. Were it not for your affairs, we would not be in such haste. After we meet your uncle, conceal that expression otherwise. You will face my wrath." Haoran's countenance darkened further at his father's words, and he muttered under his breath, "Why must uncle reside in this remote and desolate place? It's truly vexing." As if sensing his son's mutterings, Li Kuan turned sharply to glare at him, causing Haoran to retract his neck in fright, silencing him as he closely followed on horseback. As dusk enveloped the sky, the group came to a halt before an ancient mountain village, marked by a towering old locust tree at the entrance. Its leaves had long since fallen, and its withered branches swayed restlessly in the evening breeze. Upon sighting the venerable locust tree, a glimmer of joy illuminated Li Kuan's face, and he announced to the others, "Let us enter the village." The night in the mountain village was serene once darkness descended, the streets lay deserted. As the group ventured into the village, they remained unnoticed, save for the sporadic barks of dogs piercing the tranquil air. Reaching the western edge of the village, they halted before a modest courtyard. Li Kuan, brimming with excitement, called out, "Elder brother, I have returned." Barely had his voice echoed when the gates swung open, revealing a robust man clad in coarse linen. Holding a smoking pipe in his hand, in the village, there lived a man named Li Qian, who served as the local physician. Following closely behind him were two youths. One was tall, stout, and lively, named Li Feng, while the other was short, slender, and somewhat dull-witted, called Li Yi. Accompanying them was a young girl with a ponytail, known as Li Mei. Additionally, there was a middle-aged woman clad in blue cloth, who was Li Qian's wife. Upon hearing their voices, Li Qian joyfully exclaimed, "Ah, my younger brother and sister-in-law have arrived. Come in quickly, you must be exhausted from your journey." "Hello, second uncle. Did you bring us any delicious treats?" Li Feng asked, his eyes darting eagerly towards the elegantly dressed Li Kuan. "Go on, Shu. You always think about food. Let your second uncle in quickly. Of course I brought treats. How could I dare to visit you little rascals without them? Not only do I have snacks, but also some toys for you to choose from later," Li Kuan replied, rushing over to the cart to retrieve his gifts. "Hello, second uncle," Li Yi said timidly. As for the youngest, Li Mei, she merely greeted him and then hid behind the others, curiously observing Li Kuan and the rest. Well, this must be little Yi and little Mei, all grown up now. Come, let your second uncle take a good look at you," Li Kuan remarked, holding his items and addressing the awkward boy and the inquisitive girl. The young man in a white robe, who had been riding, dismounted and greeted with a simple, "Uncle," before standing silently to the side, an air of arrogance and disdain flickering briefly in his eyes. However, He masked his true feelings and instead greeted Li Yi and the others warmly. Unbeknownst to him, this subtle glance did not go unnoticed by Li Yi, who returned it with a penetrating gaze. After a lively exchange of pleasantries and a sumptuous meal, everyone retreated to their respective rooms to rest. Meanwhile, in a study deep within the courtyard, Li Qian and Li Kuan sat opposite each other, sipping tea. Li Qian took a sip of tea and inhaled from his pipe before addressing his brother. "Second brother, you must have come for a purpose, for your letter was rather vague." "Indeed, nothing escapes your discerning eyes, brother. I have come seeking your assistance," Li Kuan replied, rising with a serious demeanor. "Come now, we are brothers, there is no need for such formality. We are family. Speak freely, and if it is within my power, I shall help you. I have received word that several sects of immortals are recruiting disciples from the mundane world, and this time, the scale is quite large. As long as one possesses decent aptitude for cultivation, they may be accepted into the sect. I wish to take Howard to try his luck, but I am uncertain of his potential. Moreover, the rules for this recruitment are somewhat different. They are holding an Ascension conference where, if we can present valuable treasures, even those with lesser aptitude may be granted entry. Therefore, I would like to ask you, brother, to sell me the blood ginseng you have cultivated, so I can bring it to the Ascension conference." Li Kuan elaborated in one breath, then raised his gaze to meet that of the rough-clad man. Upon hearing Li Kuan's words, Li Qian's expression grew solemn. He took a deep drag from his clay pipe and sipped from his teacup, as if deep in contemplation. Li Kuan did not rush him, instead opting to wait in silence. After a brief moment, Li Qian spoke slowly. "Second brother, you must understand why I have chosen to remain in this humble mountain village as a mere country doctor. In our youth, we were both disciples of the Yaowang Mountain Manor. However, a few years back, a disciple from the manor discovered a rare herb that was 7 or 8 centuries old and brought it back. Unfortunately, the news leaked, resulting in the manor being annihilated overnight by a mysterious figure. Our master and all our fellow disciples were slain, and only we escaped by chance while on an errand. It is said that a cultivator was responsible for this atrocity. A cultivator, capable of extinguishing an entire sect in a single night, possesses a terror that no ordinary martial artist can withstand. I strongly advise against any dealings with them. You must recognize that cultivators regard mortals with disdain. My blood ginseng, while not as old as the legendary herb, has been nurtured for over 3 centuries and is a rare treasure in the eyes of a cultivator. I am aware of this, and I understand the concerns you have, elder brother. I have also inquired about the events surrounding the Yaowang Mountain Manor. It was indeed an evil cultivator who perpetrated the massacre, yet that malevolent entity was subsequently eliminated by the cultivators behind the manor. This time, the situation is different. I have heard that the sects recruiting cultivators are renowned ones from our Chu kingdom, legitimate and prestigious. They would not dare to kill indiscriminately, and the offering of treasures is conducted discreetly to prevent any leaks. I recognize the terror of cultivators, which is precisely why I am so eager for Howard to become one, to elevate our Li family into a lineage of cultivators. Otherwise, no matter how much wealth we possess, it could be snatched away in an instant. These years, I have lived in constant trepidation. The Bayan Hall must pay substantial tributes to the forces with cultivators each year. Only if our Li family produces a cultivator can this situation be improved. I implore you for your assistance." The well-dressed man spoke with palpable emotion. Afterward, he bowed deeply. Li Qian glanced at the fervently excited Li Kuan and sighed. "Very well. I shall give you the blood ginseng. However, I have one condition. Take Xiaoyi with you. Allow him to broaden his horizons and see if he might have the opportunity to enter a sect." Upon hearing this, Li Kuan exclaimed with joy, "That is splendid. Thank you, elder brother." He then hesitated, "But why Xiao Yi and not Xiao Feng? I believe Xiao Feng is more astute and would surely thrive if selected by a sect. Xiao Feng's exuberance worries me. I fear he may attract trouble. While Xiao Yi may be somewhat dull, he is not foolish. His temperament is steadier, making him more suitable for cultivation. Let him give it a try," replied Li Qian. Chapter 2. The Ascension Conference. As dawn broke gently over the horizon, a small courtyard in Laohua village was already ablaze with light. Li Qian and Li Kuan, who had conversed the previous night, stood within the courtyard, flanked by a carriage and the company of yesterday's entourage. Among them was an additional figure, a youthful boy named Li Yi, whose dusky skin and simple gray attire marked him as distinct. At merely 11 or 12 years of age, he had been persuaded by his parents to venture into the city, to broaden his horizons and seek his fortune in the realm of immortality. Enchanted by the myriad benefits of cultivation they had extolled, in a daze he had acquiesced. However, as the early morning unfolded, he was to depart from his homeland for uncharted territories, and his eyes brimmed with reluctance, tears glistening yet unfallen. The resolute boy clenched his fists, determined to hold back his emotions. After a heartfelt farewell, Li Yi climbed aboard the carriage destined for distant lands. With a clasped fist, Li Kuan uttered, "Take care, elder brother and sister-in-law," before mounting his steed and pulling the reins to set off. Contentment filled his heart as he clutched a brocade box containing the blood ginseng he had requested the day prior, something he had anticipated would require considerable persuasion to obtain. Yet it come to him with ease. Bringing an additional companion to test his luck in the realm of immortality bore no cost to him. Meanwhile, behind the burly figure of Li Kuan, Li Haoran was still somewhat groggy, having traveled tirelessly for several days without proper rest. He was discontented at the prospect of rising early yet again, especially with his rustic younger cousin in tow for the Ascension Conference. At that moment, Li Yi sat within the carriage, his curious gaze taking in the modest yet exquisitely arranged interior. Suddenly, a melodious voice reached his ears. "Come here, little E. Come sit with your aunt." Li Yi obediently nodded and settled beside the charming middle-aged woman, Eumalion. Though captivated by her beauty, he felt a twinge of unease, even a hint of nervousness. Observing his expression, Eumalion offered a warm smile. "Do not fret, little E. We are all family here. Come, let us chat." With a slight nod, Li Yi complied. Thus began a gentle conversation, as Eumalion's adeptness in dialogue soon drew him into a lively exchange. Days later, the weary travelers arrived at an inn. Li Kuan nimbly leapt from his horse and approached the carriage, saying, "Little E. Malion, quickly disembark. We shall rest at the inn ahead, and then witness the Ascension Conference. I hear it is quite the spectacle." Upon hearing of the conference, the previously listless Li Haoran perked up eagerly. "Indeed, father, I can hardly wait." However, Li Kuan interjected, "Not just yet. Rest first and change into clean attire. We shall attend tomorrow." Inside the inn, patrons filled the space, some animatedly engaged in conversation, while others sighed, gazing pensively out the window. Upon Li Yi's first encounter with such a bustling inn, his curiosity compelled him to glance around. As their group stepped into the establishment, they were greeted by a rotund middle-aged man who exclaimed, "Ah, if it isn't Boss Li, you've arrived for the Ascension Conference. But it seems you've come a tad late." "Indeed, we took a detour to visit my elder brother and pick up my nephew, which delayed us a bit. Fortunately, we made it in time," Li Kuan replied with a hearty laugh. After several exhausting days of travel, Li Yi and his companions merely had a light meal that evening before succumbing to deep slumber. Upon awakening, the sun had already risen high in the sky. Grasping his grumbling stomach, Li Yi opened the door and made his way downstairs in search of sustenance. Upon entering the inn's grand hall, he spotted his second uncle Li Kuan, his second aunt Eumalion, and his cousin Li Haoran, all gathered around a table, enjoying their meal and engaging in lively conversation. The mysterious figures dressed in black who had accompanied them were conspicuously absent. Seeing Li Yi descend, Li Kuan warmly beckoned him over, saying, "Xiao Yi, come quickly to eat. I noticed you were still asleep this morning and didn't want to disturb you. You must be famished." With that, he stood and fetched a chair and a set of chopsticks, placing them at the table with great hospitality. "Good morning, uncle, aunt, and cousin," Li Yi replied obediently, taking his seat to partake in the meal. During their repast, Li Kuan and his wife inquired after his well-being, while Li Haoran exchanged a few casual remarks with him. After finishing their meal, the gracious matron provided him with a set of clean garments and a pair of brand-new leather boots. Upon donning the attire, Li Yi felt a surge of vitality, though he still appeared quite ordinary, lacking the striking presence of Li Haoran. Admiring his reflection in a bronze mirror, he felt quite satisfied with his appearance. After changing, Li Kuan led Li Yi and Li Haoran outside. Strolling along the streets outside the inn, Li Yi was struck by the novelty of his surroundings, for such sights were absent in Old Huai village. The streets were lined with various vendors, each fervently promoting their wares. Shops flanked both sides, with patrons frequently entering and exiting. The dazzling array of products and an assortment of culinary delights overwhelmed Li Yi's senses. Yet, at that moment, throngs of people, much like themselves, were heading toward the city's outskirts, predominantly adults accompanied by clusters of young men and women. Shortly after exiting the city, Li Yi beheld a lofty flagpole in the expansive valley ahead, emblazoned with the words Ascension Conference. Surrounding the valley were 5 enormous platforms, one of which bore the inscription Tianyu Sect, while the others were marked as Shun Dao Sect, Tian Xiaomen, Huiling Gu, and Bing Shuigong. Li Kuan, visibly excited, guided Li Yi and the others towards the elevated platform of the Tianyu Sect. A lengthy queue had already formed in front of the platform, where a youth clad in green stood, diligently maintaining order. The young man furrowed his brow, casting a disapproving glare at the raucous crowd, his expression growing increasingly dark. He paid little heed to those who approached him, even rebuffing some with sharp admonitions. Upon reaching this point, Li Kuan revealed a joyful expression. He promptly approached the young man in the blue attire and deeply bowed. He spoke, "Esteemed master, I am Li Kuan, accompanied by my son and my nephew, here to participate in your esteemed sect's disciple selection." Upon witnessing the interruption, the young man in blue immediately erupted in fury, declaring, "I care not who you are. Swiftly return to the end of the line. Should you attempt to cut in again, your qualifications to participate will be revoked. Begone." As Li Kuan faced the ire of the youth, the onlookers in line displayed expressions of schadenfreude, their laughter laced with mockery. However, Li Kuan, undeterred by the young man's anger, cheerfully responded, "Esteemed master, please do not be vexed. I am acquainted with Master Wu here, and I possess a valuable treasure to present." With that, Li Kuan retrieved a letter from within his garment and respectfully offered it to the young man. The youth, initially taken aback, accepted the letter with suspicion but refrained from opening it. Simultaneously, 2 small, crystalline stones appeared in his hand. Upon gazing at the stones, the young man's heart leaped with delight, and his expression underwent a complete transformation. He then chuckled softly, saying, "Since you are acquainted with Master Wu, there is no need to wait in line. Please, follow me." After speaking, he led Li Kuan and his companions onto the elevated platform. The surrounding crowd cast envious glances at them, while those who had previously mocked them wore expressions of astonishment. Chapter 3. Testing qualifications. Upon hearing the youth's consent to admit him, Li Kuan's face brightened with joy, and he promptly followed closely behind the young man clad in green. He then whispered to the boy, "Esteemed master, I am aware that there exists a gentleman by the surname Wu within, though I am unacquainted with him. I would be most grateful if you could facilitate an introduction and speak a few kind words on my behalf." The youth, upon hearing his request, displayed no sign of astonishment, merely responding with a nonchalant, "In light of the 2 spirit stones, I can assist you with an introduction. However, should you lack a significant treasure, I will be unable to aid you further and may even face repercussions. Do you understand?" The young man stated with a grave expression. Yes, I understand," Li Kuan replied, somewhat obsequiously. Li Yi observed this interaction with a hint of confusion. He could not fathom why his uncle, who usually held himself in high regard before ordinary people, was now so subservient before this youth. Since encountering this young man, even his typically loquacious and somewhat arrogant cousin, Li Haoran, dared not speak much, his demeanor now one of utmost respect. Li Yi fell silent, as he was not naturally talkative, and moreover, prior to their arrival, Li Kuan had cautioned them to refrain from speaking recklessly in the presence of a master, lest they offend him. Moments later, the group arrived at a high platform shrouded in dense fog. The youth produced a red jade pendant and gave it a gentle shake, causing a path to clear through the mist. The 3 of them gazed upon this display with expressions of astonishment. At that moment, a group emerged from the fog, led by a burly man holding a jade box, his face a picture of regret, while a simple-minded youth behind him bore a look of disappointment. It was evident they had not been selected for the celestial sect. The young man seemed oblivious to the pair, continuing on his way without a glance back. Li Yi recognized the man as attire. He was the same individual who had greeted Li Kuan at the inn. Yet, at this moment, they acted as if they were strangers, merely exchanging a fleeting glance before parting ways without further pleasantries. As they ventured into the mist, Li Yi beheld a scene of vibrant blossoms and melodious birdsong, enveloped in ethereal clouds. At the center lay a long table, behind which sat an elder with an air of celestial grace, stroking his beard and gazing at them with a warm smile. On the table rested a crystal-clear ruler, a slender book, and a wolf hair brush. The youth in green bowed respectfully and stated, "I present to you, esteemed uncle, these individuals who claim to bear treasures they wish to offer to our sect." Upon finishing his words, he stood aside, quietly observing Li Yi and the others. Upon hearing this, Li Kuan stepped forward, bowing deeply to the elder with an air of reverence. He carefully retrieved a purple wooden box from his robes and said, "I am Li Kuan, and I humbly present this century-old blood ginseng to the esteemed master, wishing you eternal blessings and longevity equal to the heavens." Upon hearing Li Kuan's words, the elder, who had previously seemed indifferent, immediately perked up, exclaiming, "Ah, so my young friends possess a spirit herb. Hasten to present it to me. If the medicinal age is commendable, I shall undoubtedly treat the young friend generously." Upon uttering these words, the youth nearby appeared somewhat astonished. He took the wooden box from Li Kuan's hands and placed it before the elder. The elder gently accepted the purple sandalwood box and slowly opened it, revealing a blood-red ginseng nestled within, remarkably thick as a finger, emanating a faint fragrance of medicine. Moist earth clung to its roots, and upon witnessing this, the elder's face radiated with ecstatic delight. He exclaimed, "Excellent, excellent. I did not anticipate that my young friend possessed such a treasure. This blood ginseng boasts an impressive age of 300 years, and its medicinal properties remain intact. It is exceptionally well preserved. It seems my young friend is no ordinary person. This is precisely what I require. Feel free to express any demands you may have." The elder's admiration grew with each glance. For if he were to refine a pill from this blood ginseng, his cultivation would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. The youth clad in green also gazed upon it with fervent desire, for should he acquire it, he might very well enter the foundation establishment stage. At that moment, he regretted not having inspected Li Kuan's treasures sooner. Had he done so, he might have seized this blood ginseng for himself. However, now that it lay in the hands of his master's uncle, it was surely no longer within his grasp. The young man had previously studied a smattering of herbal knowledge and had discovered this blood ginseng in the mountains, carefully transplanting it to nurture at home. His purpose for this visit was to seek an opportunity for his son and nephew to join the Tianyue sect and find a master, with no other desires. Li Kuan spoke earnestly. Upon hearing Li Kuan's words, the elder's expression shifted to one of understanding as he replied, "This is certainly not an issue. As long as they possess the aptitude for cultivation, I shall admit them into the sect. Should their talents be commendable, I will take them under my wing. Even if their aptitude is lacking, I can still provide assistance within the sect to ensure that both young friends do not suffer any grievances." Upon hearing this, Li Kuan's heart swelled with joy, and he promptly pushed Li Haoran and Li Yi forward. At this moment, Li Haoran was eager to prove himself, while Li Yi displayed an expression of excitement. He had been astounded by the sights around him. He had not anticipated that such were the methods of cultivators, far surpassing those of martial artists in the mundane world. Clenching his fists, he felt a stirring within. Which of the two young friends shall test first? The elder inquired with a warm smile. "Esteemed immortal master, I shall go first," Li Haoran declared, stepping forward with great anticipation. "Very well. Step closer and grasp this celestial measuring ruler with both hands. Remain still," the elder instructed, pointing to the crystalline ruler upon the table. Li Haoran took hold of the celestial measuring ruler as the elder formed a hand seal, casting a beam of white light upon the ruler. Subsequently, streams of spiritual light emerged from the ruler, penetrating Li Haoran's body. With his eyes closed, Li Haoran bore an expression of bliss. After a brief moment, the spiritual light dissipated, revealing two brilliant beams of light atop the ruler in his hands, one green and one red. Ah, the dual attributes of fire and wood, with a spirit root that is crystal clear, indicating exceptional potential. How could this be possible? At that moment, the elder suddenly rose to his feet, his eyes wide with astonishment as he exclaimed. Upon hearing the elder's words, Li Kuan and the others were completely baffled. However, they did catch the mention of exceptional, which clearly implied that the talent was remarkable, filling them with immense joy. Meanwhile, the young man in the green attire was utterly astonished. While others may not grasp the significance of a superior spirit root of fire and wood attributes, he understood it all too well. Quick, let us test it once more. The elder urged excitedly. After 3 tests, the elder finally confirmed Li Haoran's exceptional aptitude. He then exclaimed with enthusiasm, I never imagined that in this remote and desolate place, not only would I acquire a blood ginseng, but I would also encounter such a pure firewood spirit root. Upon my return, those wretches will surely be envious beyond measure. Chapter 4. The Wasteland of the 5 Elements in a valley in the northwest of the state of Chu, at the Tianyuesec's Ascension Conference platform. An elderly man with white hair looked down at Li Yi and the others, joy illuminating his face as he spoke. You are Li Haoran, are you not? Your aptitude is remarkable. I can grant you entry into the Tianyue sect and allow you to become my disciple under the guidance of my esteemed master. It is worth noting that my master is a master alchemist, and your future is bound to be bright. While I cannot guarantee your entry into the Golden Core stage, reaching the Foundation Establishment stage is certainly within your grasp. What say you? Thank you, esteemed master. I am willing, Li Haoran replied. Kneeling down to pay his respects to the elder, his face alight with excitement. Ah, my junior brother, do not be overly formal. Such grand gestures are beyond my humble station. Your aptitude is indeed commendable. Once you join the sect, my master will surely take you under his wing, and we shall be like family, so there is no need for such courtesy, the elder said hastily, stepping aside to avoid Li Haoran's deep bow and gently lifting him up with warmth. At that moment, the youths clad in green looked upon Li Haoran with envy, their previous arrogance dissipating, replaced by an eagerness to curry his favor. Meanwhile, Li Kuan stood nearby, his excitement rendering him speechless as he rubbed his hands together. Typically a composed individual, he could hardly contain his joy. Not only had his son secured a place in the foremost cultivation sect of the state of Chu, the Tianyue sect, but he would also have a master of great renown. The prospects were limitless, and surely, he would bask in the reflected glory, no longer facing disdain from those in Yunyang City. Observing Li Haoran's acceptance into the Tianyue sect, Li Yi felt a surge of joy and a hint of envy. He stepped forward to congratulate his cousin, saying, Congratulations, cousin, on entering the Immortal Gate. Thank you, cousin. You should also take the test, Li Haoran replied, his heart brimming with happiness at the prospect of entering the sect and having a powerful master, making his demeanor towards Li Yi even more amiable. Yes, indeed. This young friend should hasten to take the test, the white-haired elder encouraged. Upon hearing this, Li Yi's face lit up with anticipation, yearning to be treated like Li Haoran, while harboring hopes for his own aptitude. Grasping the celestial measuring rod with both hands, he followed the elder's incantation, feeling a cool stream of energy flow into his body. Coursing through him, Li Yi sensed a tingling sensation throughout his being. After a brief moment, as the energy dissipated, he opened his eyes to behold the celestial measuring rod, whereupon he noticed 5 faint, grayish threads appearing. Ah, the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, are all present, yet the impurities in the spiritual roots are numerous. It is indeed the wasteland of the 5 elements, remarked one of the youths in green. Hearing this, Li Yi eagerly inquired, esteemed master, how is the quality of my spiritual roots? The elderly man beside them furrowed his brows, shaking his head as he spoke slowly. Your spiritual roots possess an excessive number of attributes and impurities, categorizing you as having a rather inferior aptitude, only slightly better than that of an ordinary mortal, rendering you ill-suited for the path of cultivation. Master, might you consider making an exception and allowing him to enter the sect? Inquired Li Kuan, who stood nearby. He was taken aback, having not anticipated that his young nephew possessed any aptitude for cultivation. Initially, he merely intended for the boy to try his luck, as the potential for cultivation was exceedingly rare. He was aware of his own son's aptitude due to prior tests, albeit rather rudimentary compared to the detailed assessment conducted today. At this moment, he felt a mixture of hope and apprehension. He fervently wished for his son to gain entry into the cultivation sect, yet he was reluctant for his nephew to do so. After all, he and Li Qian were brothers, having once joined the same martial sect together. Li Qian had always excelled, surpassing him in martial arts and alchemical studies, earning the master's favor while he remained somewhat overlooked. If Li Haoran were selected while Li Yi was not, he would feel a sense of triumph over Li Qian. However, he simultaneously hoped for Li Yi's acceptance, as this would settle the debt of gratitude he owed to Li Qian. Despite their brotherly bond, they kept a meticulous account of favors. Meanwhile, The white-haired elder felt a profound inner conflict, primarily due to Li Yi's qualifications, which placed him in a difficult position. Had the young man lacked aptitude, he could have dismissed him outright. Yet, despite possessing some degree of talent, Li Yi's qualifications were woefully inadequate, failing to meet the entrance requirements of the Tianyue sect. It is known that the Tianyue sect is the foremost sect in the kingdom of Chu, with particularly stringent regulations that a mere foundational stage cultivator like him could not hope to challenge. However, if they were to leverage the blood ginseng to facilitate Li Yi's admission, it would pose a significant dilemma. For the ginseng was an essential component for his future cultivation progress. In the case of an ordinary individual, he could easily offer a token gift to dismiss them. But this young man was a cousin of Li Haoran, complicating matters considerably. Li Haoran's future seemed bright, with a strong possibility of being taken in as a disciple by the master. At this juncture, the elder felt as if he were a dog biting a hedgehog, unsure of how to proceed. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for words. The elder's silence rendered the others hesitant to speak, all eyes fixed upon him. In the meantime, Li Yi felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. He had initially believed that with Li Haoran's promising aptitude, his own would not be far behind. Yet reality proved to be a harsh contrast, dousing his hopes with cold water. After much contemplation, the elder in white shook his head and spoke gently. It is unequivocally impossible for him to enter the sect. His spiritual roots, though marginally superior to those of an ordinary person, afford him only a bleak prospect for cultivation. It is likely that he will remain at the mid-stage of qi refining throughout his life. In the world of cultivation, such roots are referred to as waste roots. Those possessing such inadequacies often forego cultivation altogether, destined to lead the life of an ordinary individual. It is essential to recognize that the realm of cultivation is not devoid of strife. It is rife with conflict and bloodshed. Those of lesser magical prowess and weaker cultivation may find themselves facing perilous duels that could lead to their untimely demise. Indeed, one might argue that it is preferable to live as a mere mortal, enjoying a long and tranquil life. You possess a blood ginseng, and I offer you an opportunity to enter the Tianyue sect as a servant disciple. Should fortune favor you and you contribute significantly to the sect, there exists the possibility of being granted admission into the fold. I wonder how my young friend Li Yi shall choose. Should you opt for a life as an ordinary person, I can assure you of a life filled with wealth and comfort, a fitting reward for the blood ginseng you have received. Upon concluding his words, he gazed at Li Yi, as did the others, all awaiting his decision. Li Yi lowered his head, lost in profound contemplation. The prospect of dedicating his life to menial tasks within the sect did not appeal to him. He cherished the freedom of hunting in the mountains and catching shrimp in the rivers back in his village. Yet, the notion of resigning himself to a mundane existence as an ordinary mortal was equally unpalatable. Today, he had witnessed the remarkable abilities of cultivators, which filled him with awe. Moreover, he had heard from Li Haoran tales of cultivators soaring through the skies, conjuring clouds and summoning storms. These were the extraordinary experiences he yearned for. Deep within, he also harbored a desire not to fall behind Li Haoran, nor to disappoint his parents. Thus, with a sudden resolve, Li lifted his head and addressed the venerable elder. Master, I shall choose neither of the two options you have presented. I wish to pursue a third path. Chapter 5. The third option. Upon hearing Li Yi's words, everyone was taken aback, their gazes fixed upon him in bewilderment, unable to comprehend why he would make such a statement. Xiao Yi, do not speak nonsense. Where is this so-called third option? You must choose from the options presented by the immortal master, Li Kuan admonished urgently. At this moment, his son was assured of entering the sect, and he feared that any trouble stemming from Li Yi's remarks could jeopardize that opportunity. The normally composed and sensible nephew had dared to address the immortal master in such a manner, leaving Li Kuan feeling regretful for having brought Li Yi along. At that moment, the elderly man with white hair wore a somewhat displeased expression, yet he maintained a cheerful demeanor as he inquired, Young friend Li Yi, there is no third option here. You wouldn't dare to use this spiritual herb to threaten me, would you? Although he spoke with a smile, the warning in his tone was unmistakable. I would never presume to threaten the immortal master. I merely wish to seize the opportunity for cultivation and do not wish to live my life as a mere servant, Li Yi replied sincerely and respectfully. Upon hearing Li Yi's words, the elder nodded and said, Very well, do share your thoughts. I believe this spiritual herb holds great significance to the immortal master. I do not seek admission to the Tianyue sect to put you in a difficult position. Instead, I propose a trade using this herb. I seek a foundational cultivation technique and essential knowledge of cultivation. The most basic will suffice, as it would not impose any burden upon the immortal master. The youth in green, upon hearing Li Yi's proposal, displayed an understanding expression. Indeed, it was a commendable approach. The elder could exchange a basic technique for the blood ginseng, thereby dismissing Li Yi without offending anyone. The youth regarded Li Yi with newfound respect. Sensing there was more to him than met the eye, Li Kuan felt a stirring in his heart. If Li Yi were to acquire a cultivation technique, he could transcribe it for himself. Thus, he remained silent, while Li Haoran blinked in curiosity, contemplating Li Yi's intentions. The elder scrutinized Li Yi once more, finding this seemingly talentless youth rather intriguing. Slowly, he spoke. Your idea is quite commendable. I shall consider it. Very well. I will do you a favor and grant you this fortuitous opportunity. Thank you, immortal master. Both Li Yi and Li Kuan exclaimed in unison. You need not be so formal. We are engaging in an equitable exchange. I shall provide you with a foundational technique for qi cultivation. The withered wood technique. This is quite a commendable method, not one from the Tianyue sect, but rather one I acquired during my travels. Consider it a gift. Furthermore, I will also give you a volume titled Chronicles of Cultivation, which contains essential knowledge for beginners, aiding your swift initiation. Additionally, here are 100 low-grade spirit stones. As a form of compensation, the elder concluded. After speaking, the elder placed a hand upon the gray cloth bag at his waist, and a burst of radiance illuminated the room, revealing a yellow booklet inscribed with the characters Withered Wood Technique. Beside it lay a thicker tome titled Chronicles of Immortal Cultivation, along with a collection of translucent small stones, precisely the type that Li Kuan had given to the youth in green upon their arrival. Glancing at the items on the table, Li Yi could not suppress a smile. With these treasures, he could embark on the journey of cultivation at his own pace. He then surveyed the others present. The elder with white hair regarded him with a warm smile, while Li Kuan, Li Haoran, and the young man in green all focused intently on the objects before them. Witnessing this scene, Li Yi sighed inwardly. It was clear that he could not take all these items for himself. Approaching the table, he picked up the Withered Wood Technique and Chronicles of Immortal Cultivation, slipping them into his robe without even a glance at their contents. However, he refrained from taking the spirit stones. Haoran, you may have these spirit stones as a gift from me, to celebrate your entry into the immortal sect. Surely, you will find them useful in the sect, and there are so many that it would be impractical for me to carry them away. The others were taken aback by Li Yi's words, bewildered by his reasoning. After all, 100 low-grade spirit stones were a considerable sum for a qi refinement stage cultivator. For me? That seems inappropriate. Cousin, these are meant for you. I cannot accept them, Li Haoran replied, though his gaze lingered on the spirit stones, revealing his desire for them. Young friend Li Yi, you may not fully appreciate the value of spirit stones. Cultivators can directly absorb the spiritual energy within them to enhance their cultivation. They are indispensable for alchemy, artifact forging, and array formation, serving as a universal currency in the world of cultivation, allowing one to acquire desired items, the elder explained to Li Yi. Despite the elder's words, Li Yi shook his head resolutely, stating, I insist that these spirit stones be given to my cousin. Observing Li Yi's determination, Li Kuan regarded him with newfound respect. Realizing he had underestimated his seemingly simple nephew, Li Yi exhibited remarkable decisiveness and an acute awareness of the situation, traits not often found even in adults. Comparing him to his own son, Li Kuan felt a twinge of disappointment, though he found solace in the fact that his son possessed superior innate talent, which could still be nurtured over time. He recalled his elder brother's words. Li Yi was no fool. If he were, he would not even be worthy of such a title. Haoran, since Li Yi is insistent, we must honor his wishes. Each of you shall take 50 stones. Li Kuan declared. After contemplating, Li Yi responded, I will take 30 stones, leaving the rest for my cousin. He then collected 30 spirit stones and handed the remainder to Li Haoran. Li Haoran, at a loss, took the spirit stones into his hands. The elderly man with white hair, observing the entire scene, began to regard Li Yi with newfound respect. With just a handful of spirit stones, Li Yi had successfully endeared himself to the promising Li Haoran, and in doing so, had also secured a favor from his father. The remaining spirit stones and the secret manuals could also be safely claimed, provided that Li Kuan was not a cold-hearted individual. He would undoubtedly reciprocate Li Yi's kindness and strive to safeguard these treasures, harboring no ulterior motives. This young man exhibited remarkable insight, decisiveness, and a level of sophistication that belied his mere teenage years. Were it not for the boy's woeful aptitude, the elder would have seriously considered taking him under his wing. However, reflecting on the young man's lack of talent, the elder shook his head in resignation. In the realm of cultivation, aptitude was everything, and without it, all discussions were futile. Contemplating this, the elder cast another glance at Li Yi, feeling a stir of inspiration. Young friend Li Yi, it brings me great joy to encounter you today. I have a small token here that I would like to bestow upon you. With that, he retrieved a gray cloth pouch from within his robes and extended it towards Li Yi. Chapter 6. Insights into Cultivation. Chapter 8. Spiritual Artifacts, Talismans, and Spells. As Li Yi gazed at the silver sword and the yellow talisman he had retrieved from his storage pouch, he felt an overwhelming fondness for them, eagerly handling them in his hands. Spiritual artifacts serve as the primary means of attack for cultivators. The petite sword, measuring merely half a foot, shimmered with ethereal light. Despite being a low-tier spiritual artifact, it captivated Li Yi's affections. The yellow talisman, a modest one known as the Golden Light Shield, would, upon activation, conjure a golden barrier around its user. After mastering the use of his storage pouch, Li Yi delighted in the playful act of placing and retrieving the silver sword, the yellow talisman, and the spirit stones adorning him, reveling in the joy of exploration. Yet, as time passed, his interest began to wane. He sought to delve into the practical applications of the silver sword and the talisman in his grasp. The Golden Light Shield was straightforward to use. By channeling his innate energy into it and placing it upon himself, a robust golden barrier would manifest around him. The shield boasted formidable defensive capabilities, impervious to blows from fists or cuts from blades, remaining unscathed by any assault. However, the barrier would dissipate upon the cessation of energy input. While Li Yi was engaged in testing the talisman's defensive prowess, his father, Li Qian, became intrigued as well. He unleashed his full strength, striking the shield with his blade. Yet the golden radiance remained undisturbed, leaving Li Qian astonished and imparting upon him a deeper appreciation for the prowess of cultivators. During his time cultivating in the mountains, Li Yi had come to learn of his father's past. Once a disciple of a martial sect, Li Qian possessed remarkable martial skills, standing among the elite in the realm of martial arts. However, following the annihilation of his sect and the demise of his peers, he withdrew from the world of martial arts, finding solace in a secluded village. Based on his observations, Li Yi surmised that the Golden Light Shield's defensive strength was so formidable that even masters of the martial world would struggle to breach it. This revelation left Li Yi in a state of astonishment. After merely a year of practicing cultivation techniques, he could wield a talisman capable of withstanding the attacks of top-tier martial experts. He felt a profound sense of gratitude for his choices, recognizing that the realms of martial arts and cultivation were, in essence, disparate worlds. Regrettably, he noted that with each use, the talisman's ethereal glow diminished slightly, indicating a limitation to its usage. After experimenting with the talisman, Li Yi turned his attention to the silver sword. As he infused it with his energy, the sword radiated brilliance, yet it did not take flight to engage an enemy. This perplexed him, as he recalled tales of cultivators commanding flying swords. A sudden thought struck him, reminiscent of a detail he had overlooked. He retrieved the tome titled Withered Wood Technique from his storage pouch, flipping to the final pages where several spells were inscribed. Among them was a spell known as object manipulation, which he had previously disregarded while focusing solely on meditation and energy cultivation. He believed this spell might be intricately linked to the art of wielding flying swords. Thus, amidst his meditation and qi cultivation, he began to delve into the art of object manipulation. To master this craft, one must first execute a specific series of hand gestures, harmonizing them with the flow of inner magical energy and reciting incantations. While Li Yi found the practice of hand techniques relatively manageable, with sufficient repetition, mastery was attainable. He encountered considerable difficulty when it came to the intricacies of the spells. to command the flying sword. He devoted himself fervently to his training. After a month of relentless effort, Li Yi finally succeeded in mastering the art of object manipulation. With further practice, he drew forth the flying sword and began to wield it. His expectations were validated. Indeed, the art of object manipulation allowed him to command the sword. Initially, the silver blade wobbled erratically through the air, but with time, it began to respond intuitively to Li Yi's intentions, executing aerial assaults with remarkable precision, striking wherever he directed. The sword, exceptionally sharp, effortlessly cleaved through rocks and vegetation, reducing them to mere fragments. Even trees as thick as a person's embrace fell before its edge, and conventional weapons wielded by ordinary martial artists were easily severed as well. However, the silver sword, despite its formidable offensive capability, bore significant limitations. Its range was notably constrained. Li Yi could only wield it effectively within a distance of 3 zhang, beyond which control became increasingly tenuous, and at 5 zhang, it was utterly beyond his grasp. Furthermore, there was the issue of duration. With his current cultivation at the first layer of qi refinement, he could only sustain a full power assault for a mere 15 minutes. Li Yi soon recognized that this was due to his insufficient cultivation level, prompting him to intensify his training. Yet, his supply of spiritual stones was dwindling, hindering his progression to the second layer of qi refinement. Spiritual stones were invaluable, not only for cultivation but also for replenishing magical energy. Upon exhausting his reserves, he discovered that using a spiritual stone facilitated a rapid recovery of his power, leading him to conclude that he should conserve some for emergencies. Without the aid of spiritual stones, Li Yi's training pace slowed considerably. He estimated that if he continued meditating, it would take at least a year to reach the second layer of qi refinement. At this juncture, he began to contemplate how to acquire more spiritual stones. With this thought in mind, he resumed his study of the spells associated with the withered wood technique. The spells that followed not only included object manipulation but also several additional minor spells: spirit vision, binding technique, wood spike technique, fireball technique, and wind control technique. Spirit vision allowed one to concentrate magical energy in the eyes, enabling the perception of all spiritual entities within 100 zhang, an auxiliary spell of considerable utility. The binding technique utilized thorny vines to ensnare opponents. The wood spike technique generated wooden spikes from thin air to attack enemies. The fireball technique summoned fireballs as projectiles against foes. Lastly, the wind control technique aided cultivators in swift travel. Once cast, it permitted rapid movement. Previously, Li Yi had paid little heed to these minor spells, but now he found himself intrigued by them. Among them, the spirit vision was particularly simple to learn, requiring no complex hand gestures or incantations, merely a concentration of magical energy to activate. Li Yi effortlessly mastered the art of perception, enabling him to see with remarkable clarity everything within a radius of 1 mile once he activated his spiritual vision. The second technique he endeavored to cultivate was the formidable fireball technique. Although he was greatly tempted by both the wood spike technique and the fireball technique, after careful contemplation, he ultimately opted to learn the wind control technique, a supportive spell that proved invaluable for self-preservation. By casting wind control upon himself, he could move with remarkable swiftness, making it exceedingly useful for travel and escape. Fortunately, the wind control technique was not particularly difficult to learn. After a few days of study, Li Yi was able to utilize it with ease, though he was still somewhat unpracticed. Understanding that practice makes perfect, Li Yi recognized the wind control technique as an exceptional means of ensuring his safety. Consequently, he employed it daily while ascending and descending the mountain. With a gentle leap, he could soar several feet high before propelling himself forward, landing as far as 7 or 8 feet away. In addition to his training, Li Yi dedicated each day to refining his mastery of the wind control technique. During his leisure moments, he also explored the wood spike technique, the binding technique, and the fireball technique, although he had yet to fully grasp them. Chapter 9. The Beast. On this particular day, Li Yi was immersed in his cultivation within the mountains when a young man clad in gray linen rushed towards him, urgently exclaiming, "Third brother, father has been injured. You must come quickly." This individual was none other than Li Zhong, Li Yi's older brother, whom he seldom encountered. Li Qian had a small medicinal garden on the mountain, where he cultivated various herbs gathered from the wild. Due to their premature age, these herbs were not yet suitable for use. If left unattended, they risked being ravaged by wild beasts, prompting Li Qian to transplant them into the garden for nurturing. Li Zheng resided on the mountain, tending to the herbs while simultaneously learning about the cultivation and preparation of medicinal plants, only occasionally returning home. In recent years, as Li Yi devoted himself to his training, he frequently visited the small garden during his leisure time, fostering a close bond between the two brothers. Upon hearing that Li Qian was injured, Li Yi's demeanor shifted to one of concern. He immediately ceased his cultivation and inquired, "Brother, what happened? How could father sustain an injury?" Father went to gather herbs and was attacked by a giant serpent. He is now lying in the medicinal garden. You must hurry. Li Zheng replied anxiously. Very well. Let us go at once, Li Yi said. With that, he employed the wind control technique and soared in a designated direction. Li Zheng followed suit, utilizing a lightness skill, his countenance displaying envy as he observed Li Yi's extraordinary speed, far surpassing his own. He understood that his brother was a cultivator, possessing not only formidable strength but also an extended lifespan, an existence envied by countless mortals. In truth, Li Zheng had once sought to practice the withered wood technique under Li Yi's guidance, yet he failed to succeed, revealing his lack of aptitude for cultivation. The techniques Li Yi had acquired had also been attempted by both Li Zheng and Li Qian, all without success, leading them to lament that success in cultivation often hinged on destiny and innate talent. In a brief moment, Li Yi arrived at the medicinal garden, where he found Li Qian lying on a wooden bed, his complexion pale, blood at the corners of his mouth, and his breath erratic. Li Yi swiftly approached, grasped his father's hand, and infused a trace of his spiritual energy into Li Qian's body. Gradually, Li Qian's chaotic breath stabilized. Seeing this, Li Yi heaved a sigh of relief, then lifted Li Qian's garments to reveal a massive, purplish-black bruise that nearly covered half of his chest, indicating he had been struck with considerable force. Observing his father's injuries, Li Yi's expression darkened. He had always held deep admiration for his father, who had sacrificed even his most precious blood ginseng to support his son's cultivation. The sight of Li Qian in such a state ignited a fierce determination within Li Yi. Whatever beast had caused this harm would become his target for vengeance. Although Li Yi was consumed by fury, he did not lose his composure. He understood the necessity of waiting for Li Qian to awaken, to ascertain the circumstances before deciding on a course of action. It was a habit of Li Yi to strategize before taking action. After he infused Li Qian with spiritual energy, Li Zheng arrived, and upon seeing Li Qian resting peacefully with closed eyes, he too breathed a sigh of relief. Brother, do you know where father was injured? What beast harmed him? Li Yi inquired. I do not know. Father fell unconscious as soon as he reached me, and I had no chance to ask, replied Li Zheng. Oh, I see. Then we'll wait for father to awaken before we question him further, Li Yi responded. After resting for a brief period, Li Qian finally stirred. His voice tinged with lingering fear as he recounted, I encountered a rather rare medicinal herb on the back mountain, just as I was preparing to harvest it. A massive black python, measuring around 3 zhang in length and as thick as my thigh, suddenly lunged out from the thicket. Upon seeing the python, I hurriedly retreated, but it moved with astonishing speed. Its tail struck my chest, sending me flying. Fortunately, it did not pursue me, otherwise my life would have been in grave danger. His expression still bore the marks of terror. Upon hearing Li Qian's account, Li Yi's brow furrowed in deep concern. Logically, ordinary beasts would not possess such strength. Li Qian, being a skilled practitioner of the martial arts, should have been able to evade harm even if the python were larger. The only plausible explanation remained that the python was not merely a beast but a demonic creature. If it were indeed a demonic beast, Li Yi would have to tread carefully. As a novice cultivator, even the weakest of such creatures would pose a significant challenge. Noticing Li Yi lost in thought, Li Qian refrained from speaking further. Father, please rest here for a moment. I will investigate the whereabouts of that python, Li Yi declared. Shall we? I sense that this python is no ordinary creature. I suspect it to be a demonic beast. Exercise caution if you choose to confront it. If you cannot handle it, do not engage. I doubt it will venture forth to harm anyone. It is best to leave it be, Li Qian weakly advised. Clearly worried for his son and fearing that his newly acquired skills might lead him into peril. Father, do not worry. I will not act rashly. Without sufficient confidence, I will not engage. Moreover, I possess the wind manipulation technique, so escaping will not be an issue, Li Yi assured him. With that, Li Yi performed the wind manipulation technique and swiftly departed the medicinal garden. Observing his son's rapid movements, Li Qian felt a measure of relief. Li Yi employed the wind manipulation technique and soon arrived at the location Li Qian had described. There, he spotted the black python, its scales gleaming ominously in the dim light, coiled and seemingly at rest amidst the trees. Not far from the colossal python, a delicate blue blade of grass stood, adorned with glistening dewdrops that reflected the light beautifully. Li Yi instinctively sensed that this humble plant was far from ordinary. He stealthily ascended to a nearby large tree and employed his spiritual vision technique to observe the distant serpent. He noted that the python emanated a faint aura of spiritual energy. As he had surmised, this creature was indeed a demon beast, and the subtlety of its aura indicated it was a low-tier entity. When Li Yi's gaze shifted back to the blue grass, he was astonished to discover that it radiated abundant spiritual energy, unmistakably marking it as a spiritual herb. His excitement surged at this revelation. Just as Li Yi reveled in his discovery, the black python abruptly opened its eyes, pivoted its massive head, and fixed its gaze upon the tree where Li Yi concealed himself, flicking its tongue menacingly. In an instant, it lunged towards him. Realizing he had been detected, Li Yi gasped softly and swiftly employed his wind manipulation technique to retreat. The python's movements were exceedingly swift. In the blink of an eye, it coiled around the very tree that sheltered Li Yi, letting out furious hisses and glaring wrathfully at the retreating figure, yet it did not pursue him further. Chapter 10. Slaying the giant python. Observing that the giant python had not pursued him, Li Yi lowered his hand that had been poised over his storage pouch. Had the serpent chosen to chase him, he would have been compelled to draw forth his flying sword and engage in a fierce battle. Gazing upon the python's immense form and swift movements, Li Yi felt a pang of uncertainty, realizing he lacked the absolute confidence required to vanquish such a creature. After a brief interval, Li Yi returned to the herb garden. Upon witnessing his return, both Li Qian and Li Zheng exhaled in relief, harboring fears that Li Yi might attempt to hunt the python. "Father, I have returned. You were correct. That giant python is not an ordinary beast, but rather a formidable demon beast," Li Yi declared. "Ah, it truly is a demon beast. Should we hasten our departure from this place?" Li Zheng responded, his face etched with concern. In light of Li Zheng's words, Li Qian replied, "We may indeed leave, but what of the people down the mountain? They have lived here their entire lives and possess nowhere to go." Having resided in this area for over a decade, Li Qian had formed a bond with the locals and was reluctant to witness their demise at the jaws of the serpent. "Father, you and elder brother should descend the mountain to recuperate. Advise the villagers to refrain from venturing up. I shall dedicate the next few days to mastering a couple of spells, after which I will attempt to slay the python," Li Yi asserted, clenching his fist. "Li, do you truly believe you can succeed?" Li Qian inquired, a hint of worry lacing his voice. He felt apprehensive, recognizing that his son had only recently begun his cultivation journey and lacked sufficient combat experience. Any misstep could prove disastrous. "Do not fret, father. Every endeavor has its first time, and I am eager to test my cultivation. Although the giant python is indeed a demon beast, I sense that it has not ascended to a higher rank for long. It is merely a low-level demon beast. I believe I can contend with it. Even if I cannot kill it, I can assuredly escape," Li Yi responded with unwavering determination. Seeing his son's resolute demeanor, Li Qian understood that once his son had made a decision, even his counsel would be of little consequence. This youngest son was remarkably opinionated, yet not recklessly impulsive. "Very well, just be cautious. If it becomes too perilous, we shall seek a different place to reside and avoid confrontation." "Understood, father," Li Yi replied. Following this exchange, he, along with Li Zheng, escorted the injured Li Qian down the mountain, while also cautioning the villagers against ascending. Initially, the villagers were reluctant to heed the warning, but upon witnessing the once capable healer now so gravely injured, they recognized the threat posed by the demon beast and acquiesced. Upon returning to his dwelling, Li Yi began strategizing on how to confront the giant python. He perceived that the python's agility and massive size necessitated that he first restrict its speed, after which he could launch an assault with his flying sword, potentially leading to its demise. In that moment, he recalled the entangling technique he had yet to master. If he could ensnare the python with this technique, it would be as if the beast were a fish upon a cutting board, ready for his slaughter. In truth, Li Yi harbored two additional motives for slaying the colossal python. One of these was the enchanting blue herb, which he believed to possess potent medicinal properties. Should he succeed in concocting a pill from it, he was confident it would elevate him to the second tier of qi refinement. Furthermore, the python's flesh and hide were treasures in their own right. After a fortnight, he commenced his training in the binding technique. As Li Yi deftly manipulated the incantation, a multitude of verdant vines, as thick as a man's arm, emerged before him, swiftly entangling a massive boulder. Moments later, the stone was utterly crushed under the relentless grip of the vines. Li Yi felt a profound satisfaction with the potency of his binding technique. To ensure his success, he also mastered the wood spike technique before daring to confront the python. Once he had perfected his newfound spells, Li Yi returned to the back mountain, seeking a secluded thicket near the python's lair. There, he employed the binding technique to conceal the vines amid the underbrush. He then retrieved a yellow talisman inscribed with golden light from his storage pouch, activating it and affixing it to himself. Grasping a spirit stone in his hand, he continuously drew upon its spiritual energy to replenish his own magical reserves. He was determined not to find himself depleted in the heat of battle with the python. With a decisive motion, Li Yi summoned a silver sword from his storage pouch, directing it to assail the distant python, while he himself soared through the air using the wind control technique. The silver sword ascended skyward, and the python, noticing the approaching silver projectile, raised its proud serpentine head and glared menacingly at Li Yi. As the sword struck its head, a resounding clash echoed, yet the blade, sharp as it was, left no mark upon the python's tough scales. How remarkably resilient its scales are, Li Yi mused inwardly. Infuriated by the assault, the python let out a furious roar and charged toward Li Yi, undeterred by the flying sword. Li Yi, employing the wind control technique, maneuvered through the air with great agility, realizing he had perhaps underestimated the serpent's might. Retreating while continuing to strike, he deftly lured the python into his ambush zone. In an instant, several wood-spiked green vines ensnared the once agile beast, now firmly bound. Seizing the opportunity, Li Yi's heart surged with excitement as the trapped python writhed. With a swift alteration of his incantation, the silver flying sword glimmered and plunged fiercely into one of the python's eyes. Vivid crimson blood oozed from the wound. The injured python became frenzied, its body thrashing violently, and the binding technique struggled to maintain its grasp. At that moment, the python suddenly opened its massive jaws and expelled a cloud of grayish-purple venom. The toxic mist enveloped the green vines, hissing ominously as white smoke billowed forth, instantly shattering the binding technique. Alarmed, Li Yi was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the python possessed the ability to spew venom. Li Yi found himself momentarily unable to evade, as a colossal serpent's tail struck fiercely against his golden barrier. He felt as though he had been struck by a massive rock, sent hurtling backward, and after a flicker, the barrier shattered, rolling on the ground several times. He quickly sprang to his feet, employing the wind manipulation technique to evade swiftly. A wave of dread washed over him. Had it not been for the golden shield to absorb some of the impact, he would have surely met his demise. A fine sheen of cold sweat broke out on his back as he beheld the rapidly approaching giant python, his heart brimming with terror. Yet, upon witnessing the serpent open its maw to unleash a cloud of venomous mist, an idea sparked within him. A perfect opportunity. With a swift alteration of his incantation, a silver flying sword surged toward the python's gaping mouth. Simultaneously, he invoked another spell, uttering an obscure incantation. In an instant, 3 yellow wooden spikes, each about a foot long, materialized in the air, aligning themselves to pierce fiercely into the serpent's maw. The silver sword penetrated the python's mouth, driving through its lower jaw and pinning it mercilessly to the ground. The massive black serpent writhed upon the earth, its movements growing increasingly sluggish, evidently nearing its end. Observing the giant python gradually becoming still, Li Yi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a joyful smile gracing his features. He had finally slain the formidable serpent. Chapter 11. A bountiful harvest. Observing the motionless giant python in the distance, Li Yi did not hasten to approach and inspect the serpent's lifeless body. Instead, he sought a suitable spot to sit and recuperate his mana. After an intense battle with the colossal creature, despite having utilized a spirit stone, His internal energy had been thoroughly depleted. Furthermore, the toxic mist lingered nearby, deterring him from approaching the site, especially after sustaining a blow from the python that necessitated tending to his injuries. After an hour, Li Yi gradually opened his eyes, rose to his feet, and walked towards the fallen giant python, retrieving the silver flying sword embedded within its form. To his dismay, the blade bore pockmarks from the corrosive mist, rendering it nearly unusable, which caused him a pang of regret. The toxic haze surrounding the python's carcass had transformed the nearby trees and grass into a dark, murky substance, showcasing the mist's terrifying corrosive properties. Li Yi first dragged the enormous serpent's body away from the toxic fog, then employed the silver sword to meticulously slice through the python's flesh. After considerable effort, he successfully separated the entire black python skin. Subsequently, he cautiously extracted the creature's 2 venomous fangs and placed them into his storage pouch. He had no intention of wasting the python's meat. After all, it was the flesh of a spiritual beast, which would surely benefit his parents' health. However, he needed to ascertain whether the meat was poisonous, as consuming toxic flesh would be perilous. He chopped the python's meat into small segments and stored them in his pouch. During the dismemberment, Li Yi discovered a pale red orb nestled within the python's head. Upon sighting this orb, his heart swelled with joy. It was likely the fabled demon core, the essence of a beast's vitality. It was unexpected for such a low-tier beast to possess a demon core. He surmised that this giant python was indeed extraordinary, as typically only second-tier and above beasts bore such cores. Li Yi produced a small wooden box, carefully encased the demon core within, and secured it in his storage pouch. Finally, he excavated a red gallbladder from the python's abdomen and swallowed it whole. Li Yi was aware that a regular snake's gallbladder typically had vision-enhancing properties. Thus, it was reasonable to assume that the gallbladder of this giant python would be even more potent. After ingesting the gallbladder, he attentively examined his eyesight but noticed no immediate change, likely due to just having consumed the demon core. He would need to observe its effects over time. Having dealt with the python's carcass, Li Yi approached the dew-kissed bluegrass. At that moment, a delicate pink flower bloomed at the top of the grass, exuding a faint yet delightful fragrance. Li Yi was certain that this plant was indeed a spiritual herb. Otherwise, the black python would not have remained vigilantly guarding it. His perilous endeavor to slay the giant python was partly motivated by the desire to obtain this precious herb. He felt an instinctive certainty that consuming this medicinal plant would undoubtedly enhance his cultivation. Li Yi cautiously unearthed the small grass by its roots, cradling it in his arms as he employed the wind control technique to return to the medicinal garden. At that moment, Li Qian and Li Zheng were anxiously awaiting his arrival. After more than a month of recuperation, Li Qian had nearly healed from his previous injuries. He had originally intended for Li Yi to accompany him, but Li Yi had declined, feeling uncertain and opting to let them wait. Upon witnessing his son's somewhat disheveled return, both Li Qian and Li Zheng displayed expressions of delight. "Father, I have slain the giant python. And I also procured a spiritual herb," Li Yi proclaimed, extending the blue spiritual grass toward Li Qian. "What? You killed the giant python and obtained a spiritual herb?" Li Qian exclaimed, his disbelief evident as he examined the grass presented by Li Yi. "Indeed, that beast has been vanquished, avenging you," Li Yi confirmed, producing the python's skin and fangs from his storage pouch, though he refrained from revealing the demon core. "Excellent, splendid. These are truly treasures. The python skin can be fashioned into inner armor, the flesh is edible, and the fangs can be crafted into a plethora of daggers and weapons. Though one must exercise caution to avoid the venom," Li Qian recounted with a gleam of excitement. "Father, this creature also exhaled a vast quantity of toxic mists, which have since transformed into poisonous water, now pooled on the ground of the back mountain. I believe we can collect it to use against our foes. It would undoubtedly serve as a remarkable asset," Li Yi suggested. Subsequently, the pair made their way to the back mountain, diligently gathering the venomous water that the giant python had expelled into ceramic jars, drop by drop. "You know, young Yi, I believe I have seen this spiritual herb before. Though time has obscured my memory," Li Qian mused, furrowing his brow. "Ah yes, it has come to me. During my time at the Medicine King Manor, I witnessed my master acquire such a grass. It is known as blue spirit grass. This herb is commonly employed by cultivators for alchemical purposes. It is worth noting that the Medicine King Manor was an esteemed lineage of cultivators, primarily engaged in the collection and cultivation of medicinal materials. The properties of blue spirit grass are gentle, allowing even ordinary individuals without cultivation to brew it into medicine, albeit somewhat wastefully. My master once researched this herb alongside several others, concocting a pill from their amalgamation. This process extracts the medicinal essence while neutralizing certain side effects, making it far more beneficial than direct consumption. However, it pales in comparison to the elixirs refined by cultivators. Such pills could significantly enhance the internal strength of martial practitioners, though I am uncertain of their efficacy for cultivators. Young-yi, how do you propose we handle this spiritual herb? Li Qian inquired. Is that truly the case? Father, that is wonderful. You can produce such pills as well, can't you? Li Yi asked, brimming with anticipation. Indeed, my master has imparted the method of preparation to me, and I have observed him conduct the process without issue. Li Qian responded, exuding confidence. Then let us request Father to craft it. Once prepared, it can augment our strength, and I too would like to try it to see if my magical prowess can be enhanced. Would this not be a waste? If you, Xiaoyi, were to take the herbs in the future to have someone concoct elixirs, it would certainly be a more prudent utilization. Moreover, the hide and fangs of that enormous python could undoubtedly be transformed into spirit weapons in the realm of cultivation. If we were to attempt crafting them ourselves, the resulting items would merely be ordinary treasures for mortals, which seems rather wasteful, lamented Li Qian. Father, perhaps we should reconsider. I currently do not know any alchemists or artifact craftsmen. Even if I were to find them, we lack the spirit stones to enlist their aid in our pursuits. It would be far more beneficial to enhance our strength now. With the pills and inner armor, the safety of both you and elder brother would be significantly assured. Li Yi stated with remarkable composure. Very well, if that is the case, we shall undertake the crafting ourselves, though we will need to enlist your second uncle's assistance. We are capable of preparing the medicine here, but we still require numerous tools and some auxiliary materials for the creation of inner armor and weapons. Agreed. Let us go seek second uncle, but this matter must remain confidential. Yes, I understand. You need not worry, replied Li Qian. Although we have reaped considerable rewards this time, the golden talisman that Li Yi utilized has regrettably turned into a mere scrap of paper, no longer of any use, which he found quite disappointing. Furthermore, the silver flying sword has sustained some damage. Fortunately, it remains functional, or else Li Yi would feel he had suffered a significant loss. Chapter 12. The Pill and the Broken Cauldron. The endeavor of crafting inner armor using materials from demon beasts weighed heavily on Li Qian's mind, and he approached it with utmost seriousness. The following day, he dispatched Li Zheng to seek out Li Kuan, so they could collaborate on the creation of the inner armor. Meanwhile, he busied himself gathering an assortment of herbs in preparation for concocting the medicinal pills. After 3 days of diligent work, he selected an auspicious day to commence the alchemical process. Father, how are the pills made? Is it similar to brewing medicine as usual? Li Yi inquired with a hint of curiosity. He was familiar with the process of brewing medicine, having done so himself, yet the intricacies of creating spiritual pills eluded him. Quite similar, yet also distinct. We cannot use a clay pot. We require an alchemical cauldron. As he spoke, he stepped beneath the eaves and retrieved a small, blackened cauldron that held a few drops of rainwater. This 3-legged cauldron stood about 3 inches tall, with a narrow opening and a rounded belly. It should have had 2 handles, but for reasons unknown, they had been lost, leaving 2 notches at the sides. The surface was adorned with intricate patterns, marred by rust, and even bearing scars from cuts and chisel marks. To the untrained eye, it appeared to be a mere relic, so unremarkable that one would not bother to pick it up if it lay on the ground. Observing the puzzled expression on his son's face, Li Qian felt a swell of pride. It brought him satisfaction to see his son, a cultivator, underestimate this artifact. It was a small victory in a year where he often felt overshadowed by the old ways of the world. Do not underestimate this humble cauldron, Xiaoyi. It is indeed a rare treasure. My master used this very cauldron to brew spiritual medicine at the Apothecary Mountain Manor. When a great fire reduced the manor to ashes, everything within was destroyed, yet amidst the ruins, I discovered this cauldron, miraculously unscathed. Look at the water inside. It must have rained about a month ago, and it remains clear and odorless, with no sign of evaporation. Li Yi was astonished by his father's words. He took the cauldron and examined it closely. Aside from the elaborate carvings, it bore no other signs of significance. Even with his enhanced vision technique, he could discern no trace of spiritual energy. Impressive, isn't it? Just watch, Li Qian declared, producing a gleaming dagger from his robe and striking the cauldron with force. The cauldron emitted a crisp sound, and while the dagger suffered a notch, the cauldron remained entirely undamaged. This spectacle left Li Yi in a state of shock. His father was a master of the martial arts, and the force behind that strike had utilized internal energy, yet the cauldron remained unscathed. At this moment, Li Yi began to suspect that this object might indeed be something of significance to cultivators. Now, let us focus on brewing the medicine. You may study this artifact in due time. Once the brew is complete, it shall belong to you, Li Qian stated. Is this really for me? Li Yi responded, a glimmer of joy brightening his expression. I have no use for this, having held on to it for over a decade without uncovering its secrets. As a cultivator, you may wish to take it and examine it closely. Perhaps you will unveil its mysteries, Li Qian remarked, content to demonstrate his skills in front of his son. Thank you, father. No need for formalities between us. Let us hasten to prepare the spiritual herbs. We must concoct the pills promptly to prevent the loss of potency. He continued, you can study the small cauldron later. With that, the father and son busied themselves, kindling a fire and placing spring water into the cauldron, adding the herbs they had meticulously chopped. As each herb was boiled down into juice, they added another. Soon, the table was nearly bare, leaving only the blue spirit herb. At this point, Li Qian refrained from adding more herbs. Instead, he produced a piece of pristine gauze to filter the herbal liquid. Once all impurities were removed, he resumed the boiling process, ultimately adding the blue spirit herb. After a few hours, only a layer of herbal paste remained in the cauldron. When the paste was nearly dry, Li Qian scooped it all out and shaped it into delicate blue pills. As the fragrant pills wafted in the air, Li Qian's face lit up with joy. He harnessed his internal energy to dry each pill before placing them into a small porcelain bottle. He kept some for himself and handed a few to Li Yi, saying, let us name this pill Blue Spirit Pill. Try it out and see if it proves effective for you. All right, I will give it a try. Holding the pill, Li Yi returned to his cultivation space and consumed one of the Blue Spirit pills, beginning to circulate his withered wood technique. As he did so, he felt waves of spiritual energy emanating from the pill, flowing into his meridians. To his astonishment, it truly worked. Witnessing the surge of magical power within him, Li Yi was elated. The effect of the Blue Spirit Pill surpassed even that of spiritual stones. Now, aside from eating and sleeping, he dedicated all his time to cultivation, and his magical power steadily increased, nearing a breakthrough to the second layer of qi refining. A few days later, Li Zheng returned with Li Kuan and some tools. Upon seeing the giant python skin, he exclaimed excitedly, what a treasure! For martial artists like them, a piece of armor is often more valuable than a sharp blade. It can be a lifesaver in critical moments. Indeed, it is a marvelous treasure. This python was a demonic beast, and its hide is remarkably tough. The renowned weapons of the martial world are utterly incapable of harming this skin, Li Qian remarked, a hint of excitement in his voice. Li once tested it. Even a cultivator's weapon may not be able to penetrate it. With this material, we can craft inner armor, allowing us to traverse the martial world with confidence. In the interest of confidentiality, Li Kuan and his companions refrained from involving others in the crafting of the leather armor and daggers, opting instead to undertake the task themselves. Meanwhile, Li Yi secluded himself in a chamber, consuming elixirs to enhance his cultivation. However, he emerged several times during this period. As Li Kuan and the others found themselves unable to cut the giant python skin with his silver flying sword, Li Yi meticulously sliced the python skin into manageable pieces suitable for armor making, puncturing small holes as needed. Li Kuan and his companions then utilized black gold thread to stitch the python skin into inner armor. The treated python skin exhibited a dark sheen, with densely packed scales that were both resilient and supple, making it exceptionally comfortable to wear. As for the python's venomous fangs, Li Qian fashioned them into a pair of daggers, encasing them in leather sheaths made from the same python skin. The giant python skin yielded enough material for 5 sets of inner armor, nearly providing each of them with a complete suit, while the leftover scraps were fashioned into leather boots, greaves, and arm guards. During the time that Li Kuan and his companions were engaged in the creation of the armor and daggers, Li Yi's cultivation also advanced to the second level of qi refinement. Chapter 13. The enigmatic small cauldron having successfully advanced to the second layer of qi refinement. Li Yi felt invigorated. Following this breakthrough, his senses were notably heightened, especially his eyesight. It seemed he could see further than before, even without employing the spirit eye technique. He could perceive wisps of spiritual energy in the air, likely a benefit derived from the serpent's gallbladder, an unexpected delight. Standing in the small medicinal garden, Li Yi gazed at the shelves adorned with several inner armors, a pair of daggers sheathed in python skin, as well as boots, arm guards, gloves, and other items. A smile of satisfaction gracing his features. The others had crafted the inner armors and related items, but refrained from distributing them, patiently awaiting Li Yi's directive. After all, these were his spoils, earned through his solitary conquest of the giant python, and he was the sole cultivator among them. Li Qian and the others looked at Li Yi with eager anticipation but remained silent, fully aware that he would not shortchange them. Among them, Li Kuan's eyes sparkled with fervor and unbridled desire. I shall take one inner armor, a set of arm guards, leg guards, and a pair of python skin gloves and boots. The rest can be entrusted to my father, Li Yi declared. Xiao Yi, do you not require these daggers? Li Qian inquired. Li Yi shook his head, replying, I have no need for them. Let my father handle it. With the acquisition of the flying sword, Li Yi found no interest in the daggers. For an ordinary person, the serpent fang dagger was indeed a rare treasure, yet for one who possessed a spiritual weapon, it held little significance. His sole interest lay in spiritual artifacts. Soon, Li Qian and the others divided the treasures among themselves. Both Li Qian and Li Kuan received a set of inner armor, arm guards, leg guards, and gloves, along with a dagger made from the python's venomous fangs. Li Zheng claimed one of the remaining inner armors, leaving the last for Li Feng. Thank you, elder brother, Li Kuan expressed with palpable excitement. He had not anticipated receiving such a bounty from Li Qian, having thought that acquiring a single piece of inner armor would be a considerable fortune. He felt a deep admiration for Li Qian, realizing how fortunate he was to have a cultivator's son beside him. The slaying of a monstrous beast rendered any crafted item a potential catalyst for chaos if it were to circulate through the martial world. We are brothers. Do not concern yourself with such matters. Moreover, we owe Xiao Yi's cultivation to you. His aptitude is not particularly high, and we hope that in the future, Haoran's son will look out for him as well, just as we do for one another, Li Qian reassured. That is certainly the case, Li Kuan affirmed with a vigorous nod. Once the treasures were divided, the group dispersed to attend to their respective tasks, and Li Kuan left with a heart full of contentment. Li Yi informed Li Qian that, with the aid of the blue spirit pills, he had successfully broken through to the second layer of qi refinement. Li Qian was particularly elated and entrusted all remaining blue spirit pills to Li Yi, hoping he would make further progress. Over the past few days, Li Qian had consumed several pills and had already reached the level of a master. Li Zheng's cultivation had also ascended to that of a top-tier expert in the martial world. Holding the remaining blue spirit pills, Li Yi returned to his practice, ready to continue his regimen of medication and cultivation. After consuming all the blue spirit pills in his possession, Li Yi reached the pinnacle of the second layer of qi training. With one more step, he could ascend to the third layer. This left him with a tinge of regret, for he yearned to witness the transformations that awaited him beyond the third layer. Now, however, his reservoir of cultivation resources had been completely depleted. To acquire further resources, he would need to seek out spiritual herbs or other suitable materials. Li Yi was acutely aware of his own aptitude. Relying solely on meditation for qi training, he would likely only achieve the fourth or fifth layer in his lifetime. Thus, he felt compelled to venture forth in search of his own opportunities. Having chosen the path of cultivation, Li Yi was reluctant to remain a mere qi training practitioner, ruling over mortals with an air of superiority. This desire was one of the motivations behind his audacious act of slaying the giant python. Yet, at this moment, he found himself at a loss as to where to seek his fortunes. As he pondered this, the thought of his second uncle, Li Kuan, crossed his mind. He sensed that his uncle possessed considerable knowledge of the cultivation world, and Li Yi resolved to inquire when he had the chance. However, before that, he had another matter to attend to, a thorough examination of the small cauldron that Li Qian had given him. After successfully refining the blue spirit pills, Li Yi had stored the cauldron in his storage pouch. He had previously conducted some research, but to no avail. With this in mind, he retrieved the dark greenish-black cauldron from his pouch. It still bore rust and evident marks of cuts and chisels. Li Yi had attempted to infuse it with his spiritual energy, but the cauldron showed no response. The energy dissipated as if cast into the vast ocean, regardless of the amount he poured into it. This only deepened his curiosity about the true nature of the cauldron. Furthermore, he had tried employing a material manipulation technique, yet the cauldron remained utterly unmoved. It was as if it were an impenetrable bronze pea, impervious to fire and water. Frustrated, Li Yi drew his silver flying sword and struck at the cauldron, only to find the cauldron unscathed while his sword suffered 2 chips, causing him considerable distress. After a lengthy period of contemplation, Li Yi finally regained his composure. He recalled a legend stating that high-level cultivators must utilize their own blood when refining magical artifacts to achieve a harmonious connection with them. With determination, he bit his finger and pressed it against the interior of the cauldron, simultaneously channeling his spiritual energy into it. At that moment, the cauldron began to exhibit a change. A faint azure light emanated from its surface, and an immense pulling force emerged from within. In an instant, Li Yi felt his qi and blood surge forth towards the cauldron like a torrent unleashed from a dam. This startling scene caused his expression to shift dramatically, and he instinctively attempted to release his grip on the cauldron. Yet, before he could act, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Time passed, though he could not tell how long, before Li Yi gradually awoke. He discovered himself lying in bed, with Li Qian pacing anxiously nearby and his mother seated at the bedside, weeping. 7 days ago, they discovered Li Yi fainted in the training room. Li Qian hurriedly carried him out and employed various medical techniques. However, Li Yi remained in a state of unconsciousness. Father, mother, third brother has awakened. Come quickly. A melodious voice echoed through the bedroom. Xiaoyi, you are awake. What on earth happened? How did you fall into a coma? Li Qian inquired, his brow furrowed with concern. I encountered a minor issue during my cultivation and ended up like this. How long have I been unconscious? Li Yi responded, a hint of remorse in his voice. You have been in a coma for 7 days. Fortunately, you are all right. Be more cautious during your cultivation in the future. Haste is inadvisable. For the next few days, refrain from practicing, and let your mother prepare some nourishing meals to restore your strength, Li Qian advised earnestly. All right, father, Li Yi replied with a wry smile. Chapter 14. The spatial treasure. As the crowd dispersed, Li Yi, feeling somewhat bored, gazed at the ceiling. He had been rather reckless this time, almost drained of his spiritual energy and essence by the small cauldron. At this moment, observing the withered mana within him and the diminished essence, a bitter smile crept across his face. Casting a glance at the small cauldron beside him, a tinge of trepidation flickered in his eyes. Nevertheless, he could now ascertain that this was undoubtedly an extraordinary treasure. Sensing a faint, ethereal connection with the cauldron, a glimmer of joy sparked within Li Yi's heart. After a prolonged rest of over half a month, Li Yi finally regained his strength. Once restored, he resumed his study of the small cauldron. Although he felt a nascent bond with it, he seemed unable to wield its power. His attempts at manipulation through the driving technique remained futile. However, Li Yi was undeterred. He endeavored once more, channeling his mana into the cauldron without infusing it with essence. Just as his mana was on the brink of exhaustion, the cauldron suddenly erupted in a brilliant azure light. The azure glow enveloped Li Yi, drawing him wholly into the cauldron, which afterward landed back on the bed, appearing unremarkable once more. In the instant he was enveloped by the azure light, a surge of exhilaration coursed through him, followed by a dizzying whirlwind in his mind. Moments later, he slowly opened his eyes. To his astonishment, he found himself in a dim, grayish expanse. Beneath his feet lay a stretch of soft, yellow earth, occasionally punctuated by scattered stones. This space was not expansive, merely spanning a few miles, evoking a profound sense of desolation. As he wandered through this realm, Li Yi soon arrived at its central area. There, he beheld a black water pool, approximately 3 zhang in diameter, with dark waters continuously churning. Above the pool, wisps of azure mist emanated, coalescing into a cloud-like formation above the water. This was, indeed, a spatial treasure, allowing entry into its depths, a level of sophistication far beyond his mere storage pouch. A radiant joy illuminated Li Yi's face as he contemplated this extraordinary space. A spatial treasure, a legendary artifact, akin to carrying a mobile abode, where he could cultivate spiritual herbs and practice his skills without fear of interruption. Yet, a concern arose within him. Though he could enter, how would he exit? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, azure light encircled him once more, whisking him away from the space. Another dizzying sensation overcame him, and he found himself back in his bedroom. Glancing at the small cauldron resting quietly on the bed, Li Yi's heart brimmed with joy as he tucked it away. In his exhilaration, he sensed his internal mana and realized that this back-and-forth journey had completely depleted his energy. Upon witnessing this scene, a bitter smile crept across Li Yi's face. He realized that his cultivation level was still too low and that he needed to hasten his progress. Otherwise, even entering the small cauldron space might become a challenge. In the following days, Li Yi busied himself once more, determined to enhance the rather monotonous space within the cauldron. After several days of diligent effort, he fashioned the interior to resemble a small medicinal garden. He first demarcated a plot of land and enclosed it with a fence, naming it the Qingling Pavilion. Within this fenced area, he constructed a quaint wooden cottage, surrounding it with an abundance of herbs. Although they were merely ordinary plants, their verdant vitality infused the space with a sense of flourishing life. Once this was accomplished, Li Yi felt that something was still amiss. He excavated a pond in front of the pavilion and introduced a few small fish, also planting some aquatic vegetation within. This will have to suffice for now. It looks much more pleasing, he mused to himself. With the arrangements complete, his gaze shifted to the dark water pool and the swirling azure mist above it. Uncertain of what this phenomenon was, he surmised it must possess extraordinary qualities to exist within the cauldron's confines. He then picked up a stone and cast it into the dark water, yet it sank without even causing a ripple. Furthermore, he flung various objects into the pond, all of which similarly disappeared beneath the surface. In his quest to examine the properties of the water, Li Yi contemplated extracting some of the black liquid for study. However, when he lowered a small iron bucket into the water, he was astounded to witness the portion that came into contact with the black liquid vanish entirely. Startled, he trembled, and the entire bucket plummeted into the depths. This unsettling sight instilled a sense of dread within Li Yi. Fortunately, he had refrained from direct contact with the black water, for the consequences would have been unimaginable. He then erected a protective barrier around the pond to prevent any accidental falls, knowing that such a fate would likely lead to a complete disappearance. With the fence in place, Li Yi turned his attention to the azure mist. Though it appeared harmless, the terror of the black water made him wary of underestimating this ethereal phenomenon. As he pondered how to collect some of the mist, it seemed to possess a will of its own, suddenly coalescing into small azure droplets that cascaded towards the dark pool. In a flurry of urgency, Li Yi seized a wooden bucket to catch some of the falling droplets, though the majority plummeted into the inky depths. Observing the vibrant liquid within his bucket, which emanated a delicate fragrance, he furrowed his brow in contemplation. He yearned to ascertain whether this liquid was consumable, as it appeared to contain spiritual essence. If it were a substance capable of enhancing one's cultivation, it would be nothing short of perfect. Suppressing the impulse to consume directly, Li Yi procured a wild rabbit, which had been captured by his elder brother, Li Zhong, during a herbal foraging expedition in the mountains. Now, it had become a mere instrument for Li Yi's experimental trials. In front of the modest wooden cabin he had constructed, Li Yi extracted a portion of the azure liquid from a bucket and administered it to the rabbit. He then stood aside, keenly observing the creature's transformation. Upon ingesting the azure liquid, the rabbit began to swell uncontrollably. Alarmed, Li Yi uttered a startled cry and flung the rabbit away, taking flight. A resounding explosion erupted behind him. After the cacophony subsided, Li Yi, still trembling, cautiously returned to the scene. He was met with a gaping crater where the rabbit had been. Its remains were obliterated, with internal organs scattered about, and the wooden bucket that once contained the azure liquid had vanished without a trace. Witnessing this gruesome spectacle sent a chill coursing through Li Yi's veins. After hastily tidying up, he departed from the space within the small cauldron and returned to his dwelling. In the days that followed, from the discovery of the cauldron's space to his rudimentary arrangements, along with the terror instigated by the obsidian pond and the azure liquid, his spirit had experienced tumultuous highs and lows, leaving him utterly fatigued. As soon as he lay down upon his bed, he succumbed to a deep slumber. Chapter 15. The marvelous applications of blue liquid. The following day, after awakening, Li Yi resumed his methodical practice. After a period of cultivation, he entered his minuscule alchemical space, feeling quite dissatisfied with his meditative efforts, as he had made little progress throughout the day. Upon stepping into the modest Qingling pavilion he had constructed, he was suddenly enveloped by a rich aroma of medicinal herbs wafting through the air. Pushing open the courtyard door, Li was taken aback. Before the wooden cabin stood a dozen herbal plants. Among them was a 7-leaf grass, which had unfurled 6 leaves, with the 7th nearly ready to blossom. Typically, it would take 2 centuries for such a plant to reach maturity after producing 6 leaves. There was also a purple leaf orchid, now transformed into a deep violet hue, adorned with fiery red blossoms at the tips of its leaves, vibrant and ready for medicinal use. Additionally, a fig tree, burdened with fruit, bowed under the weight of its nearly ripe figs, some of which had already fallen to the ground. At that moment, Li Yi began to dig several pits in the earth, unearthing ginseng roots as thick as his fingers. Holding the ginseng in his hands, he recognized it clearly as the one he had planted just days prior, yet it now bore the essence of 2 to 3 centuries. Contemplating this phenomenon, Li Yi sought to unravel the mystery of what had accelerated the maturation of these herbs. If it were the space itself that facilitated such rapid growth, he found it hard to believe, as the herbs had not flourished at such a pace during his previous visit. This led him to consider that it might have been the azure liquid from yesterday's experiment, particularly after the rabbit's unfortunate demise, that had affected the herbs' growth, as they were located precisely where the liquid had spilled. With this thought in mind, Li Yi hurried to the edge of the black water pond, gazing at the azure mist above. At that moment, he observed that there was little mist present. Employing his spiritual sight technique, he could discern only a faint tendril of mist gradually dissipating into the air above the pond. He yearned to collect more of this azure mist for experimentation, to ascertain whether the azure liquid could indeed hasten the maturation of herbs. However, recalling the rabbit's tragic fate, he felt compelled to exercise caution. Subsequently, Li Yi gathered some wooden barrels, intending to collect the azure mist to determine its potential utility. Yet to his astonishment, no matter how diligently he tried, he could not capture even a wisp of mist. After a fruitless endeavor, he reluctantly abandoned his initial plan. With a sense of disappointment, he returned to his small cabin, where he gazed at the herbs on the table, lost in thought. The incident with the rabbit consuming the azure liquid had left him haunted by fear. If the azure liquid posed a danger, could the herbs cultivated from it also harbor risks? Li Yi felt compelled to conduct a test. He ventured out once more, bringing back the rabbit's sibling, feeding it all the herbs he had gathered, while remaining ever vigilant, prepared for a swift escape. After a quarter of an hour, the rabbit had consumed all the herbs without exhibiting any reaction. Instead, it appeared more vigorous than ever, with a trace of blood trickling from its nostrils. Observing this scene, Li Yi contemplated that he might have administered too potent a remedy. After several days of observation, the rabbit showed no signs of distress. On the contrary, it seemed to thrive. It became evident to him that the herbs cultivated from the azure liquid posed no threat. Yet he remained uncertain if the azure liquid could be produced again. In the following days, Li Yi halted his cultivation, spending nearly every day by the water platform. Finally, on the 7th day, the azure mist coalesced into liquid once more. Seizing the opportunity, he collected some, although a portion inevitably fell into the lake. With the aid of the azure liquid, Li Yi obtained a batch of long-aged herbs. After several more collections, he discerned a pattern. The azure mist transformed into liquid every 7 days. The quantity of the azure liquid dispersed varied each time, and it could only be stored for a single day. If not utilized within that time frame, it would vanish without a trace. Additionally, Li Yi discovered another peculiarity. The azure liquid could only be used within this space. Any attempt to remove it resulted in its inexplicable disappearance. However, the herbs cultivated from the azure liquid were not bound by this limitation. Gazing at the spiritual herbs nurtured within the azure spirit pavilion, Li Yi was engulfed in boundless reverie. With this small cauldron space and the azure liquid at his disposal, he was uncertain of its origins. Yet its current utility was undeniably extraordinary. He vividly recalled the elder from the Tianyue sect and his insatiable desire for a 300-year-old herb, which Li Yi could now acquire with relative ease. Initially, Li Yi had harbored concerns regarding his cultivation prospects, aware that he possessed the weakest spiritual root in the realm of cultivation. Without fortunate encounters, he faced a bleak future. However, with the acquisition of this small cauldron, he felt he had encountered his greatest destiny. He was certain that his path in cultivation would not be inferior to Li Haoran's, and perhaps he would even surpass him, achieving an even brighter future. Upon obtaining the small cauldron and understanding the efficacy of the azure liquid, Li Yi resolutely decided to keep this secret to himself. The implications of the cauldron's secret were immense, and should it be revealed, he would likely face relentless pursuit from the entire cultivation world. Even though he held great respect for his father, Li Qian, he chose not to disclose it to him. This choice was not born from distrust, but rather from the understanding that his father, being an ordinary mortal, could easily become a target for those adept in the arts of cultivation seeking to unearth secrets from an unsuspecting individual. If he were to offend enemies in the cultivation realm, or if rivals sought to pry into his secrets, it would spell disaster for Li Qian and his family, leading to a grim fate. Having resolutely made up his mind, Li Yi began contemplating his future cultivation plan, pondering how to effectively utilize the small cauldron in his possession to expedite his advancement in skill, a matter of utmost urgency for him. At that moment of reflection, his second uncle, Li Kuan, arrived at Old Huai village, weary from travel, and without pausing for rest, made his way directly up the mountain to seek out Li Yi. However, he did not enter the small medicinal garden. Instead, he anxiously awaited at its entrance, while Li Qian stood nearby, seemingly attempting to persuade him. Since uncovering the secret of the small cauldron, Li Yi had occupied the medicinal garden to avoid detection. He had informed Li Qian that his cultivation must remain undisturbed, and that should he wish to contact him, he need only ring the small bell at the door. Initially, Li Qian found this arrangement somewhat unusual, yet he understood the necessity of uninterrupted practice, especially after the previous incident where a mistake nearly cost his son his life. Thus, he refrained from further comment. When Li Yi opened the door, he greeted his uncle with a smile, saying, "Uncle, judging by your appearance, it seems you have urgent matters to discuss with me. Please, come inside and let us talk." Chapter 16. Plea for assistance and reward upon encountering Li Yi. Li Kuan anxiously exclaimed, "Xiao Yi, you must assist your second uncle this time. Otherwise, I shall be annihilated. Do not rush, uncle. Please elaborate on the matter at hand." Li Yi replied, urging him to take his time. As Li Kuan recounted the events in detail, Li Yi gradually comprehended the situation. However, upon concluding the narrative, a deep furrow formed on his brow, and even Li Qian's expression darkened. "Uncle, are you placing me in a precarious position? You wish for me to confront 3 cultivators. Yet I am merely an inexperienced novice in this realm. Even if they are also fledgling practitioners, they are beyond my current capabilities," Li Yi stated coldly, furrowing his brow. He found Li Kuan's expectations rather implausible, pondering whether Li Kuan coveted the substantial treasures crafted from the essence of a great serpent and conspired with others against him. Indeed, second brother, Xiao Yi has only just commenced his journey. As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. Our odds are slim, and we may inadvertently place Xiao Yi in peril. I advise you to refrain from this entanglement," Li Qian remarked, his countenance grim. "Alas, elder brother, how could I allow Xiao Yi to face death? Though he is a novice, he possesses the strength to slay a fierce beast alone. His prowess should not be underestimated. Furthermore, the adversaries are merely rogue cultivators without formidable backing," Li Kuan insisted fervently. "Moreover, this time, Xiao Yi shall not act in vain. I am willing to offer half of the treasures obtained as his reward. I can even present him with a valuable item now as an incentive," Li Kuan declared resolutely. "I still believe it is too perilous," Li Qian countered, shaking his head. Hearing Li Kuan's words, Li Yi's expression softened slightly as he fell into contemplation. In recent years, due to Li Haoran's affiliation with the most prominent sect in the Chu kingdom, the Tianyue sect, those surrounding him, be they wanderers of the martial world or members of various cultivation families, have shown goodwill towards Li Kuan. Some minor cultivation families even sought to forge alliances with him. Li Kuan's standing in the martial realm soared, surrounded by sycophants, leading him to become somewhat complacent. He even established the illustrious Baiyun Villa, renowned throughout the martial world. Nowadays, merely mentioning Baiyun Villa elicits admiration from all. Li Kuan, disregarding even minor cultivation families, was approached by a destitute clan bearing remnants of treasures, seeking the protection of Li Kuan and Li Haoran. They were willing to relinquish their remaining treasures to him. Upon hearing of the treasures, Li Kuan readily agreed. However, the ensuing events took him by surprise. As the practitioners from the small cultivation family were targeted by a group known as the He clan's 3 heroes during their travels, the He brothers, having slain the cultivator, soon discovered that this particular sect had entrusted certain treasures to a martial arts faction. Upon learning that this faction lacked any genuine cultivators, only a disciple who had reportedly joined the Tianyue sect but was currently absent, the He brothers perceived this as a rare opportunity. They boldly approached Li Kuan, demanding the treasures and the members of this modest sect, threatening to unleash a bloodbath upon the Baiyun villa if he refused. The fact that this was the family of a disciple from the Tianyue sect did not concern them in the slightest. As itinerant cultivators, they were accustomed to plundering, shifting from one place to another without a second thought, even if it meant incurring the ire of the Tianyue sect. They were prepared to flee the Chu kingdom if necessary. Given the formidable reputation of the Tianyue sect, however, the 3 did not wish to provoke Li Kuan unduly and thus granted him a month to comply with their demands. The He brothers had originally been 3 beggars wandering the streets, but by a stroke of fortune, they had acquired a manual of cultivation and embarked upon the path of immortality. Their methods were ruthless and cunning, earning them the moniker He Sanxiong. And most ordinary sects dared not cross their path. A few smaller sects had attempted to rid the world of these 3 thugs, but the He brothers, displaying remarkable cunning, typically resorted to ambush tactics, inflicting significant losses upon their would-be adversaries. The sect that had allied with Li Kuan was the very one that had once pursued the He brothers, nearly leading to its own annihilation. Upon receiving threats from the He brothers, Li Kuan initially sought to find his son at the Tianyue sect. However, when his son Li Haoran had departed, he had not disclosed the location of the sect, leaving Li Kuan, a mere mortal, unable to inquire further. Ultimately, he sought assistance from other sects with whom he wished to establish ties, but upon learning that they were affiliated with the He brothers, their responses turned evasive, offering no firm commitments and continually deflecting his requests. Even if he were to ask them to search for his son at the Tianyue sect, the back and forth would consume several months, rendering it futile. After facing repeated rejections, Li Kuan reluctantly turned to Li Yi for help. After a moment of contemplation, Li Yi replied, "Uncle, I must first examine the treasures you have brought before making a decision. It is not that I am unwilling to assist. Rather, my abilities are currently limited. My recent battle with the giant python yielded some rewards, but I also suffered losses in talismans and spirit tools, thus I lack confidence in engaging in further confrontations." "Oh, I understand your concerns, Youngie. I have taken the liberty of bringing you a treasure to serve as compensation for your assistance." With that, Li Kuan produced a palm-sized black wooden box adorned with a yellow talisman. It appeared to be a remarkable artifact. Li picked up the box, scrutinizing it closely without rushing to open it. As the talisman was unveiled, it ignited into flames, prompting Li Yi to silently lament the loss. Subsequently, within the wooden box, he beheld a yellow bell, brimming with spiritual energy, evidently a spirit tool of considerable rank. Gazing at the yellow bell, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in Li Yi's eyes. "Very well, my dear uncle. I shall acquiesce to your request, yet I require some time to refine this spirit tool. Additionally, I wish to select another item from that small family's offerings." Li Yi articulated slowly, his gaze fixed on the spirit tool. Upon hearing Li Yi's words, a hint of discomfort crossed Li Kuan's face, yet he steeled himself and replied, "All right, my dear nephew, I consent, but please expedite your process. We must return to Baiyun Mountain Villa soon, as time is of the essence. I will hasten my efforts. You may leave for now. I need to enter seclusion to refine this spirit tool," Li Yi stated earnestly. With that, he closed the door, cradling the wooden box as he entered his small cauldron space. Seated within the confines of this mystical space, Li Yi meticulously examined the yellow bell, noticing the inscription Huang Yuan within its interior and the delicate patterns adorning its surface. "From this moment forth, you shall be known as the Huang Yuan bell," he declared with a smile. After a thorough inspection of the bell, Li Yi commenced refining the Huang Yuan bell by channeling his magical energy. After 2 days of diligent refinement, Li Yi had achieved a preliminary mastery of the Huang Yuan bell, The exploration of its other potential applications would unfold in due course. Chapter 17. Midnight Assassination. After refining the Huang Yuanzhong, Li Yi was filled with exhilaration, for he discovered that the Huang Yuanzhong was indeed a top-tier spiritual artifact. Initially, he merely believed it to be a high-grade spiritual instrument, but it was not only capable of defense, but could also unleash sound waves for offense. It was truly a remarkable artifact that combined both attack and defense, an exceptional treasure that Li Yi had long desired. It was as if a pillow had been offered to him just as he felt drowsy, content and satisfied. Li Yi exited the space of the small cauldron and opened the door. At that moment, Li Qian and Li Kuan were waiting outside. However, as soon as Li Yi stepped out, his expression darkened. "Who is lurking over there? Show yourself," he demanded, his gaze fixed menacingly on a particular spot. Upon hearing Li Yi's words, Li Qian and the others turned pale, shocked to realize that they had an enemy among them, completely unaware of the impending threat. "Heh, the kid actually sensed me. Not bad for a spiritual perception. I merely leaked a trace of spiritual energy, and you detected it." Emerged a figure from a corner of the small medicinal garden, a young man clad in black, adorned with a red cape, with sharp features reminiscent of a monkey. The young man regarded Li Yi with a mocking expression, tinged with disdain and contempt. "Who are you?" Li Yi inquired, his countenance grave, as he recognized the individual before him as a cultivator. Through his spiritual sight, he discerned that the person was a fourth-layer qi refining practitioner, while Li Yi himself was only at the second layer, 2 levels below. "Ha, listen well. I am He Bao, the third of the He clan's 3 notorious brothers," he proclaimed. "I am utterly amused. I thought the Li Manor would seek aid from the Tianyue sect. How tense we were, only to find a second-layer qi refining waste. Hand over your storage device now. Oh, and I saw you acquire that spiritual artifact just moments ago. Don't try to deceive me with rubbish. Also, tell me how you vanished from that room. I'm in a generous mood today. If you bow to me 3 times, I might let you off the hook and spare you, as a courtesy to the Tianyue sect." Having finished his taunt, He Bao regarded Li Yi with a sinister gleam in his eyes. Li Qian voiced his concern. "This is He Bao, one of the notorious trio from the He family." "Indeed, brother, I did not anticipate that these cultivators would lack integrity. They promised a month, yet they dared to launch a nighttime ambush." Li Kuan fumed angrily. "Integrity? What is that? Li Manor Lord, you are still too young. You dare to speak of integrity, despite having roamed the martial world for so long? How naive of you. Furthermore, the month we granted you was for you to hand over both items and individuals, not for you to seek allies against us." He Bao replied nonchalantly. Li Kuan was rendered speechless, his face flushing with indignation. Upon hearing He Bao's words, Li Yi's heart surged with unparalleled fury. The desire to uncover the secrets of his small cauldron nearly grazed the very core of his being. With a cold chuckle, he declared, "If you wish to claim my spiritual artifact, then come and take it." Following this proclamation, he deftly struck his storage bag with one hand, summoning a small yellow bell that soared into his grasp. The bell spun gracefully in midair, momentarily transforming into a towering figure, emanating a golden light that enveloped Li Yi in a protective shroud. At this juncture, Li Yi's murderous intent reached a boiling point. This individual not only coveted his spiritual artifact, but sought to pry into the secrets of his cauldron, a transgression Li Yi could not abide, for it was pivotal to his future in cultivation. The man before him had become a target of his wrath. "Ah, splendid. A high-tier spiritual artifact. Yet you, a mere practitioner of the second layer of qi refinement, are unworthy of wielding it. Just by looking at you, it's evident you cannot unleash its true potential. Allow me to relieve you of it. I promise to be merciful," He Bao exclaimed with palpable excitement. With that, he retrieved a jade green fan from his storage bag, infusing it with spiritual energy before forcefully brandishing it toward Li Yi. A dozen pale white blades of wind surged forth, aimed to cleave Li Yi asunder. Feeling a surge of dread as the wind blades approached, Li Yi realized that should one strike him, he would surely be bisected. Thankfully, the yellow bell effortlessly deflected the onslaught of blades. However, after the barrage, his small medicinal garden lay in tatters. Recognizing the dire circumstances, Li Kuan and the others had already retreated several dozen paces away. Seeing this, Li Yi exhaled a sigh of relief and, with another motion to his storage bag, summoned a silver flying sword into his hand. After forming a hand seal, he launched the sword toward He Bao. Ha ha, you amuse me. A low-tier flying sword. And you dare to wield it? Your bell is commendable, yet my Qingfeng fan cannot breach its defenses. But tell me, how long can your feeble power sustain such a defense? With this, he waved the air toward the silver sword, unleashing another volley of wind blades that sent Li Yi's sword spiraling through the air. The blades relentlessly struck against the silver sword, marking its surface with a myriad of scars, as if it were on the verge of shattering. Anger and alarm welled up within Li Yi. He, Bao, undeterred, flung another wave of wind blades toward him, their speed formidable. In an instant, they collided with Li Yi's yellow bell, causing its brilliance to flicker as if it might crumble at any moment. This was not due to the inadequacy of the yellow bell's defenses. Rather, it was Li Yi's insufficient spiritual power that faltered under the assault, draining nearly half of his energy with each attack. In that moment, Li Yi grasped a spirit stone tightly in his hand, channeling its energy to replenish his dwindling spiritual power. Upon witnessing this scene, He Bao felt a surge of delight in his heart, realizing that Li Yi could not endure much longer. His excitement intensified, and his attacks grew even more ferocious. Just as Li Yi contemplated counterattacking with his flying sword, a radiant glow emanated from the crimson cloak draped over He Bao. Culminating in an astonishing spectacle, He Bao vanished from his original position, enveloped in the crimson light. Moments later, he reappeared behind Li Yi, unleashing a flurry of wind blades upon him. Faced with this turn of events, Li Yi's expression darkened, fear creeping into his heart as he found himself at a loss, unable to locate his opponent or retaliate. The speed of He Bao's movements left him in a state of passive defense. However, amidst his predicament, a sudden realization struck Li Yi, prompting him to activate his spirit eye technique to scan his surroundings. Abruptly, he detected a faint ripple of spiritual energy to his left front. Seizing the opportunity, he directed the Huang Yuan bell above his head towards that direction and struck it with great force. A resounding boom echoed as an invisible sound wave surged forth. To Li Yi's astonishment, He Bao was forcefully propelled out, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, his gaze unfocused, the small fan in his hand flung aside. His hair disheveled and his appearance utterly disheveled. Recognizing the opportunity, Li Yi dared not hesitate for a moment. He pointed towards the flying sword in the air, which then aimed for He Bao's neck. In a swift motion, He Bao's massive head was severed and sent soaring into the air. Chapter 18. Elixirs and Ascension. As he beheld the severed head of He Bao soaring through the air, Li Yi finally exhaled a sigh of relief, a gentle smile gracing his pale visage. At that moment, his complexion was notably wan. The previous strike had depleted all the magical energy within him. The use of a top-tier spiritual artifact was exceedingly taxing on one's mana, and had it not been for the spirit stone in his possession that replenished his power, he would not have been able to endure until the end. Subsequently, Li Yi approached the lifeless body of He Bao, intent on scavenging for valuables. He first retrieved He Bao's storage bag, followed by the small azure fan that lay on the ground. Additionally, he did not overlook the red cloak draped over He Bao. Given its apparent potency during the battle, it too was undoubtedly a spiritual artifact of considerable strength. Finally, with a flick of his finger, a small fireball descended upon He Bao's corpse, reducing it to a cloud of ash. From a distance, Li Kuan and the others watched in ecstatic disbelief. The fact that Li Yi had managed to slay He Bao spoke volumes of his formidable prowess. Although the encounter had been fraught with peril, victory had been secured. It appeared that Li Yi had acquired 2 more spiritual artifacts, significantly augmenting his strength, thereby rendering the challenge posed by the remaining 2 members of the He clan seemingly manageable. Xiaoyi, you are simply extraordinary to have slain He Bao. Dealing with the other 2 should be a mere formality. This time, your second uncle is counting on you, exclaimed Li Kuan. Second uncle, you jest. You witnessed how precarious and fortuitous my victory was. I nearly lost my life. I have heard that He Bao was the weakest among the 3. Li Yi replied with a wry smile. Regret began to seep into his thoughts. He lamented having agreed to assist Li Kuan against the He clan. If one He Bao had proven so formidable, what of the other 2, who were said to possess even greater prowess? Yet, upon reflection, he realized that retreat was not an option. Since He Bao had managed to track him down, the other 2 would undoubtedly follow suit. By slaying He Bao, he had inadvertently forged an unending enmity with the He clan, The only path to securing his parents' safety lay in eliminating them all. Moreover, embracing cowardice was not in Li Yi's nature. If there were those who sought to take his life, he must strike first, finding an opportunity to vanquish them, thus finding peace of mind. Xiao Yi, I believe you are more than a match for them. With He Bao's spiritual artifacts in your possession, your strength will undoubtedly ascend to new heights, Li Kuan said with a jovial grin. Enough talk. Second uncle, father, elder brother, I have just emerged from a fierce battle, and my mana is nearly exhausted. I need to recuperate now. Please assist in tidying up here. Li stated. Of course, no problem at all. You focus on your recovery. We shall handle things here, Li Kuan assured him. At that moment, a sense of awe began to envelop Li Kuan and the others. They had just witnessed a fierce clash among cultivators, an event that was nothing short of earth-shattering. They had initially intended to lend support, but had found themselves unable to approach the fray. Had they not fled swiftly, they might have faced dire consequences. Originally, having acquired a full set of materials from the enormous python and crafted several formidable weapons, Li Kuan and Li Qian believed they could contend with lower-tier cultivators. However, this notion has now dissipated from their minds. They are struck with terror at Li Yi's prowess. From the moment he engaged with He Bao, he swiftly severed a man's head without a hint of hesitation or discomfort. Ultimately, he reduced the opponent to ashes. It is important to note that Li Yi is merely a youth of 14 or 15 years. They have begun to no longer recognize Li Yi, instilling within them a sense of reverence. Consequently, they dare not oppose his commands in the slightest. Simultaneously, they have gained some insight into the brutality of the cultivation world, realizing that the consequence of failure in combat is utter annihilation, far more intense than the vendettas of the martial world. Upon returning to his chamber, Li Yi commenced organizing the spoils of this encounter. First, he obtained a small azure fan, a high-tier spiritual weapon capable of unleashing the wind blade technique, characterized by its rapidity and considerable power. The crimson cloak, he discovered, is also a high-tier spiritual artifact, primarily serving to conceal the cultivator's spiritual energy and form, enabling brief flights, an excellent tool for both escape and surprise attacks. Furthermore, within He Bao's storage pouch, Li Yi uncovered over 100 low-grade spirit stones, perfectly compensating for his deficit of such resources. Additionally, he stumbled upon a cultivation manual for qi refining practitioners, titled Wood Elemental Technique, a wood-based cultivation method that holds little utility for him, as he has already mastered the withered wood technique. What truly exhilarated Li Yi was the discovery of a vial containing the Gathering Essence pill, a first-grade elixir suitable for low-tier cultivators. This potion is precisely what he needs at this juncture to expedite his cultivation progress. As for the remaining items, they were merely garments and miscellaneous objects, which failed to pique his interest. Although this endeavor was perilous, the rewards were substantial. With the Gathering Essence pill in hand, he mused that he should swiftly ascend to the third level of qi refinement. Indeed, engaging in deadly confrontations proves to be the most expedient means of accumulating cultivation resources. Gripping the Gathering Essence pill, Li Yi resolved not to squander any further time. He consumed one of the pills and commenced his cultivation. Having dispatched He Bao was arduous enough, and there remained 2 cultivators of higher rank. Li Yi felt his current level of cultivation was woefully inadequate. Without breaking through to the third level of qi refinement, he dared not confront the remaining 2, for doing so would be tantamount to courting death. Through this contest of skills, he recognized that his insufficient cultivation was his gravest shortcoming. In the confines of his small cauldron space, Li Yi secluded himself for a fortnight, consuming a vial of Gathering Essence pills. As he had hoped, his cultivation ascended to the third level of qi refinement, and he successfully stabilized his newfound powers. A bottle of Jiuan Dan, originally capable of enhancing the magical power of a qi refinement stage cultivator by at least 2 levels, was consumed hastily by Li Yi, who, in his eagerness to save time, neglected to fully refine the pill's potency before ingesting another. Remarkably, he managed to elevate his magical power to the third level of qi refinement in a remarkably brief period. Simultaneously, he successfully refined and began to utilize 2 magical artifacts acquired from He Bao. However, one aspect left Li Yi somewhat disheartened. His magical power remained rather insufficient. When engaging in combat using both the Huanyuan Bell and the Azure Fan, he found that he could not sustain the effort for long. He could only rely on the spirit stones in his possession to replenish his energy while fighting. After organizing his gains, Li Yi exited his small cauldron space and sensed Li Kuan anxiously pacing outside his door. However, Li Kuan refrained from barging in, which pleased Li Yi. Upon seeing Li Yi emerge, Li Kuan exclaimed with urgency, "Xiao Yi, you have finally come out. If you hadn't, I would have had to force my way in." Chapter 19. Baiyun Villa. Uncle, there's no need to rush. I assure you that I will not delay your matters. We still have some time. Ample enough for us to reach our destination, Li Yi remarked with a smile. Though he spoke with such assurance, Li Kuan insisted on departing sooner rather than later. Wary of the potential for unforeseen complications, it's best we set off early to avoid any unnecessary entanglements. The He brothers are quite ruthless, and with your aunt alone at home, I can't help but feel a bit anxious, he expressed with concern. Very well, uncle. Let us prepare and be on our way. However, I believe we need not worry excessively. I have just eliminated He Bao from the He brothers. Given that they have not seen him return, they remain unaware of our strength and will likely think twice before acting rashly, Li Yi reassured him. Upon contemplating this, Li Kuan felt a measure of relief, though a lingering sense of urgency remained. To expedite their journey to Baiyun Villa, Li Kuan and Li Yi traveled light, taking only a few horses. As they departed, Li Qian, feeling uneasy, decided to accompany them. In truth, his visit to Baiyun Villa had an additional purpose: to bring back Li Yi's elder brother, Li Feng, to expose him to the harsh realities of the immortal world, where conflicts often arise at the slightest provocation, endangering mortals in the process. He was also concerned for Li Feng's well-being, having penned several letters urging his return, but to no avail. Thus, he resolved to retrieve him in person. Li Yi did not oppose Li Qian's intentions. He too believed it was unwise for Li Feng to remain in the company of Li Kuan. Although it appeared glamorous, the risks were considerable. A mortal entangled with cultivators was bound to encounter peril. The trio journeyed with great haste, day and night, and soon arrived at the site of Baiyun Villa. As they beheld the distant buildings shrouded in mist, nestled gracefully halfway up the mountain, Li Yi mused that Li Kuan had indeed chosen a splendid location. Upon entering the villa, they were greeted by lush greenery and breathtaking scenery that instilled a sense of tranquility. "Uncle, father, third brother, you've arrived. How wonderful," called out Li Feng as they stepped into the villa. "Little Feng, is everything well within the villa?" Li Kuan inquired. "Uncle, there have been no troubles recently, except for a visit from two of the He brothers' immortal masters, who demanded we surrender our possessions. They left when they realized you had not returned. However, some elders and stewards within the villa are growing increasingly anxious, insisting that we send the Chun family members away. They have raised this issue several times and are currently causing quite a stir in the loyalty hall with Mother," Li Feng replied, his voice tinged with frustration. Upon hearing this, Li Kuan's expression darkened. "Those scoundrels! How dare they act in such a manner? They are truly courting disaster." With that, he strode towards the so-called loyalty hall, and Li Yi followed closely behind, remaining silent. Before Li Yi could reach the hall, he overheard a heated argument. "Madam, I believe we should surrender the Chun family members, along with the treasures they brought. While these items may be valuable, they serve us no purpose. Certainly, we understand that this must be left for the young master, who is a practitioner of the celestial arts. These items can be regarded as belonging to the He family trio. When the young master returns after mastering his skills, we shall retrieve them. We cannot, after all, confront a celestial practitioner directly. My dear lady, we are all individuals with families to care for. While our demise may not matter much to us, what shall become of our large families left behind? Moreover, bowing to a celestial practitioner does not tarnish the reputation of our Baiyun Mountain Manor." An elder clad in splendid robes addressed the middle-aged beauty, Eumalion, who sat at the head of the table. The others present also gazed at Eumalion, seemingly awaiting her decision. At this moment, Eumalion furrowed her brow, caught in a dilemma. On one hand, she wished to preserve the Baiyun Mountain Manor, while on the other, she sought to protect the Qin family and their treasures. Initially, these individuals were not overly fearful, but 2 days ago, those two celestial practitioners showcased their powers at Baiyun Mountain Manor, displaying their might and taking lives. This instilled great fear in them, hastening their demand for her to send someone out. "Elder Wu, you are aware that the manor owner instructed us not to send anyone out before departing, and he has already gone to seek the celestial practitioners. We need not fear them," Eumalion stated. My lady, in previous instances, the manor owner sought help from celestial practitioners, even those from celestial families, yet no one dared to assist. The manor owner has been gone for quite some time, which surely indicates he has encountered difficulties. Otherwise, he would have returned by now. I believe we should send someone along with that item first, and then dispatch someone to find the manor owner, in case he has run into trouble. The elder in splendid robes suggested once more. Indeed, the safety of the manor owner is paramount. The others in the hall echoed in agreement. Seeing the majority in favor, Eumalion felt increasingly troubled. She was aware that Li Kuan had gone to seek Li Yi this time. Although Li Yi was intelligent and quick-witted, he had only recently begun his journey in the celestial arts. She found it hard to believe he could confront the He family trio, considering Li Kuan's choice seemed rather foolish, an act of desperation. However, she found it difficult to dissuade him, and there was some merit to their arguments. Li Kuan's safety was indeed critical. Just as Eumalion was about to make a decision, the doors to the hall were pushed open. I cannot concur with Elder Wu's viewpoint. Our Baiyun Mountain Manor upholds the values of loyalty and righteousness. We must honor our commitments, even at the cost of our lives. The Chun brothers have joined our Baiyun Hall and are now our brothers. If we were to cast them out to face hardship at the first sign of adversity, who would ever dare to trust us again? A true man, born between heaven and earth, accepts death if it must come. What matters is that our actions align with the honor we owe to our friends and brothers. Even if we compromise for a moment of peace, we shall bear guilt for a lifetime. Of course, those who do not understand loyalty and righteousness will never grasp this sentiment. Li Kuan proclaimed with righteous fervor as he entered the hall. Upon hearing Li Kuan's words, Eumalion swiftly rose and exclaimed, "Zhuangzhu, you have returned. How wonderful." She promptly vacated her seat for him, but Li Kuan gestured for her to remain silent. At that moment, Li Yi gazed at Li Kuan with a look of astonishment, finding it incredible that Li Kuan could articulate such sentiments. It appeared that the establishment of the formidable Baiyun Mountain Villa was no mere coincidence nor solely reliant on Li Haoran's connections. Li Kuan's own capabilities were evidently substantial. Just this discourse on loyalty and righteousness was enough to win the hearts of many. Should he succeed in resolving the troubles posed by the He brothers, Baiyun Mountain Villa would undoubtedly ascend to greater heights. One must never underestimate those who achieve success, Li Yi thought to himself. After concluding his remarks, Li Kuan cast a sharp glance over the assembled individuals, and many in the hall, upon hearing his words, lowered their heads in shame, unable to meet his gaze. Chapter 20. Deliberation. Observing the assembly in the hall, not a single soul uttered a word, each lost in their own contemplations. Li Kuan spoke slowly, of course. Everyone has their own aspirations and choices. Each individual has their own family to consider, and I cannot compel anyone to take risks. I, Li Kuan, do not wish to impose upon anyone. If anyone wishes to depart from Baiyun Villa and avoid this murky water, you may leave now. However, I must make one thing clear. Should you choose to leave at this moment, you shall no longer be brothers, but mere strangers, and you cannot act under the banner of Baiyun Villa in the future. Upon hearing Li Kuan's words, the elderly gentleman in fine garments rose and said, "Master, I am of advanced age, and my family is numerous. I truly cannot afford to take such risks and must decline your invitation. I wish you well." With that, he stood and walked out. In truth, the elder was filled with disdain. He believed Li Kuan had lost his mind, convinced that Baiyun Villa would surely be obliterated by the cultivators. By preserving his strength, he could later seize the assets of Baiyun Villa. After the dignified elder departed, more than 10 others followed suit, leaving only a handful still present. Almost half of those assembled had chosen to leave. Li Kuan said nothing in response to their exodus, merely gesturing for them to exit. "Now, does anyone else wish to depart?" He inquired once more, his countenance calm, revealing no trace of joy or anger. "What is there to fear? Life and death are but a fleeting moment. If we must, we shall fight to the end. I, the stout and resolute, will not turn my back on my brothers," declared a robust man seated among them. Li Yi recognized him as the one who had greeted Li Kuan at the Ascension Conference, and whose son had participated in the Tianyue sect's Ascension Conference, albeit unsuccessfully. "Indeed, Master, if it comes to it, we shall confront them together. We have thousands of brothers in Baiyun Hall. As long as we unite in purpose, even if we cannot match the cultivators in strength, we can still take a piece of flesh from them," asserted a man clad in black, whom Li Yi had also seen before, accompanying Li Kuan during his visit to the old Huai village. Listening to these two, the others present began to voice their agreement, their faces alight with righteous indignation. At this, Li Kuan finally displayed a hint of joy, erupting into hearty laughter. Excellent. If it comes to it, we shall fight. We, the children of the rivers and lakes, if we cannot uphold the virtue of brotherhood, might as well return home and tend to our fields and families. However, do not fret. I have invited a cultivator this time, one of remarkable prowess, who has already severed the head of He Yibao from the He clan's 3 heroes. Furthermore, this esteemed immortal has also slain a beast, which is far more formidable than any cultivator. Upon hearing Li Kuan's words, Li Yi felt a flush of heat rise to his cheeks. He was aware of his own capabilities and knew he was not as formidable as Li Kuan claimed. Yet he refrained from rising to refute him, recognizing that Li Kuan needed him to bolster the morale of their comrades. As he spoke, Li Kuan retrieved a wooden box from behind him, revealing a severed head within. When Li Yi had instructed Li Kuan to handle the battlefield, he had not destroyed He Yibao's head but preserved it instead. Is this true? How splendid! I recognize this man. It is indeed He Yibao. I have witnessed him commit murder before. Never did I anticipate he would meet such a fate today. The individuals present began to murmur animatedly, their confidence significantly bolstered, and they gazed at Li Yi with profound reverence. Silence, everyone, Li Kuan interjected, furrowing his brows. However, I must insist that this matter remains confidential. The assassination of He Yibao must be kept secret upon our return to prevent any awareness or preparations from the He family. Li Kuan then proposed, now, let us deliberate on the arrangements for the estate over the coming days and how to respond accordingly. The atmosphere of the discussion lightened considerably upon the revelation that cultivators would be aiding them. Many glanced occasionally at Li Yi, struggling to reconcile the fact that such a young man possessed formidable cultivation abilities. Throughout the discussions, Li Kuan frequently sought Li Yi's opinions. Though Li Yi had little understanding of Li Kuan's plans and thus offered no dissent. Once the discussions concluded, Li Kuan organized a banquet to welcome Li Yi and the others. Master Li, could you showcase some of your techniques? A few days ago, I witnessed the He brothers use mere fireballs to transform the blades of our comrades into molten iron. Lu Ergo barely had time to fight back before being incinerated. It was a tragic fate. Can you perform such feats as well? A stout middle-aged man, burping contentedly while holding a wine bowl, inquired. Indeed. Third brother, could you demonstrate a trick for us? Li Feng echoed eagerly from the side. Enough, enough. What ruckus are you making? Little E is a celestial master, not a performer. Li Kuan chided lightly, laughing. Do not take offense, little E. They are typically like this. After a few bowls of wine, they lose all sense of direction. Li Kuan explained to Li Yi, fully aware of his prowess and wishing to avoid inciting any displeasure, as he believed cultivators often looked down upon mortals. It is quite all right, uncle. The brother earlier mentioned the fireball technique, which is not a profound spell. Allow me to demonstrate a little, Li Yi replied. With that, he executed the fireball technique, directing it towards an iron sword, which melted into a pool of molten iron. The display elicited admiration from those present, leaving Li Feng filled with envy, pestering Li Yi to reveal whether he could teach him how to cultivate. Li Yi's willingness to showcase the fireball technique to these earnest men was a testament to their genuine nature and loyalty. Despite knowing their adversaries were cultivators, they chose to stand with Li Kuan against the enemy, earning Li Yi's respect. Even though Li Yi harbored reservations about their actions and did not fully endorse their methods, he could not help but admire their courage. After a lively banquet, the guests retired to rest, while Li Yi seized the opportunity to cultivate using spirit stones. Meanwhile, within an opulent courtyard in Baiyun City, two men sat together indulging in wine and meat, flanked by two beautiful women attending to them. The men occasionally caressed the women, eliciting shy reactions, yet the ladies dared not refuse. One of the men, a middle-aged man with a dark complexion, spoke up. Brother, has the third brother not returned yet? I heard that the mortal, Li Kuan, has come back, accompanied by two others. The third brother was tasked with tracking Li Kuan. He should have returned by now. Do you think something might have gone awry? This dark-complexioned man was none other than He Yilong, the eldest of the notorious He trio, known for his meticulous nature. It was he who orchestrated the surveillance of Li Kuan. Li Kuan's son had ties to the Tianyue sect, and they feared that, in desperation, Li Kuan might seek assistance from the sect. Should that occur, they would need to flee. For years, they had thrived in their endeavors, always exercising caution and never daring to act against those affiliated with powerful families or significant cultivation forces. The decision to target Li Kuan stemmed from thorough investigations into his background. Firstly, Li Kuan was merely a mortal. Although his son had recently entered the Tianyue sect, he had not yet returned home. Secondly, they had uncovered that Li Kuan had acquired something exceedingly enticing, a treasure of great value to them. Chapter 21 Fierce Battle. Upon hearing He Yilong's words, the middle-aged man with a long face and pointed chin sitting opposite him spoke. Elder brother, you need not worry. Third brother is astute, and he possesses both the Cloak of Concealment and the Azure Fan, two high-tier spiritual artifacts. Even if he encounters a cultivator at the 7th or 8th level of Qi refinement, he will surely be able to escape, even if he cannot defeat them. This man was He Yihu, the second of the He brothers. That is indeed the case. Second brother is correct. Logically, there should be no issues. Yet, I still feel a sense of unease. I fear that the Tianyue sect may send someone over. The matters concerning the Baiyun Mountain Manor cannot be delayed any longer. We must swiftly deal with Li Kuan, acquire the treasures, and depart post-haste. He Yilong spoke with a somewhat sullen expression. He was a man of great caution, and even when confronting Li Kuan, an ordinary mortal, he would spare no effort, unwilling to underestimate the situation. Exactly, elder brother. I have long maintained that the Li family possesses no formidable cultivators. We should charge in, eliminate them all, and compel them to surrender their treasures, after which we can make our escape. He Yihu said with a light chuckle. Moreover, I have gathered some information regarding the visitors. It is said they are his distant nephew and some elder brother of his. Today, a group from Baiyun Mountain Manor has already departed, and they feasted heartily last night. They seem resigned to their fate. Upon hearing He Yihu's words, He Yilong's eyes brightened, and with resolute determination, he replied, Very well. We shall return to Baiyun Mountain Manor tomorrow. If they remain obstinate, we will annihilate them and seize their possessions. Then leave the kingdom of Chu for other lands to evade the storm and return after some time. However, the third brother has yet to receive the news, which poses a bit of a complication. Fear not, elder brother. We need not concern ourselves with the third brother for now. The two of us are sufficient to eradicate Baiyun Mountain Manor. We shall leave a message here. Upon seeing it, the third brother will understand. He Yihu added. The night passed without incident. The following morning, He Yilong and He Yihu arrived at Baiyun Mountain Manor. Upon their arrival, the disciples of Baiyun Mountain Manor, lying in ambush along the road, relayed the message to Li Kuan and others. Whoosh whoosh. Two enormous signal arrows soared into the sky. Li Kuan and Li Yi soon appeared outside Baiyun Mountain Manor and spotted He Yihu and He Yilong seated in the reception hall. Seeing the two men, Li Kuan stepped forward with a smile and inquired, Esteemed immortal masters, is it not still a few days until our agreed-upon time? Why have you arrived so early? He Yilong replied, We, brothers, are extending a courtesy to the Tianyue sect by granting you a few days for consideration. Otherwise, we would have long since dispatched you. Mere insignificant beings, and you would not be allowed to roam freely. However, we have discovered your insincerity, seeking allies to confront us. Although we are unafraid, prolonging this conflict could prove troublesome. Therefore, you must surrender the individuals and items we seek today. Otherwise, my brother and I shall unleash a bloodbath here. He Yihu remarked to Li Kuan with an air of nonchalance, his disdain evident and a cruel undertone permeating his words. He Yilong stood silently beside him, his gaze fixated on Li Yi, who was positioned behind Li Kuan. He had discerned that Li Yi was, in fact, a cultivator, and his prowess was peculiar. Reminiscent of a withered tree, his aura exceedingly subdued, obscuring his true level of cultivation. It was only upon advancing to the third tier of his cultivation that Li Yi uncovered the hidden capabilities of the withered wood, surprising him greatly. Upon hearing these words, Li Kuan's heart sank, and he turned to regard Li Yi, whose actions prompted He Yilong to darken his expression as he spoke. If I am not mistaken, this young brother behind Li Zhuangzhu is also a cultivator, is he not? I wonder from which lineage he hails and where he has honed his skills. He Yihu was taken aback by He Yilong's observation, having failed to realize that Li Yi was indeed a cultivator. In response, Li Yi offered a slight smile and playfully replied, From whence I come, what do you think, my friend? Without further ado, he summoned a flash of crimson light, draping a red cloak over his shoulders. Then, grasping a spiritual stone in his left hand and a cerulean fan in his right, he unleashed a flurry of wind blades towards the He brothers. In an instant, the red light enveloped him, and he vanished from sight. What? The cloak of concealment and the azure fan. How did these two spiritual artifacts come into your possession? Where's my third brother? He Yilong's eyes widened in disbelief as he observed the spiritual artifacts on Li Yi and the oncoming wind blades. Realizing that these artifacts belonged to his third brother, he feared for his brother's safety. He Yi who, witnessing Li Yi's disappearance, was filled with rage, yet they maintained their composure. Swiftly, they retrieved a small black turtle shell spiritual artifact, enveloping themselves within it for protection, and retreated hastily, quickly exiting the hall. Seeing that his ambush had not succeeded and only resulted in their disarray, Li Yi felt a tinge of regret. At this point, he had clearly assessed their cultivation levels, one at the 4th tier of Qi refinement and the other at the 5th. The black turtle shell artifact atop their heads was extraordinary, effectively safeguarding them from his azure fan's wind blades. Meanwhile, the other wielded a golden flying sword, attacking Li Yi whenever he made an appearance, putting him at a disadvantage. Recognizing that the red cloak and azure fan were ineffective against the two, he realized that continuing his assault would only deplete his spiritual energy. Li Yi ceased the utilization of the two spiritual artifacts, and a small yellow bell materialized above his head, effortlessly deflecting the onslaught of the golden flying sword. He then regarded his opponent, contemplating how to respond. At that moment, the He brothers observed Li Yi and discerned that he only possessed the cultivation level of the 3rd layer of Qi refinement. They exchanged glances, their minds racing with unspoken thoughts. With the 2nd and 3rd brother spiritual artifacts in his possession, he is undoubtedly in grave danger. Yet, this individual's cultivation level is merely that of the 3rd layer of Qi refinement. Logically, he should not be a match for the 3rd brother. I suspect he has assistance. We must proceed with caution and strive for a swift resolution before departing this place, declared He Yilong, his voice frigid. Understood, elder brother. Let us first subdue him and then interrogate him regarding the whereabouts of the 3rd brother. However, I perceive that the yellow bell above his head is no ordinary artifact. It appears to be a top-tier spiritual item, not something we can easily overcome in a short span, replied He who, furrowing his brow. You are indeed correct, it is, without a doubt, a top-tier spiritual artifact. But so what? We are not devoid of treasures ourselves. With that, He Yilong revealed a sinister smile and produced a pale purple wooden box from his possession. Chapter 22. Fierce Battle Brother. Do you truly intend to use that item? It seems somewhat wasteful. Moreover, the time it requires is rather lengthy. Given your cultivation at the 5th level of Qi refinement, employing that object may prove to be a strain. This lad, on the other hand, appears to be at merely the 3rd level of Qi refinement and wields a top-tier spiritual weapon. If we merely engage him in a war of attrition, I doubt he can endure for long, He who remarked, his hesitation evident. We cannot afford to linger. Although our cultivation exceeds his, we could exhaust him. Yet we cannot be certain he lacks allies. Should our own energy wane, we would find ourselves in peril. We must remain vigilant. Furthermore, the spiritual weapon of our 3rd brother, in his possession, raises questions about the means by which he acquired it. If he is intent on fleeing, it could complicate matters. However, once we invoke that item, regardless of any hidden tactics he possesses, we need not fear, He Yilong stated, his initial fury now replaced by a calm demeanor. Very well, I shall heed your counsel. I will confront him first, while brother focuses on invoking that item, he who conceded, no longer opposing and wholeheartedly supporting He Yilong's course of action. At that moment, Li Kuan and his companions had retreated to a safe distance from Li Yi's battlefield. Watching the confrontation from afar, too apprehensive to approach, yet remaining close enough to observe the unfolding clash with bated breath. He Bao dared to attack me, rest assured. I shall soon send you to meet him, Li Yi declared coldly. You? Huh? By what right do you presume to speak? I know not the means by which you stealthily assaulted our 3rd brother and seized his spiritual weapon, yet your audacity is astonishing. When I capture you, you shall regret ever gracing this world, He who snarled. Meanwhile, He Yilong sat cross-legged, producing a wooden box adorned with a talisman. As he peeled away the talisman, he extracted a pale violet rune imbued with potent spiritual energy, upon which a short blade was etched. Cradling the rune in his hands, He continuously infused it with his own magical energy, causing the short blade to seemingly leap forth from the rune, crackling with arcs of lightning. Though Li Yi was unfamiliar with the item, its formidable essence was unmistakable. He worried whether his Huang Yuan bell could withstand its potential onslaught. I must not allow him to invoke that treasure, Li Yi resolved silently. At this juncture, He Hu cast a sinister glance at Li Yi, a cold smirk playing upon his lips. Sensing the urgency, Li Yi no longer hesitated. He quickly retrieved a spirit stone from his storage pouch, grasping it tightly to extract its spiritual power and replenish his own. With a deft hand, he executed a spell, striking the yellow bell above him, summoning forth a deep, resonant toll. Invisible sound waves radiated outward, causing the golden swords in the air to fly back uncontrollably. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Soon, the sound waves assaulted the two He brothers. The black tortoiseshell artifact was thrown into disarray, and the dark protective barrier before them began to tremble, as if it might shatter at any moment. Within the shield, the He brothers were suffering as well. They were the primary targets of Li Yi's attack, and the sound wave assault was indefensible. In that single strike, the brothers sustained internal injuries, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths, and He Yilong's spell casting was interrupted. He Hu found himself momentarily dazed. This was dire. The small bell was, in fact, an artifact capable of sound wave attacks, complicating matters further. He Yilong gazed at Li Yi with a hint of trepidation. After the initial wave of attack, Li Yi's complexion paled. That strike had drained a significant portion of his spiritual energy. Observing this, He Yilong's expression softened slightly, his gaze fixated on the yellow bell hovering above Li Yi, greed evident on his face. He turned to his brother, He Hu, and inquired, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, brother," He Hu replied. "My organs have sustained some shock, and my spiritual energy is somewhat dispersed. But you must act quickly. I fear I won't be able to endure much longer. If he strikes again, I will surely collapse." With that, He Hu produced a small vial from his person and consumed a blue pill. "Good, you need not clash directly with him. Simply defend against him. Look at that lad. He surely cannot unleash a second sound wave attack," He Yilong asserted confidently. Understanding the urgency from their exchange, Li Yi did not hesitate. He controlled the yellow bell in his grasp to envelop the erratically flying golden swords before forcefully slamming it to the ground. Subsequently, he charged toward the He brothers, now wielding 7 or 8 white ceramic jars. The brothers were perplexed by Li Yi's actions. They had never witnessed such a maneuver and were unsure of his intentions. As he approached them, Li Yi hurled all the white ceramic jars toward the He brothers. Seeing this unfold, He Hu did not delay, summoning a light green dagger to strike at the jars above. A series of crisp sounds resonated through the air, followed by dark liquid cascading onto the tortoiseshell artifact atop the He brothers' heads, emitting a hissing noise. The black liquid was the venom Li Yi had collected from a slain giant python, to which he had added toxic herbs during the refinement process. He Qian had nearly succumbed to poisoning during this extraction, and Li Yi had tested it as well. Its potency was truly formidable. Before long, the spiritual radiance of the black tortoiseshell artifact began to dim, and the protective barrier shielding them was on the verge of dissipating. Witnessing the remarkable efficacy of his assault, Li Yi did not hesitate and swiftly unleashed the remainder of his venom, hurling it towards the He brothers with fervor. This is no ordinary poison. It is derived from the essence of demon toxins. We cannot withstand it. Retreat at once. Beside them, He Yilong was a tempest of fury and alarm, hastily pulling his somewhat flustered brother, He Hu, back as they retreated. In a moment of desperation, he produced several talismans from his person and cast them into the air. Instantly, fireballs and over a dozen icicles manifested, launching themselves at the ominous black liquid. Most of the dark substance was dispersed by the fiery barrage and the icy projectiles. However, some of it still managed to splatter upon them, corroding their garments and rendering them in a state of disarray. To their utter indignation, they realized they had been poisoned. The black liquid not only possessed corrosive properties, but also emitted a faint, intoxicating fragrance that left them feeling lightheaded and weak. "We must leave immediately, or we shall surely meet our demise," He Yilong uttered with a tinge of panic. He had never anticipated that a mere qi refining stage cultivator like Li Yi could prove to be such a formidable adversary. He had always been the one orchestrating schemes against others, and now he found himself ensnared in a trap of his own. Chapter 23. The Slaying of Two Fiends. Subsequently, He Elong cast a fierce glare at Li Yi, stuffing the purple talisman into his bosom and producing a blue talisman, which he painfully slapped onto his body. Instantly, a pair of azure wings of spiritual energy sprouted from his back, and with He Hu, whose gaze had turned somewhat dazed, he soared into the sky. Disregarding the spiritual artifacts strewn upon the ground, He Elong addressed Li Yi, "You brat, I shall remember you. In my extensive wanderings through the realm of cultivation, you are the first to inflict such a significant loss upon me. When we meet again, I will undoubtedly take your life." Observing He Elong's attempts to flee, Li Yi let out a cold chuckle and taunted, "Do you believe you can escape now? Perhaps you should surrender your life instead." As he spoke, the crimson cloak enveloping him shimmered brilliantly, and he vanished from sight. Moments later, a dozen pale azure wind blades materialized behind them, hurtling toward the two. He Hu, having regained his senses, was seized by terror as he saw the wind blades approaching. In a panic, he hastily retrieved several talismans from his person and affixed them onto himself. A green protective shield emerged around him, yet feeling insecure, he endeavored to cast additional barriers. However, before he could complete his defenses, the azure wind blade struck his shield. The green barrier could only withstand 3 or 4 blades before shattering. And then He Hu was mercilessly cleaved into several pieces, resulting in a gruesome scene. At this moment, He Elong, soaring high in the sky, clutched a severed arm of He Hu in his hand, his eyes ablaze with rage, wishing fervently to devour Li Yi alive. Witnessing the brutal slaying of his brother plunged He Elong into deep sorrow. He began to regret his choices, not for confronting the Li family for treasures, but for granting Li Kuan time, lamenting not having eliminated them outright. As He Elong ascended ever higher into the sky, Li Yi was resolute in preventing his escape, fully aware that if this individual were to flee, neither he nor the Baiyun Mountain Manor would ever know peace. The notion of escape would not be so simple. His uncle was now in peril, and should they allow He Elong to slip away, it would certainly spell endless troubles. With a fierce shout directed at Li Kuan, Li Yi indicated the golden bell on the ground, channeling all his internal energy into it. The bell soared into the air, targeting the airborne He Elong, emitting a resounding clang. An invisible sound wave struck He Elong instantly, causing the azure wings behind him to flicker erratically, on the verge of vanishing. His expression turned vacant as he spat blood, evidently gravely injured. Seeing He Elong in such a weakened state, Li Kuan did not hesitate. Overjoyed, he bellowed, "Everyone, charge! Bring him down. If he escapes today, our troubles will only multiply." Surrounding him, dozens of shadowy figures emerged, casting iron nets into the air to ensnare He Elong's path. Upon witnessing this scene, Baiyun and the others, unwilling to forfeit the opportunity to strike down a fallen adversary, brandished an array of weapons, bows, flying daggers, and spears, directed at He Elong. Momentarily disoriented, He Elong, overwhelmed by terror, widened his eyes and let out a desperate scream. No, he was swiftly pierced by the onslaught of weapons, resembling a hedgehog, before plummeting from a height of several dozen feet, crashing to the ground like a discarded sack, his demise tragically lamentable. Never in his wildest dreams did he anticipate that he would meet his end at the hands of the mere mortals he so scorned. As the life ebbed from He Elong, Li Yi exhaled a sigh of relief, finally having vanquished this foe. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the ground. At that moment, Li Kuan rushed over from a distance, exuberantly exclaiming, "Xiao Yi, we have slain these 2 individuals. We have actually defeated 2 cultivators." He could hardly fathom that as an ordinary person, he had the prowess to fell such formidable beings, a feat worthy of boasting about. "Indeed, it was my flying dagger that struck him," one chimed in. "That net was cast by me, and I shot the arrow." The crowd erupted into a cacophony of voices. Li Yi, equally elated, recognized that their combined efforts had brought down these 2 foes. After executing their coordinated attack with the small bell, they had no strength remaining for further strikes. It became evident that the power of mortals should not be underestimated. When wielded effectively, it could defy the heavens and slay cultivators. Li Yi resolved to exercise greater caution in the future to avoid missteps. Having regained a modicum of his magical energy, Li Yi rose to his feet, gathering the spiritual artifacts scattered across the ground and placing them into his storage pouch. Finally, suppressing his revulsion, he rummaged through the heap of He Elong's remains in search of valuables, a sight that sent shivers through those around him. Once he had collected all that he could, Li Yi conjured 2 fireballs, incinerating the corpses into ashes. Gazing upon the 2 mounds of ash, he reflected on the gravity of his actions. This was his second encounter with death, and he could not help but feel a profound sense of the cruelty inherent in the world of cultivation. Each battle was a test of life and death, and he had been fortunate to emerge victorious twice, both times overcoming the stronger adversary. Yet, he recognized that in future confrontations with more formidable foes, it could just as easily be him reduced to ashes. With this realization, Li Yi felt no inclination towards complacency. He understood the necessity of growing stronger, relentlessly pursuing power to survive in this merciless realm of cultivation and to forge a path forward. His determination to cultivate had never been so resolute. As for the members of the Baiyun Hall, they harbored no objections to Li Yi taking all the spoils from their fallen enemies. While the artifacts were indeed treasures, they held no value for the onlookers. A handful of gold and silver would have been far more practical. However, Li Kuan couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy as he watched Li Yi gather the spiritual artifacts, yet he remained silent. After all, both opponents had originally fallen to Li Yi. It was merely the opportune moment that allowed them to deliver the final, decisive blows with his assistance. Li Kuan was thoroughly satisfied with having eliminated the 2 individuals. Initially, he had anticipated that Li Yi would merely engage in a contest of equal prowess with his adversaries, at most defeating them, thus allowing him to retain Li Yi within the Baiyun Hall. This would solidify the reputation of their lineage as a prominent sect in the realm of cultivation, elevating their standing in the martial world. Brothers, please tidy up these matters and proceed to collect your rewards. Each of you who took action today will receive 1,000 taels of silver. Furthermore, all other brothers present at the scene will be granted 200 taels. Then, we shall host a grand feast to celebrate, Li Kuan declared with a resonant voice. Following his proclamation, a wave of exuberant flattery ensued among the crowd. Those who remained felt fortunate for not having chosen to depart the previous day. As they had participated in this significant battle, their futures appeared undeniably bright, and the act of vanquishing cultivators would provide them with tales of glory to boast about for a lifetime. Second uncle, I am feeling somewhat fatigued. Could you please find me a place to rest? You all may celebrate without me, Li Yi remarked, glancing at the throng as he addressed Li Kuan. Chapter 24. Bountiful harvest indeed. I am aware of your preference for tranquility, disinclined to revel with the ruffians of the martial world. I have constructed a secluded retreat atop the mountain, which serves as my sanctuary. You may proceed there. After a moment of contemplation, Li Kuan spoke. Following his words, he dispatched an attendant to escort Li Yi up the mountain. Along the way, they encountered Li Qian, to whom Li Yi imparted some instructions before vanishing into the throng. Li Qian remained behind to indulge in the festive banquet, watching his youngest son depart alone, a deep sigh escaping his lips. He felt as though the distance between him and his son was growing ever wider, as if Li Yi were destined to drift away from him soon. A quarter of an hour later, Li Yi arrived at a tranquil and elegant courtyard. The serene ambience, coupled with the archaic and tasteful decor, infused with the faint scent of sandalwood, brought him immense satisfaction. Upon entering the courtyard, Li Yi collapsed onto the bed and succumbed to slumber. Utterly exhausted from the past few days filled with relentless travel and a fierce confrontation with the He brothers. Ultimately, after an arduous struggle, he had vanquished his foes. With each step meticulously calculated, his nerves taut until this moment of reprieve. Upon waking the following day, Li Yi felt invigorated. He began meditating to restore his energy, and after a few hours, he secured the door before entering the space of his small cauldron. Within this realm, he began to assess the fruits of his recent endeavors. Although the battle had been perilous, the rewards were substantial. Firstly, he acquired an abundance of spirit stones, totaling over 400 low-grade stones, among which were 2 that were more potent, classified as mid-grade spirit stones, amounting to 3 in total. In the realm of cultivation, a single mid-grade spirit stone can be exchanged for 100 low-grade stones. However, few are willing to do so, as mid-grade stones are superior for both restoring energy and other purposes. The mere acquisition of these spirit stones constituted a significant boon, bringing Li Yi's total to over 700. Secondly, he possessed a top-tier spirit artifact, the Huang Yuan Bell, gifted by Li Kuan. After 2 uses, Li Yi discovered its remarkable efficacy. It boasted formidable defensive capabilities and an auditory wave attack that was nearly impossible to evade. The speed and peculiarity of the sound wave assault rendered it a formidable weapon, as conventional spirit artifacts offered little protection against it. In both confrontations, this artifact had proven pivotal in turning the tide. Additionally, he owned a superior spirit artifact, a crimson cloak that could obscure his spiritual energy and presence, along with a limited capacity for low-altitude flight, making it an invaluable tool for ambush and escape. When paired with another superior artifact, a jade fan, their combined offensive potential proved highly effective. However, its limitations were apparent. Should the opponent possess high-grade defensive artifacts, its effectiveness would be significantly diminished. Unbeknownst to Li Yi, the three heroes of the He family had previously engaged in direct confrontations between the eldest and second, while the youngest employed these two spirit artifacts to stealthily ambush and eliminate numerous foes. In addition, there existed a high-grade spirit artifact, a golden small sword, which had been wielded by He Yi who. Its power was considerable, yet it lacked distinctive advantages. Furthermore, there was a red small dagger, an offensive fire-type spirit artifact. Lastly, the black tortoise-shell spirit artifact, a defensive tool, had suffered some damage from Li Yi's toxic assault, resulting in a potential decline in its grade, a regrettable fate. Astonishingly, Li Yi possessed 5 high-grade spirit artifacts. He also had several mid-grade artifacts, including a number of flying knives and swords, totaling around a dozen. However, with the acquisition of high and top-tier artifacts, he found little value in these lesser items. Due to the excessive mana consumption required by high and top-tier tools, Li Yi would refrain from utilizing them unless faced with formidable adversaries. Thus, he selected 2 or 3 commendable artifacts for backup, including a white flying knife, a black flying spear, and a green round shield. The remainder of the artifacts was merely catalogued and stored away for future use. As for the silver small sword he had initially acquired, it was a low-grade spirit artifact that had succumbed to complete destruction after several battles, rendering it unusable. While Li Yi assessed his gains, he mused that robbery was indeed the quickest means of amassing resources. What he did not realize was that these items had been procured by the He brothers through the slaughter of dozens of cultivators. To his surprise, within their storage bags, he discovered 2 bottles of gathering spirit pills, untouched and akin to those he had previously acquired. With these 2 elixirs, Li Yi felt confident in his ability to break through to the 4th layer of qi refinement, entering the mid-stage of his cultivation. Lastly, concerning their techniques, the 2 had storage bags containing 2 scrolls of methods, the water element technique and the fire element technique. A cursory glance at these scrolls failed to pique his interest, as he found his current technique, the withered wood technique, to be exceedingly satisfactory. Upon breaking through to the 3rd layer of qi refinement, he unexpectedly gained the ability to conceal his cultivation level, exuding an aura of desolation that belied his youth. The elder who had bestowed the technique upon him had not deceived him. It was indeed a remarkable practice. Ultimately, he discovered a collection of books and miscellaneous items within the storage bags, including a map detailing the world of cultivators. This map recorded various factions within the cultivation realm, encompassing the residences of major sects such as the Tianyue sect, along with the locations of smaller sects and families of cultivators. It not only included the influences of the cultivation world in the Chu kingdom, but also documented those from neighboring countries and sects, proving to be quite comprehensive. Li Yi located his current whereabouts on the map, identifying himself in Baiyun City, a small town. What piqued Li Yi's interest was the existence of a city known as Gathering of Immortals, located approximately 2,000 miles to the southwest of this city. It is a haven for wandering cultivators, where practitioners of the mystical arts engage freely in trade, exchanging various items essential for their cultivation, such as spiritual artifacts and elixirs. Beyond the city lies the Tianyun Mountain, an expansive mountain range stretching thousands of miles, rich in spiritual herbs, mineral veins, and inhabited by various mystical beasts, making it an ideal locale for low-level cultivators seeking adventure. Each year, numerous practitioners venture into its depths, emerging with treasures, yet some meet their demise within its perilous confines. Nevertheless, this grim reality does little to extinguish the fervor of those pursuing the path of cultivation as they continue to embark on daring quests. Li Yi felt a surge of excitement. He believed that his solitary exploration of cultivation was progressing at a sluggish pace, fraught with risks. Once he concluded his affairs here, he resolved to journey to that place for training, convinced that amidst the congregation of cultivators, he could exchange insights and acquire methods to expedite his cultivation, such as the crafting of elixirs suitable for practitioners. Li Yi pondered quietly to himself. Chapter 25. The Mysterious Talisman and Alchemical Furnace. Li Yi, having deemed certain miscellaneous items within his storage bag of no further use, incinerated them in one swift motion. In the end, he found himself in possession of a singular violet talisman. As he beheld the entire talisman, his brow furrowed in concern. Despite employing every conceivable method, he was unable to unlock its secrets. He infused it with his own magical energy, yet the talisman merely emitted a faint purple glow, remaining unchanged until every last vestige of his power was exhausted. Though he could not wield it, he recognized its inherent value. Otherwise, he alone would not have presented it with such solemnity. Gazing at the talisman, adorned with an intricately etched, glimmering short blade, an unsettling feeling lingered within him. When he Elong activated the talisman, bolts of lightning flickered ominously, instilling in him a sense of impending doom. Lightning, known for its formidable offensive capabilities within the realm of cultivation, assured him that this was indeed a potent weapon. Reflecting on He Elong's unwavering confidence while brandishing the talisman, Li Yi surmised that its power likely surpassed that of his Huang Yuan Bell artifact, or at the very least, was on par with it. He recognized that his current cultivation level was insufficient to harness its might and resolved to wait until he ascended to a higher realm, specifically, at least after reaching the 5th layer of Qi refinement, for He Elong himself was at that level during their previous confrontation. During this bout of martial prowess, Li Yi also discerned a critical lesson. Consider the He brothers. Had He Elong opted to engage with a mere ordinary artifact rather than the violet talisman, the outcome might have differed. They could have retreated unscathed, even if they were to face defeat, rather than meeting their end at the hands of Li Yi and a cadre of mortals. Utilizing an artifact that vastly exceeds one's own capabilities can prove detrimental in a conflict, a lesson Li Yi was determined to internalize. Li Yi retrieved a wooden box, carefully placing the violet talisman within. After organizing the spoils of his recent endeavors, 3 days had elapsed. He pushed open the door and stepped out into the courtyard, greeted by a sky as blue as the deep sea and the sight of migrating geese. The leaves on the surrounding trees had begun to turn golden, heralding the arrival of autumn. The landscape below was picturesque, and Li Yi's spirits were equally bright. As he stood atop the mountain, Li Kuan approached with a beaming expression, exclaiming, "Little Yi, your retreat has concluded. The scenery here is quite splendid, is it not? Why not stay with your second uncle from now on?" For several days, Li Kuan had awaited Li Yi's return with eager anticipation, hoping that his presence would solidify the stability of the Baiyun Hall, ensuring it remained impervious to the ambitions of wandering martial artists and cultivators alike. In response to his uncle's invitation, Li Yi shook his head, stating, "Second uncle, I must decline. I understand your intentions, but my aspirations lie elsewhere. In this place, my opportunities for advancement are nearly non-existent. Since fate has bestowed upon me the chance to cultivate, I must not relinquish it. Even if hope seems faint, I shall strive with all my might." "Well, since you are unwilling, let it be. I had hoped to appoint you as an elder of our Baiyun Hall," Li Kuan said with profound disappointment. Observing Li Kuan's crestfallen expression, Li Yi pondered for a moment. After the recent battle, he held a favorable impression of him, regardless of his motivations. His refusal to abandon his followers and his decisive actions against the encroaching cultivators, despite being a mere mortal, were commendable. However, his ambition appeared somewhat excessive. Li Yi carefully considered his words and remarked, "Uncle, the establishment of a cultivation family requires, first and foremost, cultivators, and secondly, the relentless efforts of several generations. It is a process fraught with numerous battles and cannot be accomplished overnight. Indeed, I have been somewhat careless. I shall be more cautious in the future. After this incident, I will scale back my influence and refrain from meddling in the affairs of cultivators," Li Kuan replied earnestly. "It is good that you understand. Once this matter concludes, I shall return home briefly before departing from here. You may not be able to find me again," Li Yi stated. "Departing? Where will you go?" Li Kuan instinctively inquired. "I am uncertain for the time being. As you know, my aptitude is lacking. If I wish to continue my cultivation, I must venture forth in search of opportunities," Li Yi casually replied, omitting the specific destination from Li Kuan. Upon hearing Li Yi's words, Li Kuan grasped his sentiments. Li Yi felt some discontent towards him, as his previous plea for assistance had inadvertently attracted an enemy, endangering his parents. I understand now. Allow me to show you the items I promised earlier. You may choose from them freely. Seeking to mend their relationship, Li Kuan spoke generously. Upon hearing Li Kuan's offer, Li Yi felt a flicker of interest. Although his uncle was a mere mortal, the items he presented were extraordinary. Among them was a small yellow bell, a top-tier spiritual artifact, which the He family's 3 heroes also longed to possess. Very well. After speaking, Li Kuan led Li Yi down the mountain. However, upon reaching a boulder halfway down, Li Kuan suddenly halted. Then, pressing a small stone on the boulder, a passageway appeared in the adjacent rock face, allowing only one person to pass through. The passage was adorned with luminous pearls, casting the corridor in a radiant glow, resembling daylight. The passage was deep, stretching beyond the eye's reach. After nearly a quarter of an hour, Li Yi encountered a massive iron door. Li Kuan produced a key from his possession and unlocked the door. As he pushed it open, Li Yi beheld a trove of gold, silver, jewels, ancient artifacts, paintings, and various precious stones and pearls, all heaped within the hall. Yet, there was not a single item imbued with spiritual energy. What does second uncle mean? Li Yi asked, gazing at Li Kuan with a hint of confusion. Little Li, do not be hasty. I understand that these matters may not pique your interest, but they are merely a ruse, Li Kuan replied, as he pressed against the stone wall. The wall slowly revealed a hidden entrance. Before Li Yi stood a long table adorned with over a dozen wooden boxes. He approached and opened each box, discovering more than 400 low-grade spirit stones within one. The other boxes contained spirit weapons, predominantly swords and blades. However, most were of mid-tier quality, with only 2 items of superior rank and none of the highest grade. These treasures encompass not only what the Chun family has bestowed upon me, but also offerings from several minor cultivation clans and martial factions. Feel free to select whatever you desire, Li Kuan said with a smile. After a meticulous examination, Li Yi pointed to a small purple copper furnace and a black mask. Addressing Li Kuan, I shall take these 2 items, please. As for the spirit stones, I only require 200. The rest can be left behind. Chapter 26 Departure, just 2 items, shall we? If not, you may select 2 more, Li Kuan remarked, somewhat astonished. Thank you, uncle. I shall take these 2 items, Li Yi replied. Although he yearned to acquire everything, he was a person of principles. A gentleman cherishes wealth acquired through righteousness. To covet excessively would only evoke a sense of insatiable greed in others. The bronze-hued furnace was a mid-tier spiritual artifact, specifically designed for concocting spiritual elixirs. Li Yi recognized his cultivation could only advance swiftly through the ingestion of such potions, with his small cauldron space and the verdant liquid for accelerating the growth of herbs. Openly purchasing large quantities of materials would surely raise suspicions and invite envy. Thus, refining his own elixirs was the prudent course. Li Yi was entirely unacquainted with the art of elixir crafting, and encountering a spiritual artifact like the alchemical furnace was an opportunity he did not wish to miss. As for the black mask, it was also a mid-tier spiritual artifact, primarily used for altering the appearance of cultivators and concealing their aura. As he intended to visit Juxian City, this item would undoubtedly prove beneficial. He held little interest in the other spiritual artifacts, nor did he find himself in need of them. Contentedly, Li Yi departed from Li Kuan's treasure chamber. The following day, under Li Kuan's arrangements, the family enjoyed a lavish banquet and spent the day strolling through the streets of Baiyun City, acquiring a variety of goods, food, clothing, and necessities alike. They lingered at Baiyun Villa for a few more days, leaving with a generous array of gifts from Li Kuan, including several for his sister Li Mei and mother. In total, they filled 5 large carts with their acquisitions. Li Yi, along with his 2 brothers and father Li Qian, ambled along the road, reveling in the leisurely journey. Li Yi had never experienced such a relaxed passage. His previous outings had been for the cultivation conference and subsequent urgent missions to aid Baiyun Villa. This return to the village was distinctly tranquil. Throughout the journey, Li Qian and Li Zheng were in high spirits, engaging in light-hearted conversation. In contrast, Li Feng wore a despondent expression. He was reluctant to leave Baiyun Villa, where Li Kuan had recently promoted him to the position of deputy sect master. However, Li Qian had compelled him to return, even resorting to physical reprimand, leaving him no choice but to acquiesce, albeit with visible reluctance. Father, after a while, I wish to seek some celestial opportunities, Li Yi expressed to Li Qian and the others. Xiao Yi, where do you intend to go? Li Qian inquired, a hint of intrigue in his voice, as he had anticipated this. I've heard of a city in the southwest of Chu that is a gathering place for cultivators. I wish to explore it, Li Yi replied. Is that so? When do you plan to depart? How long will you be gone? When will you return? Li Qian asked, his brow furrowed in concern. He was reluctant to see his son leave, especially at the tender age of 14, still a child. The recent conflicts among cultivators had demonstrated the brutal nature of their struggles. Yet he pondered the identity of Li Yi as a cultivator, whose strength was formidable, and his stubborn character made it difficult to alter his decisions once made. I wish to depart after the new year, and if I return, the timing remains uncertain. Perhaps I shall only come back after achieving a breakthrough in my cultivation, Li Yi murmured, gazing into the distance. In truth, he was uncertain. Perhaps he would return. Or perhaps if he were to fail in combat, he might never return at all. Third brother, you are venturing into the world of cultivation. How splendid. Take me with you. I shall assist you from behind. I found it exhilarating to watch you duel with those two cultivators last time. Far more thrilling than the brawls of the mundane world, Li Feng exclaimed with sudden enthusiasm. Silence. All you ever think about is fighting and killing. One day, you may find yourself slain, with no one left to collect your remains, Li Qian bellowed in anger. Father, I simply do not wish to spend my entire life in that desolate little village. If you wish to remain, you may do so, but I refuse to stay. Little he engages in battles and even kills. Why do you not reprimand him? Li Feng retorted. You ungrateful wretch. I swear I shall put an end to you. Li Qian threatened, ready to take action. Li Zheng hastily restrained Li Feng, urging him to cease his remarks. Very well. Given this choice, I shall not dissuade you further. However, as your father, I must advise you to exercise utmost caution when you step outside. Though I am not a cultivator, I have navigated the martial world for over a decade, and I am well aware of its perils. Cultivators are still human. Where there are people, there is conflict, and the stronger the cultivators, the fiercer the battles will be. From atop his horse, Li Qian eloquently recounted his experiences in the martial world, hoping that his wisdom might aid Li Yi in his journey through the realm of cultivation. Li Yi listened intently, having always relished his father's stories. This time, Li Qian not only shared tales, but imparted valuable lessons, greatly enriching Li Yi's understanding. He realized that as he navigated the world of cultivation, he must be exceedingly cautious, for a moment's negligence could lead to his demise. Father, I believe we can preserve Laohua village as our sanctuary, but it is not suitable for us to remain there indefinitely. Eldest brother, second brother, and our younger sister must also venture forth to pursue their own endeavors and establish a legacy. If we linger in the village, we shall inevitably decline and fade away. Eldest brother and second brother need to marry, and our sister must find a husband. They cannot simply seek partners within the village. We need not engage in the martial world, but we can pursue education, seek official positions, engage in commerce, or even establish a security agency, participating in transportation and trade. All of these paths are viable, Li Yi suggested. Li Zheng and Li Feng exchanged hopeful glances. Indeed, what little Li says is quite reasonable. I had been somewhat narrow-minded in my previous thoughts. Upon our return, I shall contemplate this matter thoroughly, Li Qian conceded. Upon hearing Li Qian's words, Li Zheng and Li Feng also wore expressions of delight. Having witnessed the splendor of the outside world, they no longer wished to remain in the small mountain village. After more than 10 days of travel, Li Yi and his companions arrived at Laohua village, after which he retreated to the mountains to cultivate. Following the consumption of several qi gathering pills, Li Yi's cultivation quietly advanced to the 4th level of qi refinement, achieving a breakthrough into the mid-stage of qi refinement. Li Qian, inspired by Li Yi, utilized the gold and silver provided by Li Kuan to purchase a modest courtyard in the small county town, relocating his family there. As for the small courtyard in the village, he did not abandon it. He enlisted the old doctor to manage it, and requested assistance from the villagers to tend to the medicinal garden on the mountain, visiting periodically to collect the herbs. Li Qian established a medical clinic in the county town, not only treating ailments but also engaging in the trade of medicinal materials. After a joyful new year with his family, Li Yi departed from his hometown, leaving behind the place he had called home for over a decade. embarking on his journey of cultivation. He was uncertain when he would return. As he gazed upon his father, mother, brother, and sister, he endeavored to etch their faces into his memory, vowing never to forget them. Chapter 27. Journey to Jushin City. Li Yi departed from his hometown, laden with profound feelings of sorrow and longing. At such a tender age, he found himself separated from his parents and siblings. Regardless of the unwavering determination he harbored towards his cultivation, his heart was heavy with reluctance. After all, he was merely a young teenager. Seated within the carriage, he cherished the gifts bestowed upon him by his family: a garment crafted by his little sister, a talisman for peace from his mother, a medicinal manuscript penned by his father, and provisions prepared by his elder brothers. These tokens filled his heart with warmth. In this era, a single farewell could mean a lifetime of separation. Li Yi reserved some remaining GUN pills for his father, advising them to consume them sparingly. Even though they were not cultivators, these pills would aid in fortifying their health and extending their lives. After several days steeped in melancholy, Li Yi immersed himself in fervent cultivation, hoping that the busyness would alleviate his sorrow. However, he soon discovered that without the assistance of pills, his progress was dismally slow. Consequently, he ceased his arduous training and decided to explore the mountains and rivers, seeking to ease his despondency. Remarkably, this approach proved effective. He traversed the lands by carriage, then by horseback, and finally by boat, journeying through the vast expanse of the state of Chu, savoring its diverse landscapes, cultural customs, and delectable cuisines. Gradually, the pangs of parting began to fade. At this moment, Li Yi found himself aboard a grand vessel navigating upstream, destined for Jushin City. This small cultivation family operated the ship, primarily facilitating travel between various cities of Chu and Jushin City. Li Yi spent 2 low-tier spirit stones to procure a ticket. They sailed upon the Tianshui River, the largest river in the state of Chu, its waters broad and unending, measuring several miles across. The current was swift, slicing through the land and flowing past numerous nations. Despite the river's rapidity, the ship glided smoothly, devoid of any turbulence. The scenic vistas along the banks continually captivated Li Yi's gaze, while an array of food was readily available on board. He deemed the expenditure of 2 spirit stones quite worthwhile. Upon reaching the deck, Li Yi found an unoccupied table and settled down. The deck was already populated by a few cultivators, gathered together, sipping tea and engaging in casual conversation. These practitioners were of modest cultivation levels, likely in the 2nd or 3rd layer of the qi refining stage, predominantly low-tier cultivators. It was rare to encounter someone of his caliber. At the 4th layer of qi refining, Li Yi ordered some snacks and a pot of tea, commencing his leisurely repast. At that moment, his attention was drawn to a particular seat on the deck, more specifically, to an individual occupying it. The individual before me was adorned in flowing white garments, a delicate veil framing her visage. Her brows arched like distant mountains, while her eyes sparkled with a clarity akin to the stars in the night sky. Her nose was elegantly sculpted, and her skin, as radiant as frost, resembled the purity of snow. She appeared to be an ethereal being fallen from the heavens. She appeared to be around 16 or 17 years of age, a beauty unlike any that Li Yi had ever encountered. Gently, she stirred her tea, her brow furrowed in contemplation, as if burdened by unspoken worries. A melancholic gaze drifted towards the horizon, emanating a chilling aura that struck a deep chord within one's heart. It was a paradoxical allure that drew one closer, yet instilled a fear of intrusion. In a brief span of time, several handsome young men approached her, attempting to engage in conversation, yet she offered no response. Her icy demeanor rendered their attempts futile, leaving them to depart with awkward smiles. However, a few among them left with displeasure etched upon their faces, their expressions tainted with a hint of malice and hostility as they regarded her. Li Yi observed her intently, discreetly employing his spiritual sight to probe her essence. To his astonishment, he found himself unable to discern her cultivation level. It was as though a veil of mist enveloped her, obscuring her true power. This woman was extraordinary. He mused silently. As Li Yi pondered, the young woman abruptly rose, her brows knitted tightly, and made her way towards the cabin, seemingly averse to the clamor of the crowd and the whispers directed at her. As she departed, she cast a fleeting glance in Li Yi's direction, leaving him perplexed as to why she would look at him. It was worth noting that Li Yi was not conventionally handsome. His skin, once dark, had taken on a yellowed hue from practicing the withered wood technique, giving him an aged appearance despite being merely 15. To an observer, he could easily be mistaken for someone in their 20s. Upon her exit, the gaze of those on the deck shifted to Li Yi, their murmurs now directed at him, with several casting envious looks his way. Yet, there were those whose stares bore a menacing quality, as if they wished to consume him whole. Li Yi's previously buoyant spirits plummeted. He was not one to relish the spotlight or the scrutiny of others. Displeased by the attention, he scowled and prepared to leave the deck. "Stop right there, boy. Where are you from? And what is your connection to that celestial maiden? Speak honestly." A young man clad in white, adorned with a jade crown and holding a folding fan, stood up, blocking Li Yi's path. He was one of those who had previously approached the woman, only to be rebuffed. "Why should I disclose my origins to you? I do not know her. So kindly step aside," Li Yi replied, maintaining his composure. The white-clad youth, his face contorted with rage, retorted, "You are courting death, boy. Do you even know who I am?" As the confrontation unfolded, the interest of onlookers peaked, their expressions betraying a morbid curiosity. With no inclination to intervene on Li Yi's behalf. "How am I to know who you are, when you have not emblazoned your name upon your forehead?" Li Yi remarked with a tone laced with sarcasm. Upon hearing his words, the surrounding crowd erupted into uproarious laughter. The young man in white, incensed by Li Yi's jest, gritted his teeth and declared, "You seek your own demise. Listen closely. I am a disciple of the great Chu dynasty, belonging to the Qin family, and my cousin is a steward of the city of gathering immortals. Heed my warning, kneel, bow your head in repentance, and disclose your origins along with your connection to that celestial maiden, or face dire consequences." At the utterance of these words, the laughter that had previously filled the air dissipated, as the onlookers seemed to comprehend the formidable lineage of the Qin family. Observing their reaction, the young man in white felt a surge of satisfaction, yet he turned his gaze back to Li Yi, anticipating an apology, for in past encounters, such declarations had invariably compelled others to kneel in contrition. "Begone! If you do not depart, I shall take your life," Li Yi exclaimed, his brow furrowed in fury. The young man in white, consumed by rage yet finding humor in the situation, retorted, very well. Once we disembark, I shall ensure you regret your insolence." Chapter 28. The onset of carnage. Ever since that day of discord upon the deck, Li Yi had remained sequestered in his cabin. Although he was not one to shy away from trouble, he sought to avoid unnecessary complications, being a newcomer in this unfamiliar realm. After a fortnight had passed, the wandering vessel finally made landfall. Li Yi gathered his belongings and disembarked, only to be greeted by a vast wharf brimming with a myriad of ships, each appearing rather ordinary in comparison. The dock was alive with a ceaseless ebb and flow of people, cultivators mingling with commoners, while vendors peddled an eclectic array of wares, most of which catered to the needs of the practitioners of the arcane arts. The common folk offered simple delicacies and everyday garments, items of little intrigue to Li Yi. Occasionally, one could observe cultivators soaring through the sky on their enchanted vessels, a sight that piqued Li Yi's curiosity. For only those who had attained the foundation establishment stage could command such flight. Yet, the locals seemed unfazed by this spectacle, merely casting envious glances whenever they saw it. As Li Yi stepped ashore, a youth of perhaps 15 approached him, exclaiming, "Esteemed sir, do you require a guide? I have lived in Jushin City all my life and am well acquainted with its ins and outs. Feel free to inquire about anything. My fee is a mere low-grade spirit stone." The boy's demeanor radiated warmth, his smile bright and inviting. Li Yi, finding no reason to decline, replied, "A spirit stone is no issue. I am new here and would appreciate your insights about Jushin City." "Certainly, sir. It is clear you are a first-time visitor. This is the dock of Jushin City, primarily utilized by esteemed cultivators who have just arrived. Proceed 3 miles further, and you shall reach the heart of the city. Only masters of the arcane may reside there, while we commoners are barred entry. However, there are inns available for lodging, and one may also trade for items favored by cultivators. But be cautious in your transactions here, for no one offers protection, and incidents of robbery and murder occur frequently. At night, it is wise to remain indoors, lest one fall victim to ambush. Safety is only guaranteed within the confines of Jushin City, where one must refrain from violence." The youth regaled Li Yi with an abundance of information, leaving him with a singular impression. This place was rife with chaos, a veritable lawless domain. Then why do these cultivators not reside in Jushin City? Li Yi inquired, curiosity piqued. The cost is prohibitive. Entry requires a low-grade spirit stone, and one may only stay for a month. Accommodation within is even more expensive. Consequently, some cultivators of lesser means opt to stay at inns outside, only venturing in when necessary for purchases, the boy explained. Li Yi strolled through the streets and, in a mere span of time, witnessed several conflicts unfold. Cultivators fought openly, taking lives without a hint of restraint, and chaos reigned, rendering the environment wholly unsuitable for cultivation. Young master, where shall we go now? The youth inquired, gazing at Li Yi. The night has fallen. Let us first seek an inn, Li Yi replied. Then let us proceed to the Yu-Kulai Inn. Though somewhat remote, it is exceptionally clean and quiet, with commendable service from the proprietor, the youth suggested. Very well, I shall follow your lead. What precautions should we observe upon entering Jushin City? Are there any requirements? Li Yi asked. Registration is necessary, primarily concerning one's origins. Additionally, a submission of spirit stones is mandated, and dueling is strictly prohibited within the premises. Other than that, there are no specific restrictions, came the response. Shortly thereafter, Li Yi arrived at the Yu-Kulai Inn. After providing the youth with a spirit stone, he sent him away and proceeded to check in. Once settled, Li Yi began to meditate. In the dead of night, he suddenly opened his eyes, arising from his meditation to leave the inn. Employing the wind control technique, he sped away towards a desolate area. As he departed, two middle-aged men followed closely behind him. The innkeeper observed this scene, shaking his head with a sigh, seemingly lamenting Li Yi's audacity to venture out alone at such an hour, showing a blatant disregard for his own safety. Sensing the two pursuers trailing him, a cold smirk crept upon Li Yi's lips. Their cultivation levels were merely at the third stage of qi refinement. These men must have disembarked from the same ship as he. He had sensed their presence the moment he stepped ashore. After running several miles, Li Yi abruptly halted and turned to address his pursuers. My esteemed friends, you have been following me since daybreak. Might I inquire what grievance I have caused? You have not offended us, but you have certainly incurred the wrath of young Master Chun. Surrender at once, relinquish your storage bag, and return with us to atone for your transgressions, one of the burly men declared. Upon hearing this, Li Yi's understanding dawned. It was indeed related to the incident on the ship. He pondered why such trouble had befallen him right after disembarking. He had not been remiss in his dealings nor wronged anyone, and he believed no one here would wish him harm. Brother, I doubt this lad will yield easily. Let us act swiftly and subdue him, so we may claim spirit stones from young Master Chun, one of the middle-aged men urged. Agreed, the other replied. Just as they prepared to strike, a flash of azure light emanated from Li Yi's hand, revealing a small azure fan. With a decisive flick, a barrage of wind blades surged toward the two men clad in black. In the blink of an eye, he vanished, leaving them in a state of terror. Oh, a high-tier spiritual artifact. We cannot withstand it. Retreat. One of them screamed in fear. Before his words could fully escape his lips, Li Yi materialized behind them once more, wielding the azure fan with another vigorous sweep. The wind blades sliced through the air, cleaving the two men into several pieces. Observing the two figures ensconced in a pool of blood, Li Yi swiftly approached their side and retrieved the storage bag from the ground. As he grasped the bag, a sudden shift in his demeanor occurred. He lifted his gaze towards the distance. Approaching were two individuals. One, a youth clad in white aboard the ship, possessed an aura of cultivation at the 5th level of qi refinement. The other, an elderly man draped in black, astonishingly boasted a cultivation level of the 7th stage of qi refinement. Li Yi scrutinized these two with a furrowed brow, rapidly devising a strategy. The 7th level of qi refinement indicated a practitioner in the latter stages of cultivation, far beyond his capability to confront. Even with his pinnacle spirit weapon, he sensed that defeating such an opponent in a brief engagement would be implausible. If he could not vanquish them, he would find himself embroiled in a desperate battle, potentially leading to his demise. How dare you act so audaciously before me? It appears you possess two commendable high-grade spirit artifacts, exclaimed the white-clad youth, his voice brimming with disdain. These two implements are indeed remarkable tools for ambush. Your proficiency in killing and seizing treasures is quite apparent. Fortunately, I, being astute, dispatched two expendable pawns to test your capabilities. Otherwise, it would have been quite troublesome. But now, prepare to meet your end. Chapter 29. Escape and entry. As the young man in white spoke, he unleashed a blue flying sword, adorned with a white handkerchief-shaped spiritual artifact above his head. The sword surged toward Li Yi in a swift attack. However, Li Yi remained unfazed, his attention fixed on the elder beside the young man, who did not intervene. A wave of relief washed over him. Just as the flying sword was about to strike, a flash of crimson light enveloped him, and he vanished from sight. Li Yi then fled into the distance, prompting a cold chuckle from the young man, who taunted, "You think you can escape now? It's too late." With a sinister grin, he pursued Li Yi, the elder following at a leisurely pace. The speed of the young man's pursuit intensified, and just as he was on the verge of catching up to Li Yi, the latter suddenly halted. A small yellow bell materialized in his hand, his prized top-tier spiritual artifact, the Huang Yuan bell. The bell swiftly grew to half a zhang in height and aimed at the young man, emitting a resounding boom. "Not good. It's a top-tier attack artifact. Young master, retreat." The elder shouted urgently, his demeanor transformed from calm to alarmed. The sudden onslaught of invisible sound waves left the young man with no time to evade, striking him forcefully. His complexion paled, eyes wide with terror. Blood spewed from his mouth, and he was sent hurtling backward, his control over the two spiritual artifacts lost. Seizing the opportunity, Li Yi wasted no time. He chased after the flying young man, wielding his blue fan to unleash a flurry of wind blades that sliced toward him. No, the young man barely regained his senses when the wind blades arrived, and with a horrified scream, he was cleaved into numerous pieces. Witnessing the demise of the young man, Li Yi did not linger to collect the fallen artifacts or storage bags. Instead, he turned and swiftly vanished into the distance with a few deft movements. "Curse be you. No matter who you are, daring to slay our Qin family's young master seals your fate. There will be no escape for you. Prepare for endless pursuit." The elder seethed, filled with dread as he gazed upon the dismembered remains. Accompanying the young master to Juxian City for training, only to face such a calamity before even entering the city was unbearable for him. Though this young master was not of the direct lineage, the wrath of the family head was a burden he could not shoulder. His only hope lay in capturing the murderer, hoping to alleviate some of the chief's fury and mitigate his own punishment. With this resolve, he gathered the scattered remains and spiritual artifacts, hastening after the direction in which Li Yi had fled. Meanwhile, Li Yi concealed himself in a nearby valley, watching the elder depart, and breathed a sigh of relief. After a fierce battle with the young man in white, he unexpectedly managed to slay him, yet found himself with more than half of his own spiritual energy depleted. Instead of fleeing, he sought refuge in a secluded spot, shrouding his presence with a crimson cloak. Approximately 15 minutes later, Li Yi emerged from his hiding place and ran in the opposite direction of the old man. Although he had vanquished his opponent, he lamented the absence of the adversary's storage bag and spiritual artifacts. Following this intense encounter, Li Yi was reluctant to return to the inn, fearing that the late-stage qi refinement practitioner might come after him. He chose to rest briefly in the wilderness, preparing to enter the city the next day. In the city of Gathering Immortals, conflicts were strictly prohibited. Even if his pursuer discovered him, there would be no means to act against him. He intended to conceal himself within the city's confines until his cultivation improved. Subsequently, Li Yi retrieved the storage bag he had just acquired. Upon opening it, he was met with disappointment, as he found only 3 mid-grade spiritual artifacts and around 100 low-grade spirit stones. He could not help but reflect on the poverty of these two individuals, noting that their storage bag contained far less than that of the He brothers. He was unaware that the He brothers had amassed their wealth through the robbery of numerous practitioners, while ordinary low-level cultivators without any backing were generally quite impoverished. On the following morning, as dawn broke, Li Yi arrived at the towering city gates, marveling at the imposing characters inscribed above that red city of Gathering Immortals, exuding an air of grandeur and an indescribable Taoist essence that left him in awe. At this early hour, the gate was relatively deserted. A few squads of black-clad cultivators stood at the entrance, inspecting the jade tokens of those wishing to enter the city. These cultivators possessed skills around the 3rd layer of qi refinement. As Li Yi waited in line, he soon found himself at the front. "Esteemed friend, this is my first visit to the city of Gathering Immortals. Are there any procedures I must follow?" he inquired of one of the black-clad figures. Upon hearing this, One of the cultivators pulled him aside to begin the registration process. It is indeed your first visit to the city of gathering immortals. There are no complex procedures. A simple registration and payment of the entry fee will suffice, explained one of the black-clad cultivators. How long do you plan to stay here? Our city requires a fee of 1 low-grade spirit stone per month. At this moment, another cultivator produced a green jade token and inquired of Li Yi. After a moment of contemplation, Li Yi replied, "Let me stay for a year, and I will extend my stay based on the circumstances." He then presented 12 low-grade spirit stones to the cultivator. Very well. You must inscribe your identity information on this jade token and wear it at your waist. If you fail to display the token, or if the time expires, the token will turn red, and the enforcement team will conduct regular checks. Additionally, conflicts are strictly forbidden within the city. Any disputes will lead to capture, and you may even be killed by the enforcement cultivators. Please keep this in mind. You may also review some basic information about the city. As he spoke, the cultivator handed a jade token and a small booklet to Li Yi. Thank you, Li Yi replied succinctly. After briefly entering his identification details, he ventured into the city of Juxian. Upon his entrance, he was immediately captivated by the architecture. The buildings were not imposing, but rather exquisitely petite, exuding an ancient elegance. What intrigued Li Yi the most was the heightened spiritual energy within the city, as well as the absence of street vendors along the roads, which were lined instead with shops. These establishments offered a variety of items tailored for cultivators, including treasure pavilions, weapon forging workshops, herbal medicine shops, and elixir chambers. As Li Yi strolled along, he soon encountered a young maiden clad in green, who approached him with a smile and inquired, "Judging by your appearance, it seems this is your first visit to Juxian City. Would you like me to provide you with a brief introduction? I can guide you around for just 2 low-grade spirit stones for the day." After a moment of contemplation, Li Yi agreed to her offer. Chapter 30. The First Encounter with Juxian City. Please enlighten me on the origins of Juxian City, Li Yi said casually. Certainly, the girl replied. Juxian City was constructed by several wandering cultivators and boasts a history of several centuries. The entire city is divided into 5 distinct regions. To the north lies the residence of the city lord, while the eastern area is primarily occupied by cultivators' abodes, featuring numerous caves rich in spiritual energy, with fees based on the strength of the aura. To the south, one finds the domain of alchemists, blacksmiths, and talisman makers, where skilled practitioners often establish small shops to sell their wares. The western region houses cultivators lacking financial resources who prefer communal living, along with a free market where items can be traded freely upon the payment of a certain amount of spirit stones, with security ensured by the city lord's office. The Western District is the most populated and diverse, but there are no concerns regarding safety. Here, one can find small courtyards and inns that offer relatively affordable rates, albeit with a sparse concentration of spiritual energy, rendering the living conditions inferior to those of the eastern caves. The central area is dominated by large stores, including the largest establishment in Juxian City, which offers excellent goods at steep prices. The girl, Dai, continued to elaborate. I wish to procure some elixirs and learn the art of alchemy. Do you have any recommendations? Li Yi inquired after listening to her. Dai looked at him with astonishment, pondering to herself how this individual aspired to learn alchemy. It is well known that while alchemists can earn considerable profits, the initial investment is quite substantial. Without a robust background and ample spirit stones to support them, most individuals would find themselves bankrupt after a few attempts at alchemy, ultimately compelled to leave Juxian City. You might need to purchase some alchemical texts and formulas, then conduct your own research on the craft, she advised. In Juxian City, there are no formal institutions teaching alchemy. Even if someone possesses the skill, they are rarely inclined to teach unless they are a direct disciple. Where might one acquire alchemical texts and formulas? Li asked. You could visit the Wanbao Tower, she suggested. It offers a wide array of treasures, including spiritual tools, elixirs, talismans, and texts. If they don't have what you seek, you can request to purchase it. Wanbao Tower is a property of the city lord's office and is highly reputable. Additionally, there is the Qindan Alliance, which specializes in elixirs of exceptional quality, often featuring high-grade products. However, both of these establishments tend to be quite expensive. If you're seeking more economical options, you might try your luck at the free market in the Western District, where financially strained cultivators sometimes auction off their collected texts. However, the quality can vary significantly, so it would depend on your fortune. I wish to stay in the city for a while. Are there any accommodations available? Li Yi inquired. If you intend to linger here briefly, there are numerous inns scattered throughout the city. However, for a more extended stay, if your spirit stones are limited, you may consider renting a small courtyard in the Western District. Should you possess an ample supply of spirit stones, residing in a cave dwelling within the Eastern District would be splendid, the young woman replied. What channels exist in the city for earning spirit stones? Li Yi further questioned. To earn spirit stones, you may visit the task hall at the Lord's Mansion, where daily missions are posted. By accepting these tasks, you can acquire spirit stones. Additionally, one can earn spirit stones by guiding others, much like I do. If you possess a particular skill, such as alchemy, weapon forging, talisman crafting, or cultivating spiritual herbs, arranging formations becomes a lucrative endeavor. Of course, adventure is another option. Venturing beyond the city to the Tianyuan mountain range to gather spiritual herbs, slay ferocious beasts, or collect spirit ores for forging can also yield spirit stones. However, such adventures carry significant risks, and each year, numerous cultivators lose their lives in the wilderness. After a day of exploration, Li Yi had gained a comprehensive understanding of Jushin City, far exceeding his previous knowledge. Yet, he also came to grasp the arduous path of alchemy. He spent over 10 spirit stones to secure a modest inn in the central district. Observing the small 2-bedroom dwelling, which cost 2 spirit stones per night, he felt a twinge of regret. However, he chose this location primarily for its proximity to the major shops, facilitating his trade endeavors. The following day, Li Yi first visited the Qingdan Alliance, intending to assess the prices of elixirs before deciding whether to make a purchase. As he stepped through the entrance, a faint aroma of herbs greeted him. The interior of the Qingdan Alliance was spacious, with numerous small rooms designed for discreet transactions. Upon entering, a sweet and innocent-looking young woman approached him and inquired, "Esteemed friend, what type of elixirs are you seeking?" "I wish to procure elixirs suitable for qi refinement stage cultivators that enhance cultivation. Do you have any recommendations?" Li Yi asked directly. "Certainly. We at the Qingdan Alliance offer several options, primarily the Gathering Essence Pill, Spirit Ginseng Pill, and the Ziyuan Pill. The Gathering Essence Pill is best suited for cultivators in the early to mid-qi refinement stage, while the Spirit Ginseng Pill and Ziyuan Pill cater to those in the late stage. The price for a low-grade Gathering Essence Pill is 5 low-grade spirit stones each. A medium-grade one costs 10, and a high-grade one is 30 spirit stones. The low-grade Spirit Ginseng Pill is priced at 10 spirit stones each, the medium grade at 20, and the high grade at 50 spirit stones. How many elixirs would you like to purchase? We offer discounts for bulk purchases." The young girl gazed at Li Yi with eager anticipation, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She was aware that should the pills be sold, she would receive a commission. Thus her hope for Li Yi to purchase more was palpable. Upon hearing her words, Li Yi felt a jolt of surprise. He recognized that his current worth was considerable. Possessing around 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, a rarity for cultivators in the qi refinement stage, typically reserved for the scions of affluent families. Yet, with his present resources, even if he opted to buy superior spirit-enhancing pills, he could only afford about 20, after which he would find himself in dire financial straits. Feeling somewhat awkward, Li Yi managed a sheepish smile and replied, "I am not here to purchase pills. I merely wish to take a look." With that, he hastily retreated. Observing Li Yi's swift exit, the girl's demeanor shifted dramatically, and she coldly remarked, "Bah, a penniless wretch pretending to be grand. What brings you to the Qingdan Alliance? Such a waste of my breath, truly unfortunate." Witnessing her rapid change of expression and her harsh words ignited a spark of anger within Li Yi, and a flicker of resentment crossed his face. Nonetheless, he refrained from responding. For the Qingdan Alliance was not a place where a mere qi refinement cultivator like himself could afford to create waves. Chapter 31. The Comprehensive Guide to Basic Alchemy. After departing from the Qingdan Alliance, Li Yi visited several prominent shops, yet found that both the prices and varieties of elixirs were quite similar and exceedingly expensive. Although he possessed a modest amount of spirit stones, he was reluctant to squander them in such establishments. Instead, he resolved to invest his spirit stones in acquiring texts on alchemy to study independently. Furthermore, he had access to a small cauldron space and a verdant liquid capable of rapidly nurturing spiritual herbs. Having traversed multiple large stores, Li Yi gained considerable insight into the pricing of goods in this locale. While the quality was commendable, the costs were undeniably steep. In an attempt to conserve spirit stones, he also ventured to the free market. However, the quality of items there was unreliable, and the alchemical resources varied greatly. Lacking any knowledge of alchemy, he was hesitant to purchase anything, fearing that he might acquire a counterfeit alchemical tome and, being without guidance, would be utterly incapable of producing elixirs. Thus, steeling himself, Li Yi made his way to the heart of the city, standing before the most prominent establishment in Jushin City, the Wanbao Tower. He resolved to make a significant expenditure and procure all the necessary materials and texts for alchemy. Entering the Grand Wanbao Tower, he wasted no time in addressing the staff, stating, "I wish to purchase some introductory alchemical texts and materials." His request drew astonished gazes from those nearby, though they soon shook their heads, lost in their own thoughts. Following his declaration, a jovial, portly man approached Li Yi and said, "You may leave. I will attend to this esteemed guest." The man scrutinized Li Yi with an enthusiastic smile. "Greetings, I am Sun Xiang, the manager of the first to third floors. May I inquire your name and the specific alchemical text you wish to purchase?" he asked. "I seek a detailed volume on basic alchemy," Li Yi replied. Sun Xiang smiled knowingly and said, "Ah, I understand. You wish to learn alchemy on your own. You have come to the right place. Our comprehensive guide to basic alchemy at Wanbao Tower is the finest introductory text available in Jushin City. It has been meticulously compiled by our master alchemist, Master Yao, renowned for his prowess as a third-tier alchemist." Li Yi's heart leaped with joy upon hearing this. A third-tier alchemist could concoct elixirs suitable for foundational-level cultivators, while Li Yi had only previously consumed first-tier elixirs. "The items you seek are located on the third floor. Please follow me," Sun Xiang instructed, leading Li Yi to a room on the third floor. Once seated, he presented a beautifully bound, antiquated tome that read Comprehensive Guide to Basic Alchemy. As he spoke, Li Yi picked up the book and began to leaf through its pages. Sun Xiang, seated nearby, merely cast a glance and smiled gently, choosing not to utter a word. He lifted the teacup from the table and took a delicate sip, patiently waiting in silence. Li Yi opened the Comprehensive Guide to Basic Alchemy, engrossed in its contents. This book elucidated the art of alchemy in a manner that was both accessible and enlightening, allowing Li Yi to grasp the essence of alchemy and the distinctions between the practices of cultivators and those of the mundane world with remarkable clarity. Moreover, it provided fundamental knowledge of alchemical principles, surpassing the few texts Li Yi had previously perused. Just as he was eager to continue reading, the subsequent pages suddenly became illegible. Realizing this was a ploy by the other party, Li Yi inquired, "Sun Steward, may I ask how many spirit stones this comprehensive guide to basic alchemy costs?" "This tome requires 400 low-grade spirit stones," Sun Xiang replied with a beaming smile, effectively cutting off any chance for haggling. Li Yi furrowed his brow, responding, "That seems a bit steep. Do you have any other texts?" "Ah, my friend Li, while this guide may be somewhat pricey, it is replete with intricate details. It stands as the quintessential introductory text for alchemy, and it even includes 3 foundational formulas as a bonus: the Gathering Essence Pill, the Spirit Ginseng Pill, and the Qi Yuan Pill. Surely, you have visited the Qingdan Alliance and are aware of the prices for these concoctions. Once you master this alchemical art, spirit stones will flow abundantly. If you purchase the Comprehensive Guide to Basic Alchemy and dedicate yourself to study, you will undoubtedly succeed in producing elixirs. Should you opt for other alchemical books, the formulas will require separate purchases." Sun Xiang continued to extol the virtues of this tome, nearly elevating it to the heavens. After hearing Sun Xiang's words, Li Yi found them reasonable. Even if he did not buy this book, he would still need to seek other sources, which would be a waste of time. With a resolute nod, he declared, "Very well, I shall buy it." "Excellent, my friend." Sun Xiang's heart leaped with joy at having closed the deal, anticipating a substantial gain in spirit stones. Despite the youth's unassuming appearance, he sensed that his worth was considerable. "I see you have not yet dabbled in alchemy, have you? I possess a few other items that may pique your interest, such as alchemical furnaces. For alchemy, one requires furnaces of spirit artifact grade, and we at Wanbao Tower offer low, mid, and high-tier spirit artifact furnaces. However, I do not require a furnace. Do you have any texts on the identification and cultivation methods of fresh herbs and spiritual medicines?" Li Yi inquired once more. "My friend seeks fresh spiritual herbs. which poses a challenge. The herbs required for alchemy at Wanbao Tower are sourced from the Tianyan mountain range. Harvesting herbs from the mountains takes several months each time, and what we have are primarily dried herbs. Only rare high-grade spiritual herbs are preserved in special conditions. As for the introduction to spiritual herbs and the cultivation of such texts, we also possess materials on this subject. This tome, titled Fundamental Atlas of Spiritual Herbs, encompasses not only the medicinal properties of basic spiritual herbs, but also their illustrations. Moreover, the techniques for cultivating these herbs are meticulously documented within its pages. Upon concluding his remarks, he presented a thick, colorful volume, which Li Yi perused briefly. To his astonishment, it contained detailed accounts of hundreds of spiritual herbs, including the previously encountered blue spirit grass. Li Yi was thoroughly pleased with this atlas. "I wonder," he inquired, "how many spirit stones this book requires?" "It is quite affordable. Only 100 low-grade spirit stones," was the reply. "Very well, I shall take it. I notice that you are at the qi refining stage. For alchemy, common earthly flames will not suffice. We have firestones available for purchase. Might you be interested?" Sun Xiang added, adopting an air of profound mystery. Chapter 32. The Money-Spending Alchemist. Do we still require firestones for alchemy? Li Yi inquired, a hint of surprise in his voice. Indeed, the flames necessary for alchemy are not ordinary. The common fires of the mortal realm are far too feeble to extract the essence of spiritual herbs. Therefore, achieving success in alchemy becomes exceedingly challenging. Should the flames be weak, even if the elixir is produced, it will be laden with impurities. Such impure elixirs, of inferior quality, may even turn into waste, rendering them useless for cultivators. Ingesting these flawed concoctions could lead to the formation of Dan poison within their bodies, severely hindering their cultivation progress. Moreover, one may also utilize geothermal flames and the fire of magical beasts for alchemy, though this necessitates locating a geothermal pool or a fire-breathing creature. Once one reaches the foundation establishment stage, such concerns dissipate, as cultivators possess innate true fire within them, which can also be employed for alchemy. If you have not yet perused the entirety of the fundamentals of alchemy, I assure you, once you do, all will become clear. Since you have already decided to make a purchase, I shall remove the restrictions from the text for you. After uttering these words, he executed a spell upon the book. Li Yi eagerly opened the tome, and indeed, it was as the other had said. Upon reaching this point, Li Yi let out a deep sigh and retrieved 200 spirit stones to procure several firestones, sufficient for his prolonged use. Observing Li Yi's generous expenditure on spirit stones, the merchant felt an even greater sense of delight. Li Daoist, it appears you have yet to witness the art of alchemy. With your acquisition of the fundamentals of alchemy and this considerable purchase, you have become a valued guest of our Wanbao Pavilion. We offer some exclusive services. For a mere 100 low-grade spirit stones, you may watch our alchemist at work, and even use a recording talisman to capture the entire alchemical process for your future study. Upon hearing this, Li Yi's eyes narrowed, having never witnessed alchemy. The opportunity to observe another's craft was indeed enticing. However, it would require additional spirit stones, causing a pang of discomfort in his heart. His spirit stones had already been significantly depleted, yet considering his prior expenditures, he felt it inconsequential to part with another 100. Very well, since you are so agreeable, I shall gift you a recording talisman free of charge. However, while observing the alchemist, you must remain silent. Should you disturb the alchemist and ruin the batch, you will be liable for the cost of the spiritual herbs used. Moments later, Li Yi was escorted to an alchemical chamber, where an elderly man was intently engaged in the art of alchemy. Li Yi and his companion stood quietly by a small window, watching intently. They observed as the elder deftly cast various spiritual herbs into the alchemical furnace, skillfully extracting the elixir into jade vials. Ultimately, he combined the contents of the different vials into the furnace, mixing the elixirs with precision. The entire process was seamless and fluid, resulting in a fine-quality elixir. Observing the elderly man concocting pills, Li Yi felt that alchemy was not particularly difficult. Subsequently, Sun Xiang handed a jade talisman to Li Yi. Fellow Taoist Li, now that you have gained some understanding of alchemy, do you not wish to procure some spiritual herbs to experiment with upon your return? Sun Xiang said, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Upon hearing Sun Xiang's words, Li Yi wore a wry smile and replied, Elder son, I regret to inform you that the spiritual stones I possess are all left with your Wanbao Pavilion. I am indeed eager to purchase some herbs to try, but alas, my purse is rather light. Then I extend a warm invitation for you to visit our Wanbao Pavilion again. Here, we shall graciously provide you with a piece of information, Sun Xiang said, producing a piece of paper and handing it to Li Yi. Confused, Li Yi accepted the paper, and after a glance, his brow furrowed. It was a bounty notice for his assassination, featuring not only his name, but also his likeness. Someone had issued a task at the city lord's mansion to hunt him down. A reward of 100 spiritual stones was offered for information leading to him, and 500 low-grade spiritual stones for bringing back his head. In recent days, he had been engrossed in seeking alchemical texts, neglecting the fact that the white-clad youth he had slain outside the city had a cousin in the enforcement team. It appeared that a bounty had now been placed on his head, which was indeed quite troublesome. Thank you, fellow Taoist son. This information is of great significance to me, Li Yi said with a respectful clasp of his fists. Do not mention it. Providing exceptional service to our clients is the guiding principle of Wanbao Pavilion. Safe travels. My friend, Sun Xiang replied, escorting Li Yi to the door, watching as he vanished into the throng. At that moment, a young attendant clad in green approached him and said, Esteemed steward, is it acceptable for us to relay this information about the individual? The enforcement team has instructed that any news regarding him must be reported. The enforcement team? Wanbao Pavilion is not subordinate to them. Why should we heed their commands? I find those fellows rather distasteful. This individual is no ordinary person. He casually produced 700 or 800 spiritual stones, including some middle-grade ones. For a Qi refinement cultivator to purchase such a quantity is indicative of a valued client. What harm is there in providing him a piece of information? Even if the pavilion master finds out, I doubt he would object, Sun Xiang retorted with a cold snort. After a brief pause, Sun Xiang continued, I perceive that this individual is formidable. He carries a faint aura of killing intent, suggesting he has taken many lives. Such a character is one we should not offend. It would be wise to cultivate a good rapport. I suspect he may become an alchemist, potentially bringing us considerable benefits. Do not speak of this recklessly, or I shall not spare you. Understood, the young attendant replied, though inwardly he was quite skeptical, even believing the steward to be somewhat fanciful in his thoughts. A nascent practitioner, merely at the 4th level of Qi refinement, harbors aspirations of becoming an alchemist, a pursuit that speaks to his ignorance of the vastness of the heavens and the earth. He has lingered at the Wanbao Pavilion for many years. Yet he remains unaware of the multitude of cultivators, envious of the lucrative rewards enjoyed by alchemists who aspire to join their ranks. However, few ever attain such a status. Each successful alchemist typically emerges from a lineage of profound heritage, bolstered by formidable sects of cultivation. The path of an alchemist is fraught with exorbitant expenses. Without the expenditure of thousands, if not tens of thousands, of spirit stones, one cannot hope to succeed in this craft. He is acutely aware of the vast sums that Li Yi has squandered. How could a practitioner who cannot even afford to purchase medicinal herbs ever hope to become an alchemist? Each year, numerous cultivators arrive in Jushin City, clutching their dreams of alchemical mastery, yet they invariably return home in financial ruin, often succumbing to despondency and despair. Chapter 33. Disguise and entering the mountains. As Li Yi stepped into the crowd, he deftly maneuvered and swiftly vanished from sight. Moments later, he reappeared in a secluded corner, donning a mid-grade spiritual artifact mask that transformed his visage into that of a middle-aged man. With newfound confidence, he strode out from the shadows. Having no intention of returning to the inn where he previously resided, Li Yi carried most of his belongings with him. After locating another inn, he retrieved his copy of Fundamentals of Alchemy and began to immerse himself in its contents. Alchemy, to Li Yi, was an entirely foreign concept. The blue spirit pills he had concocted with his father, Li Qian, were hardly what one would deem true spiritual elixirs. They were merely rudimentary pills suitable for common folk. He soon discovered the complexities of alchemy, which required the learning of various spells. Fortunately, these spells were relatively straightforward and easy to grasp, leaving Li Yi with a sense of wonder. He then picked up the basic spiritual herb atlas and meticulously studied it. The atlas detailed hundreds of spiritual herbs, encompassing nearly all the ingredients necessary for fundamental elixirs. At present, he aimed to craft pills suitable for Qi refinement practitioners. with 3 formulas listed at the end of the alchemy compendium: gathering essence pill, spirit ginseng pill, and essence pill, 3 varieties he had encountered during his time in the Qingdan Alliance. Within the herb atlas, Li Yi effortlessly located all the materials required for these 3 elixirs. In addition to the primary ingredients, a variety of over 20 auxiliary materials were also necessary, all of which could be found within the Tianyun mountain range. However, he faced a pressing concern. His unfamiliarity with the Tianyun mountain range rendered him hesitant to venture recklessly. He had heard rumors of 3rd and 4th-tier demonic beasts lurking in the depths of the mountains. 3rd-tier beasts were akin to perfected qi refinement practitioners, while 4th-tier beasts possessed the strength of foundation establishment cultivators. Thus, he dared not to wander carelessly. After disguising himself, Li Yi spent several days exploring Jushin City. In the task hall, he stumbled upon an opportunity. The Qianling apothecary was seeking to hire 20 cultivators of at least the 4th layer of qi refinement to safeguard their herb-gathering team as they entered the Tianyun mountain range for approximately 3 months. The Qianling apothecary, much like the Qingdan Alliance, was an organization dedicated to the production and sale of elixirs, but they also cultivated their own herbs, necessitating frequent forays into the mountain range to gather diverse materials. Recognizing this as a fortuitous chance, Li Yi resolved to infiltrate the team and discreetly collect some spiritual herbs. "Greetings, I wish to sign up for the hiring task," he stated as he approached the registration area of the Qianling apothecary. "Very well, fellow cultivator, please follow me," a young man replied, leading Li Yi deeper within for the necessary assessment to join the escort team. Moments later, they arrived at a martial arts arena, where a dozen individuals were already queuing in anticipation. Among them, only a few practitioners at the 4th layer of qi refinement, like Li Yi, were present, while most were at the 5th or 6th layers. Li Yi observed the assessments taking place. The evaluation process was relatively straightforward. One merely needed to send a black humanoid puppet flying, judging by the power displayed by the others. It seemed that only with a high-grade spirit tool could he achieve such a feat with his current strength. Soon, it was Li Yi's turn. At that moment, an elderly man with a white beard, holding a pen and a small notebook, furrowed his brow and addressed Li Yi. "You are only at the 4th layer of qi refinement. Your strength is somewhat lacking. Go ahead. Use your most powerful attack on that puppet and see what happens." "All right," Li Yi replied. He drew forth a golden flying sword, performed a series of hand seals, and watched as the small golden blade rapidly expanded to nearly a foot in length. It transformed into a streak of golden light, striking the black puppet with great force, sending it skidding back several meters. "Look, that is indeed a high-grade spirit tool," exclaimed one onlooker. "This lad is truly fortunate to possess such an item. No wonder a mere 4th-layer practitioner dares to join the medicinal herb-gathering team and venture into the mountains. He must be a disciple from a prominent family, out here for experience. Otherwise, how could someone with such low cultivation possess a high-quality spirit tool? Are you foolish? A disciple from a great family would never be allowed to roam freely at this level of cultivation, lest they fall prey to robbery." The crowd began to chatter animatedly, with many 5th and 6th layer practitioners casting envious, greedy, and jealous glances at Li Yi, while a few others regarded him with sinister smiles. The white-haired elder regarded Li Yi with some surprise before stating calmly, "Very well, you have passed. What is your name? I need to register you." "Li Hao," Li Yi replied casually, and he was subsequently led to a private room to rest. The night passed without incident. The following day, Li Yi was once more summoned to the martial arts arena. At the center stood a middle-aged man clad in a black robe, adorned with 3 delicate light blue herbs embroidered on his chest. His demeanor was one of calm indifference. Li Yi used his spiritual sight technique to assess the man, noting that he was at the 8th layer of qi refinement. In a short while, the arena was filled with individuals, all seemingly hired for the task. Opposite them stood a group of a dozen young men and women dressed in white, all appearing youthful, with cultivation levels hovering around the 1st and 2nd layers of qi refinement. The elder responsible for their evaluation suddenly approached and announced, "Now that everyone is present, I shall explain the task at hand. This time, we shall venture to the misty ridge of the Tianyun mountain range. Those of you who have been engaged are primarily tasked with safeguarding the safety of our herbalists, as well as assisting them in overcoming obstacles encountered during the herb-gathering process, such as wild beasts, venomous insects, and even some demonic creatures. Should danger arise, there is no need for a desperate confrontation. Simply signal for help, and assistance will be dispatched. Furthermore, it is imperative to note that our Qianling herbal workshop retains the priority to collect any encountered spiritual herbs. For those herbs that we do not require, you may dispose of them at your discretion. We will not intervene. Now, each of you shall be responsible for one herbalist, forming pairs of 2. Please allocate yourselves accordingly. The individual assigned to stand beside Li Yi is a youth with a dark complexion, who promptly approaches and introduces himself. I am Chun Ming, your partner. I kindly ask for your guidance. Li Hao, I look forward to a pleasant collaboration, Li Yi responded. Captain Zhou, everyone has arrived and arrangements have been made. We may now depart, the elder addressed the youth. Very well, let us set forth. With a wave of his hand, the youth led Li Yi and the others away, heading towards the Tianyun mountain range beyond the city. Chapter 34. Undercurrents and Herb Gathering. As Li Yi accompanied the herb gathering team from the Qianling pharmacy into the mountains, a shadowy scene unfolded in a small courtyard located in the northern district of Jushin City. This courtyard served as the residence for the enforcement team as cultivators. Each cultivator had their own modest yet lavishly adorned courtyard, filled with exquisite furnishings. At that moment, in the center of the courtyard's hall sat a young man clad in ornate robes, his expression dark and foreboding. Beside him stood an elderly man dressed in black. If Li Yi were present, he would undoubtedly recognize this man as the elder who had pursued him after he had slain the young boy outside Jushin City. Have we yet to uncover the identity of the one responsible for the murder of the 9th young master? The richly dressed youth inquired, his tone icy and resolute. Not yet, 6th young master. We have traced him to the Wanbao building, but after that, he seems to have vanished without a trace, as if he has disappeared entirely. I suspect the Wanbao building alerted him to our pursuit, prompting him to go into hiding. I will increase our manpower to locate him and ensure that we avenge the 9th young master, the black-clad elder replied, his teeth clenched in frustration, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. The news of the 9th brother's demise has reached my father. Although the 9th brother hailed from a humble background and lacked exceptional talent, he is still a member of the Chun family. His death cannot be tolerated. As his protector, you allowed him to be slain before your very eyes. Your culpability in this matter is considerable. Had it not been for my intercession, you would already be dead. The youth stated flatly, his gaze unyielding. The elder's heart sank, and with a hint of trepidation, he responded, Thank you, 6th young master. This old servant will certainly bring the murderer of the 9th young master to justice. I have received intelligence from within the Wanbao building indicating that the young man purchased several alchemical texts, likely intending to concoct pills himself. However, he did not acquire any spiritual herbs. I suspect he plans to venture into the Tianyun mountain range to gather the herbs himself. Furthermore, a herb gathering team from Qianling Pharmacy entered the Tianyun mountain range yesterday, heading towards Yunwu Ridge. I suspect that the young man has infiltrated their ranks. Follow them and, if he is indeed there, eliminate him and retrieve that top-tier spiritual artifact for me. A mere 4th-layer Qi refinement cultivator should pose no challenge for you, the youth remarked, casting a sidelong glance at the elder. I can handle him. However, the cloak he possesses appears to be a spiritual artifact that conceals his presence. I pursued him for quite a distance previously, but was unable to catch him. I suspect he was hiding nearby. And by the time I realized this and returned to search, it was too late, the elder replied, a note of frustration evident in his voice. After contemplating the elder's words, the youth responded, Take this spiritual artifact. It is the spirit detecting mirror. With it, you should be able to uncover any concealed presence, regardless of the nature of his hiding artifact. If you fail in this matter once again, there will be no reason for your return. You may leave. The elder, clutching the spiritual artifact bestowed by the young man, felt a surge of joy and excitement as he remarked, Thank you, young master. With this precious item, I assure you I shall not disappoint you. As long as that young man is over there, he will surely bring back what you seek. With that, he bowed and withdrew. Li Yi was visiting the Tianyun mountain range for the first time, filled with curiosity about its myriad wonders. The mountains rose high and the forests were dense, with a faint aura of spiritual energy lingering between the peaks. At the summit, clouds billowed, and various wild beasts occasionally appeared in the woodlands. During their journey, they encountered several groups of demon beasts, yet they were merely ordinary creatures that the group easily dispatched. Yielding some spoils, The materials from these demon beasts were of no interest to Qianling Pharmacy, yet they occasionally faced swarms of poisonous bees. Although these bees were only first-tier demon beasts, their sheer numbers sent Li Yi and his companions fleeing in disarray. Amidst this, Li Yi managed to gather several sprouting spiritual herbs, which Qianling Pharmacy would overlook. However, he cherished them like treasures, promptly placing them into his small cauldron space. The others scoffed at his choices, some even expressing disdain. "Brotherly, these herbs are merely sprouting. You won't be able to keep them alive back home." As Li Yi unearthed a spiritual herb along with its roots and soil, a young man behind him spoke up. This individual was Hongmeng, a fellow practitioner from Qianling Pharmacy. Throughout their journey, having received Li Yi's assistance in fending off several demon beast attacks, he felt a deep sense of gratitude, and their bond had grown significantly. "Why is it that they cannot survive?" Li Yi inquired, somewhat puzzled. Spiritual herbs require a rich aura of spiritual energy for their growth. In ordinary places, where spiritual energy is sparse, cultivating spiritual herbs can lead to a degradation of their medicinal properties. Only the great sects, with their array formations, can create a truly rich environment suitable for nurturing such herbs, Hongmeng explained. "I see. I will take my chances and give it a try," Li Yi replied, unconvinced by the young man's words. He believed that with his small cauldron and the azure liquid, he could succeed in cultivating them. Noticing Li Yi's stubbornness, Hongmeng ceased his objections and then asked, "Brotherly, your primary purpose for entering the Tianyan mountain range is indeed to seek these young spiritual herbs, isn't it?" Taken aback by the question, Li Yi responded, "How did you know?" This was not a rare occurrence, as each year, many practitioners like Li Yi accompanied the cultivators from Qianling Pharmacy to gather herbs. However, most returned disappointed, and some even faced peril, losing their lives in the process. "I had a senior brother who encountered danger on a previous herb-gathering expedition and never returned," Hongmeng said somberly. "Is that so? It sounds quite dangerous," Li Yi remarked. Li Yi found it hard to believe that, despite their numbers, they harbored no fear of ordinary beasts, only trepidation toward formidable high-ranking ones. "Of course. Do you understand why we have employed such a multitude of cultivators for our protection?" Hongmeng inquired. "It is because a third-tier beast has been sighted in Cloud Mist Ridge, one that is commensurate with cultivators at the 11th or 12th layer of Qi refinement. There lies a rare second-tier spirit herb, the cold mist grass, over 300 years old, which is the primary objective of our expedition to Cloud Mist Ridge." Upon hearing Hongmeng's words, Li Yi was taken aback. The representatives from the Thousand Spirit Apothecary had failed to mention such a detail. A third-tier beast was far beyond his capabilities to confront. Merely encountering one would pose a significant challenge, even for escape. With this realization, Li Yi's brow furrowed, and his expression darkened, feeling as though he had been deceived by the individuals from the Thousand Spirit Apothecary. Chapter 35, Collaboration, Frost Centipede Brotherly. "What I am about to tell you must reach our supervisor. If he finds out, I am doomed," Hongmeng urged earnestly. "Understood. But may I ask why you chose to confide in me?" Li Yi inquired, a hint of confusion in his tone. "Brotherly, I perceive you as a genuinely good person with commendable strength. Should we encounter any demonic beasts or face perilous situations ahead, I would greatly appreciate your assistance. In return, I can help you gather medicinal herbs. Just inform me of the spiritual herbs you require, and I shall seek them out, allowing me to contribute less to the collective." Hongmeng elaborated. Upon hearing this, Li Yi felt a flicker of interest. Such an arrangement could significantly reduce the time he spent collecting herbs. "Very well. I accept your proposition. However, if we encounter dangers beyond my capacity to handle, I cannot guarantee my assistance. At that point, we must all fend for ourselves," he replied. "Agreed. Brotherly, please share the list of herbs you need," Hongmeng responded eagerly. Li Yi proceeded to divulge the names of the herbs he sought, and without hesitation, Hongmeng presented him with all the spiritual herbs he had in his possession. This gesture filled Li Yi with joy, for he believed that it would not be long before he acquired the necessary materials for alchemy. With the bond of cooperation established, their relationship grew closer. Throughout their journey, Hongmeng assisted Li Yi in gathering a considerable number of spiritual herbs. They had already collected all the materials required for the gathering yuan pill. However, the age of the herbs was insufficient. Once he returned and cultivated them, he could attempt to refine pills. Presently, He still lacked 7 or 8 varieties of herbs needed for the spirit ginseng pill and the Zhiyuan pill. Soon, the group arrived at the base of a mist-laden mountain. The elder leading them declared, "We have arrived at Cloud Mist Ridge. Everyone, disperse and ascend towards the summit. Searching independently. Do not compete. The early bird gets the worm. Should you encounter any demonic beasts or danger, call for assistance immediately." With that, the crowd scattered. And Li Yi and Chun Ming ventured towards the rear of the mountain. "Brotherly, we should head to the back. The purple spirit mushroom and spirit ginseng you seek typically flourish in dark, damp locales. Cloud Mist Ridge is already quite moist. As long as we find a suitably shadowy area, we should be able to locate the herbs," Chun Ming advised. "Very well, I shall follow your lead. You gather the herbs, and I shall keep watch. I do not require all the harvested materials. One specimen will suffice for me. The rest can be submitted," Li stated. "Excellent. That alleviates my concerns," Chun Ming replied with delight. Afterward, Li produced a black turtle shell, positioning it protectively in front of himself and Chun Ming, followed by a small blue fan. The black turtle shell, a premium spiritual artifact acquired from the He brothers, though marred by the venom of a giant python, still retained formidable defensive capabilities. In addition, the blue fan could unleash a flurry of wind blades for group attacks, making it a favored instrument of Li Yi. "Brotherly, I cannot believe there are higher-tier defensive spiritual artifacts. This is truly splendid. As such, security will undoubtedly be more assured," Chun Ming exclaimed with excitement. Throughout their journey, he had sensed that Li Yi was extraordinary. Yet he refrained from probing too deeply into the multiple high-tier artifacts in Li Yi's possession, recognizing the wisdom and discretion regarding Li Yi's origins. Moments later, Chun Ming joyfully exclaimed, "Brotherly, look over there. There are 2 spiritual ginsengs, and their age is quite considerable." Upon hearing this, Li Yi was equally exhilarated. Spiritual ginseng is the primary herb for concocting the spirit ginseng pill, and he had searched for it for a long time, never expecting to find it so soon upon arriving here. Just as Chun Ming was about to dig for the herbs, Li Yi suddenly called out to him, "Be cautious. There are demon beasts." After uttering this warning, he placed his black turtle shell in front of Chun Ming. Chun Ming had yet to regain his composure when a blue centipede, measuring an entire yard in length, violently collided with the black turtle shell. Chun Ming was taken aback. "Thank you, brotherly, for saving my life. This is a first-tier demon beast, the ice snow centipede. It is quite formidable among first-tier beasts. You must be careful," Chun Ming said, still shaken. "Yes, I understand. I will lure it away. You focus on gathering the herbs, but remain vigilant for any other demon beasts," Li Yi replied resolutely. With that, he swiftly moved, and with a flick of his small fan, sent forth a dozen azure wind blades toward the blue centipede. The blades struck the centipede, producing a cacophony of sounds. Although they did not injure it, they certainly provoked its wrath. With a shrill cry, the blue centipede's small black eye seemed ready to emit fire as it exhaled icy breath and lunged at Li Yi. He retreated rapidly, noticing frost beginning to form on the surface of his turtle shell artifact. Meanwhile, Li Yi continued to unleash his small fan in attack, severing the centipede's legs, which diminished its speed significantly. Observing that the centipede had nearly come to a standstill, he drew forth a golden small sword and thrust it directly into its mouth, slaying the ice snow centipede. After vanquishing the beast, Li Yi did not linger, instead tossing the centipede into his small cauldron space. "Brotherly, you have already dealt with that centipede. Splendid. I have successfully gathered the spiritual ginseng," Chun Ming announced, presenting 2 ginseng roots to Li Yi. Gazing at the offered ginseng, Li Yi replied, "Let us each take one of these ginseng roots. Without you, I could not have collected these herbs so swiftly." "Very well, thank you, brotherly," Chun Ming responded gratefully. Hearing this, Li Yi smiled faintly, saying nothing further, yet internally he was filled with joy, with the ginseng in hand. He had completed his collection of materials for the spirit ginseng pill. At that moment, a low, rumbling roar erupted from the peak of Yunwu Ridge, followed by an overwhelming chill sweeping down the mountainside. The surrounding herbal gatherers shivered involuntarily. "Brotherly, what is happening?" Chun Ming asked, glancing at Li Yi with trepidation. Li Yi furrowed his brow in contemplation, then shook his head and remarked, "I am uncertain, but I sense it is not a favorable omen. We should exercise caution." He suggested they slow their pace in gathering herbs and follow behind the others, allowing them to scout the path ahead. Subsequently, Li Yi added, having collected 2 types of elixirs for refining, I no longer feel the urgency. I am not inclined to risk myself for a few more herbs. Very well, brotherly. I shall heed your advice, Ming replied obediently. Moments later, a terrified roar echoed from the mountains. Alas, it is dire. Ice snow centipedes have appeared. And they are not merely one but several, classified as second-tier demonic beasts. Everyone, hasten to provide support and eliminate the beasts. Herbalists, make haste in gathering herbs, commanded the elder with white hair, addressing Li Yi and his companions. I shall proceed ahead. Do exercise caution, he said before making his way toward the source of the distressing cries, albeit at a measured pace. Chapter 36, Cold Mist Grass. Third-grade demon beast. After walking for a while, Li Yi encountered 3 blue centipedes, each measuring over 2 zhang in length, accompanied by a dozen or so smaller centipedes, each more than 1 zhang long. The battlefield was ablaze with fervent combat, divided into 5 or 6 different skirmish groups. Upon his arrival, Li Yi joined a duo that was somewhat at a disadvantage. One practitioner was at the 4th level of Qi refinement, and the other at the 5th, struggling against 2 first-grade centipedes due to their mid-tier spiritual artifacts. Observing this predicament, Li Yi wielded his advanced spiritual artifact, a golden flying sword, and began to assault the first-grade demon beasts, alleviating the pressure on the other 2 cultivators, who then unleashed their full strength to attack. In just a brief moment, Li Yi and his companions managed to slay both first-grade frost centipedes. Thank you for your assistance, fellow cultivator. You may take the body of one of these centipedes, exclaimed a somewhat simple-minded young man among the duo, while the other, about to interject, fell silent upon seeing his companion's agreement. Very well, I shall not refuse such a generous offer, Li Yi replied, promptly stowing one of the blue centipedes into his storage pouch. Li Hao, with your advanced spiritual artifact, please assist the others in dealing with the second-grade demon beasts. Once Team Leader Zhou and I have dispatched these 2 beasts, we will come to aid you. Just hold them off, do not kill them, instructed the white-haired elder, his eyes brightening at the sight of Li Yi's swift and decisive actions against the 2 first-grade demon beasts. Upon hearing the elder's words, Li Yi sighed inwardly. He had hoped to take it easy, but his display of strength had compelled him to engage. I can assist, though I cannot sustain this for long. My cultivation is limited, and wielding an advanced artifact is somewhat taxing. Please proceed with haste, Li Yi remarked, furrowing his brow as he took a low-tier spirit stone to begin absorbing spiritual energy and replenish his mana. Not a problem. Just support us without letting them interfere. We will swiftly deal with these 2 beasts, and we shall certainly compensate you later, the elder replied with delight. After agreeing, Li Yi wasted no time and immediately joined another trio of cultivators. Among them, one was at the 6th level of Qi refinement, and the other 2 were at the 5th level. The 6th level practitioner wielded an advanced spiritual artifact dagger, while the others used a mid-tier flying sword. Engaging a second-grade demon beast proved to be quite a challenge, as the second-grade beasts were comparable to practitioners at the 7th or 8th level of Qi refinement. Furthermore, the frost centipede's shell was exceedingly tough, and the chilling breath it exhaled not only caused extreme cold, but also possessed a considerable toxicity. Any contact of the chilling aura with spiritual artifacts would significantly slow their attack power. Once Li Yi joined the skirmish group, their situation improved markedly. Though they could not defeat the centipede outright, they managed to hold the second-grade frost centipede firmly in check. A quarter of an hour later, the white-haired elder and the young man surnamed Zhou had slain the 2 remaining second-tier demon beasts, the ice snow centipedes, and subsequently joined Li Yi and his companions, who swiftly dispatched the final second-tier centipede. At this juncture, Li Yi discerned that the elder's cultivation level was at the 7th layer of Qi refining, wielding a superior-grade spiritual weapon, a green dagger, while the young man from the Zhou clan was a practitioner at the 8th layer of Qi refining, brandishing a high-grade fire-element flying sword, showcasing formidable strength. With the demise of the 3 second-tier demon beasts, the remaining ice snow centipedes, seemingly compelled by an unseen force, hastily retreated towards the mountaintop below. In this skirmish, 4 or 5 cultivators among Li Yi's group had fallen victim to the demon beasts, all of whom were practitioners at the 4th and 5th layers of Qi refining, while the remaining 6th layer practitioners sustained no injuries. Witnessing this, Li Yi felt a pang of sorrow akin to that of a rabbit mourning a dead fox. Had it not been for his own high-grade spiritual weapon, He too might have met his end during this medicinal herb gathering. The perilous and brutal nature of the cultivation world was starkly evident, intensifying Li Yi's urgency to elevate his own cultivation. Once this affair concluded, he resolved to seek a secluded place to refine alchemical pills. Let us pursue together and vanquish these beasts, avenging our fallen comrades. At this moment, a fervent young cultivator shouted as he charged forward, followed by 4 or 5 other young practitioners, their faces aflame with indignation. Meanwhile, the older cultivators hesitated, retreating slightly instead of rushing forward. The white-haired elder and the young man from the Zhou clan remained poised at the rear, not hastening to advance. Observing this scene, Li Yi felt a twinge of confusion, recalling Chun Ming's warning about the presence of third-tier demon beasts, which sparked a disquieting thought within him. As Li Yi pondered, a chilling scream erupted from the mountaintop. Ah, ah, ah. He then beheld a gruesome sight. Those who had just charged ahead were now gruesomely torn apart, their bodies reduced to fragments. Before him loomed a colossal blue centipede, significantly larger than the 3 previously slain second-tier centipedes, now voraciously consuming the corpses, emitting a horrifying sound. This macabre spectacle drained the color from the faces of the onlookers, with several turning pale. A tremulous voice from one of the cultivators broke the silence. That is a third-tier demon beast. We must flee, for we are no match for it. A dark-faced man, his expression grim, addressed the white-haired elder and the young man from the Zhou clan, revealing himself to be a practitioner at the 6th layer of qi refining. At that moment, however, the elder and the young man gazed with delight at a small green grass sprouting behind the blue centipede, exuding a faint chill. Atop the grass rested a blue fruit, encased in a layer of ice crystals, shimmering and translucent. Following the gaze of the 2 individuals, one could see a second-tier spiritual herb known as the cold mist herb, a primary component in the concoction of second-tier cold attribute elixirs. While the grade of the cold mist herb may not be particularly high, it is rather rare, typically flourishing in frigid environments. At this moment, the white-haired elder and the young man with the surname Zhou regained their composure and exchanged glances. The elder, with a cheerful demeanor, addressed the crowd, stating, "Dear friends, do not be anxious. Although this ice snow centipede is a third-tier demonic beast, we are accompanied by numerous cultivators, and thus we need not fear it. Moreover, our friend Zhou possesses a top-tier spiritual artifact. If we unite our efforts, we shall surely vanquish this beast. Furthermore, we promise to double the reward previously offered to each of you. The materials obtained from this demonic beast will be distributed equally among you, as we shall not partake in them. We assure you, no one will be at a disadvantage. Should you have any requests, feel free to voice them now. However, this cold mist herb must be reserved for us." Chapter 37. Slaughter and Schemes. Upon hearing the words of the elderly man with white hair, the expressions of those present transformed, revealing a semblance of hope, and some faces even illuminated with joy. Although confronting a third-tier demonic beast posed a significant risk, the potential rewards were immense. Not only would the compensation be doubled, but materials from the third-tier beast could also be acquired. It is well known that every part of a third-tier demonic beast is a treasure, with materials capable of crafting top-tier spiritual artifacts. With such artifacts in their possession, who would dare to provoke them? Some individuals were already indulging in flights of fancy. Li Yi felt a stir in his heart upon hearing this, and spoke up. "I do not require the reward, but I do need some purple spirit mushrooms. I wonder if Manager Wang could agree to this." He continued, "If Manager Wang consents, I shall assist you in dealing with the third-tier centipede." "Excellent, brotherly Hao, such courage." "I agree," the old man replied eagerly. "I happen to have 3 purple spirit mushrooms at hand. I can offer you one immediately, and the other 2 shall be yours upon the successful slaying of the third-tier beast." With that, the elder produced a wooden box, opening it to reveal a single purple mushroom, which he then tossed to Li Yi. Elated, Li Yi caught the box and placed it in his storage pouch. The purple spirit mushroom was a crucial ingredient for refining the Ji Yuan Dan. Once he procured the remaining 2 auxiliary materials, he would be able to concoct the elixir. The others engaged in negotiations as well, and as long as the conditions were reasonable, the elder in white acquiesced. However, 2 individuals opted out, refusing any reward and choosing to depart. Though the expressions of the white-haired elder and the young man surnamed Zhou were less than pleased, they did not insist on retaining them. "Very well, since everyone has consented, "Let us commence," declared the young man, surnamed Zhou. He then retrieved a red rope that emanated a faint wave of heat. "The artifact I possess is the top-tier binding demon rope, a fire-based spiritual artifact specifically designed to counter ice attribute demonic beasts. I will ensnare the beast with this rope. All you need to do is attack it together." Without further hesitation, the young man controlled the binding demon rope and launched an assault on the centipede. The third-tier frost centipede, suddenly provoked by the unexpected attack, dragged its heavy body forward, exhaling not only frigid air but also ice spikes, charging aggressively towards Li Yi and the others. The red binding demon rope clashed with the centipede in the air, yet it failed to gain the upper hand. Amidst the icy breath of the blue centipede, the rope began to slow. While controlling his spiritual artifact to strike, Li Yi was inwardly astonished. His superior artifact left no mark upon the hard shell of the centipede. The blue armor on its back shimmered, resembling crystal ice, demonstrating formidable defensive power. Do not attack the centipede's back armor. That layer of shell is not easily breached without a top-tier artifact. Aim for its mouth and abdomen, as these are its weak points. Let us strike when it finishes exhaling its poisonous mist, the white-haired elder instructed. After the words were spoken, the crowd summoned back their flying swords. The blue centipede released another blast of icy mist, while dozens of spiritual artifacts unleashed a cacophony of attacks upon its maw. Among them, a flying needle spirit artifact found its way into the centipede's mouth, resulting in a heart-wrenching shriek as the creature writhed on the ground. Witnessing this scene, the young man from the Zhou clan felt a surge of joy and seized the opportunity to ensnare the blue centipede with his red binding rope. "Now's our chance. Everyone, attack swiftly," the young man exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. Li Yi and the others likewise seized the moment, directing their spiritual instruments against the frost-covered centipede. The creature, sensing the impending danger, thrashed violently, unleashing its icy mist with reckless abandon. Several nearby cultivators, caught off guard, found themselves enveloped in the chilling fog and were swiftly frozen solid. Subsequently, the serrated appendages of the centipede mercilessly tore the frozen figures and cultivators into bloody pieces. "Retreat. Everyone, quickly. The centipede is mounting a counterattack. I can no longer restrain it. Be cautious," the young man from the Zhou clan shouted in alarm. The blue centipede burst free from the red binding rope, lunging at the cultivators, and two individuals were caught unawares, bitten in half by the monstrous creature. A wave of intense fear washed over Li Yi as he witnessed this horrifying spectacle. Infuriated by the young man's earlier assurances of containment, he felt an overwhelming dread settle in. The snow-white centipede had now escaped, endangering them all. In that moment, Li Yi could no longer afford to hold back. A crimson cloak materialized behind him, and with a flash of red light, he vanished from sight, reappearing a short distance away. In his hand, he now wielded a small azure fan, having retracted the golden flying sword that had hovered above him. He retreated furiously, his expression icy enough to freeze the very air around him. Moments before, the lethal appendage of the centipede had swept dangerously close to him, and had he not evaded quickly, he would have met a dire fate. At this juncture, only 5 or 6 individuals remained alive, the rest having perished in battle. The survivors cast dark, somber glances at the white-haired elder and the young man from the Zhou clan. One burly man with a ruddy complexion spoke up, his voice low yet firm. "Do you not think an explanation is warranted, my friends? Why did you ultimately unleash the monstrous centipede? We have lost so many comrades because of this." In response, the young man from the Zhou clan snorted derisively and replied with a cold smirk, "Explanation? What is there to explain? My abilities are insufficient to perfectly control this top-tier spirit artifact. The centipede broke free and escaped. What could I have done? Slaying a third-tier beast is inherently risky. If you choose to take such risks for profit, you must be prepared for sacrifice. Their deaths are a consequence of their own inadequacies. As for the materials from this beast, you each stand to gain a share, so why the displeasure?" Observing the centipede, which lay on the ground, battered and gravely injured, the young man scoffed. However, at that moment, the youth surnamed Zhou regarded Li Yi with unexpected intrigue. His gaze fixed on the fan in Li Yi's hand and the cloak draped behind him, pondering something inscrutable. "You." The burly man with a flushed face glared at the young man, his countenance a mask of fury, yet words eluded him. This was due to the fact that the middle-aged man's close companion had just perished in this very spot, fueling their ire towards the white-clad elder and the youth. Ha ha, esteemed friends, death is an irreversible fate. Let us mourn in silence. I propose we divide the materials of the beast. We should gather the herbs and make haste to depart, for Tianyan Mountain is no place for the faint-hearted, the elder in white interjected, attempting to mediate the situation. Chapter 38. The stealthy strike. Upon hearing the elder's words, the crowd fell silent. They understood that this was not the moment to confront their adversaries. Moreover, they had already suffered considerable losses. Many of their comrades had perished in battle. Their opponents not only possessed formidable cultivation, but also wielded top-tier spiritual artifacts. Even if they united their strengths, they might not stand a chance against such formidable foes, and the trust among their ranks was tenuous at best, making true solidarity impossible. Instead, they needed to remain vigilant against any potential treachery from one another. Exchanging glances, their faces reflected a shared melancholy as they approached the corpse of the centipede beast. During their earlier standoff, the creature had succumbed to its grievous injuries. The elder in white and the young man surnamed Zhou exchanged a satisfied look, their expressions brimming with delight. They eagerly made their way toward the frost-mist grass atop the mountain, their primary objective for this expedition, now within reach, igniting their excitement. Suddenly, a series of dull thuds resonated, accompanied by sprays of crimson that soared into the air. At that moment, Li noticed that those who had intended to dissect the beast's remains now lay sprawled in a pool of blood, one of them being the red-faced man. Their faces were etched with disbelief as they failed to comprehend why their comrades had turned against them. Another victim, the white-haired elder from the Qianling apothecary, lay lifeless, his earlier joy now replaced by a look of resignation and terror as he realized he had been ambushed. Despicable, to dare strike from the shadows. You seek your own demise, shouted the young man surnamed Zhou, his fury palpable. He brandished the top-tier spiritual artifact, the crimson binding rope, and launched an assault against the black-clad woman responsible for the treachery. His anger fueled his attack, rendering it exceptionally fierce. Zhou had not even discerned how the ambush had unfolded. Had he been the target, he might not have evaded it either. Li felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. He had remained cautious and refrained from rushing forward to inspect the beast's remains, reasoning that his lower cultivation rendered him unworthy of any spoils. Ironically, this decision had spared him from peril. At that moment, Li realized that the assailant was a woman clad in black, possessing a cultivation level of the 6th layer of Qi refinement. Typically, she wielded a mid-tier spiritual artifact in the form of a long blade, appearing quite ordinary. Yet now, she displayed remarkable strength, manipulating 3 transparent, needle-like spiritual artifacts, indicating that they were indeed of superior grade. Despicable. Can your actions be any more vile than those of the Qianling apothecary? You employ cultivators to safeguard your herb gathering without disclosing the presence of 3rd-tier beasts in this area. Then they will use you as cannon fodder against the demonic beasts, while you secretly strike down a few. Perhaps after you collect the spiritual herbs, it will be our turn to perish. The woman said disdainfully. You must provide evidence for your claims. Do not slander without basis. You are only acting for the sake of the spiritual herbs and materials from the beasts. Are you not? Do not feign righteousness with your excuses. Do you truly believe that merely wielding a superior spiritual artifact will suffice to defeat me and allow you to seize all that is here for your own gain? The young man of the Zhou clan retorted angrily. Although the 3 flying needles were no match for the red binding ropes, the transparent needles were surprisingly agile, and the Zhou youth found himself unable to subdue the cloaked woman, which only fueled his fury further. Humph. Whether or not you can reap the rewards is not for you to worry about. Do you think I am the only one daring enough to ambush you? Just wait. I will make you aware of the consequences of underestimating me, the black-clad woman hissed fiercely. Upon hearing her words, the Zhou youth's expression shifted, and he hurriedly scanned his surroundings, relieved to find no one else nearby. While the black-clad woman and the Zhou youth were engaged in their fierce battle, Li stealthily approached the corpse of the demonic beast centipede. He swiftly dragged the beast's body into his storage bag and took 2 more storage bags from the corpse, tucking them into his own. Having completed these actions, Li was not yet satisfied. He quickly ascended the mountain, snatching the storage bag from the white-clad elder and using a shovel to unearth the cold mist grass. Since they dared to plot against him, Li Yi resolved to leave them with nothing and hastily fled toward the northern part of the misty ridge. "Kid, you seek death. Leave the cold mist grass and the beast's corpse." The black-clad woman and the Zhou youth shouted in fury. They had not anticipated that a mere fourth-layer qi refinement cultivator would dare to steal from them in plain sight. The two immediately halted their conflict and pursued the direction in which Li Yi had fled. "Stop! Leave the cold mist grass and I will let you go. Otherwise, I will ensure your body is torn to shreds." The Zhou youth shouted through gritted teeth from behind. Li Yi, however, paid no heed to his threats and continued to charge forward. When Li Yi glanced back, he noticed that while the black-clad woman was closely following him, she wore a mocking smile, which unsettled him. Moments later, Li Yi reached the foot of the mountain and witnessed 7 or 8 black-clad individuals pursuing the herbal-gathering disciples. These individuals were all at the 7th or 8th layer of qi refinement, possessing formidable strength, and the herbal gatherers were utterly no match for them, being subdued in mere moments. As the black-clad figures turned their attention to Li Yi, the Zhou youth's anger peaked. Not only had they failed to procure any spiritual herbs, but they had also lost numerous lives. He realized he had no way to report back home without the cold mist grass. Retrieving it was his only chance to mitigate the impending punishment. Observing the figures clad in black, the woman behind them was filled with elation, exclaiming, "Scorpion, intercept that lad. Not only has he obtained the frost mist herb, but he has also seized the carcass of a third-tier beast, along with several storage bags belonging to other cultivators, all now in his possession. We must not allow him to escape." At the forefront stood a burly man adorned with a menacing black scorpion tattoo on his face, exuding an aura of terror. "Viper, you truly are inept. You have delayed far too long, allowing this youth to pilfer our treasures. Now leave it to us. This boy dares to take what belongs to the Blood Fiend sect. I will ensure that he regrets ever entering this world." Scorpion licked his lips, a thrill evident in his voice. "Scorpion, tread carefully. This boy may possess only the 4th layer of qi refinement, yet his strength is formidable. He wields several high-tier spirit artifacts, so do not underestimate him. You might find yourself in dire straits," warned the woman in black. Chapter 39. Into the Demon Bat Cave. "Ah, who would have thought this lad was such a plump sheep? We certainly cannot let him escape now," exclaimed the scorpion, his eyes gleaming with delight. The other cloaked figures gazed at Li Yi, their mouths nearly watering, as if they wished to devour him whole. Meanwhile, the young man, surnamed Zhou, observed Li Yi and the black-clad assailants with a face ashen with dread. Li Yi's encirclement indicated that retrieving the precious spiritual herbs and beast materials from him would be an arduous task, especially given that his pursuers were members of the Blood Demon sect, a far more formidable challenge. The Blood Demon sect was a mid-sized faction, shrouded in secrecy, yet its practitioners practiced insidious arts, often utilizing the flesh and souls of cultivators to forge spiritual artifacts. This malevolent sect was reviled throughout the cultivation world, with many major sects attempting to eradicate it, yet they had never succeeded in completely extinguishing its presence, as it always seemed to rise again from the ashes. This was one of the forces that the Qianling medicine shop could not afford to offend, with an obstruction ahead and pursuers behind. Although Li Yi felt a surge of fear, he remained composed. Observing the burly figures blocking his path, he swiftly clutched his storage pouch. A small yellow bell whirred into the air, hovering above his head, before unleashing a powerful strike upon the throng of black-clad figures. A wave of invisible sound energy surged forth, instantly crashing into the assailants. Yet, Li Yi's offensive did not cease there. Cloaked in a crimson cape, he shimmered with radiant energy and effortlessly drifted to the forefront of the black-clad men. With a deft flick of his wrist, he unleashed a flurry of azure wind blades, each slicing through the air towards his foes. "Ah, this is a top-tier spiritual artifact, a rare soundwave attack type. Everyone, take cover," the leader of the black-clad men exclaimed, snapping back to reality and hastily seeking refuge. Caught off guard by Li Yi's unexpected assault, the black-clad figures were thrown into disarray. 2 of them, lacking any defense, were swiftly dispatched by Li Yi. It was remarkable, indeed, for cultivators in the late qi refinement stage to be slain by one in the 4th layer of qi refinement. Seizing the opportunity, Li Yi managed to break free from their encirclement and dashed towards the mountainside. Upon spotting the bound Hongmeng, he gritted his teeth, halted, and swiftly released Chen Ming from his bonds. He had promised to save Chen Ming's life, and now, with the pursuit hot on his heels, this was all he could do. This is all I can offer. They are after me now. You must flee for your life. He urged Chen Ming before taking off in a flash. Ah, thank you, brotherly. Take care. Chen Ming expressed his gratitude, astonished that Li Yi would come to his aid at such a perilous moment. He had lost hope upon witnessing the crowd pursue Li Yi. As Li Yi made his swift escape, the leader of the black-clad men, his face a mask of fury, bellowed, "Pursue him. I will ensure this wretch is reduced to soul and flesh." After speaking, he pursued with several companions, completely disregarding the other cultivators gathering herbs on the ground. His focus was solely on Li Yi. If he could slay this young man, the top-tier spiritual artifacts and high-grade spiritual instruments on him would become his own possessions. He was particularly covetous of that small yellow bell. The young man from the Zhou clan watched the black-clad figures chasing after Li Yi, his expression fluctuating between uncertainty and resolve. After a moment of contemplation, he gritted his teeth and stomped his foot, deciding to follow suit. He understood that the opportunity to acquire Li Yi's treasures was slim, yet the allure of the artifacts was too potent to resist, and with a stroke of luck, he decided to pursue. As the black-clad pursuers drew nearer, Li Yi thought to himself, "This cannot continue. I must shake them off swiftly." Resolutely, he pivoted sharply, turning back to confront the pursuing figures with his Huangyuan bell and azure fan, launching another assault against them. Despite the swiftness of his attack, his adversaries were already on guard, merely inconveniencing them without claiming any lives. Scatter and pursue. Do not cluster together or draw too close. That young man's cultivation is not high. While the yellow bell's attacks may be peculiar, it is still a high-grade spiritual artifact. He is of lower cultivation and cannot wield it to its full potential. We must maintain our chase and prevent him from launching a sneak attack, as well as guard against the azure fan's wind blades. Once his spiritual energy is depleted, he will be at our mercy, instructed the black-clad woman to her companions. Upon hearing her words, the group was invigorated and quickly dispersed, maintaining a distance as they pursued from behind. Li Yi caught wind of her directive and furrowed his brow. He patted his storage bag, retrieving a spirit stone brimming with energy, his last remaining mid-tier spirit stone. With the restoration of his magical power, his internal energy surged back to life. Witnessing Li Yi's actions, the black-clad woman felt a flush of embarrassment and quickened her pace in pursuit. Li Yi dashed forward, now unable to discern his direction, focusing solely on running ahead. As he progressed, the surrounding flora diminished, giving way to numerous withered branches and the carcasses of wild beasts. The remains of these animals were desiccated and horrific, bearing numerous bite marks as if they had been drained of their blood by some creature. The further he ventured, the more corpses appeared, and the landscape grew increasingly desolate, sending a shiver down his spine and prompting him to slow his pace. Before him lay a narrowing path that led to the summit of a small hill, where a pitch-black cave loomed, approximately 3 zhang in height, its depths unfathomable and exuding an aura of dread. On either side of the hilltop were sheer cliffs, leaving Li Yi cornered. Haha, there's no escape ahead. I wonder where you intend to flee now, for before you lies the bat cave, home to a horde of blood-sucking demon bats. The strongest among them is a 3rd-tier demon bat. I am quite curious whether you will enter to feed the bats or choose to leap from the cliff, sneered the leading black-clad cultivator, the Scorpion. At that moment, the woman in black, standing to the side, gazed at Li Yi as if struck by a sudden thought. Her tone was remarkably gentle as she spoke. "Esteemed friend, if you would but surrender the cold mist grass, the materials from the beasts, and your spiritual tools, we assure you that we shall not pursue any further. We shall clear a path for you, granting you your life." Upon hearing this, Li Yi's brow furrowed tightly, a cold smile curling within his heart as his mind raced with strategies. He was resolute in his unwillingness to relinquish his spiritual tools and surrender without a fight. He firmly believed that it was best for him to hold the reins of his own destiny, harboring little faith that those before him would allow him to escape unscathed. Casting a glance at the pursuers behind him, he clenched his teeth and plunged into the inky darkness of the cave. "This is bad. Quickly pursue him. It matters not if the boy perishes within, but we must not allow his treasures to remain inside." The woman in black watched Li Yi's actions, her expression shifting in alarm as she exclaimed. Observing him rush into the ghost bat cave, the group of black-clad individuals hesitated. their brows knitted in concern as they regarded the cave entrance. Chapter 40. Secluded Alchemy, What Should We Do Now? The burly man in black furrowed his brow as he watched Li Yi plunge into the bat cave. We can only wait. Once he's dead, we can go in to retrieve his corpse. Let us hope he does not venture too deep, the woman in black replied. Then what of him? The leading man pointed to the approaching young man with the surname Zhou. Naturally, we must eliminate him. If we kill this fellow and seize his top-tier spiritual weapon, our chances of entering the ghost bat cave will greatly increase, the woman remarked, licking her lips as she eyed the young man. Haha, splendid. This suits me perfectly. I have long found him displeasing. It is the perfect opportunity to dispose of him, the burly man said with a cruel smile. With that, the group of black-clad individuals, initially pursuing Li Yi, encircled the young man with the surname Zhou. What are you planning? I possess a top-tier spiritual weapon. I am from the Qianling Apothecary. The young man began to panic, regretting his decision to come along simply because of his weapon. Haha, what is the Qianling Apothecary to us? We, the Blood Demon sect, hold you in utter disdain. You pampered young masters have likely spent too long in Jushin City, thinking that possessing a top-tier spiritual weapon makes you invincible. Your weapon is merely an auxiliary one, effective against beasts perhaps, but against us, it is nothing but a joke. Kill him, the burly man commanded. As he spoke, he produced a small black triangular flag from his storage pouch. The flag bore the image of a menacing black scorpion, complete with wings. A flash of red light surged from the flag, and the scorpion flew forth, lunging at the young man Zhou. In mere moments, the young man let out a horrific scream under the onslaught of the black-clad figures, meeting his demise. Unbeknownst to Li Yi, who was now deep within the ghost bat cave, a foul stench pervaded the air. The cave's ceiling was adorned with numerous bats hanging upside down, their bright eyes glimmering in the darkness. Above him, the yellow bell resonated with a continuous vibration. Ding, ding, ding. He swiftly advanced deeper into the cavern, encountering several blood-sucking demon bats along the way, which he successfully repelled using the yellow bell's power. During this journey, Li Yi unleashed the bell's sonic attacks twice, effortlessly dispatching numerous lower-tier blood-sucking bats. He discovered that the yellow bell was remarkably effective against these creatures. Wherever the bell's sound reached, the bats would be rendered dazed, allowing him to swoop in with his flying sword to finish them off. As he eliminated more bats, their numbers around him began to dwindle, and the remaining blood-sucking bats opted to steer clear of Li Yi. After traversing an unknown distance, Li Yi's heart raced as he encountered two third-tier blood-sucking demon bats. This must be the place. In the depths of his thoughts, Li Yi swiftly sought out a secluded corner and retrieved a small azure cauldron from his storage pouch. With a flash of azure light, he entered the cauldron's spatial realm. Once inside, Li Yi finally exhaled a sigh of relief. This was the escape plan he had contemplated for a considerable time. After resting for a day, he began to take out the spiritual herbs he had acquired, carefully planting them within the confines of the cauldron's space. He then utilized the azure liquid from the black water pool to nourish the planted herbs. In just a few days, he had cultivated spiritual herbs that were 300 to 400 years old, and even some that surpassed a millennium. Guided by the descriptions in the herb catalog, Li Yi diligently nurtured the herbs. After half a year, he amassed hundreds of materials necessary for crafting the Gathering Yuan pill and the Ginseng Spirit pill. Most of these herbs were aged between 400 to 500 years, with only a few being 700 to 800 years or even a millennium in age. Given that he was refining a first-grade spiritual pill, the age of the herbs did not need to be extraordinarily high. Holding the plethora of spiritual herbs in his hands, Li Yi felt immense joy. With these herbs, should he successfully refine all the pills, consuming them would undoubtedly lead to a significant leap in his cultivation. Coupled with the spiritual tools at his disposal, he would no longer suffer such relentless pursuits. Amidst the cultivation of herbs, Li Yi remained industrious. He meticulously sorted through the materials acquired from the demon beast centipede. He had gathered no fewer than 7 or 8 demon cores, including 1 third-grade core, 1 second-grade core, and the remainder being first-grade cores, along with a heap of the ice centipede-esque carapace. Next, he examined the storage pouch of the elderly man, which primarily contained fresh spiritual herbs. Almost all the herbs collected during his journey were found here, ultimately benefiting Li Yi. He categorized these herbs and planted them in the cauldron's space. pleasantly surprised to discover that he had gathered all the materials needed to refine the Ji Yuan pill. Li Yi stored the redundant herbs for future alchemical use. Furthermore, he discovered over 500 low-grade spiritual stones and one medium-grade stone within the elderly man's pouch, which greatly delighted him, as the once-deflated storage pouch was now bulging once more. Lastly, he found a high-grade spiritual sword that the elderly man had used. In addition to the elderly man's pouch, Li Yi also collected 2 more storage pouches from other cultivators, though these were rather meager, containing merely over 100 low-grade spiritual stones, some medium-grade spiritual tools, and miscellaneous items. Having organized these treasures, Li Yi commenced his preparations for alchemy. He first retrieved the comprehensive guide to basic alchemy and began to study it meticulously. Subsequently, he took out the recording talisman obtained from the Wanbao Pavilion and reviewed it several times to ensure he overlooked nothing. With thorough preparation complete, he was ready to begin the alchemical process. Alchemy is a meticulous endeavor, beginning with the mastery of the floating technique, essential for controlling the alchemical furnace. Next, he needed to learn the fire control technique to regulate the flame's intensity, and finally, the water separation technique to manage the fusion of the elixir. After several days of study, Li Yi had become proficient in employing these techniques. He then produced 3 fire stones and activated them with his magical energy. At that moment, a small fire pit emerged upon the stones on the ground. Li Yi then retrieved his mid-grade spiritual artifact, the purple alchemical furnace, and invoked the levitation technique, suspending the furnace above the flames. Subsequently, he tossed a spiritual ginseng into the furnace and awaited the extraction of its essence into elixir. After a brief interval, an acrid scent wafted from the furnace. Upon lifting the lid, Li Yi discovered that the melted elixir had turned into a charred lump. With a sigh, he cleared away the residue and continued the refining process. After exhausting several spiritual ginsengs, he finally succeeded in producing a flawless elixir. However, the next step required him to merge these elixirs. As he poured them into the alchemical furnace, it trembled violently, ultimately yielding nothing but refuse. Undeterred by numerous failures, Li Yi persevered in his endeavors. After several dozen attempts, he finally produced his first batch of elixirs. Upon opening the lid, he was greeted by 9 gray orbs. Gazing at the orbs in his hand, Li Yi felt a wave of melancholy. Although the elixirs had been crafted, the fusion had encountered issues, leading to the creation of worthless pills. Yet, instead of despair, he found a glimmer of joy in his heart. He firmly believed that with persistence, he would surely create remarkable elixirs in due time. Chapter 41. 4 years, 10th level of Qi refinement. After refining 2 to 3 dozen furnaces of elixirs, Li Yi finally succeeded in producing a low-grade spirit pill. Gazing at the pristine Jian Dan in his palm, his heart brimmed with joy, as he glimpsed the hope of success and felt victory was within reach. Tirelessly, Li Yi immersed himself in the alchemical process. When fatigued, he took a brief respite, only to return to his craft with renewed vigor. Through his relentless efforts, he had mastered the art of producing Jiyuan Dan with remarkable consistency, achieving nearly 9 perfect pills in each batch. As he continued to refine dozens more batches, his technique became increasingly adept, rendering failures nearly non-existent. Ultimately, among the Jiyuan Dan he crafted, several were of intermediate quality, and a few even of superior grade, greatly delighting Li Yi. It is well known that the higher the grade of the elixir, the greater its value. Among all elixirs, the intermediate grade ones are of the finest quality, nearly devoid of impurities, making them the purest form of elixirs. When consumed by cultivators, they leave virtually no toxic residue, ensuring no harm befalls the practitioner. During the alchemical process, Li Yi also discovered that the older the spiritual herbs, the higher the quality of the resultant elixirs. The superior grade elixirs he produced were primarily derived from spiritual herbs aged 6 to 700 years. With this revelation, Li Yi turned his attention to millennia-old spiritual herbs. After several experiments, he astonishingly refined a furnace of exceptional grade elixirs using these ancient herbs as the main ingredient. Although only 3 of the elixirs were of exceptional grade, the remainder were superior grade. Holding the fragrant and ethereal Shunling Dan, surrounded by swirling elixir clouds, Li Yi was overwhelmed with excitement, his hands trembling. Possessing such exceptional grade elixirs allowed him to consume them without hesitation to enhance his cultivation, free from any lingering concerns. These exceptional grade elixirs are almost priceless. Typically, ordinary cultivators would never part with them for sale, and Li Yi had yet to encounter them in the pharmacies of the Qing-Dan Alliance. Subsequently, Li Yi began cultivating spiritual herbs, focusing his efforts on the millennia-old varieties. After spending nearly half a year, he successfully raised a substantial batch of these ancient herbs. Although they were all first-grade spirit pills, their sale would undoubtedly incite frenzy throughout the realm of cultivation. With this new batch of millennia-old spiritual herbs, Li Yi commenced large-scale elixir refinement. His techniques became even more polished, executing the entire process with flawless efficiency. Throughout the alchemical journey, he developed various tips and unique insights regarding the purification of materials, control of fire, and blending of elixir liquids. Although he lacked a master's guidance, Li Yi's relentless dedication to the craft allowed him to accumulate this knowledge independently, achieving a success rate of nearly 90% in refining first-grade spirit pills, all of which were guaranteed to be of superior quality or higher. Notably, the proportion of exceptional grade elixirs among his creations continued to rise, all thanks to the millennia-old spiritual herbs he provided. 3 months passed, and Li Yi finally ceased his alchemical endeavors. Surrounding him were hundreds of small white vials, each containing the elixirs he had meticulously crafted. He had organized them into categories based on their quality and type. Gazing at the small jade bottles before him, Li Yi felt a surge of exhilaration. He was particularly focused on the more than 100 vials nearby, each holding exceptional elixirs, while other types had been carelessly discarded like refuse. After completing the refining process, Li Yi tidied up the entire space and took a few days to rest before he began consuming the elixirs for cultivation. He first extracted a supreme-grade gathering yuan pill and swallowed it whole. Instantly, a potent surge of medicinal energy radiated throughout his body, far stronger than any gathering yuan pill he had previously ingested. Without hesitation, Li Yi swiftly activated the withered wood technique to refine the overwhelming energy coursing through him. He continuously consumed elixirs and diligently practiced his technique, swiftly breaking through to the 4th layer of qi refinement, then to the 5th, and soon thereafter, transcending to the 6th layer. However, upon reaching the 6th layer, no amount of gathering yuan pills seemed to aid him further. It was as if he had encountered an insurmountable bottleneck. In contemplation, Li Yi retrieved a bottle of spirit ginseng pills, hesitating momentarily, as both spirit ginseng pills and the higher-grade elixirs were meant for the later stages of qi refinement. Ultimately, he steeled himself, extracted one, and swallowed it. Almost immediately, he felt an intensity of medicinal energy far surpassing that of the supreme gathering yuan pill, spreading through his meridians and creating immense pressure. Li Yi experienced a sensation akin to countless ants gnawing within his meridians, as if they were striving to burst forth, inducing excruciating pain. Large beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and his shirt was soaked through. Enduring this tremendous agony, he gritted his teeth and steadfastly maintained the withered wood technique, sensing that a breakthrough was imminent. Soon, after consuming a 3rd supreme spirit ginseng pill, he broke through the 6th layer of qi refinement, progressing into the later stages and reaching the 7th layer. Upon entering the 7th layer, the tearing pain within his meridians subsided, and they began to recover, seemingly becoming more resilient than before. Once at the 7th layer, Li Yi began to consume the spirit ginseng pills in abundance, and his cultivation surged upward, filling him with exhilaration as he felt his strength continually increase. The entire realm of cultivation could not compare to his experience of consuming elixirs as if they were mere candies. Even the most prestigious sects would envy such fortune. As days turned into weeks, Li Yi's cultivation transformed almost daily. Despite practicing the withered wood technique, the aura emanating from him did not intensify. Rather, it became even more subdued and refined. As his cultivation reached the 9th layer of qi refinement, Li Yi's aura nearly vanished. Resembling a tree on the brink of withering and decay, its fading vitality palpable. Such an aura emanating from a mere adolescent was undeniably peculiar. Suddenly, a crisp sound resonated in Li Yi's mind, as if some shackles had been shattered. In that instant, his eyes flew open. At last, I've finally broken through to the 10th layer of qi refinement, Li Yi exclaimed with fervor. At that moment, his cultivation had transcended the late stage of qi refinement, achieving the pinnacle of this realm, with the foundation building phase within reach. With a bit more effort, he could potentially ascend to the next stage of cultivation, the foundation establishment phase, and become a powerful and formidable foundation establishment practitioner. Chapter 42. The Violet Symbol Blade. As Li Yi felt the profound magical energy coursing through his body, he let out a long, relieved sigh. His innate talent had always loomed over him like a formidable mountain. He still vividly recalled the disdainful evaluations from the cultivators of the Tianyue sect, branding him as possessing a 5-element waste root, the most abysmal aptitude in the realm of cultivation. They had condemned him to a lifetime of languishing in the qi refinement stage, destined to remain a lowly practitioner. However, with the aid of the remarkable Azure Cauldron, he had devoted 7 to 8 years to his cultivation, successfully reaching the 10th level of qi refinement, effectively shattering the old man's judgment. His rate of progress had surpassed that of many core disciples from prominent sects, advancing with remarkable speed. The qi refinement stage encompasses 12 levels. In truth, upon reaching the 10th level, one can attempt foundation establishment without needing to attain the 12th level of qi refinement in its ultimate form. Nevertheless, the disparity in power between those who establish their foundations at the 10th level versus the 12th level is substantial. Generally, the higher the cultivation level during the qi refinement stage, the more profound the magical power following foundation establishment. Some ambitious cultivators from large sects, in pursuit of formidable strength post-foundation, often choose to compress their cultivation, lingering in the qi refinement stage to enhance their abilities until reaching the 12th level before establishing their foundation. However, therein lies a challenge. After the 10th level of qi refinement, it becomes exceedingly arduous to elevate one's magical energy with each subsequent level. The Gathering Yuan Pill, the Spirit Ginseng Pill, and the Ji Yuan Pill in Li Yi's possession had ceased to be of any benefit to his cultivation. He refrained from wasting any more pills, collecting all the ones strewn about the ground. He was already contemplating the search for higher-grade pill formulas, for the 3 types he had consumed were merely first-grade pills. Li Yi believed that no matter how many first-grade pills he ingested, they would yield little effect. He required pills of second grade or above. His ascension to the 10th level of qi refinement, facilitated by first-grade pills, was due to their exceptional quality. Had he relied on ordinary pills, even those of high quality, he could not have advanced so swiftly. After resting for 2 days in the cauldron's space, he began to devise a plan for his future cultivation journey. Given his inferior aptitude, breaking through would necessitate the pursuit of spiritual herbs and pill formulas for alchemy, which in turn demanded formidable strength. He had numerous adversaries outside. During this recent venture into the mountains for herbs, he had seized spiritual herbs from the Qing Dan Alliance, angering the Blood Ghost sect, as well as provoking the cultivators from the Chun clan who had just entered the city, all formidable forces, determined to enhance his strength. Li Yi felt a twinge of unease when he thought of those he had offended. Although he had made significant progress, he could now wield the top-tier spiritual artifact, the Yellow Bell, without restrictions. Furthermore, he could control 2 additional upper-tier spiritual artifacts, more than sufficient for engaging in combat with ordinary practitioners. Yet, despite this, Li Yi still sensed a lack of power. While he could handle opponents below the 10th level of qi refinement with ease, what if a practitioner at the 10th level or higher, armed with top-tier spiritual artifacts, sought him out? Upon contemplating this, Li Yi's brows immediately furrowed. As if a thought had struck him, he casually retrieved a wooden box and, upon opening it, discovered a purple talisman lying quietly within. This talisman was a trophy from his defeat of the He family's 3 formidable brothers. He vaguely recalled that He Yilong intended to employ this artifact against his Huang Yuanzhong. However, Li Yi had not afforded him the opportunity to wield such a treasure, seizing the moment to eliminate him instead. Moreover, it seemed that utilizing this talisman was quite cumbersome. At that time, He Yilong, who possessed a cultivation level of the 5th stage of qi refinement, had failed to activate it and was swiftly dispatched by Li Yi. Later, upon reaching the 4th stage of qi refinement himself, Li Yi attempted to use the talisman but found it utterly beyond his reach. Cradling the purple talisman in his hands, Li Yi slowly channeled his spiritual energy into it, causing arcs of purple lightning to flicker across its surface. The short blade depicted on the talisman appeared almost alive, as if yearning to leap forth. Once 1/3 of his spiritual energy had been infused into the purple talisman, it astonishingly transformed into a purple short blade, crackling with vibrant energy. With a mere gesture, Li Yi sent the purple blade soaring into the air, its speed so remarkable that it seemed to vanish in an instant. Wherever Li Yi's consciousness directed, the purple blade would strike with unparalleled sharpness and agility. As he observed the blade dancing in the air, Li Yi produced a black tortoise shell. After imbuing it with his energy, the shell emanated a dark light and ascended into the atmosphere. Li Yi deftly maneuvered the purple short blade, which glided effortlessly across the black tortoise shell. The sight that unfolded before him was nothing short of astonishing. Without a whisper, the black shell was cleaved in two, as if it were mere parchment. It is worth noting that this was a superior-grade spiritual artifact, and even if damaged, it retained its esteemed classification. With a resounding thud, the two halves of the tortoise shell fell to the ground, jolting Li Yi back to reality. He recognized that this purple talisman was extraordinary, yet he had not anticipated such terrifying power. A wave of elation surged within him. After conducting a trial, he dispersed his energy, and the short blade reverted back into a talisman in his hand. Upon inspecting the purple talisman, he noticed that its violet glow had dimmed slightly, leading him to surmise that the talisman possessed a limited number of uses and should not be activated lightly except in critical moments. Indeed, he was eager to ascertain the true extent of the talisman's might and whether it could breach the defenses of the highest-grade spiritual artifacts. However, he lacked the courage to employ Huang Yuanzhong for such an experiment, as it was the most potent artifact in his possession, and should it sustain damage, he would be left with profound regret. Li Yi tidied up the items strewn across the ground, ultimately gathering the two halves of the tortoise-shell artifact and discarding them into the dark water below. Over the years, within the confines of the small cauldron's space, Li Yi had uncovered some remarkable uses for this black water pool. He cast the remnants of his discarded elixirs and the refuse from his alchemical endeavors into the abyss of the black water pool, treating it as a mere dumping ground for his waste. However, he soon realized that the more he disposed of, the greater the azure liquid that manifested after 7 days. This revelation filled Li Yi with elation, yet not everything could be cast aside. Only items imbued with spiritual essence, such as demon cores and medicinal herbs, could augment the quantity of the azure liquid. Nevertheless, there existed a limitation. When collecting the azure spiritual liquid, he could only employ ordinary vessels. Neither spiritual artifacts nor any incantations proved effective. All would ultimately vanish, with a portion invariably slipping back into the depths of the black water pool during each gathering. Intrigued, Li Yi decided to experiment by tossing a low-tier spiritual artifact into the pool, eager to observe its reaction. Upon entering the pool, the artifact was swiftly dissolved, disappearing without a trace. Yet, 7 days later, he discovered tiny, multicolored granules at the water's edge, an enigmatic sight that puzzled him. Consequently, upon his return, he resolved to open a general store, intending to collect some damaged spiritual artifacts to cast into the black water pool, hoping to gather more of these peculiar substances. Chapter 43. The mutated demon bat. Having gathered his belongings, Li Yi resolved to depart from the current location. A flash of azure light enveloped him, and he materialized within a foul-smelling, pitch-black cavern. Upon his arrival, a frown creased his brow, for it was evident that this was no longer the place where he had stored his small cauldron. It appeared that someone had absconded with it. The exact location was unclear to him, yet the surrounding environment suggested he remained within the lair of a demonic beast, which provided him with a measure of relief. Observing the scene, Li Yi promptly stowed away the azure cauldron from the ground and summoned the Huang Yuan bell. The bell transformed into a small 1-yard size, ascending above his head and forming a golden-hued phantasm that enveloped him. This was the manifestation of his full power, unleashed after reaching the 10th level of Qi refinement. And he tested the defensive capabilities of the yellow bell shadow, finding them commendable. Subsequently, a small azure fan materialized in his hand as he advanced towards the cave's exit. Yet, he had scarcely taken a few steps when a series of sharp, piercing cries echoed around him. Before his eyes, a white bat loomed, towering over a yard in height, its mouth adorned with elongated, snow-white fangs, and its beady black eyes fixated on him with a malevolent glare. Li Yi raised the azure fan and directed it at the white bat, fanning it twice. Dozens of wind blades surged forth, aimed at the creature. In response to the approaching azure blades, the white bat unfurled its massive wings, shielding itself with them. Remarkably, the wind blades inflicted no damage upon its wings. Indeed, A third-tiered demonic beast, yet its defenses are surprisingly formidable, Li Yi muttered under his breath. He then summoned a small azure sword and a red dagger, both of which were high-tier spiritual instruments. Despite the white bat's classification, Li Yi felt no trepidation. His cultivation had reached the 10th level of qi refinement. And with high-tier artifacts in hand, he had no reason to fear. Following the wind blade assault, the white bat suddenly spread its wings and ascended into the air, opening its mouth wide to unleash a deafening roar. In that instant, Li Yi felt as though his head might burst, as invisible sound waves surged towards him. His expression shifted dramatically, prompting him to cast a spell upon the bronze bell above his head. A series of deep, resonant bell tones reverberated through the air. As the sounds rang out, Li Yi felt a wave of comfort wash over him, while the distant white bat appeared taken aback, swaying precariously in the air as if it might plummet to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Li Yi was determined not to let it slip away. He commanded the azure sword and red dagger to strike at the bat, and without pausing, he wielded the small fan, fanning it vigorously several times. Instantly, dozens of wind blades materialized, coalescing into a miniature tempest that seemed poised to engulf the white bat. Before him, a flurry of assaults erupted as the white demonic bat revealed a fierce countenance, fervently flapping its alabaster wings. In an astonishing turn of events, the white bat vanished into thin air, leaving Li Yi's attacks to strike the cavern walls with a resounding crash. A sense of foreboding washed over him as he realized the bat had disappeared. Swiftly, he activated his spiritual vision to locate the creature. A piercing screech echoed through the cave, but this time, Li Yi was prepared. The bat's sonic attack failed to inflict harm upon him, as it was entirely thwarted by the yellow bell. However, the subsequent scene left Li Yi utterly astounded. The white bat suddenly ascended onto the yellow bell, launching a frenzied assault upon it. While it did not damage the bell itself, Li Yi could feel the mana within the yellow bell dwindling at an alarming rate. As the mana dissipated, the ethereal image of the bell surrounding Li Yi began to wane, threatening to vanish entirely. This could not continue. He had to act swiftly, lest the bell's mana be completely exhausted. Li Yi promptly infused his own mana into the bell and quickly urged the yellow bell to repel the white bat. He then unleashed a barrage of flying daggers and swords. Yet, every time he aimed at the bat, it would emit a sonic wave, causing his superior magical artifacts to careen chaotically. The white bat, with a mere flap of its wings, could teleport to another location, rendering Li Yi's attacks futile, a phenomenon that was profoundly enigmatic. As the white bat attempted to flee once more, Li Yi swiftly redirected the bell towards it, unleashing a series of booming sonic attacks. Each time, the white demonic bat retaliated with a series of shrill howls, utilizing an intangible sonic wave that countered Li Yi's sonic assaults in a most extraordinary manner. Although Li Yi's attacks bore no fruit against the bat, the creature also refrained from drawing near to launch its own offensive. Thus, a stalemate ensued between Li Yi and the white bat. Observing the impasse, Li Yi furrowed his brow and sighed deeply. He would have to resort to that particular item. With that thought, he retrieved a wooden box containing purple talismans. He extracted a purple talisman, continuously channeling his mana into it. Moments later, a shimmering purple dagger materialized above his head, glistening with a faint lightning glow. With a series of resounding clangs, Li Yi relentlessly activated the yellow bell, directing its assaults towards the bat in the distance. The white bat, sensing the intangible sonic waves, began to howl incessantly at the yellow bell, its gaze betraying a flicker of fear upon seeing the purple dagger. Pointing at the dagger above him, Li Yi growled, "Now is the time." A purple dagger, sharp and swift, sliced through the air with a piercing shriek, trailing a long ribbon of violet light as it hurtled towards the white bat. The ethereal creature, seemingly unaffected by the sonic wave, was gripped by an overwhelming terror. It let out a frantic screech and frantically flapped its wings, attempting to cast a spell of instantaneous teleportation. Yet, before the bat could close its mouth, the purple dagger had already penetrated it, emerging from the back of its skull. It forcefully embedded itself into the stone wall of the cave, piercing several yards deep. In the aftermath of the strike, the white bat lay lifeless on the ground, twitching momentarily before succumbing to its fate. With a single motion, Li Yi summoned the purple dagger to his hand, transforming it into a violet talisman, which he then carefully placed into a wooden box. Chapter 44. pursuit and encounter gazing upon the lifeless body of the peculiar white bat lying on the ground. A look of immense joy spread across Li Yi's face. Typically, blood-sucking bats are cloaked in darkness, with crimson fangs, subsisting on the blood of demonic beasts. However, the creature he had vanquished was a mutated variant. Its fleshly wings not only defended against Li Yi's wind blade attacks, but also possessed the ability to teleport. Furthermore, its pair of sharp fangs could absorb the spiritual energy of magical artifacts, rendering it quite extraordinary. Li Yi was certain that this demonic bat ranked among the most formidable of third-tier beasts. He had encountered third-tier icy snow centipedes before, but none possessed the power of this aberrant creature. Had he encountered this demonic bat earlier, his fate would have undoubtedly been dire. He collected the bat's carcass and placed it into his storage pouch. After an intense battle with the third-tier beast, his magical energy had been considerably depleted. After utilizing spirit stones to restore his mana, he donned a small yellow bell atop his head, wielded a green fan in one hand, and controlled a golden flying sword with the other as he made his way toward the cave's exit. Along his path, Li Yi encountered numerous blood-sucking bats, though fortunately, these were merely ordinary first- and second-tier beasts, and he did not encounter any further mutated white bats. These common demonic creatures posed no challenge to Li Yi, and he effortlessly dispatched them all. By the end of his journey, not a single bat remained in his vicinity, as they all fled in terror. After a half-day's exploration, Li Yi finally emerged from the cavern of the ghost bats. The blinding sunlight, the azure sky, and the drifting white clouds greeted him. And as he inhaled the crisp mountain air, he felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility and satisfaction following his recent advancement in cultivation. Noticing his blood-stained attire, Li Yi sought a nearby stream to cleanse himself thoroughly. Afterward, he retrieved a fresh set of clothing from his storage pouch. Observing his reflection in the water, he felt a tinge of helplessness. His skin had taken on a withered, yellowish hue, resembling a tree on the brink of desiccation. With the deepening of his practice of the withered wood technique, he sensed that his exterior appeared increasingly gaunt and pallid. Only his eyes retained a vibrant vitality, and he realized that his aura had become exceedingly reclusive. Unless he consciously released it, outsiders would scarcely perceive his presence. Just then, he suddenly heard the sound of clashing magical artifacts nearby. Along the banks of the stream, several cultivators were swiftly approaching his location. Soon, a group came into view, pursuing a veiled woman clad in white. She cradled an ancient white guqin, her brow furrowed, lips stained with blood, and her complexion flushed. With faltering steps, she occasionally plucked at the strings of the guqin, launching attacks against her pursuers. As she plucked the strings of the guqin, invisible sound waves intertwined with dozens of blades of wind and icy spikes surged towards the individuals behind her. Although the people behind her found themselves in a state of disarray, the woman's onslaught did not inflict significant harm, as their leader, a woman, deftly shielded them with a crimson, silken artifact. The group was clad in dark red attire, with a fierce man bearing the visage of a scorpion tattoo looming behind their leader, a member of the very band that had pursued Li Yi. Upon sighting them, Li Yi exhibited a cold smirk and swiftly retrieved a crimson cloak artifact, rendering himself concealed. Little beauty, you cannot escape. Not only are you injured, but you have also fallen victim to our young master's yin-yang ecstasy powder. I advise you to surrender promptly, becoming our young master's concubine. We shall immediately provide you with the antidote and treat you with respect. Otherwise, well, the leader of the dark-clad figures sneered. Never. You seek death. The woman, upon hearing his words, became incensed and retaliated with her guqin. Witnessing her refusal to heed his warning and her aggression towards him, the dark-clad man was filled with rage. You are asking for punishment instead of respect. Just wait. Once the effects of the ecstasy powder take hold, you will see how I deal with you. The woman felt a surge of anxiety at his words. Despite her formidable prowess, she had recently been ambushed and had succumbed to the wicked effects of the yin-yang ecstasy powder. Relying on her deep cultivation, she had subdued her assailant, inflicting severe damage before fleeing. However, with so many of her pursuers, despite having slain numerous foes, the arrival of another with a top-tier artifact rendered her incapable of repelling them in her current state. This left her with no time to neutralize the poison, and her situation grew increasingly dire. Should they catch up to her, the consequences would be unthinkable. Earlier, she had sensed the presence of cultivators nearby. one's not lacking in strength, which prompted her to flee in this direction. Yet, she had not anticipated the cowardice of the individual she encountered, who instead hit upon her arrival. As she pondered, the poison within her body spiraled out of control, her complexion turning a deeper shade of crimson, and her body began to tremble. She had reached a point of desperation. It seemed she would meet her demise here today, but she vowed that even in death, she would not allow them to lay a finger on her. Haha, she can barely hold on now. It appears the effects of the ecstasy powder are on the verge of complete eruption. The more one suppresses it, the stronger the explosion will be. The dark-clad cultivator leered as he approached her. As the cultivator drew nearer, the woman's consciousness began to blur, and a bitter smile crept upon her lips. Gathering her resolve, she raised her hand to her forehead, prepared to end her own life. Not good. She intends to commit suicide. We cannot allow her to die, otherwise, we will have no explanation for the young master. The dark-clad man exclaimed urgently. Aha, one cannot allow her to take her own life. Knowing her fiery temperament, I have long awaited her arrival. The woman in black chuckled softly. In her grasp, she held a transparent thread, the other end of which had, unbeknownst to her, securely ensnared the woman. At the moment of her entrapment, the woman in white displayed a visage of terror, her consciousness beginning to wane, her complexion becoming increasingly flushed, ultimately transforming into an alluring countenance. Ha ha ha! At last, I've captured this beauty. Gazing upon her, I am tempted to devour her, the burly man in black drooled. Scorpion, are you seeking your own demise? This is the young master's person. Do you dare to act? You are aware of the young master's methods. If you wish to perish, then by all means, try it. Quickly administer the antidote to her, and we shall return at once. We are not far from the city of gathering immortals. We must not linger, the woman in black remarked with a cold sneer. Upon hearing her words, the man shuddered, seemingly recalling something, and immediately abandoned his malicious intentions, producing a porcelain vial as he approached the woman. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Chapter 45. The decapitation. As the black-clad figures began to lower their spiritual weapons and let their guard down, a cold smile crept onto Li Yi's lips. Suddenly, emerging from his concealed position not far away, Li Yi sprang into action. Huang Yuanzhong was immediately summoned, soaring into the air and producing a series of resonant clangs that echoed ominously. Following this, a crimson dagger and a golden sword flew forth from Li Yi, targeting the lead black-clad woman and a man adorned with a scorpion tattoo, respectively. Additionally, the azure fan in Li Yi's grasp unleashed dozens of wind blades, hurtling towards the black-clad adversaries. The abrupt onslaught caught the black-clad man and woman off guard, and they were swiftly dispatched by Li Yi's high-tier spiritual weapons, their severed heads soaring into the air, their expressions etched with terror and disbelief. Two more of their companions fell victim to the wind blades, their bodies cleaved into multiple sections. Not good. The poison bee and poison scorpion have been slain. Our opponent is a 10th-layer chi refinement practitioner with top-tier spiritual weapons. We stand no chance. Let us flee. Upon witnessing the demise of their comrades, the remaining black-clad figures descended into chaos, abandoning the white-clad woman on the ground as they scattered in all directions. The survivors were primarily practitioners around the 7th layer of chi refinement, lacking formidable spiritual weapons and possessing limited cultivation. Li Yi resembled a ravenous wolf amidst a flock of sheep, his spiritual weapons mercilessly reaping the lives of the practitioners around him. The air was filled with desperate cries and pleas for mercy as one by one, the black-clad figures fell before him. Yet, Li Yi remained unmoved. He had never shown leniency to his enemies. These individuals had relentlessly pursued him in the past without a shred of compassion. Were it not for the azure small cauldron in his possession, he would have long since perished in the ghost bat cave. After a quarter of an hour, Li Yi dispatched the last black-clad figure, effectively eradicating the entire contingent of the blood demon sect. A sense of relief washed over him as he reveled in the satisfaction of avenging the grudge from his past. Moreover, a bounty of treasures lay scattered before him, awaiting his discovery. Moments later, Li Yi gathered all the storage bags from the black-clad bodies and incinerated the remains into ash. At that juncture, his gaze fell upon the white-clad woman on the ground, and his brow furrowed in contemplation. Though Li Yi was not a paragon of virtue, he was not one to wantonly slay the innocent. The white-clad woman bore him no grievance. and the thought of taking her life stirred a sense of reluctance within him. As he beheld her features, surprise flickered across his face, and he murmured to himself, "It's her." He recognized her as the woman who had shared a voyage with him to gathering Immortal City. Her graceful figure at the bow of the ship having left a lasting impression on him. Initially, she merely cast a fleeting glance at Li Yi, which inadvertently entangled him with the young master of the Qin family. Although she had since dealt with that young master, she found herself still being pursued. Had it not been for this woman, he would not have crossed paths with others. The term femme fatale echoed in his mind. Reflecting on this, Li Yi could not help but let out a bitter smile, shaking his head. He then rummaged through his storage pouch and retrieved a small black porcelain vial, from which he extracted a yellow pill and inhaled its scent. This pill was precisely what he had discovered in the possession of the man in black. Intended for the woman as an antidote, Li Yi placed the pill into the woman's mouth, and gradually, the flush on her face began to recede. Her body ceased to tremble and contort, slowly regaining tranquility, her breath becoming less frantic and more even. Witnessing this transformation, Li Yi untied the silken threads binding her. As he examined the translucent thread in his hand, he felt a sense of wonder. Though it was merely a dozen yards long, it was remarkably resilient and exceedingly fine. Moreover, it possessed the ability to conceal its presence, making it difficult to detect without careful scrutiny, rendering it highly suitable for ambushes. Earlier, Li Yi had surreptitiously assessed the white-clad woman's cultivation level and was astonished to discover that it surpassed his own, being at the 11th level of qi refinement. Yet, despite this, she had failed to notice the ambush of the translucent thread. Just as Li Yi was toying with the thread, the woman lying on the ground slowly began to awaken. Initially dazed, she soon seemed to recall something, her face contorting with sheer panic as she hastily checked her body, relieved to find her clothing intact and undisturbed. Upon noticing Li Yi nearby, she swiftly seized the ancient zither from the ground, her expression turning wary and cold as she confronted him. "Who are you, and why are you here?" Observing the woman poised to attack with the zither in hand, Li Yi sighed inwardly. It appeared that acts of rescue were fraught with peril. Now that he had saved her, he was being threatened in return. It seemed that in the realm of cultivation, one should refrain from such benevolent deeds. "Is this how you treat your savior?" Li Yi inquired with a serious expression. "You saved me. You killed those men. It was you who had been hiding here," the white-clad woman responded uncertainly. "Those individuals have a history with me. Encountering them, I could not let them go. I noticed they possessed the antidote, so I administered it to you. I did nothing else," Li Yi replied casually. Upon hearing that Li Yi had fed her the antidote, the woman's cheeks flushed with heat, fully aware of her condition after succumbing to the seductive powder. A wave of indignation and embarrassment washed over her face, leaving her both furious and mortified. Despite her usual haughty demeanor, she now wished fervently to find a crevice to hide within. Following the conclusion of their conversation, an enveloping silence descended upon them, leaving neither willing to utter a word. After a considerable interval, the woman finally regained her composure, a semblance of tranquility gracing her features, before casting several lingering glances at Li Yi. He, in turn, found her rapid change of expression perplexing and somewhat bewildering. "I am Chu Yuanlan, and I am immensely grateful for your life-saving assistance, noble sir. May I inquire as to your esteemed name? I shall hold it dear to my heart and ensure that I repay this kindness in the future." The woman in white bowed respectfully, her tone sincere and dignified. Li Yi, taken aback by her gesture, responded, "I am Li Yi. There is no need for such formalities. Dear friend Chu, my act of saving you was merely a matter of happenstance. Let us not dwell on it. If there is nothing further, we should take our leave from this place, as I have other matters to attend to." Upon hearing his words, the woman in white ceased her discourse, though she regarded Li Yi's pallid and unremarkable visage with a sense of familiarity, stirring a hint of curiosity within her heart. Chapter 46. The Challenge of Foundation Establishment. "Then I shall address you as brotherly. I am deeply grateful for your life-saving assistance, and I, Yuanlan Chu, shall surely repay this kindness in the future," Chu Yuanlan remarked earnestly. Afterward, she gazed at Li Yi with a hint of uncertainty, saying, "Brotherly. Have we met somewhere before? You seem somewhat familiar, yet I cannot quite recall where." Upon hearing her words, Li Yi smiled faintly, a touch of self-deprecation in his tone. "It appears my visage is rather unremarkable, making it difficult for others to remember me. It seems we truly have encountered one another. However, I am at a loss as to the specifics. Feeling somewhat apologetic, Chu Yuanlan responded, I regret my poor memory. It was on the grand ship bound for Jushin City, where I had the fortune of witnessing your remarkable presence on the deck. Ah, now I recall. Yet, back then, your cultivation seemed to be only at the 4th level of Qi refinement. Looking at you now, you must have reached the 10th level of Qi refinement. You truly are a prodigy in cultivation. Achieving the 10th level in just 4 short years is a feat that rivals only the most gifted disciples of major sections. Entering the foundation establishment stage must be within your grasp, Chu Yuanlan said, both testing and admiring. Miss Chu, you jest. Foundation establishment is not so simple. I merely stumbled upon some fortuitous encounters in the mountains. I dare not compare myself to those cultivation geniuses. Moreover, among the myriad cultivators in Jushin City, how many truly reach the foundation establishment stage? Li Yi expressed with a sense of nostalgia. You speak the truth, brotherly. Foundation establishment is indeed a formidable challenge. However, I sense great potential in you. May I inquire as to which cultivation family or sect you belong to? Chu Yuanlan asked. I am but a solitary cultivator, not affiliated with any family or sect. By sheer chance, I acquired a cultivation technique that has led me to my current level of mastery. If we are speaking of foundation establishment, I believe Miss Chu possesses even greater prospects than I. Your cultivation appears to be at the 11th level of Qi refinement. Li Yi remarked, casting another glance at Chu Yuanlan. As they conversed and walked together, laughter and camaraderie accompanied their journey towards Jushin City. Brotherly, your insight is truly remarkable. You quickly discerned my level of cultivation. If you are indeed a solitary cultivator, achieving foundation establishment may pose some challenges. Upon learning that Li Yi was merely a solitary cultivator, Chu Yuanlan expressed profound astonishment. She could hardly fathom how someone of his status could attain such cultivation, especially given her own decade-long journey to reach her current level despite her considerable aptitude. Why is this so? I would appreciate it if you could enlighten me, esteemed Taoist. Li Yi's brow furrowed at her inquiry, perplexed by the apparent difficulties a solitary cultivator faced in foundation establishment. There is nothing to be concerned about. In due time, my friend, you shall undoubtedly come to understand. The process of foundation establishment necessitates the foundation establishment pill, and for wandering cultivators, the chances of acquiring such a pill are exceedingly slim. Without the foundation establishment pill, the likelihood of successfully establishing a foundation is virtually non-existent. Save for those rare prodigies who can achieve it without the aid of the pill, these beings are nearly mythical in nature. For over a millennium, the state of Chu has not witnessed such extraordinary individuals. It is essential to recognize that the foundation establishment pill is predominantly controlled by the 5 great sects of the state of Chu, unless one belongs to these sects. Obtaining the pill is nearly impossible. The foundation establishment pills possessed by the Wandering Cultivator Alliance and the cultivation families also originate from these 5 sections. Therefore, the cultivation families and the Wandering Cultivator Alliance in the state of Chu are essentially under the influence of these 5 great sections. The formulas and methods for refining the foundation establishment pill are closely guarded secrets of these sects, rendering it impossible for outsiders to replicate the pill, which is a primary reason the 5 sects maintain their stronghold over the state of Chu. Chu Yuanlan articulated these thoughts with eloquence. Upon hearing his words, Li Yi's expression darkened considerably. He had not anticipated that foundation establishment required the foundation establishment pill and that acquiring it would be so arduous. Although he possessed a small cauldron space for cultivating spiritual herbs, without the formula and the requisite spiritual herbs for the foundation establishment pill, he was akin to a skilled cook unable to prepare a meal without ingredients. Creating the pill from thin air was implausible. Moreover, it was improbable for him to procure the formula from the hands of the 5 great sections. Observing Li Yi lost in contemplation, Chu Yuanlan, somewhat perplexed, remarked, "Do not be disheartened, brotherly. I believe that as long as you enter one of the 5 great sects, you will surely obtain the foundation establishment pill. Furthermore, in 3 years, the 5 sects will recruit a new batch of disciples. With your cultivation at the 10th layer of Qi refinement, you possess a substantial opportunity to join one of these sections. After all, you are only in your 20s, and with such a level of cultivation, your aptitude must be commendable." After listening to Chu Yuanlan's words, Li let out a sigh and responded with a wry smile. Perhaps. He was reluctant to elaborate on his own aptitude. A profound sense of desolation filled his heart. His innate constitution was that of a 5-element waste root, the poorest in the realm of cultivation. Had it not been for such circumstances, he would have entered the Tianyue sect long ago. His current level of cultivation was solely the result of consuming exceptional spiritual elixirs. Without the small cauldron and that mysterious azure liquid, he would be nothing. Could you please share more about the recruitment of disciples in 3 years? Li Yi inquired, still clinging to a glimmer of hope. In addition to recruiting exceptionally gifted disciples, the 5 great sects also admit some highly capable disciples in the Qi refinement stage to assist with various tasks. These individuals typically serve as steward disciples. Their primary role is to support the core disciples of the sects, and they are assigned a certain workload each year, receiving various rewards, including some foundation establishment pills. If your aptitude is not particularly strong, brotherly, you might consider participating in the assessments for these disciples. This presents a chance for most wandering cultivators. Although the competition for these positions is invariably fierce, I believe you will not encounter any difficulties. Chu Yuanlan spoke earnestly, believing that with Li Yi's cultivation at the 10th level of Qi refinement, he should have no trouble participating in this assessment. Upon hearing her words, Li Yi felt compelled to give it a try. Since he had no opportunity to join Tianyue's sect, he intended to explore whether other sects might welcome him. Li Yi surmised that even if he were to obtain a foundation establishment pill, one would not suffice. He needed to devise a method to acquire the formula, gather the necessary spiritual herbs, and concoct a substantial quantity of foundation establishment pills to ensure his successful cultivation. I understand. Thank you for the information, Miss Chu. We have arrived at Jushin City, and I have some matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave, Li Yi said to Chu Yuanlan. Do not be in haste, brotherly. I have a fortuitous opportunity that I wish to share with you. Chu Yuanlan replied with utmost seriousness. Listening to her, Li Yi felt somewhat skeptical. With the small cauldron and the azure liquid he possessed, he doubted that she could offer him any significant opportunity. Furthermore, he was not well acquainted with her and was reluctant to take risks with someone whose character he did not know. Although she was remarkably beautiful, Li Yi was not the kind to lose his reason simply for the sake of allure. His recent experience gathering herbs in the mountains had thoroughly exposed him to the harsh realities of the cultivation world, where venturing out with unfamiliar individuals posed considerable risks. Chapter 47 Invitation. The washing marrow fruit, perceiving Li Yi's lack of enthusiasm. Chu Yuanlan promptly spoke. I possess a map detailing the location of a cave dwelling belonging to a foundational stage cultivator who passed away. According to the information I have gathered, this cultivator defected from the Tianyue sect 5 centuries ago. It is said that he absconded with a 3rd-grade spiritual herb, the washing marrow tree, from the sect, and he was also an alchemist, utterly devoted to the art of alchemy throughout his life. Initially, he squandered a considerable amount of washing marrow fruits in his quest to study the formulation of washing marrow pills. However, when the Tianyue sect forbade him from continuing his experiments, he resorted to stealing a washing marrow tree from them. The washing marrow tree. Could it be the legendary tree that produces washing marrow fruits capable of refining one's tendons and marrow? Li Yi remarked, visibly stirred. Indeed, brotherly, you are correct. It is precisely this type of washing marrow fruit. In ancient times, cultivators from those great sects utilized this spiritual fruit to concoct washing marrow pills, which were then employed to refine the bodies of cultivators. Alas, as time has passed, this spiritual fruit has become nearly extinct. The recipe for the washing marrow pill has also vanished, with only the leader of the Tianyue sect having obtained a few trees from ancient ruins, yet lacking the method of preparation. This has contributed to the fact that the foundational stage cultivators in the Tianyue sect outnumber those in other sections. Comparatively, the golden core stage cultivators are also more prevalent, which enhances the overall strength of their sect beyond that of ordinary sections. This fruit not only augments the success rate of foundational cultivation, but if consumed over an extended period, it may also confer certain benefits for golden core cultivation. Though the specifics remain uncertain, Chu Yuanlan expressed with fervent desire. Miss Chu, can you ascertain that there exists a washing marrow tree within the cave dwelling? Li Yi inquired with anticipation. If I could acquire the washing marrow tree and cultivate it extensively, my journey into the foundational stage would become significantly easier. It is essential to note that entering the foundational stage requires not only the ingestion of foundational pills, but also various auxiliary elixirs, with the washing marrow fruit being the most optimal. I cannot guarantee it, but the probability is quite high. During my recent expedition into the mountains, I merely discovered the location of the cave dwelling deep within the Tianyin mountain range. Unfortunately, before I could uncover a means of entry, I was detected by the Blood Ghost sect and subsequently pursued. I owe my escape from peril to your timely rescue, brotherly, Chu Yuanlan said, her brow furrowed in gratitude. Upon hearing that the cave lay deep within the Tianyin mountain range, Li Yi's expression soured. During his recent foray into the periphery, he had encountered a third-tier demon beast. He could manage such creatures with his current strength. However, the depths of the Tianyin mountain range harbored fourth-tier demon beasts, formidable entities that could rival foundational stage cultivators, far beyond his capacity to confront at present. He could only flee as far as possible, avoiding any confrontation. Moreover, the young master of the Blood Ghost sect was also present in those depths, a figure not to be trifled with, and their enmity was all but irrevocable. This exploration of the cave, albeit fraught with peril, promises substantial rewards. The opponent is a foundational stage cultivator, and there are indeed numerous treasures within the cave, likely including magical artifacts, elixirs, and spiritual herbs. Furthermore, the opponent is an alchemy enthusiast, suggesting that the cave may contain some alchemical manuscripts. While Li Yi is indifferent to the magical artifacts and elixirs, he yearns for the alchemical manuscripts. The alchemical texts he previously acquired from the Wanbao building were merely commonplace tomes, easily obtainable. However, procuring advanced texts is an altogether different matter. High-level alchemical manuscripts are closely guarded secrets of alchemists, typically passed down through familial or minor student lines, and are seldom sold unless absolutely necessary. Very well. I have agreed to your proposal, Miss Chu, but I have one request. If we obtain the alchemical manuscripts, I would like to make a copy. As I possess a profound interest in concocting elixirs, Li Yi stated, looking at Chu Yuanlan. That is absolutely no problem. It is a trivial matter. Once we enter the cave, everything can be divided equally. However, the cave is located within the Blackwater Marsh, which harbors certain dangers. The perimeter of the cave is also protected by formations, so I will need to invite a few friends skilled in formations to assist us, as well as prepare some supplies. You may also wish to prepare. 6 months from now, brotherly, you can find me at this address. Do not forget, she replied, producing a map and handing it to Li Yi. Li Yi took the map, opened it briefly, and committed the address to memory. I have noted the address. Thank you, Miss Chu. I will certainly arrive on time, he said earnestly. Brotherly, there is no need for formality. Your strength is commendable, and we must work together in our exploration. Moreover, you have saved my life. I am at a loss as to how to express my gratitude. If you do not mind my humble appearance, please call me Yuanlan, Chu Yuanlan said, her cheeks flushed and her demeanor somewhat shy. You jest, my friend. If your appearance were considered humble, then there would be no beautiful women left in this world. Henceforth, I shall refer to you as Miss Yuanlan, Li Yi replied. Agreed. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Until we meet again in 6 months, she concluded, her cheeks tinged with red as she entered the gathering Immortal City. After bidding farewell, Li Yi parted ways with Chu Yuanlan, observing her graceful figure in the distance. He shook his head, dispelling any fanciful thoughts, and proceeded into gathering Immortal City. His immediate task was to handle the corpses of the demonic beasts he possessed. He had no intention of selling them. Instead, he aimed to find a blacksmith to refine these materials into top-tier spiritual artifacts. He knew he had materials from 2 third-tier demonic beasts, and crafting superior spiritual artifacts would undoubtedly be feasible. Additionally, as he planned to venture deep into the Tianyin mountain range with Chu Yuanlan, possessing 2 top-tier spiritual artifacts would surely enhance his means of survival. He then pondered whether he could acquire the formulas for elixirs that would enhance his cultivation. The first-tier elixirs had lost their efficacy for him. Now, he sought to obtain the recipes and spiritual herbs for second-tier elixirs, as well as some unique concoctions. For instance, he desired detoxifying elixirs, healing potions, and those that could restore spiritual energy. He was reluctant to rely on spirit stones for energy recovery, as their regeneration speed was far too sluggish, placing him at a disadvantage during battles. With these thoughts in mind, Li Yi ventured into the bustling city of Juxian. The previous entry fee and jade token were no longer valid, so he registered anew and paid the requisite spirit stones for entry. This time, Li Yi entered Jushin City without any disguise. As a cultivator at the 10th level of Qi refinement, he felt no fear even if the old man in black recognized him. In fact, he welcomed the thought of that individual pursuing him, for he yearned for the opportunity to exact revenge for the grievance of an arrow from years past. Chapter 48. The master of weapon refining. Upon entering the city, Li Yi casually beckoned to a hyacinth in Jushin City and inquired, "I seek a skilled craftsman capable of forging spiritual artifacts. Do you know where I might find such a place?" At that moment, a smiling elder approached Li Yi with a humble demeanor and replied, "Greetings, fellow cultivator. I happen to know of a place. Last year, a renowned craftsman visited Jushin City. His reputation is considerable, having assisted numerous individuals in forging top-tier spiritual artifacts. Moreover, should any forging attempt fail, he compensates double the cost of materials. It is said that even a foundation-building elder sought his expertise in crafting a magical tool." Upon hearing the elder's words, Li Yi raised an eyebrow, instantly intrigued. A cultivator capable of forging magical tools was indeed extraordinary. He inquired, "What is known of this person's background, and what are the requirements for forging spiritual artifacts?" The elder replied, "He is quite young, and his origins remain a mystery. However, he adheres to a strict principle. He only forges using premium or special materials. The fees for his services are several times higher than those of ordinary craftsmen, yet the quality of the spiritual artifacts he produces is unquestionable." "Very well. Lead me to him," Li Yi said decisively. Moments later, he arrived at a lavish establishment located in the southern part of Jushin City, adorned with a sign that read Master Weapon Refining Pavilion. Observing the bold declaration, Li Yi chuckled, finding the directness amusing. He handed 2 spirit stones to the elder who guided him and politely dismissed him. Inside the pavilion, 3 individuals awaited, with 2 attendants present, one at the counter introducing various spiritual artifacts to the visitors, while the other attended to the customers seeking forging services. Li Yi surveyed the array of spiritual artifacts, noting that most were of mid-tier and upper-tier quality, with several top-tier artifacts on display. This revelation filled him with quiet admiration for the pavilion, enhancing his confidence in the materials he possessed from the demon beasts and their potential for producing exceptional spiritual artifacts. "Esteemed friend, do you wish to purchase a spiritual artifact or require one to be forged?" inquired one of the attendants clad in white. "I possess some materials that require forging into spiritual artifacts," Li Yi responded. "Very well, please be patient, as there are others currently engaged in forging within," the white-clad attendant politely informed him. After a brief wait, the door to a room at the back of the pavilion swung open, revealing a burly man in black who emerged with a look of pained joy on his face, clearly having acquired a remarkable spiritual artifact. The attendant escorted the man outside and then turned to Li Yi, saying, "Honored guest, please proceed inside. The craftsman is awaiting you." With that, Li Yi was led into a small courtyard, and the attendant closed the gate behind him as he exited. The small courtyard is remarkably spacious, devoid of any furnishings save for a solitary table and a chair. Upon the table rests a teapot, while in the courtyard center sits a young man clad in red, appearing to be in his 20s, exuding an air of nonchalance. At this moment, the youth is playfully engaging with a black fire crow, feeding it with various elixirs. Li Yi discreetly assesses the young man's cultivation level and discovers that he has reached the 11th layer of Qi refinement, surpassing Li Yi by 1 layer, hinting at imminent foundation establishment. Such cultivators typically prepare for the requisite materials for foundation establishment, yet this individual is engaged in weapon crafting, which leaves Li Yi somewhat perplexed. The fire crow before him is no ordinary creature, being a 3rd-tier demonic beast that he has evidently tamed, rendering it his spiritual companion. "Stop dawdling. What spiritual artifact do you wish to forge? Quickly present your materials. You are aware of my rules, I trust? Don't waste my time with inferior materials. I am a master craftsman, and my time is invaluable," the young man remarks without lifting his gaze, continuing to amuse his little fire crow. In response to his words, Li Yi shows no signs of displeasure and promptly retrieves materials from his storage pouch: a 3rd-tier demonic beast centipede, a 3rd-tier demonic beast bat, along with some materials from 2nd-tier and 1st-tier centipedes and bats, laying them all out on the ground. In an instant, The once barren courtyard is nearly filled to capacity. The previously indifferent youth suddenly appears invigorated, his face alight with delight as he exclaims, "Incredible! Third-tier demonic beast materials. At last, I have the opportunity to hone my skills. Haha, those fellows will surely envy me once they learn I can craft with third-tier materials. My friend, what kind of spiritual artifact do you intend to forge with these materials? Do you have any specific requirements?" The youth inquires warmly, seemingly anxious that Li Yi might reconsider the materials, as he affectionately caresses the two white demonic beast bats and the icy centipede materials on the ground. "I wish to create several top-tier spiritual artifacts of exquisite quality. The wings of those white demonic beast bats should be fashioned into a pair of flight-capable winged artifacts. As for the fangs, I hope to transform them into an offensive artifact. The materials from the demonic beast centipede should be crafted into a complete set of top-tier armor. While you may decide the fate of the remaining materials as your reward," Li Yi states. "Very well, that poses no challenge. Might I inquire about the characteristics of these two demonic beasts? You could enlighten me, and I can ensure the full potential of these materials is realized." The youth responds eagerly. The third-tier demonic beast centipede possesses a hard shell imbued with ice attributes, capable of launching ice spikes and toxic mists as attacks. The third-tier demonic beast bat has teeth that can absorb spiritual energy and unleash sonic attacks, in addition to its remarkable speed in flight. Li Yi provides only a brief overview, deliberately withholding the information regarding the white demonic beast's almost instantaneous ghostly movement technique. Indeed, these are remarkable abilities. I wonder if the inner cores of these mystical beasts still exist. Should the inner cores remain intact, they could be seamlessly integrated, thereby significantly enhancing the potency of the spiritual artifacts crafted. It is said that the beast cores can be infused into spiritual implements as well. Li Yi inquired with a hint of curiosity. Indeed, incorporating beast cores into spiritual artifacts can augment their power. However, this effect is only realized when utilizing materials from mystical creatures. Generally, practitioners in the foundation establishment stage employ this method for crafting magical tools, while such techniques are seldom applied to ordinary spiritual implements. Utilizing beast cores in the creation of common spiritual artifacts would be a sheer waste. I have only recently discovered the methodology for infusing spiritual artifacts. If you are not averse, I would be grateful for the opportunity to experiment with them." The young man in red spoke with an air of pride and a glimmer of anticipation. "I also possess beast cores. I trust you will not disappoint me." With that, Li Yi retrieved two wooden boxes from his storage pouch, revealing within them a blue and a red beast core, specifically those of the third-tier mystical beast, the ice snow centipede, and the third-tier mutated bat. Chapter 49. Forging and the Alchemy Tower. 5 days later, Li Yi emerged from the forging pavilion, his heart brimming with satisfaction. The young man clad in red had demonstrated remarkable prowess in the art of forging. Not only was his technique proficient, but he also possessed a unique vision that greatly broadened Li Yi's horizons. The three spiritual artifacts had all been crafted according to Li Yi's specifications, each a paragon among top-tier spiritual tools. Among them, the shell of a third-tier demonic beast, the ice snow centipede, was transformed into a set of blue ice armor. Renowned for its formidable defensive capabilities and its ability to automatically conjure a layer of icy shield for protection. The fangs of a third-tier mutated bat were embedded on either side of a spear, which had been fashioned into a trident spiritual weapon. This spear, already a top-tier artifact, boasted exceptional armor-piercing abilities. Thus, although the spear adorned with the bat's fangs appeared peculiar, it gained the rare and unusual ability to absorb spiritual energy. However, the crowning achievement that delighted Li Yi the most was a pair of pristine wings, transformed into a winged artifact he named the Bat King's Wings. This extraordinary creation allowed Li Yi to soar through the skies, even in the Qi refinement stage, enabling him to execute a nearly instantaneous teleportation spell reminiscent of the Bat King's own abilities, filling him with elation. In the future, should he encounter insurmountable foes, he could simply take flight and escape. The red-clad Forge Master was visibly envious of this artifact, even offering a substantial sum to acquire the wings, but Li Yi declined. Instead, he had exchanged a top-tier spiritual artifact along with a vial of superior spirit essence pills, which astonished the young Forge Master. When he learned that these pills were concocted by Li Yi himself, His amazement only deepened. Li Yi, being so youthful, barely 20 years of age, had reached the pinnacle of qi refinement and could forge high-grade spiritual pills, igniting a profound interest in the young forge master. He subtly probed Li Yi with numerous questions, yet Li Yi refrained from giving direct answers, merely identifying himself as a wandering cultivator. While managing to extract a wealth of information from Zhang Tai, much to the latter's chagrin, the two engaged in an extensive conversation, and Li Yi found Zhang Tai to be refreshingly candid and skilled in forging, making him a worthy acquaintance. Zhang Tai, in turn, sought to befriend Li Yi, the young alchemist. During their exchange, Li Yi learned that Zhang Tai was a disciple of the Fire Spirit Valley, one of the 5 major sects in the state of Chu. Due to a mishap in forging, he had inadvertently ruined a foundational cultivator's artifact and, in an attempt to evade the cultivator's wrath, sought an external training mission to hone his forging skills while earning some spirit stones in preparation for his own foundational stage. As they parted ways, Zhang Tai advised Li Yi to visit the alchemy tower to certify his status as an alchemist. This would afford him numerous advantages in the realm of cultivation. It is well known that alchemists, forgers, and formation masters are the most esteemed professions in the world of cultivation. Achieving mastery in any of these fields ensures a life free from want and garners immense respect. The Dan Tower is an extraordinarily peculiar and enigmatic organization. This entity not only has branches in the state of Chu, but also operates small outlets in several neighboring countries, wherever a significant number of cultivators congregate for extended periods. Its primary function is to provide qualification certifications for alchemists and to gather rare spiritual herbs and elixirs, offering them at remarkably generous prices. When practitioners apply for certification, they must pay a fee in spirit stones and use their own spiritual herbs for alchemy. The alchemists at the Dan Tower will assess their alchemical skills and issue a certification badge indicating their level of expertise. Based on the grade of elixirs produced, alchemists are classified from 1st to 9th rank. This certification is widely recognized in the realm of cultivation when inquiring about one's alchemical prowess. Others will invariably ask if one possesses the Dan Tower certification token. If one does, their identity is immediately acknowledged. Zhang Tai shared this information with Li Yi, further informing him of the unfathomable strength of the Dan Tower. He recounted instances where individuals dissatisfied with the Dan Tower's practices attempted to undermine it, only to mysteriously vanish without a trace. It became apparent to all that the Dan Tower was not to be trifled with. Even the 5 major sects of the state of Chu dared not offend it lightly, prompting Li Yi to exercise caution. The Dan Tower's premises are not situated in a bustling central area, but rather in the southern part of the city, amidst a cluster of small shops, not far from a renowned qi refining establishment. After inquiring with several individuals, Li Yi finally located the Dan Tower. The establishment itself is not particularly large and is rather understated and desolate, with no other shops in the vicinity. Only the Dan Tower stands solitary, devoid of patrons. Its sign bearing the name Dan Tower and the inscription branch of Jushin City, state of Chu, in the lower right corner. From a distance, Li Yi gazed at the Dan Tower, hesitated briefly, then approached. Upon entering, he was taken aback. The interior was sparse, featuring merely a counter, a tea table, and a few chairs. Behind the counter stood a young girl clad in blue, engrossed in an ancient tome. Noticing Li Yi's entrance, she set down her book and inquired in a calm tone, "Esteemed friend, do you possess any spiritual herbs or alchemical formulas to offer?" "I have come to apply for the alchemist qualification assessment," Li Yi replied. "Oh, and what rank of alchemist do you wish to be assessed for?" The girl, observing Li Yi's simple attire and slightly youthful visage, asked with surprise. "First rank," Li Yi stated succinctly. "Very well. The assessment for first-rank alchemist requires a payment of 200 low-grade spirit stones. Please proceed to the payment area." Upon hearing the girl's words, Li Yi inwardly cursed, finding the fee exorbitant. Reluctantly, he handed over the spirit stones, and the disdain in the girl's eyes deepened. An alchemist, regardless of rank, should not appear so impoverished, nor should they dither over such a trivial sum. "All right, the alchemist assessment is on the upper floor. Follow me," she said, pocketing the spirit stones and leading Li Yi toward the staircase. Ascending to the second floor, the decor became even more minimalistic. An expansive hall lay before him, at the center of which stood a purple bronze censer, towering over a yard in height. It emitted a subtle fragrance of sandalwood. creating an atmosphere that was both refreshing and invigorating. Behind the censer sat an elderly man clad in white. Upon probing the man's cultivation, Li Yi found himself bewildered. He could not discern the elder's true strength. Instead, he was engulfed by an overwhelming presence emanating from within the old man, leaving Li Yi profoundly astonished. This individual was certainly not a mere practitioner of qi, but rather a cultivator in the foundation establishment stage. Upon sensing Li Yi's arrival, the elder suddenly opened his eyes and cast a penetrating gaze upon him, as if seeing straight through him. "Qin steward. He has come to participate in the assessment for a first-grade alchemist," spoke the young girl in blue. Hearing her words, the elder in white gradually responded, "Ah, since you are here for the examination, you are aware of the rules, I trust? Please present your spiritual herbs and commence your alchemical process." "Yes, esteemed elder," Li Yi replied respectfully, fully aware of the gravity of addressing a cultivator of the foundation establishment stage. Chapter 50, The First-Rank Alchemist. Transaction. Upon concluding his words, Li Yi extracted from his storage bag the meticulously prepared spiritual herbs. He presented a century-old spiritual ginseng, along with several auxiliary materials, refraining from utilizing any herbs of significantly older age, as presenting those aged several hundred years would undoubtedly invite considerable trouble. His intention was to concoct the ginseng spirit pill, a formulation he had mastered extensively, boasting a commendable success rate among first-rank pills, superior to the gathering qi pill. "Young brother, you intend to refine the ginseng spirit pill, I presume. Based on the age of the herbs you have presented, you will need to produce 3 medium-grade ginseng spirit pills for the alchemy tower to bestow upon you the qualification token of a first-rank alchemist. Moreover, you have only 3 attempts. Failure in all 3 will result in disqualification," the elderly man in white remarked, stroking his small mustache with a smile. Upon hearing this, Li Yi's demeanor shifted, realizing there were additional stipulations. It appeared that the alchemy tower's assessment did not merely consider the pills produced, but also the true alchemical prowess of the alchemist. "Understood, esteemed elder," Li Yi replied respectfully, recognizing that as a qi refining stage cultivator, it was prudent to show deference to one at the foundation establishment stage. Afterward, Li Yi produced a firestone, igniting a flame, and then retrieved a violet spiritual alchemical furnace to commence the process. He carefully placed each spiritual herb into the furnace, initiating the purification of the medicinal liquid. The elder observed Li Yi's adept movements and the resulting purified liquid with nods of approval, clearly acknowledging Li Yi's alchemical procedures. In due course, Li Yi poured all the medicinal liquid into the furnace, beginning the fusion process. He meticulously controlled the liquid within the alchemical furnace, aware that while he had crafted numerous pills before, utilizing herbs of such modest age was a departure from his usual practice. Previously, he had predominantly employed herbs aged several hundred to 1,000 years to create exceptional pills. Thus, he felt a twinge of anxiety. A misstep could result in failure of the assessment. After a while, a fragrant aroma wafted from the alchemical furnace, signaling that the medicinal liquid was beginning to coalesce into pills. Li Yi realized he had succeeded. Opening the furnace revealed 9 perfectly round pills nestled within, among which 6 were medium-grade pills and 3 were low-grade. A wave of joy surged within Li Yi. "Esteemed elder, please have a look at the pills I have refined," Li Yi said, presenting the pills with reverence. The elder received the pills and scrutinized them intently, then spoke slowly. "Remarkable. You have indeed refined 6 medium-grade pills among your results. The remaining 3 are low-grade. Your control over the alchemical fire could use some refinement. With improved control, those 3 should have also reached medium grade. Young brother, your alchemical skills have attained the level of a first-rank alchemist, and among your peers, you stand at an esteemed level. May I inquire which school you hail from?" Upon hearing the elder's words, Li Yi hastily replied, "I have no formal master. I have merely acquired some ancient texts on alchemy and a few ordinary spiritual herbs, which I have explored and refined independently." The white-haired elder regarded Li Yi with a hint of astonishment, while the young woman in green stood by, utterly dumbfounded. To achieve such proficiency through self-study alone, how many elixirs must one concoct to reach such a level? They exchanged glances, choosing not to delve deeper, for everyone harbors their own secrets. Subsequently, the elder produced a white jade pendant and handed it to Li Yi, the surface inscribed with a single character. He spoke softly, This is the credential of a first-tier alchemist from the Dan Tower. Simply drop a drop of your blood upon it. Li Yi accepted the pendant, pricked his finger, and let a drop of blood fall onto the jade. Instantly, the character transformed into a vivid red. Li Yi felt a subtle, wondrous connection forming between himself and the pendant. As long as you infuse your inner power into it, the pendant will attest to your identity, the elder explained. Observing Li Yi's curiosity. Thank you, esteemed elder, Li Yi said respectfully, storing the pendant away. Your assessment is complete, the pendant is now yours, and you may depart. I require solitude for further cultivation. With that, the elder began to usher him out. Not wishing to overstay his welcome, Li Yi promptly rose and exited the second floor. Just as Li Yi was about to leave the door, a thought struck him, and he turned to the young woman behind the counter, asking, "May I inquire what you accept in exchange for herbs and alchemical formulas? Is it solely spirit stones, or are there other options?" The young woman set her book aside once more, her gaze fixed on Li Yi with anticipation. "Typically, we offer spirit stones, but occasionally we may provide other items. Do you possess any spiritual herbs or formulas?" "I have a spiritual herb of considerable age, yet as a practitioner of alchemy, I find myself not in need of spirit stones," Li Yi pondered before responding. "Perhaps I could present this herb for your appraisal, to ascertain its worth and what I might receive in exchange." The young woman considered for a moment, her large eyes sparkling with interest. "Please, do present the herb. I shall evaluate its value and determine what we can offer in return." Without further hesitation, Li Yi swiftly retrieved a wooden box from his storage pouch and opened it. An intense chill wafted forth, revealing a small, frost-laden plant nestled within. It was the second-tier spiritual herb, frost mist grass, which he had previously acquired from the Tianyan mountain range. But this particular specimen had been cultivated by Li Yi himself within the confines of a small cauldron space. Aged approximately 500 to 600 years. Remarkable. A second-tier frost mist grass, and its age is quite impressive, the young woman exclaimed with astonishment. "What do you wish to exchange for this herb? If it is reasonable, we shall certainly accommodate you, ensuring you do not suffer any loss." The young girl gazed earnestly at Li Yi and said, "I seek a formula for a medicinal pill, one that would be beneficial for my current cultivation." Li Yi fixed his gaze upon the girl's eyes and replied with utmost seriousness, "It is quite astonishing that you desire a formula, particularly one that would be advantageous to your present level of cultivation. Such a request poses a challenge, for you have already attained the pinnacle of qi refinement. A standard first-grade medicinal pill formula would surely hold no efficacy for you. You would require a formula of a higher grade. Our Alchemist Guild has strict regulations against disclosing advanced formulas, as they are the result of countless hours of dedicated research by our esteemed alchemists." The girl furrowed her brow, expressing her distress. Chapter 51. Ancient Formulas, Spirit Rejuvenation Pill. Upon hearing the young maiden's words, a profound disappointment washed over Li Yi's countenance. He understood that those possessing the formulas for elixirs were seldom inclined to offer them in exchange, while first-grade spirit elixirs were somewhat common. Formulas for second-grade and above were a rarity in the market. Initially, Li Yi found it difficult to comprehend this behavior. If everyone were to sell their formulas, they could each gain an additional share of spirit stones without incurring any loss. However, he later realized that the scarcity of spirit herbs was a significant factor. With the ever-increasing number of cultivators in the realm, the demand for spirit elixirs surged, yet the growth and cultivation of spirit herbs required time, resulting in a supply that lagged far behind the burgeoning population of cultivators. The more individuals who knew of a formula, the greater the competition for spirit herbs, leading many to conceal their formulas, gradually amassing spirit herbs to refine their own elixirs. Noticing the expression on Li Yi's face, the maiden spoke once more, asking, "Would you be willing to exchange spirit stones? Our pill tower can certainly offer you a satisfactory amount of spirit stones." "Spirit stones are of no concern to me," Li Yi replied, putting away the wooden box and preparing to depart. At this moment, he was indifferent to spirit stones. He had hundreds of first-grade elixirs remaining in his storage pouch. Should he choose to sell them, he would quickly amass a considerable fortune in spirit stones. To avoid drawing attention, he refrained from doing so, planning instead to sell his elixirs gradually after obtaining his certification as a first-grade alchemist, which would not attract undue notice. "Young brother, please hold on." Just as Li Yi was about to leave, the elderly man in white, who had previously assessed him upstairs, descended with a smile. Upon hearing the elder's words, Li Yi's expression shifted as he pondered whether this old fellow was interested in forcibly acquiring his spirit herbs. "What is your intention, esteemed elder?" Li Yi maintained a respectful demeanor, though internally he was quite vigilant. "Ah, young brother, do not misunderstand. I harbor no ill intentions toward you, and, in fact, may offer you certain benefits," the elder reassured him. "I possess a formula that is not from the pill tower, which I am willing to exchange with you. Would you be amenable to this arrangement?" With a confident air, the elder produced a jade slip from his storage pouch and presented it to Li Yi. Li Yi extended his hand to accept the jade slip, pressing it to his forehead to begin absorbing its contents. The jade slip served as a medium for recording information, allowing one to glean its contents simply by placing it against the forehead. As he perused the introduction contained within, Li Yi's expression gradually shifted, losing the previous glimmer of joy and instead donning a hint of hope. The slip detailed the method for concocting a spirit rejuvenation pill, an elixir not intended for enhancing cultivation, but rather for restoring spiritual energy. This elixir was of no low grade, classified as a second-grade spirit pill, beneficial not only for those in the qi refinement stage, but also of considerable use to those in the foundation establishment stage. This particular elixir for restoring spiritual energy is far superior to the effects of using spirit stones. How does the young friend feel about the rejuvenating pill recorded in the jade slip? The grade of this pill has reached the second tier, you know. It is undoubtedly beneficial for fellow cultivators, and even those at the foundation establishment stage can find it useful. I wonder if the young friend would be willing to exchange the formula for the rejuvenating pill for some second-tier cold mist grass? The elder looked at Li Yi with a gentle and amiable expression as he spoke. The elder's words ring true. The rejuvenating pill is indeed a second-tier spiritual pill. However, it does not contribute significantly to the enhancement of cultivation. Moreover, if I am not mistaken, this should be an ancient formula. Many of the spiritual herbs required for crafting such pills have become extinct since the ancient era, making it unlikely that one could even concoct it. Li Yi replied with a wry smile. In truth, the rejuvenating pill is somewhat of a mediocre formula, merely aiding cultivators in the rapid recovery of their spiritual energy. Both meditation and the use of spirit stones can restore energy, albeit at a slower pace. The crafting of this pill requires over 20 types of spiritual herbs, most of which must be over 100 years old. Even if one were to obtain these herbs, few cultivators would be willing to use them to create this pill, as they prefer to refine pills that enhance their cultivation. Young friend, your statement is misguided. The rejuvenating pill holds a top-tier status among second-tier pills, and it is not inferior in any way when compared to ordinary third-tier spiritual pills. Even if one cannot immediately find the spiritual herbs needed for crafting spiritual pills, they can still be utilized for improvement and research. For someone with your talent in alchemy, this is indeed a commendable formula. I see that you are merely in your 20s and already possess the skill of a first-tier alchemist. If you could refine this formula, your alchemical prowess would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Furthermore, acquiring over 500-year-old cold mist grass speaks volumes of your fortunate circumstances. I believe it is not impossible for you to gather all the necessary herbs for the formula. What do you think, young friend? The elder gazed at Li Yi with a beaming smile, speaking with utmost sincerity. Upon hearing the elder's words, a chill ran down Li Yi's spine, and a layer of cold sweat broke out on his back. It seemed that in the future, he would need to be cautious when selling herbs that were hundreds of years old. Such actions would undoubtedly draw attention and suspicion. It would be wiser to refine them into pills and then sell them. With his identity as an alchemist, he would attract less notice, significantly reducing the risks involved. Given the conversation had reached this stage, Li found it difficult to refuse any longer and promptly said, "Then I shall heed the elder's advice. This cold mist grass is yours." He had seized this spiritual herb from the Qianling pharmacy, unaware of how many cultivators had escaped during the commotion. He pondered whether his actions had been discovered. If they were, he would simply claim that he had traded the herb to the alchemy tower, thus avoiding further complications. Excellent choice, young friend. Your decision is undoubtedly wise. The elder, clad in white, expressed his delight as he took the wooden box into his hands, his excitement palpable. After concluding the transaction with the alchemy tower, Li Yi departed, while at that moment, a woman in green watched him leave and inquired, "Grandfather, why didn't you introduce him to the alchemy tower?" This individual, despite his youth, has already reached the 10th level of qi refinement and is also a first-tier alchemist, which ostensibly qualifies him for inclusion in the Alchemist Tower. Upon hearing the young lady's words, the elder let out a sigh and remarked, "Ah, I initially intended to introduce him to the Alchemist Tower. However, during his alchemical practices, I observed that his aura was chaotic, indicating his spiritual roots possess rather poor quality. Although I did not conduct a detailed examination, it is likely that he has a mixed spiritual root. Those with such a disposition find it exceedingly challenging to enter the foundation establishment stage. His rapid advancement in cultivation seems to stem from the consumption of numerous spiritual elixirs. Yet overindulgence in elixirs is not without its drawbacks. Breaking through significant realms becomes immensely difficult, as you are surely aware." Chapter 52, Spirit Herb, a Reunion. So that is how it is. Entry is prohibited. However, this individual seems to possess remarkable fortune, having come across a specimen of cold mist grass of such high age. The young girl in the green attire blinked as she spoke. "It's of little consequence. A few years prior, I heard news that the Qianling apothecary had procured a cold mist grass from the Tianyan mountain range and had organized a team to gather herbs. However, I later learned that nearly all members of the herb-gathering team had perished, failing to secure the coveted spirit herb. I suspect this is the very one in question. But how this individual managed to obtain it remains a mystery to me." The elder pondered for a moment before continuing. "Indeed, it appears this person is not to be underestimated," the girl remarked. "This matter does not concern us. We must promptly deliver this spirit herb to the headquarters of the Chu Kingdom to procure some resources for ourselves," the elder reiterated. Yes. I shall immediately send word to the headquarters, instructing them to dispatch someone for the collection." The girl nodded obediently. Walking through the bustling streets, Li Yi felt quite elated, unaware that the origins of the cold mist grass in his possession had been largely deduced by others. Had he known, he would surely have been astonished and regarded the Dan Tower with even greater trepidation. Although the returning spirit pill is an ancient elixir, as the elder mentioned, spirit herbs, though rare, are not entirely unattainable. Furthermore, he need not concern himself with their age. With sufficient time dedicated to gathering, it is entirely possible to amass a complete collection. However, his alchemical skills remain rudimentary, reliant solely on the accumulation of spirit herbs, with a limited understanding of their properties and pharmacology. The notion of altering a formula is, for him, but a fanciful dream. Before he knew it, Li Yi arrived at the night market in the western city, where various cultivators were hawking their wares. There were sellers of talismans, elixirs, spirit herbs, as well as those peddling spiritual artifacts and young spirit beasts, alongside individuals seeking companions for adventurous endeavors. The cacophony of voices overwhelmed Li Yi, who, during his last visit, had been singularly focused on searching for alchemical tomes and had not taken the opportunity to leisurely explore the cultivator's night market. After wandering for a while, Li Yi halted before a stall. Behind it stood a youth of about 17 or 18 years, showcasing an array of freshly harvested spirit herbs, still adorned with traces of soil at their roots. At that moment, Li Yi's gaze fell upon a small, verdant sprout at the stall, stirring a sense of excitement within him. This delicate shoot, merely a fledgling plant, was one of the two primary ingredients essential for concocting the returning spirit pill. Calming his racing heart, Li Yi crouched down to scrutinize the young herb closely. After confirming its authenticity multiple times, he inquired, "How much for this spirit herb?" Upon hearing Li Yi's question, the youth slowly lifted his head and responded, 120 low-grade spirit stones, no haggling. Li Yi found himself momentarily entranced as he recognized the young man before him. It was none other than Hongmeng, the very person he had rescued within the Tianyan mountain range. Uncertain as to why he found himself selling wares in this location, Hongmeng, a herbalist from Qianling Pharmacy, should naturally be found within its confines. Evidently, some unforeseen circumstances had transpired. At that moment, Hongmeng did not recognize Li Yi, as their previous acquaintance had occurred when Li Yi had undergone a transformation, adopting a false name as well. This time, however, Li Yi had not disguised himself upon entering the city. Firstly, he believed his cultivation had reached the 10th level of qi refinement, and he possessed several top-tier spiritual artifacts. Moreover, his offense against the Chun family involved only a member of the enforcement team, rather than the entire unit, thus alleviating any substantial concern. They would not dare confront him openly in Jushin City. Should an assassination attempt occur outside the city, Li Yi felt undaunted. Real combat would reveal the outcome. And with the newly crafted artifacts in his possession, he brimmed with confidence. Even if he could not prevail, escape would certainly be within reach. As for the elder who had pursued him years ago, Li Yi's cultivation had far surpassed that of his adversary, rendering any fear obsolete. However, Li Yi harbored a degree of apprehension towards Qianling Pharmacy, a local power in Jushin City engaged in considerable business, undoubtedly backed by foundation-building cultivators. Should they discover that he had stolen their spiritual herbs and materials from a third-tier beast, they would undoubtedly seek restitution. This is merely a seedling, priced at 120 low-grade spirit stones. Is that not excessive? Li Yi inquired, raising an eyebrow. Despite its status as a mere seedling, it was guarded by 2 first-tier beasts, which he did not recognize, yet he was certain it was no ordinary herb. I believe 120 spirit stones is a fair price. In pursuit of this herb, we lost a brother. The proceeds from selling these spirit stones will primarily support his descendants. I cannot part with it for less than this price, Hongmeng replied, his expression tinged with genuine sorrow. Observing the emotion on his face stirred something within Li Yi. For years had elapsed, and Hongmeng's cultivation had only progressed from the first to the third level of qi refinement, suggesting his aptitude was lacking. His countenance bore the marks of hardship, shedding the youthful innocence of yesteryear. Very well. I do not possess 120 spirit stones, but I have this. Perhaps it can be exchanged? Li Yi proposed, producing 3 jade vials from his storage bag and offering them to Hongmeng. What Li Yi presented were 3 vials of inferior gathering yuan pills, each containing 10 pills, with a market value of 5 spirit stones apiece, totaling 150 spirit stones. Curiously, Hongmeng lifted a vial to his nose, his face alight with surprise. Are you truly willing to trade these 3 vials of elixirs for this herb? Of course, that is the intent behind the exchange. Are you unwilling? Li Yi replied with a slight smile. To him, these inferior pills were akin to trifles. He had no use for them personally, and discarding them seemed wasteful. Selling them for a substantial number of spirit stones would attract unwanted attention, so he opted for this trade instead. After refining the artifacts, Li Yi had directly given the superior ginseng spirit pills to Zhang Tai, who was more than willing to accept them. He discovered that these elixirs, which could significantly enhance one's cultivation, were even more sought after in the cultivation world than spirit stones themselves. I am willing. Indeed, I am grateful, my friend. The elixirs you possess are precisely what we require. You may also select 1 herb from the remaining spiritual plants, Hongmeng said with utmost sincerity. Upon hearing his words, Li Yi felt a sense of satisfaction, and a particular thought in his heart grew ever more resolute. I have no need for the spiritual herbs at your stall. What I seek are some rare varieties. I see that these herbs are freshly gathered. Might you assist me in collecting a few? I am prepared to exchange these elixirs for them, Li Yi inquired, gazing intently at Hongmeng. Upon hearing Li Yi's request, Hongmeng hesitated momentarily. He was inclined to acquiesce, as possessing these elixirs would enable him and his companions to swiftly advance, significantly enhancing their chances of survival within the realm of cultivation. However, given that this was their first encounter, he found it difficult to ascertain the character of this individual. What if he were a malevolent cultivator? Over the years in Jushin City, he had witnessed countless low-tier cultivators mysteriously vanish, which made him wary. Observing Hongmeng's silence and indecision, Li Yi seemed to understand his thoughts. He then produced a spiritual artifact mask from his storage bag and handed it to Hongmeng, saying, "It is I. This is not a suitable place for conversation. Let us relocate." Chapter 53. A reunion with Hongmeng brotherly. Is that you? I am overjoyed to see that you are alive. Upon catching sight of the mask, Hongmeng immediately recognized Li Yi's identity. It is I. Let us find a more private location. I have some inquiries to make of you, Li Yi replied. Certainly, brotherly. Let us proceed to our lodging. After a moment's contemplation, Hongmeng gathered up the items on the ground and began walking towards the western part of the city. Moments later, they arrived at a dilapidated courtyard. Hongmeng utilized a jade talisman in his hand to unlock the main gate of the courtyard before stepping inside. Inside the courtyard, there were already 7 or 8 individuals, all practitioners at the first or second layer of qi refinement, seated in meditation in the center of the yard. Brother Chun has returned. Upon his entrance, all present rose to greet him, indicating Chun Ming's esteemed status among them. He reciprocated their greetings warmly, but refrained from introducing Li Yi to the group. "Brother Li, let us speak inside. This place is quite secluded, seldom visited by outsiders." "You need not worry. They are all my most trusted comrades," Chun Ming said earnestly. "Very well." Li Yi glanced at the others and nodded in agreement. "Brother Li, I was deeply concerned when you were pursued by so many cultivators years ago. It is truly a relief to see you alive. How did you manage to escape?" Chun Ming inquired. Li Yi briefly recounted the circumstances of his escape without delving into too much detail before asking, "Weren't you at the Qianling medicine workshop? How is it that you are now out?" At Li Yi's question, Chun Ming's expression darkened, and with great indignation, he responded, "Back when we went to Yunwu Ridge to gather herbs, nearly all of our fellow disciples perished. Both of our leaders fell as well. Only a handful of us managed to return, and we were subjected to extensive interrogation upon our return. For reasons unknown, we were detained for approximately 6 months before being released. After our release, we were repeatedly assigned to gather herbs, often under perilous circumstances. Failure to complete our tasks resulted in severe penalties, and many of my brethren lost their lives during these missions. In a bid for survival, some of us clandestinely banded together, prioritizing our safety each time we ventured out, collecting only a token amount of spirit herbs. After all, punishment was preferable to death. As the quantity of herbs we collected dwindled, dissatisfaction grew among the higher-ups, leading to a change in management. Our conditions improved slightly thereafter. However, following that incident, our sentiments towards the Qianling medicine workshop soured, as we found ourselves only gathering ordinary herbs. Eventually, our treatment diminished further, culminating in our expulsion from the workshop. With little skill aside from herb gathering, those of us remaining joined forces to venture into the mountains to collect herbs. Initially, our harvests were promising, and we divided the collected herbs among ourselves, selling them in the city for resources to aid our cultivation. Yet, upon learning of our endeavors, the Qianling medicine workshop began to oppress us, coercing us to sell our spirit herbs to them at exceedingly low prices. Listening to Chun Ming's words, a fleeting glimmer of severity crossed Li Yi's face, igniting a mysterious fury within him. The thousand-spirit apothecary had not only concealed information regarding the third-tier demonic beasts, but had also exploited the cultivators they hired as mere cannon fodder. Had it not been for the sudden assault by the blood demon sect, they might have even resorted to darker schemes against Li Yi and his companions. His resentment towards them was palpable. Although anger coursed through him, Li Yi remained composed. Despite his significantly enhanced strength, he recognized that it was still insufficient to confront the thousand-spirit apothecary. The fact that he had seized their spiritual herbs served as a small measure of satisfaction. "Has the thousand-spirit apothecary inquired about me?" Li Yi asked Chun Ming, his concern evident. Initially, there had been a few inquiries, but upon learning that elder brother Li's cultivation was only at the 4th level of qi refinement and that he had been pursued by a multitude of cultivators, they ceased their inquiries after a year or two of his absence. Upon hearing Chun Ming's response, Li Yi's expression relaxed somewhat. The absence of their attention was a relief. "Elder brother Li, what brings you to seek me this time? I indeed have matters that require your assistance. I need you to gather some spiritual herbs, as I am in need of them to refine certain elixirs, but I lack the time to collect them myself. Additionally, I would like you to help me gather some information. Of course, I will not ask you to work for nothing. In return, I can offer you some elixirs as compensation. What do you think?" Li Yi said earnestly. "Of course, that is not a problem at all. If elder brother Li can refine elixirs, you must be an alchemist," Chun Ming exclaimed with delight, realizing that fostering a connection with an alchemist would ensure a steady supply of elixirs in the future. "Indeed, I am a first-tier alchemist. This matter is to remain confidential. Only you should be privy to it. I prefer to maintain a low profile within Juxian City, so it would be best for you to do the same. Let this be conducted discreetly. You may continue your previous endeavors. I will not interfere. I have no particular requirements regarding the age of the spiritual herbs, but they must be fresh and cultivable. If you come across any rare recipes, please collect those as well, and I would also like to acquire some damaged spiritual artifacts. I will visit you every 3 months to retrieve the items. Should you encounter anything of significant value, feel free to negotiate directly with me." After finishing his instructions, Li Yi produced over 20 small jade vials from his person and tossed them to Chun Ming. "These contain my refined gathering spirit pills. with 2 vials of superior gathering essence pills among them. The rest are of medium and inferior quality. Make sure to handle them carefully. 1 vial of superior gathering essence pills is your reward, while the remaining elixirs can be used for barter. Convert the surplus into spirit stones, preferably mid-grade ones, and ensure that the prices are lower than those at the apothecaries. However, do not draw attention. Exchange them gradually to avoid arousing suspicion. Upon hearing Li Yi's words and gazing at the small vials in his hands, Hongmeng was nearly rendered speechless, incredulous at the bounty he had received. Li Yi surprisingly provided him with high-grade elixirs. The alchemists capable of refining such superior potions are indeed rare, even among first-tier practitioners. He had not heard of any alchemist in Juxian City who could concoct high-grade elixirs. Furthermore, he felt that Li Yi's generosity was astounding, offering elixirs worth thousands of spirit stones. Hongmeng was deeply moved by such trust. With the rewards bestowed upon him by Li Yi, his cultivation would surely advance swiftly. Very well, brotherly, rest assured. I shall exercise utmost caution and will not leak any information. What specific spiritual herbs does brotherly require? Additionally, what intelligence do you need me to gather? After a moment, Hongmeng's excitement gradually subsided as he looked at Li Yi and inquired. This is the precise list of spiritual herbs I need. Moreover, I require information regarding the recruitment of disciples by the 5 major sects 3 years hence, along with the specific requirements for each sect. Li Yi stated as he took out a brush and meticulously inscribed a detailed list of herbs before handing it to Hongmeng. Chapter 54. The Cave. In the transaction, Hongmeng received the handwritten list of spiritual herbs from Li Yi, carefully tucking it away in his bosom. He then spoke earnestly. Very well, brotherly, you need not worry. However, he inquired, if I have an urgent matter, where might I find you? Li Yi pondered for a moment before responding. Should you need to reach me in haste, you may mark a smiling face at the base of the eastern city gate, and I shall come to find you. After some further conversation, Li Yi took his leave from Hongmeng, exiting the small courtyard without engaging with any other cultivators. Originally, Li Yi intended to establish a modest shop, gradually amassing spiritual herbs and exchanging the pills he possessed for spirit stones. Yet, he recognized this as a waste of time. Upon encountering Hongmeng, he felt a sense of trust in this individual, believing that his character was commendable, given that he owed Hongmeng a debt of life. He surmised that offering substantial rewards would incentivize him to assist, requiring only the expenditure of a few pills. Meanwhile, in a small courtyard in the northern part of Juxian City, an elderly man with one arm stood reporting to a young man. Had Li Yi been present, he would have undoubtedly recognized this one-armed elder as the individual with whom he had clashed outside Juxian City. 6th Young Master. The scoundrel who murdered 9th Young Master has resurfaced, the one-armed elder declared, his face contorted with rage. The boy has reappeared? Did you not say he was hunted into the Ghost Bat Cave? How could a mere 4th-level chi refining cultivator escape from there? The youth clad in black scrutinized the elder with palpable skepticism. He suspected that the elder was attempting to deceive him, believing that even if the boy had been pursued into the cave, his prospects were grim. The elder, sweating profusely under the scrutiny, hastily replied, Indeed, 6th Young Master. I would not dare to mislead you. I did witness him escape into the Ghost Bat Cave. I waited there for an extended period. Not only did the Blood Demon sect as cultivators enter to search, but I also ventured inside, and no trace of the boy's corpse was found. He managed to endure within the cave for so long without harm. I am convinced he harbors some secret. Listening to the elder's words, the youth in black contemplated for a moment before stating, You present a valid point. Are you certain it was him? You would not mistake him? Absolutely, young master. Even if that boy were to turn to ash, I would still recognize him. The elder gritted his teeth in frustration. He had previously seen Li Yi being chased, but had not pursued immediately due to the overwhelming strength of those hunting him. Fearing for his life after losing an arm at the hands of the youth in black, he dared not harbor resentment toward him, instead directing all his grievances toward Li Yi. Very well, keep a close watch on this individual. The moment he exits the city, inform me immediately. This time, I shall take matters into my own hands. Surely, such a trivial task cannot be beyond your capabilities. The youth licked his lips, revealing a cruel smile as he spoke coldly. At the youth's words, the elder shivered, fear evident in his voice as he replied, No, this time. I shall not allow him to escape. Li Yi was blissfully unaware that he had once again caught the attention of the old man. After wandering through the city of Juxian, he sought out the rental office for caves. As he entered the hall, a young attendant approached him. "Do you require a cave for rent?" he inquired. "I am in need of a cultivation cave equipped with ground fire. May I inquire about the price?" Li Yi responded. "Ah, a cave with ground fire. Might you be an alchemist or a blacksmith?" The attendant asked with a hint of excitement in his voice. "Must one be an alchemist or a blacksmith to rent such a cave?" Li Yi questioned. "You have misunderstood. Such caves are typically utilized by alchemists or blacksmiths. If you can present proof of your status as an alchemist or blacksmith, we can offer you a discount of 20%, the attendant explained. Upon hearing this, Li Yi felt a spark of inspiration and promptly produced the jade token inscribed with a character that he had received from the Alchemist Tower. "Ah, a certification token from the Alchemist Tower. You must indeed be a first-grade alchemist. The annual fee for a cave with ground fire is 500 low-grade spirit stones. And as a first-grade alchemist, you are eligible for the discount. How long would you like to rent it?" the attendant said, returning the jade token with utmost respect. After a moment of contemplation, Li Yi replied, "I shall rent it for 1 year." He then retrieved the spirit stones and paid the fee for the year. Subsequently, he was escorted to a quaint little courtyard located in the northeast of Juxian. A cerulean protective barrier enveloped the courtyard, concealing it from the prying eyes of passers-by. Li Yi took out a jade token from his robe and placed it upon the barrier, which then opened a small passage for him to enter. Once inside, the passage sealed itself behind him. The courtyard was spacious and adorned with a variety of flowers, plants, and trees, exuding a vibrant greenery that brought a sense of tranquility. The spiritual energy within was far denser than outside. Though he had spent some spirit stones, Li Yi still deemed it a worthwhile investment. Rather than immediately engaging in cultivation, he surveyed the layout of the cave and then collapsed onto the bed to rest. 2 days later, after preparing himself, Li Yi left the cave and made his way back to the Wanbao building. Upon his departure, he sensed a presence trailing him, yet he chose to disregard it. A faint, enigmatic smile playing on his lips. "Do you require anything for purchase? We have spiritual artifacts, elixirs, and talismans in abundance," a young attendant in green addressed him. "I wish to procure some elixirs and talismans. Is Sun Xiang still here?" "I am acquainted with him," Li stated. It was Sun Xiang who had warned him of the bounty on his head last time, and he found the man to be quite amiable. Deciding to seek him out for this transaction. "You know our manager's son? Please, take a moment in the VIP area while I fetch him for you," the attendant replied, visibly surprised. Moments later, Sun Xiang descended from the upper floor. From a distance, he gazed at Li Yi, his face adorned with a smile reminiscent of the jovial Methriya Buddha. He exclaimed, "I was wondering why today felt so auspicious. It turns out that brotherly has come to visit." After a few years apart, Li Yi's cultivation had evidently advanced significantly, rendering Sun Xiang unable to discern his true prowess. Following this, Sun Xiang scrutinized Li Yi with keen interest, secretly astonished that, given his own strength, he could not perceive Li Yi's cultivation level, especially considering that it had only been at the 4th layer of qi refinement a few years prior. "Brother Sun, you jest." "Indeed, I have encountered some fortunate opportunities. I have come today to seek your assistance in procuring certain items," Li Yi responded with warmth. "Brotherly, there is no need for such formality. Please, feel free to express your needs. I shall not hesitate to assist as far as I am able," Sun Xiang declared, waving his hand generously. "I require some detoxification pills, healing elixirs, a selection of low-tier talismans, as well as the formulas for second-tier pills that can enhance cultivation in the qi refinement stage." Li Yi articulated his needs in one breath. Chapter 55. Temptation and Confrontation. Upon hearing Li Yi's words, Sun Xiang furrowed his brow. He then spoke, "Brotherly, while acquiring medicinal pills and talismans poses no issue, obtaining a second-grade recipe presents certain difficulties. Although our Wanbao Pavilion possesses such recipes, there are strict regulations against selling those of second grade or higher. Are you, my dear brother, perhaps already a pill alchemist?" Li Yi smiled and replied, "I was fortunate enough to stumble upon some spiritual herbs in the Tianyan mountain range, and after some practice, I unexpectedly became a pill alchemist. I must extend my gratitude to Brother Sun for selling me the alchemical texts that made this possible." Sun Xiang's mouth fell agape in astonishment, as if he could swallow a duck egg. He had sensed that Li Yi was no ordinary individual, likely capable of becoming an alchemist, but to achieve such a status in such a short span was indeed surprising. Is there no way for my brother to make an exception regarding the recipe? Li Yi, still not entirely ready to concede, inquired. Sun Xiang sighed. Unfortunately, this is quite challenging, but not entirely impossible. If you agree to join Wanbao Pavilion and become our alchemist, you could indeed gain access to the spiritual pill recipes. After contemplating, Li Yi shook his head and replied, I think I will pass. I have grown accustomed to my freedom and do not wish to be constrained. While he desired the recipe, the thought of joining a faction solely to refine pills for others was unappealing. His pursuit of alchemy was solely for the enhancement of his own cultivation, and he had no intention of becoming a lifelong alchemist. In that case, I am afraid there is little I can do, Sun Xiang lamented. However, the detoxification and healing pills you require, as well as the talismans, are readily available. The second-grade detoxification pills are 20 low-grade spirit stones each, while the healing pills are 30 low-grade spirit stones apiece. The low-tier talismans are 2 low-grade spirit stones per piece. Mid-tier talismans are 10 low-grade spirit stones each, and high-tier talismans are 20 low-grade spirit stones each. How many would you like, brotherly? Sun Xiang observed Li Yi, anticipating that he would make a considerable purchase. After pondering the prices, Li Yi replied, I would like 5 detoxification pills and 5 healing pills, and for the low-tier talismans, I wish to acquire 150 attack talismans, with a distribution of the 5 elemental talismans as well. Additionally, I will take 20 mid-tier talismans and 10 high-tier ones. Please show me the mid to high-tier talismans you have. Sun Xiang's heart leaped with joy at Li Yi's words. He had indeed struck a lucrative deal, as this transaction would yield a substantial profit. Very well, brotherly, your straightforwardness is commendable. For this transaction, I will grant you a discounted price. Thank you very much. Brother Sunday, may I inquire how you acquire spiritual pills? I possess some Xunling pills and Ziyuan pills, both of which can greatly enhance the cultivation of those in the late stage of qi refinement, Li Yi said with a smile, looking at Sun Xiang. Upon hearing Li Yi's words, Sun Xiang was once again taken aback, followed by a surge of elation. He hastily exclaimed, Brotherly possesses such exquisite items. For the inferior grade Xunling Dan, I am willing to offer 7 low-grade spirit stones per pill, and for the medium grade, 18 low-grade spirit stones each. What do you think? Li Yi pondered for a moment and replied, How about this? I shall exchange 6 bottles of inferior grade Xunling Dan and 2 bottles of medium grade Ziyuan Dan for those items. What does Brother Sun think? After listening to Li Yi, Sun Xiang, albeit a bit pained, agreed. Very well, I shall heed your suggestion. With that, Li Yi presented 8 small jade bottles to him. Sun Xiang meticulously inspected the contents of each vial before producing a considerable number of talismans, allowing Li Yi to select at his leisure. Content and satisfied, Li Yi departed from the Wanbao building, with Sun Xiang escorting him to the door. This scene astonished the onlookers, as they were aware that Sun Xiang was a person driven by profit. Anyone who could garner his attention must be extraordinary, prompting them to cast several glances at Li Yi. Li Yi's acquisition of detoxification and healing elixirs was primarily for the purpose of exploring the cave dwelling of foundation-establishing cultivators alongside Chu Yuanlan. Although he could concoct these potions himself, it would necessitate gathering recipes and spiritual herbs, followed by the crafting process. Such potions were in minimal demand, and even if he managed to produce them, they wouldn't be as marketable as Xunling Dan, which was essential for nearly every cultivator. As for the talismans, if many were deployed simultaneously, they could inflict substantial damage on high-ranking cultivators. He had made ample preparations for this exploration, as the marrow-washing fruit and alchemical texts within the cultivator's cave were items he deemed indispensable. Strolling through Jushin City, Li Yi occasionally sensed a presence behind him. Although the follower was quite discreet, Li Yi still detected their pursuit and recognized who it was. Within Jushin City, the only individuals who sought to deal with him were the enforcers from the Qin family. With this realization, Li Yi let out a cold chuckle and made his way towards the outskirts of the city. The fact that they sought him out played into Li Yi's intentions. Being constantly monitored unsettled him. Only by eliminating the threats he faced would he find peace of mind. Within Jushin City, he felt powerless against them, so he resolved to venture outside and confront the enforcers. Once outside the city, Li Yi donned his crimson cloak and swiftly darted towards the Tianyun mountain range. As he made his rapid escape, a black-clad elder and a youth in splendid attire also hurried out of the city, pursuing the direction Li Yi had taken. After a considerable amount of time had passed, Li Yi finally came to a halt atop a mountain peak. Shortly after he stopped, the black-clad elder and the elegantly dressed youth appeared behind him. Observing his pursuers, Li Yi smirked and inquired, "You must be from the Qin family, am I correct?" "I am Qin Xian. How bold of you to venture outside while knowing we are from the Qin family, and to intentionally lead us here. It appears you have great confidence in your own abilities. I wonder what your source of assurance is." The young man in splendid attire regarded Li Yi with a calm demeanor, all the while surveying his surroundings with keen vigilance, apprehensive of potential ambushes. Upon departing from the city of Juxian, Qin Xian sensed that his adversaries were deliberately luring him out of the city. However, he held unwavering confidence in his own abilities, believing that Li Yi posed no threat to him. "Youngster, this is the 6th young master of the Qin family. We are aware of your status as a first-tier alchemist. The young master is benevolent. If you divulge the secret of escaping from the Ghost Bat Cave and allow us to implant a restriction, pledging your alchemical services to the Qin family, we may spare your life. Our young master has already attained the 11th level of Qi refinement. Although your cultivation is indiscernible, you are undoubtedly no match for him. It would be wise to surrender promptly, lest you face dire consequences," the elderly man in black remarked, a sinister smile playing upon his lips. In response to the elder's words, a cold smile crept across Li Yi's face. Having confirmed that they were indeed members of the Qin family, he chose to forego further discourse. With a single motion, he tapped his storage bag, producing a pair of pristine white wings, the Bat King's wing, a spirit artifact he had just refined, along with a transparent thread and an unusual trident. With a swift gesture, the Bat King's wings unfurled upon his back, while he grasped the trident in one hand and the thread in the other. Subsequently, as the wings fluttered gently, Li Yi vanished from sight. At the very moment of his disappearance, a black dagger materialized in the spot he once occupied, silently lurking, unbeknownst to Li Yi. Chapter 56. Slaying Qin Xian. Upon witnessing the bizarre assault of the black dagger, Li Yi felt a surge of astonishment. Had he not employed the Bat King's wings, evading in the nick of time, that blade would have surely struck his head. The opponent engaged him in conversation merely to confound him, buying time for a stealthy strike. This realization sent a chill down Li Yi's spine. He discerned that Qin Xian possessed considerable combat experience and a cunning nature. In that moment, a fierce resolve flashed across Li Yi's face. He resolved to deliver a decisive blow. Remarkably evading the Shadow Blade's ambush. Was it teleportation? No, worse yet. It was a high-level spell, Wind Shift. Caution was warranted. The well-dressed youth gasped in astonishment as he beheld Li Yi's sudden disappearance. He had not expected that the pristine wings adorning Li Yi's back were, in fact, a spiritual artifact capable of executing advanced spells. With a fervent gaze, he scrutinized the wings, yet his brow furrowed with concern. Possessing such an artifact made it considerably more challenging to slay Li Yi. While the young man coveted Li Yi's artifact, he did not delay in his actions, swiftly retrieving several talismans and affixing them to his body. He then procured a small black shield from his storage pouch, positioning it defensively before him. A sharp sound echoed as Li Yi thrust his trident forcefully into the back of the well-dressed youth, Qin Xian. The protective barrier enveloping Qin Xian shattered as easily as a bubble, yet regrettably, it was thwarted by the opponent's black shield. As Li Yi caught sight of the elder in black, who stood stunned, a faint smile graced his lips. The elder's head had rolled from his neck, his face etched with disbelief, and the spiritual artifact he had been wielding lay discarded on the ground. A transparent thread coiled around the elder's neck, the other end firmly grasped in Li Yi's hand. This item was the spiritual artifact Li Yi had acquired from slaying the black-clad woman of the Blood Ghost sect. Though merely a superior-grade artifact, it was remarkably resilient and, upon closer inspection, nearly undetectable, a potent tool for ambush. Earlier, noticing the elder's lack of defenses, Li Yi had utilized the Bat King's wings to teleport nearby and execute a surprise attack. The success of this strike filled him with satisfaction. Initially, he had intended to ambush the well-dressed youth, but the latter's swift reaction had rendered him cautious, forcing Li Yi to abandon that plan. The exchange between Li Yi and the well-dressed youth transpired in an instant, resulting in the elder's tragic demise, which incited a tumult of fury within the youth. With a mix of rage and incredulity, he exclaimed, Well, Qin Xian, have navigated the world of cultivation for so long. Yet this is the first time I have suffered such a significant loss. You rely on the winged artifact behind you, do you not? Your cultivation has also ascended to the 10th level of Qi refinement, to advance from the 4th to the 10th level in such a brief period. Clearly, you harbor many secrets. Subsequently, the well-dressed youth extracted 3 crimson flying needles from his storage pouch, channeling a spell to launch an assault against Li Yi. The speed of the flying needles was astonishingly rapid. Almost every time Li Yi completed his teleportation, the needles would strike at him, rendering him unable to approach the young man to launch an attack. As the red needles assailed him and ensnared Li Yi, the black dagger would also lunge toward him. With a swift motion, Li Yi tapped his storage bag, and a small golden bell appeared above his head, enveloping him and shielding him from the onslaught of the dagger and needles. Li Yi directed a finger toward the trident in midair, relentlessly assaulting the young man's black shield. Thus ensued an exhausting battle of attrition between Li Yi and the young man, Chen Xian. Observing Li Yi engaging in a war of endurance, the elegantly dressed Chen Xian remained unfazed, for his cultivation level was at the 11th layer of Qi refining, surpassing Li Yi by 1 tier. Moreover, Li Yi manipulated 3 top-tier spiritual weapons, which consumed more of his mana. As long as he could persist and prevent Li Yi from escaping, Li Yi's spiritual artifacts and secrets would belong to him. Chen Xian's heart surged with fervor at this thought. However, he felt a twinge of unease as he noticed that the mana consumed by his black shield seemed to be significantly greater than usual. While confronting Chen Xian, Li Yi's heart was filled with cold amusement. He continued to command the trident to strike at the young man's black shield. With each assault, the dark radiance of the shield dimmed noticeably, while using the golden bell to ward off the attacks of the black dagger and flying needles. The resonant chimes also harried the elegantly dressed youth. Gradually, Chen Xian realized that more than half of his mana had been depleted. He swiftly produced a mid-grade spirit stone to replenish his energy, lamenting that most of his mana had been squandered on the black shield. Conversely, the spiritual light on the trident grew increasingly vibrant, and its attacks became sharper, while the mana consumed by the black shield escalated. Chen Xian's demeanor began to shift toward panic. "This trident is peculiar," he muttered, his face paling. He hastily summoned the black flying dagger and red flying needles back into his storage bag, casting a fierce glare at Li Yi before retreating swiftly, his mind consumed with the instinct to flee. "You wait. Next time we meet, I will kill you," Chen Xian seethed through gritted teeth. Seeing his opponent attempt to retreat, Li let out a cold laugh. "You think escaping will be so easy?" With a flick of his wings, he pursued relentlessly, employing the golden bell to strike again and again, each resonant wave inflicting considerable harm. Following this, Li Yi's trident delivered a fierce blow to the black shield. After several such strikes, the elegantly dressed youth found himself overwhelmed, his demeanor turning desperate, hair disheveled, clothes riddled with tears, and his expression increasingly frantic. "You cannot kill me. I am the captain of the law enforcement team in Jushin City. My master is a foundation-building cultivator, and our Chun family ancestor is a golden core cultivator. If you kill me, you will surely meet a fate worse than death." Chen Xian, realizing he was outmatched, resorted to threats. Upon hearing his words, Li Yi's brow furrowed tightly, contemplating the implications of foundation building and golden core stages. None of this was within his capacity to handle. If this individual were to escape today, it would undoubtedly lead to endless troubles. Li Yi took a deep breath and slowly proclaimed, "Given the circumstances, for my own safety, I can no longer let you go. Prepare to meet your end." With a deft motion, Li Yi executed a spell with one hand, causing the trident's ethereal glow to surge forth. With a powerful strike, he sent the black shield flying, then employed the Huang Yuan bell to launch a rapid assault against the young man. The sound of 3 resounding impacts echoed through the air. The young man in fine garments could no longer withstand the onslaught. He coughed up blood, his gaze becoming unfocused, as the protective aura surrounding him began to dissipate. Seizing the opportunity, the pristine bat wings behind Li Yi fluttered gently, allowing him to vanish from his original position and reappear not far from the young man. With a swift flick of his fingers, a transparent thread coiled around the youth's neck, and with a forceful tug, the young man's head rolled from his shoulders, his face frozen in an expression of terror and regret. Li Yi collected the young man's storage pouch and the spirit weapon from the ground. casting a fireball spell to reduce the corpse to ashes. He then returned to the spot where the old man in black had fallen, rummaging through the remnants before incinerating the elder's remains as well. Surveying the battleground, Li Yi retrieved a small azure fan and waved it vigorously several times, obliterating all traces of the conflict. Once he was satisfied that nothing had been overlooked, he summoned the wings of the White Bat King, soaring into the sky towards the direction of Jushin City. Chapter 57. Transaction interrupted. Utilizing the Bat King's wings for flight, Li Yi arrived outside the city of Jushin in merely 1 hour. The speed of the Bat King's wings was astonishing, leaving Li Yi thoroughly satisfied. Despite the substantial energy expenditure, as he approached the city, Li Yi retracted the wings and adopted a nonchalant demeanor as he entered the city and returned to his residence within the cave. Upon his return, Li Yi began to inventory his recent spoils. Following the defeat of the brocade-clad youth and the cloaked elder, he had acquired 2 top-tier spiritual artifacts, a small black shield and a black dagger, the latter possessing the ability to conceal one's aura, making it particularly adept at ambushes. Additionally, he collected 5 superior spiritual artifacts, approximately 7 to 800 inferior spirit stones, 5 medium-grade spirit stones, alongside a myriad of talismans and miscellaneous items. Regrettably, these spiritual artifacts were not meant to see the light of day. Li Yi pondered quietly. He was acutely aware of the identity of the brocade-clad youth, Chen Xian, a cultivator from the law enforcement team of Jushin City. Furthermore, before his demise, Chen had mentioned that the Chun family had an ancestor at the Golden Core stage. Should news of this killing leak, Li Yi would undoubtedly be in grave danger, leaving him no choice but to refrain from using any of the artifacts. He stowed them all within the space of his small cauldron for future handling. This included the red silk-like spiritual artifact obtained from the previous encounter with the Blood Ghost sect cultivator, which he also dared not employ lightly. However, if faced with life-and-death circumstances, he would have no option but to disregard such concerns. In truth, Li Yi was not in dire need of spiritual artifacts. In addition to the recently acquired top-tier artifacts, he possessed 4 more that he could actively utilize: the Bat King's wings for flight, the Huanyuan Bell for defense, the Trident for offense, and the superior protective armor, the Ice Spirit armor. He also had an array of other upper-tier artifacts, rendering him quite affluent among cultivators in the Qi refinement stage. His victory over the brocade-clad youth was solely attributed to the trident he had crafted himself, which continuously siphoned spiritual power from the Black Shield during their confrontation, transforming it for his own use. By the end of the duel, Li Yi noticed that the trident consumed a minimal amount of his own spiritual energy, comparable to that of a medium-grade artifact, while Chen Xian was forced to expend a considerable amount of energy to maintain the Black Shield. This disparity in consumption was a primary factor contributing to the youth's downfall. Under normal circumstances, Li Yi could utilize a maximum of 3 top-tier artifacts simultaneously, and the duration was limited. If the battle extended over time, he could manage only 2 top-tier artifacts at most. However, with the trident's ability to absorb his opponent's spiritual energy, Li Yi gained a significant advantage in battle, effectively allowing him to wield an additional top-tier artifact. In the days that followed, Li Yi refrained from venturing outside or engaging in extensive cultivation. He remained within his cave dwelling, nurturing various spiritual herbs and concocting elixirs to elevate his alchemical skills. Thus, he found himself in possession of a considerable number of first-grade spirit pills. With Chun Ming's assistance, these elixirs were discreetly distributed, enabling Li Yi to acquire a substantial amount of spiritual herbs, many of which were previously lacking in his collection. Among these herbs, several were suitable for refining recovery pills. However, their ages were rather young and insufficient for the required concoction, necessitating cultivation with azure liquid. Regrettably, he had not managed to procure any pill formulas, which left Li Yi somewhat disheartened, though he remained unhurried. A source of delight for Li Yi was the significant number of medium-grade spirit stones he had exchanged over the past 6 months. He now possessed over 20 medium-grade spirit stones, a considerable fortune indeed. Even for a cultivator in the foundation-building stage, struggling financially, this would be quite exceptional. On this day, Chun Ming and Li Yi sat in a secluded private room of a tea house, engaged in conversation. At this point, Chun Ming's cultivation had ascended to the 5th layer of the Qi refinement stage, entering the mid-phase of his training. Over the past 6 months, Witnessing Chun Ming's commendable performance, Li Yi had bestowed upon him several high-grade spirit pills, resulting in 2 consecutive advancements in his cultivation, much to Chun Ming's elation. However, today Chun Ming appeared troubled, suggesting that something was amiss. Brotherly, we've encountered some trouble, and it's entirely my fault for not managing my affairs properly. Chun Ming confessed with a hint of shame. What trouble? Speak slowly, Li Yi responded, a frown creasing his brow. One of my subordinates, after a night of heavy drinking, inadvertently revealed our ongoing sale of large quantities of spirit pills. Consequently, the Qingdan Alliance and several medicinal shops have become aware of our operations. Our low prices and high-quality products have garnered an excellent reputation among the grassroots cultivators, and now they are purchasing pills from us, severely impacting their businesses. They accuse us of disrupting the pill trade and have warned us to cease selling at such low prices, or we shall face repercussions. Chun Ming finished his explanation, awaiting Li Yi's reaction. How do they intend to deal with you? I recall that there are regulations in Juxian City prohibiting cultivators from resorting to violence. Li Yi questioned, perplexed. Indeed, it is forbidden to engage in violence in Juxian City. However, they have enlisted several troublemaking rogue cultivators who, during transactions with me, claimed our pills were defective and sought to cause us trouble. Ultimately, the authorities in Juxian City deemed us at fault, and we ended up compensating for several losses. I suspect they have been in collusion all along. Furthermore, several of our brothers have suffered assaults while foraging for herbs, resulting in the deaths of several comrades. The attackers were cultivators with whom we have had conflicts. Our people, being of lower cultivation and fewer in number, sustained heavy losses, and many have since withdrawn from our ranks, Chun Ming said, a mix of anger and helplessness evident in his tone. Upon hearing Chun Ming's account, a surge of inexplicable fury ignited within Li Yi, a flicker of severity flashing in his eyes. Yet, he also recognized that he was not yet equipped to confront them. It was only natural to face retaliation for encroaching upon others' interests by selling pills at such low prices. Very well, he concluded. You should refrain from venturing into the city for herbal gathering for the time being, prioritizing your safety and enhancing your own strength. As your power grows, fear of them will dissipate. For now, it is imperative to assess your personnel, eliminate those who lack discretion, are unreliable, or wish to withdraw. Retain only the trustworthy individuals and bestow upon them a greater share of elixirs to elevate their cultivation. All personnel must disperse, avoiding unnecessary contact. For the exchange of spirit stones and medicinal herbs, enlist some itinerant cultivators, making a concerted effort to avoid repeating individuals. I refuse to believe that in the vast expanse of Juxian City, with its thousands of cultivators, a mere handful of shops can monopolize all transactions involving lower-tier practitioners. Li Yi remarked calmly. Upon hearing Li Yi's words, Chun Ming's eyes brightened as he responded, Indeed, this idea is splendid. I doubt they would dare to obstruct all transactions among lower-tier practitioners. Chapter 58. The appointment this time, you must accurately discern who is trustworthy, ensuring that no ill-intentioned individuals infiltrate our ranks. If necessary, you might consider acquiring some heart-questioning talismans, as well as some shape-shifting artifacts. Avoid exposing yourself unnecessarily. Li Yi advised once more. Understood, brotherly. Rest assured, I will certainly execute this task well, Chun Ming affirmed, clenching his fist in determination. Observing Chun Ming, Li Yi retrieved over 50 small jade vials from his storage bag, each containing elixirs, along with 2 high-tier spiritual artifacts, a crimson cloak, and 2 transparent flying needles. Having attained a top-tier artifact, these high-tier items no longer held significance for him, so he handed them all to Chun Ming, stating, These 2 high-tier artifacts are for your protection. Feel free to take 2 vials of elixirs, while the remainder can be used for trading. I have some matters to attend to outside for a while. If you encounter any insurmountable issues, we shall address them upon my return. As Chun Ming gazed at the items Li Yi bestowed upon him, his heart swelled with emotion, and tears threatened to spill from his eyes. Since entering the world of cultivation, no one had ever treated him with such kindness. Li Yi had not only rescued him, but also provided him with elixirs and artifacts to aid his advancement, for which he felt immense gratitude. Brotherly, where are you going, and when will you return? Chun Ming inquired with genuine concern. I must venture deep into the Tianyun mountain range. The exact timing remains uncertain. Do not worry, I will seek you out upon my return, Li Yi replied. They then exchanged insights on their cultivation practices before parting ways. Li Yi unfurled a map in his hands, heading eastward towards Jushin City, quickly arriving at a spacious courtyard. The yard was enveloped in a soft yellow barrier, concealing its interior from outside view, and was considerably larger than the cave he had rented. After surveying the courtyard, Li Yi tapped his storage bag, conjuring a red talisman into his palm. He murmured a few incantations, and the talisman transformed into a beam of red light that shot into the barrier. The talisman Li Yi utilized was one he had previously purchased specifically for communication, known as the transmission talisman. Moments later, a large opening appeared in the yellow barrier, revealing a graceful young woman clad in white, her beauty striking and her figure enchanting. It was Chu Yuanlan. With a charming smile, Chu Yuanlan exclaimed, "Ah, it is brotherly. Please, come in. You are indeed a man of punctuality. Having promised Miss Chu, I would never dare to delay. Especially as the matter you mentioned is of great importance to me," Li Yi responded. With that, the two entered the courtyard, where a young man in blue stood at its center. His complexion was fair and smooth, exuding an air of solemnity. His dark, profound eyes sparkled like distant stars, complemented by a high nose and thin lips that imparted an undeniable nobility. This individual possesses a beauty surpassing that of the former Li Haoran, exuding an air of nobility and elegance that Li Yi cannot compare to, as he gazes at them with a cheerful smile. "Brotherly, allow me to introduce my cousin, Chu Tianhua. He will be joining us in our exploration of the cave. His cultivation has reached the 12th level of qi refinement, and he stands on the brink of foundation establishment. With his addition, our chances of success will surely increase," Chu Yuanlan introduced. Upon hearing her words, Li Yi felt a jolt. The person before him was indeed a practitioner of the 12th level of qi refinement. He quickly clasped his fists and said, "So it is Chu Daoist. Truly a pleasure to meet you." "Not at all. You must be Li Yi Daoist. I owe you my gratitude for saving Yuanlan. The cultivation method you practice is quite remarkable. I could hardly discern your level of cultivation at first glance," Chu Tianhua remarked, examining Li Yi with a hint of surprise, his interest in Li Yi growing. "Your praise is unwarranted, Daoist Chu. At the time, it was merely fortuitous timing, a matter of convenience. Especially since I already had some grievances with the Blood Demon sect. As for my cultivation method, it simply possesses some ability to conceal my presence, hardly worth mentioning. Your cultivation, on the other hand, is genuinely enviable. Having reached the 12th level of qi refinement, it won't be long before you establish your foundation, I presume," Li Yi replied. "Alas, I have merely practiced for a few more years. I have heard from Yuanlan that you ascended from the 4th to the 10th level of qi refinement in just 4 years. Such a pace is beyond my reach," Chu Tianhua stated while observing Li Yi. "I have had my share of fortunate encounters, acquiring some spiritual herbs and refining a few elixirs. My progress relies heavily on the efficacy of those elixirs," Li Yi simply explained. Upon hearing this, Chu Tianhua understood, significantly reducing his impression of Li Yi. A loose cultivator relying on elixirs to achieve his current level of cultivation would undoubtedly face challenges in future advancements. "Cousin, brotherly, let us discuss this further inside," Chu Yuanlan interjected. The three of them then entered the grand hall together. Shortly thereafter, a maid approached, carrying a tray adorned with 3 steaming cups of spiritual tea. "Brotherly, do give this a try. It is my own blend of spiritual tea. I would love to know your thoughts on its flavor," Chu Yuanlan said, gesturing towards the teacups. "Ah, Yuanlan, you have brought out the spiritual mist tea. I have asked you for a taste several times, yet you only offered me a mere sip. It seems today I shall bask in the glory of brotherly," Chu Tianhua remarked enviously as he looked at the teacups. Hearing his words, Chu Yuanlan's face flushed, and she stole a glance at Li Yi before saying, "Brotherly is a guest and my savior. Of course, he is treated differently than you, who only covet my tea leaves." Upon hearing Chu Yuanlan's words, Chu Tianhua laughed heartily, raising his teacup to begin sipping. Li Yi lifted the teacup and gently sipped, instantly filled with a surge of spiritual energy that enveloped his palate, evoking an indescribable sensation of refreshment. "Indeed, this is exquisite tea. I am truly impressed that my fellow Taoist has managed to infuse ordinary tea leaves with such vitality," Li Yi remarked, a touch of astonishment in his voice after tasting the brew. "Since you enjoy it, please indulge in a few more cups. When you depart, I shall gift you some of this spiritual tea," Chu Yuanlan offered graciously. Ah, Yuanlan, do not forget to share some with me as well. The last batch you gifted has long been consumed. Chu Tianqua interjected eagerly from the side. Very well, I appreciate your generosity, dear friend. By the way, when shall we embark on our exploration of the cave dwelling? Li Yi inquired, mindful that his primary objective was to seek the marrow-cleansing fruit within the abode of a foundation establishment cultivator. He would not let this goal slip from his mind. This may require a brief wait. A friend of mine has encountered some delays. She is a formation master, and without her assistance, I cannot access the cave. However, it should only take a few days. Do not fret, my friend. There are ample accommodations here. Choose a room to reside in while we await her arrival. Chu Yuanlan explained earnestly. Chapter 59. The Blackwater Marsh. 3 days later, Li Yi and his companions encountered a delicate young lady clad in black, her face veiled by a dark gauze. The only feature visible to outsiders were her long, willow-like brows, beneath which sparkled a pair of bright, obsidian eyes, as if capable of piercing through the very souls of those she gazed upon. This young woman was known as Mo Qingyu, possessing a cultivation level of the 11th layer of qi refinement. She spoke very little, and when Chu Yuanlan introduced her, she merely nodded at Li Yi and the others without uttering a word. After resting for another day, the group departed from Jushin City, journeying deeper into the Tianyun mountain range. As they traveled a fair distance from the city, Chu Tianqua suddenly halted and proclaimed, "The distance we must cover is considerable. I possess a flying spiritual artifact that can accommodate several individuals, which will expedite our journey. Everyone, please board." With that, he retrieved a small black flying boat from his storage bag. Upon casting a spell upon it, the vessel expanded to over 10 feet in length, floating gracefully in midair. He then leapt onto the black flying boat. Observing Chu Tianqua ascend to the vessel, Li Yi and the others promptly followed suit, each jumping aboard. And the black boat swiftly soared into the depths of the Tianyun mountain range. Elder brother, this flying artifact is truly remarkable. It makes traveling exceedingly convenient. With this vessel, we shall reach our destination in merely 2 or 3 days, Chu Yuanlan remarked with a hint of delight as he gazed at the black boat beneath their feet. Indeed, I acquired this black flying boat at no small expense. Despite its modest size and limited capacity, it is an exquisite top-tier artifact designed specifically for flight, boasting remarkable speed. Yuanlan, you will guide the direction while I handle the vessel, Chu Tianqua replied with evident pride, casting a glance at Mo Qingyu. Intrigued by Chu Tianqua's words, Li Yi was surprised to learn that this unassuming black boat was, in fact, a top-tier artifact. He possessed a Bat King's Wing artifact himself and could not help but compare the two. While the Bat King's Wing excelled in long-distance evasion and maneuverability, allowing for nearly instantaneous movement in confined spaces, the black boat's capabilities were unmatched in sustained flight. As Li Yi pondered this comparison, his gaze fell upon Mo Qingyu, who remained impervious to Chu Tianqua's words, her expression calm and devoid of joy. Li Yi sensed that her identity was far from ordinary. She exuded an air of mystery and likely hailed from a notable background. However, during her introduction, Chu Yuanlan had merely mentioned her name, stating she was an array master at the 11th layer of qi refinement. In truth, both Chu Yuanlan and Chu Tianqua gave Li Yi an impression of being extraordinary as well. They were likely affiliated with a certain sect of cultivators, for it was quite rare for casual practitioners to reach the 11th or 12th layers of qi refinement. Li Yi, a practitioner at the 10th level of qi refinement, found himself at a loss regarding the path to reach the 11th level. The presence of another who had achieved such mastery hinted at their extraordinary capabilities. Although curiosity about the other's background lingered, Li Yi refrained from inquiring, aware that pressing for information could lead to an uncomfortable situation should the individual choose not to disclose it. Very well, I shall provide guidance. Our destination is the Blackwater Marsh. During my last exploration, I discovered a cave at the edge of the marsh, protected by a formation. Unfortunately, I was forced to retreat when I was detected by the disciples of the Blood Demon sect. The vicinity of the Blackwater Marsh is fraught with venomous creatures and is the territory of the third-tier demon beast, the Blackwater Crocodile. Although we possess considerable strength, we must proceed with caution. It would be prudent to consume a detoxification pill before entering, to avoid the risk of inadvertently inhaling toxic fumes, Chu Yuanlan remarked, glancing at Li Yi and Mo Qingyu. I am well prepared, Li Yi replied. I have some as well, so there is no need for Sister Chu's pills. Came a melodious voice from Mo Qingyu. I don't have any. Yuanlan, please give me one quickly. Chu Tianhua exclaimed, looking at Chu Yuanlan with urgency. After nearly 2 days of flight, Li Yi and his companions finally arrived at the expansive edge of the marsh and disembarked from their flying vessel. The sight before them was a dark expanse of swamp, with black water bubbling ominously. Small venomous insects crawled along the black water and decaying branches, while wisps of black mist wafted into the air, evoking a chilling sensation. As Li Yi surveyed the distant marsh, his brow furrowed. He could discern no sign of a practitioner's cave. Yuanlan, are you certain that the cave of that alchemist is located here? It hardly seems plausible. Who would construct a cave in such a desolate place where spiritual energy is scarce and toxins abound? Chu Tianhua questioned, frowning. Before he could finish, the usually reticent figure of the woman in black, Missouri Qingyu, spoke up. There is an aura of formation here, one that conceals spiritual energy and presence. After uttering these words, she began to weave intricate hand seals, her eyes closing in concentration. A surge of spiritual energy swirled around her, converging at her forehead. Moments later, a nearly tangible vertical eye materialized at her brow. As she continued to shift her hand seals, the eye gradually opened, exuding a chilling detachment, reminiscent of a deity surveying the mortal realm. With her head rotating, the gaze of the vertical eye swept across the marsh, ultimately resting upon an unremarkable small pond. After a brief pause, the eye at her brow trembled gently and transformed into a wisp of spiritual energy, dissipating into nothingness. She opened her eyes, pointing towards the small pond, and declared, the cave should be located there. Gazing in the direction indicated by her finger, Chu Yuanlan, filled with a mix of astonishment and envy, remarked, Sister Qingyu's mastery of her technique has become increasingly exquisite. With just a fleeting glance, she has discerned the location of the cave dwelling. I searched for quite some time in the past. It seems we have substantial hope of breaking the array this time. Upon hearing their conversation, Li Yi and Chu Tianhua exchanged glances, feeling somewhat helpless. They hurriedly turned their attention to the direction pointed out by the others, yet found nothing. Sharing a knowing look, they both managed a wry smile. After all, their companion was a cultivator in the foundation establishment stage, and the cave they had set up was remarkably concealed. At the same time, both men found themselves intrigued by the young woman's technique. If they were able to cultivate it themselves, treasure hunting or investigating various formations would surely become effortless endeavors. Just as Li Yi and his companion were contemplating the merits of Mo Qingyu's skill, she spoke again, stating, this will likely prove somewhat challenging. Firstly, this formation appears to be a third-tier array, the Heavenly Ring of Azure Waters, which is a rather uncommon water element defensive formation. It is quite difficult to unravel, and at its core, there should be a top-grade water element spirit tool. Chapter 60, Breaking the Formation, Fourth Order Demonic Beast. How shall we dismantle the formation? Surely, Friend Mo possesses a solution. In response to Mo Qingyu's words, Chu Tianhua urgently inquired from the side. I possess a set of Earth Elemental Formation flags, which can be utilized to breach the formation. Each of you merely needs to channel your spiritual energy into the flags according to my directives, Mo Qingyu replied. However, I have one stipulation. The spiritual artifact located at the core of the formation must be relinquished to me once we succeed. After Mo Qingyu concluded her statement, she turned her gaze towards Li Yi and the others, awaiting their reactions. This is not a problem. The formation relies on Sister Qingyu's expertise, so the spoils of the core should rightfully belong to her. Chu Yuanlan was the first to express his agreement, smiling as he spoke. I harbor no objections either. Chu Tianhua concurred, his focus primarily on acquiring treasures that would expedite his foundation establishment, rather than on a few high-tier spiritual artifacts. Seeing both of them in agreement, Li Yi naturally had no dissenting opinions. His objectives on this journey were the marrow-cleansing fruit and alchemical texts, not these external trinkets. With everyone's goals diverging, there would be no conflict. Once a consensus was reached, Mo Qingyu produced 4 earthy yellow formation flags and distributed them to Li Yi and the others. Li Yi observed the palm-sized flag in his hand, which bore the engraving of a small black turtle entwined by a serpent. The other flags held distinct designs as well. Now, friends, activate your flags at the designated positions and assault the formation, Mo Qingyu instructed earnestly. She then infused her spiritual energy into the flag, causing an ethereal yellow dragon to emerge and strike forcefully against the void, only to be met by a faint blue water barrier that separated the yellow dragon's illusion from the outside. At this moment, Li Yi and the others began to perceive the general outline of the Bai Shui Tian Huan formation. Without hesitation, they activated their flags, unleashing a yellow monstrous bird and a yellow turtle illusion that surged forth to strike the barrier. In an instant, these spectral beasts expanded to over 10 feet in length, relentlessly gnawing at the barrier. The four illusory creatures seemed interconnected, spiraling and encircling the blue barrier, gradually eroding its spiritual light. The barrier, sensing the imminent threat, began to emanate water rings from below to repel the monstrous attacks. After a quarter of an hour, the brilliance of the blue barrier had dimmed significantly from its former vibrancy. Observing this, the group recognized that their efforts were bearing fruit, and expressions of joy spread across their faces, knowing that it would not be long before they breached the defensive formation. Shortly thereafter, a muffled thud echoed in the air as the blue barrier shattered completely. The Bai Shui Tian Huan formation breached. A dull, lifeless blue ring emerged from beneath the pond. With a single deft motion, Mo Qingyu effortlessly seized the azure ring into her grasp, offering it but a fleeting glance before placing it within her storage pouch. Li Yi and the others gazed upon this spirit artifact with palpable envy. This blue ring, after all, served as a pivotal element for a third-tier formation. Though merely an ordinary pinnacle spirit artifact, it undoubtedly possessed remarkable, extraordinary capabilities. At last, the formation is broken. Let us hasten within and seek the treasures, exclaimed Chu Tianhua, his voice tinged with excitement. No sooner had he finished speaking than he prepared to charge towards a vast opening below. However, before he could complete his thought, a low, guttural growl resonated through the air. The expressions of Li Yi and his companions shifted dramatically as they quickly turned their attention to the entrance, where a jet-black, crocodile-like beast emerged slowly from the depths of the cave, its blood-red eyes fixed ominously upon them. This ebony creature measured over 3 yards in length, its scales exuding a chilling aura, imbued with a potent malevolence that made Li Yi and the others furrow their brows in apprehension. Exchanging glances, Chu Tianhua spoke with urgency. This is dire. We must retreat swiftly. This blackwater crocodile, based on its aura and size, is nearly at the 4th-tier level. A 4th-tier beast is comparable to a foundation-level creature. He continued, it blocks our path. Unless we deal with it, entry is impossible. Let us deliberate our course of action. Shall we confront it, or withdraw? We may not be able to face a 4th-tier beast directly, Chu Yuanlan interjected. However, we could lure it away while we infiltrate the cave to seize the treasures. Upon hearing this, Li Yi and Mo Qingyu remained silent, each pondering who would take on the perilous task of drawing the beast away, as neither seemed willing to risk such danger alone. Li Yi, possessing the least rapport with them, was naturally reluctant to volunteer, although he believed he could distract the blackwater crocodile using his Bat King's wings. He was unwilling to reveal his trump card. Thus, Li Yi spoke, I suspect that this blackwater crocodile is not easily lured away. It appears to be the guardian beast of this cave, likely bound by some form of restriction or command to protect this lair. To procure the treasures, we must vanquish this creature. If we cannot slay it, our only option is to retreat and devise another plan. Upon hearing Li Yi's reasoning, Chu Yuanlan and Chu Tianhua exchanged contemplative glances, acknowledging the validity of his words. The 4th-tier blackwater crocodile had maintained a vigilant watch at the entrance since its emergence, displaying no inclination to attack. Li's assessment holds merit, Chu Yuanlan conceded. If we wish to enter, we must eliminate this beast. Otherwise, we may have to relinquish our quest. Yet, with the cave's defensive barriers now disabled, if we retreat, the treasures may very well be claimed by others, leaving us with nothing. She frowned, her determination evident, as she had exerted considerable effort to arrive at this juncture and was loath to abandon her pursuit. In light of this, it appears that the only viable course of action is to vanquish the beast. Despite my extensive training, I have yet to confront a 4th-tier demon beast. I am eager to test its might. Should my esteemed companions be willing to join forces with me, I would gladly seize the opportunity. To be candid, I possess a rather remarkable artifact that could prove effective against this creature. However, it is somewhat cumbersome to wield and necessitates a certain amount of time to activate. Thus, I would require your assistance in restraining the beast to allow me the necessary time. Upon hearing Chu Tianqua's words, the eyes of the gathered individuals sparkled with a glimmer of hope, albeit tempered by trepidation, for this was indeed a fourth-tier demon beast, comparable to a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage. Is this truly the case, cousin? Chu Yuanlan inquired, a note of excitement evident in her voice. Indeed, it is true, Chu Tianqua replied earnestly. However, this is my ultimate trump card. Utilizing it will incur significant costs for me. Should we fail to slay the beast, then so be it. Yet, if fortune favors us and we manage to bring it down, I request an equitable share of the treasures within the cave, and I would like to have first pick of one material from the demon beast, Chu Tianqua stated with utmost seriousness. Chapter 61. The Symbolic Treasure and the Captive Beast. Upon hearing the words of Chu Tianqua, Li Yi furrowed his brow, feeling a tinge of dissatisfaction. He perceived Chu Tianqua's greed, while he had no objections to acquiring more materials from the beast. The notion of also claiming a larger share of the treasures within the cave seemed rather excessive. Nevertheless, Li Yi refrained from voicing his dissent. If you, my friend Chu, are truly confident in your ability to slay this beast, I hold no objections. Although the black water crocodile is indeed a formidable fourth-tier creature, its speed is rather ordinary. The formation we just employed possesses the capability to ensnare foes, and if we manipulate the formation flag simultaneously, we can certainly trap this beast, spoke Imo Qingyu, who stood to the side, her tone languid. That is splendid news. With the assistance of the formation, my cousin should certainly be able to vanquish this black water crocodile. Sister Qingyu, do not hesitate to voice your requests, exclaimed Chu Yuanlan, also standing nearby. Thank you, Sister Chu. According to our agreement, my task in this treasure hunt is to dismantle the formation, and I am not obliged to engage in combat. However, should I be compelled to intervene, I hope to secure an additional half portion of the cleansing marrow fruit, Imo Qingyu stated without hesitation. Upon hearing her words, Chu Yuanlan's brow knitted in concern. This cultivation cave had been discovered by her, and now others were persistently demanding a share of its bounty. The most valuable treasures within the cave were indeed the cleansing marrow fruits. The collective aim of their expedition was to acquire these fruits. And with both her cousin and Imo Qingyu requesting larger portions, her own share, along with Li Yi's, would naturally diminish. This thought left her feeling somewhat displeased. However, recognizing that others had contributed significantly, it would be difficult to refuse their requests. She had originally promised Li Yi that they would share the treasures equally, and given that he had saved her life, she felt a sense of indebtedness towards him. Considering this, Chu Yuanlan turned to Li Yi and inquired, brotherly, what are your thoughts on the proposals put forth by my cousin and sister Qingyu? Upon hearing her question, Li Yi sighed. I have no objections. I believe there should be a considerable number of cleansing marrow fruits. A few for me will suffice. However, I must insist on receiving a copy of the alchemical texts contained within. Very well, then there should be no issues. There should be at least 100 cleansing marrow fruits. We can divide them into 6 portions. My cousin will take 2, you will receive 1. Sister Qingyu will have 1.5, and the remainder shall be mine. I trust everyone is in agreement? Chu Yuanlan stated earnestly. Once she concluded, the others remained silent, implicitly consenting to the arrangement. Now, there is another matter to address, the 4 formation flags. Aside from my cousin, who will be in control? Chu Yuanlan inquired once more. Fear not, I can manage 2 flags simultaneously, replied Imo Qingyu. Excellent, then I have no further concerns. As long as my esteemed friends assist in restraining this black water crocodile, I am confident in my ability to slay this beast, Chu Tianqua said, a hint of excitement in his voice. With that, Chu Tianqua clapped his storage bag, producing a black wooden box. Then, the wooden box was opened, revealing a pale yellow talisman that he carefully extracted. The talisman bore an intricate depiction of a small black mountain, which, from a distance, emanated an astonishing aura of menace, exuding an air of mystery. Upon seeing this talisman, Li narrowed his eyes. It bore a striking resemblance to the purple talisman he possessed, which featured a depiction of a purple dagger. A flicker of intrigue ignited within him, suggesting that he might soon uncover the secrets of this talisman. Just as Li pondered this, he was startled by 2 exclamations nearby. Ah, this is a talisman treasure, remarked one, with evident appreciation. Indeed, it is a talisman treasure. I acquired it with great difficulty, Chu Tianqua declared, his face brimming with pride. Excellent. With this talisman treasure and my cousin's cultivation at the 12th layer of Qi refinement, dealing with this 4th-tier demon beast will surely be a breeze, Chu Yuanlan exclaimed, excitement evident in her tone. Mo Qingyu, standing beside them, nodded in agreement. Li Yi, standing a little apart, yearned to inquire about the nature of a talisman treasure, yet he understood that this was not the moment for questions. He resolved to explore relevant texts later to elucidate the mysteries of the talisman. Let us act swiftly. Delays may lead to unforeseen consequences. I ask you all to help me contain this demon beast, and grant me a moment, Chu Tianque urged, cradling the talisman and beginning to channel its power. Let us also take action. With that, Mo Qingyu and Chu Yuanlan positioned themselves strategically, encircling the black water crocodile while activating their small flags. For spectral beasts materialized once more, swiftly entwining the black water crocodile and launching frenzied assaults. Boom, boom, boom. However, the black water crocodile was not one to surrender easily. It retaliated against the phantoms with wild bites, unleashing black water arrows that struck the air. Each time it was hit, the pale yellow phantoms would suffer grievous wounds. Dimming with each assault, the black water arrows, upon piercing the phantoms, created deep craters upon hitting the ground, showcasing their formidable power. This is a mid-tier low-level spell. The black water arrow technique. Everyone, be cautious, Chu Yuanlan exclaimed, alarmed by the scene unfolding. Li Yi, seeing this, furrowed his brow and swiftly retrieved his Huangyuan Bell's spiritual tool, positioning it above his head to shield against the oncoming black water arrows. The arrows collided with the Huangyuan Bell, producing a cacophony of thunderous sounds, as the spiritual light atop flickered erratically, causing the small bell to sway violently. Witnessing this, Li Yi silently lamented. A 4th-tier demon beast was not to be compared with a 3rd tier. Having previously slain 3rd-tier beasts, he had mistakenly assumed that 4th-tier beasts would not be significantly stronger, yet he was entirely mistaken. The disparity between 4th and 3rd-tier beasts was nothing short of immense. Sister Qingyu, this black water crocodile possesses an overwhelming spiritual force and strength. We cannot contain it. Please, think of a way, Chu Yuanlan urged from the side. At this moment, Chu Yuanlan appeared quite disheveled, a white handkerchief-like spiritual artifact perched atop her head, persistently fending off the onslaught of black water arrows. Sister Chu, do not fret. Grant me but a moment, declared, and with a single hand gesture, the 4 ethereal silhouettes of magical beasts in the air began to morph continuously, ultimately coalescing into a luminous barrier that ensnared the black water crocodile within. The barrier comprised 4 layers, intricately superimposed, with 4 small flags stationed at each cardinal point. Li Yi and the others could only manage the array from a distance, channeling spiritual energy to the flags. Each impact of the black water crocodile against the barrier was repelled, and despite the ferocity of the black water arrows, they merely inflicted superficial damage to the barrier, which promptly restored itself. The confinement of the black water crocodile incited its fury, awakening its primal ferocity. Its eyes turned a deeper crimson, as it clawed and gnawed at the barrier with its vicious talons and teeth, while its tail lashed against the barrier, producing a creaking sound, the brilliance of the barrier flickering as if on the verge of shattering. Chapter 62, Demon Slaying, Cave Heaven, Anomaly. Friend Chu, the formation is on the verge of collapse. You must hurry, Li Yi exclaimed from the side. He felt that Chu Tianque was activating the talisman treasure far too slowly, and it seemed excessive for someone at the 12th level of Qi refinement to take so long to summon a talisman. It will be ready soon. Just hold on a little longer. Chu Tianque gritted his teeth and replied. At that moment, Li Yi observed Chu Tianque, noting his pale complexion and the signs of excessive spiritual energy depletion, which startled him. The use of talisman treasures appeared to be far more taxing than he had anticipated. He had thought his purple talismans were also treasures, yet he had never experienced such difficulties. Clearly, the secrets of talisman treasures were manifold. The spiritual energy required for activation varied greatly among them, and he realized he needed to delve deeper into the texts in the future. A moment later, just as the protective barrier was about to shatter, Chu Tianque shouted, "Quickly step aside." As his voice rang out, Li Yi and the others swiftly moved aside, revealing a massive black peak, nearly 5 to 6 zhang in size, materializing above Chu Tianque's head, hovering ominously over the black water crocodile. shrouded in a menacing aura that sent chills down their spines. Descend. With a thunderous roar, the black peak plummeted toward the black water crocodile below. At that instant, the crocodile seemed to sense the imminent threat, thrashing wildly and shattering the yellow barrier in its frantic attempt to flee. In that critical moment, the black peak struck the crocodile with tremendous force. Boom! A colossal impact resounded, creating a massive pit in the ground, approximately 10 zhang in diameter and 5 to 6 zhang deep. Witnessing this scene, Li Yi gasped in astonishment. He had not anticipated the sheer power of the black peak. His own purple talismans possessed considerable strength, yet they paled in comparison to the might of the black peak. It became evident that while both were talisman treasures, the amount of spiritual energy expended in their activation was entirely contingent upon the treasure's inherent power. Chu Yuanlan and Mo Qingyu were equally astonished, staring at the enormous pit in silence. Chu Tianhua, his face ashen, collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, drenched in sweat. Clearly having expended a significant amount of spiritual energy, he hurriedly retrieved a pill from his possession and consumed it, his complexion regaining a hint of color. With a single hand gesture, the black peak transformed into a dark talisman, floating into his grasp. Observing the dimming brilliance of the talisman, Chu Tianhua felt a pang of regret and carefully returned it to its wooden box, placing it tenderly into his storage pouch. Upon seeing the black water crocodile, now deeply embedded in the earth and devoid of life, a wave of exhilaration washed over him. The materials from a fourth-tier demonic beast were invaluable for crafting magical artifacts. Although he had employed a talisman treasure this time, Chu Tianhua deemed it well worth the effort. I only require the demon core of the black crocodile. The remaining materials can be shared among everyone, Chu Tianhua declared, gazing at the carcass of the black water crocodile. After speaking, seeing that no one objected, Chu Tianhua jumped into the large pit, drew forth a golden blade, and began to dissect the corpse of the black water crocodile. Soon, the group had completely divided the fourth-tier beast. Li Yi collected several of the crocodile's teeth, while Mo Qingyu and Chu Yuanlan each took a portion of its hide. All right, cousin, sister Qingyu, brother Li, let us hasten into the cave and discover what treasures await us. We must swiftly leave this place with our spoils. The commotion from our recent battle may attract the attention of other cultivators, Chu Yuanlan remarked, a mix of excitement and concern in his tone. Indeed, Yuanlan is correct. We must move quickly, Chu Tianhua affirmed. With that, the group made their way toward the vast passage. Moments later, they reached the end of the tunnel, which opened into a small lake. In the center of the lake lay a small island, upon which stood a massive transparent opening. A beam of sunlight cascaded down, illuminating the island where a fruit tree, approximately 10 feet tall, thrived, laden with an abundance of purple fruits, over 100, exuding a fragrant aroma that was utterly enchanting. Surrounding the tree were various spiritual herbs, many of which were ripe. Li Yi could only identify a few. Yet these herbs were at least 300 to 400 years old. On one side of the fruit tree stood a quaint wooden cabin. In front of it lay a table, adorned with an alchemical furnace, a jade slip, and a gray storage bag. Behind the table rested a skeleton in a meditative posture. At the end of the passage, a series of stone pedestals emerged from the lake's surface, providing a path to the island. Who would have thought that the exterior appeared so ordinary, while the interior revealed such a hidden paradise? Look at those purple fruits. They must be the soul cleansing fruits. It's astonishing that there are so many spiritual herbs here, many of which should be used for refining foundation-building elixirs, and their ages must span several centuries. Is this truly the cave left behind by the alchemical savant Han Fengyan? Chu Tianhua's face flushed with excitement, his voice trembling. Indeed, those purple fruits are the soul-cleansing fruits, along with a plethora of spiritual herbs. Our harvest today is monumental, Chu Yuanlan echoed with palpable enthusiasm. Even the usually reticent Mo Qingyu gazed at the treasures before her, her eyes sparkling with joy. While Li Yi felt a surge of exhilaration, he remained vigilant. The value of these treasures was immense, sufficient to incite greed and the desire for murder in pursuit of them. He distinctly remembered the events that unfolded during the gathering of the frost mist grass. Let us quickly gather the herbs. Chu Tianhua, brimming with impatience, stepped onto the stone pedestals and dashed towards the center of the island. At that moment, a crimson light, reeking of blood, hurtled towards Chu Tianhua, who was on his way to gather herbs. "Cousin, be careful!" Chu Yuanlan exclaimed in alarm, but it was already too late. The crimson light vanished in an instant, and before Chu Tianhua could even turn his head, he found the red glow striking his neck. His head was flung high into the air, his countenance a portrait of disbelief, mingled with terror and regret. Chu Tianhua could scarcely fathom that he had perished in such a manner. He was a cultivator at the 12th level of the Qi refining stage, merely a step away from the foundation establishment stage. Had it not been for his desire to solidify his foundation for greater power post-establishment, he would have already secluded himself to break through. Yet, this very pursuit had cost him his life. Alas, this is a magical artifact. The one who attacked is a foundation establishment cultivator. Everyone, be cautious, Mo Qingyu remarked. Her complexion ashen, her voice icy. Ha! The young lady possesses keen insight to discern my identity. Given this, I shall spare your life. A voice, laced with mockery, echoed from the entrance of the cave. Chapter 63. Threats and Aggression. As Li Yi gazed upon Chu Tianhua, whose body lay severed and submerged in the lake, and recalled the startled exclamation from Chu Yuanlan, a foundational stage cultivator, his expression underwent a drastic transformation. His pupils constricted with sheer terror. A foundational stage cultivator was far beyond his capabilities. Engaging in a confrontation with such an adversary would undoubtedly spell his doom. Li Yi's mind raced, rapidly devising strategies while hastily retrieving the Bat King's wings, the Huang Yuan bell, and several talismans from his storage pouch. He first activated the Bat King's wings, propelling himself swiftly to the island, distancing himself from the passage. Next, he summoned the Huang Yuan bell to shield his body, yet still apprehensive. He affixed 2 talismans onto himself, thereby conjuring a blue and a green protective barrier around him. Just as he completed these preparations, he noticed Mo Qingyu and Chu Yuanlan closely following, both of whom had also summoned their magical artifacts and talismans. Their expressions filled with vigilance as they scrutinized the depths of the passage. Chu Yuanlan's countenance was a tempest of icy fury, sorrow, and regret. A myriad of emotions played across her features as she grappled with the loss of her cousin, who had perished while seeking treasure alongside her. She was at a loss for how to explain this tragedy to her family. After slaying Chu Tianhua, their assailants refrained from further aggression, leaving Li Yi and his companions in a state of perplexity. The trio exchanged glances, yet words eluded them. Suddenly, a burst of exultant laughter echoed through the air. Ha! This time, I have truly struck gold. Not only have I slain a fellow with a talisman, but I have also amassed a wealth of spiritual herbs. Ascending to the mid-foundational stage shall be a certainty for me. I've long heard tales of a prodigious alchemist named Han Fengyun, who met his demise in the Tianyun Mountains. It seems this is indeed the place, so well concealed that I had not discovered it until now. As the voice resonated, a group of cultivators clad in black entered, led by a youth wielding a black folding fan. Dressed in crimson, his elongated eyes sparkled with mockery, and a derisive smirk played upon his lips as he regarded Li Yi and his companions. Will you 3 surrender willingly, or shall I be compelled to take matters into my own hands? 2 lovely maidens, should you agree to become my concubines, I can assure you that your lives will be spared. At that moment, a black-clad man behind the youth leaned in closer, his face twisted in malice. Young master, that fellow is the one who escaped from the Ghost Bat cave years ago, to have fled from there at the 4th level of Qi refinement. He must possess a secret. We must capture him and subject him to severe interrogation to uncover his hidden knowledge. Ah, so it is you. How fortuitous. You have thrown yourself into my embrace. Simply divulge your secret. Allow me to place a restriction upon you, and serve as my subordinate. And I may yet spare your life, the blood-clad youth said, licking his lips with a sinister grin. Dream on. You dare to harm members of the Chu family and expect me to become your concubine? Do you truly believe no one can put you in your place? Chu Yuanlan retorted, her fury manifesting in a chilling laughter. Standing to the side, Mo Qingyu, though silent, wore an expression of utmost displeasure. The Chu family, the royal lineage of the Chu kingdom? So what? Even the 5 major sects have failed to challenge us, the Blood Demon sect. An outdated royal family dares to threaten us. How ludicrous. The blood-clad man laughed boisterously. Behind him, a throng of black-clad cultivators erupted in laughter as well. You. Chu Yuanlan was so enraged that words escaped him. The young man in blood-red attire paid no heed to Li Yi and the others. Striding toward the corpse of Chu Tianhua, He retrieved a storage pouch from his waist, weighed it in his hand with satisfaction, and tucked it into his bosom. This scene ignited fury in Chu Yuanlan's eyes, wishing he could devour the blood-clad youth alive. Li Yi and the others remained silent. Their vigilance heightened as they observed the blood-clad youth and an elderly man in black robes beside him. The youth's cultivation stood at the 11th layer of qi refinement. Yet the elder was a genuine foundation establishment cultivator, wielding a blood-red dagger, the very instrument that had slain Chu Tianhua. At that moment, Li Yi grew increasingly composed. Narrowing his eyes, "Have you all made your decision?" The blood-clad youth inquired once more. Just as he spoke, Li Yi suddenly sprang into action. With a gentle flap of his bat king's wings, he vanished from sight, reappearing before the essence cleansing fruit tree. With a single hand, he struck his storage pouch, and a golden sword soared into the air, spiraling before cleaving the tree in two. After severing the fruit tree, Li Yi hoisted it onto his shoulder. Gripping a handful of fiery red talismans, over 20 in total, the majority possessing fire attributes. His movements were astonishingly swift. From utilizing the Bat King's wings to executing the tree's destruction, it transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving the black-clad figures utterly astonished and unable to intervene. However, once they regained their composure, their fury was palpable. They had regarded the essence cleansing fruit and the spiritual herbs as their spoils. Li Yi's act of cutting down the tree was a blatant destruction of their hard-earned gains, inciting their wrath. Chu Yuanlan and Mo Qingyu exchanged bewildered glances at Li Yi, but remained silent. Witnessing the severing of the fruit tree, the blood-clad youth, enraged and humiliated, shouted, "You seek death, boy? I shall rend you limb from limb. Bloodwolf, eliminate him." "Yes, young master," the elderly man in black responded, waving his hand as the blood-colored dagger flew towards Li Yi. Simultaneously, the blood-clad youth unfurled a folding fan with a fierce flick, unleashing 4 or 5 blood demons from within, their gaping maws and clawing limbs rushing towards Li Yi, a thick stench of blood wafting through the air. Faced with the onslaught, Li Yi felt an intense surge of tension. Hastily employing the Huang Yuan bell to shield himself, while positioning the essence cleansing fruit tree before him as a barrier against the impending assault. The blood-red dagger pierced through the body of the essence fruit tree, causing several essence fruits to fall to the ground and shatter. The blood-red dagger struck fiercely against Huang Yuanzhong, sending him flying effortlessly, leaving fine cracks upon his surface. The spiritual light dimmed, yet he still managed to fend off the blood-red flying knife. Meanwhile, the blood demon attacking Li Yi was intercepted by Chu Yuanlan and Mo Qingyu, both well aware that if Li Yi were to be slain, their own fate would be equally dire. "Ah, your spiritual weapon is quite remarkable. It can actually withstand a strike from my magical tool, the Blood Spirit Blade," remarked the elder in the Foundation establishment stage with a hint of surprise before launching another attack. At that moment, a flicker of anger crossed Li Yi's face, a fierce determination appearing as he hurled more than 20 talismans with abandon. However, his targets were not the cloaked elder or the youth, but rather a vast expanse of spiritual herbs. The talismans transformed into a large fireball, swiftly reducing a portion of the spiritual herbs to ashes. Chapter 64. Compromise and Evasion. Witnessing Li Yi's actions, the group of cloaked figures were incensed to the point of spitting blood. It was crucial to understand that the spiritual herbs Li Yi had just incinerated were invaluable second and third grade elixirs, some of which were exceedingly rare and hard to procure. "Do you truly believe you have us at your mercy? You possess cultivators at the Foundation establishment stage, and it is indeed effortless for you to eliminate a few qi refinement practitioners like us. However, should the 3 of us join forces, we can ensure the complete destruction of these spiritual herbs before you can annihilate us. I assure you, you will gain nothing." Li Yi spoke with a frigid countenance, producing over 20 low-grade talismans, poised to activate at any moment. "You dare to threaten me?" The blood-robed youth ground his teeth in fury. For a moment, he was taken aback by Li Yi's ferocity. He had not anticipated that Li Yi would leverage the spiritual herbs as a means of coercion. This was precisely the dilemma he faced. If the herbs were destroyed, even his soul extraction techniques would be rendered futile. Yet, Li Yi's threat incited profound rage within him, for no one had ever dared to confront him in such a manner throughout his life. "Friend, if you speak thus, we are left with no recourse. We merely seek to preserve our lives. I am certain the value of these spiritual herbs pales in comparison to our existence. Li Yi replied, a slight smile gracing his lips. Noticing that the elder in black had refrained from taking action, he exhaled a quiet sigh of relief, though he remained vigilant, uncertain of what other stratagems his adversaries might employ against them. As for the centuries-old spiritual herbs surrounding them, Li Yi remained unmoved. While others may regard these herbs as treasures, he had cultivated elixirs for over a millennium. Given a modicum of time to gather seedlings or seeds, he was confident he could cultivate them using the azure liquid. However, the soul-cleansing fruit was exceedingly difficult to acquire from the outside world, and he was determined to secure several for himself. As Li Yi spoke, he utilized his golden sword to sever the fruit tree into 3 sections, casting the pieces, along with the soul-cleansing fruits above, directly to the 2 women, Chu Yuanlan and Mo Qingyu. He retained only a small branch of the soul-cleansing fruit tree, adorned with the largest of the fruits. Friends, hasten to gather these soul-cleansing fruits. They are our talismans for survival and must not be lost. It is too perilous for me to hold them alone. If we each take a portion, they cannot eliminate us all at once. Our survival hinges upon luck now. As for the other spiritual herbs, they are no longer our concern. If they are destroyed, so be it. Li Yi spoke rapidly, scarcely pausing to gauge the reactions of the 2 women. They understood their precarious situation and promptly nodded in agreement. While speaking, he approached the table, seizing the storage bags, alchemical furnace, and jade slips. After a moment's hesitation, he tucked the jade slips into his bosom and, with a firm resolve, handed the remaining 2 items to Mo Qingyu and Chu Yuanlan. In truth, Li Yi had reservations about entrusting these items to the 2 women, yet he feared that holding all the possessions himself would invite retaliation and pursuit from the blood-robed cultivator. Dispersing the treasures in such a manner may yield lesser rewards. However, it fosters goodwill from the 2 women and strengthens our resolve to confront adversaries together, while simultaneously mitigating the risks significantly. The 2 women, taken aback, accepted the items, astonished that Li Yi would share these treasures with them. My esteemed companions, let us venture forth together to unearth these treasures. Each of us shall claim 1 item, and what fortune befalls us shall depend on our individual luck. We have no opportunity to inspect them further at this moment, Li Yi declared. Very well, we are grateful. Brotherly, from this moment onward, we shall heed your guidance. The 2 women responded, their expressions a blend of gratitude and unwavering determination. I possess a few hidden cards. As long as we can escape this cavern and are not besieged, we need not fear any Foundation establishment cultivator, Chu Yuanlan remarked coldly, her hatred for the blood-clad practitioners boiling in her veins after the death of her cousin. Li Yi and his companions spoke openly, unperturbed by the presence of the blood-clad youth, which only deepened the latter's frown and frustration. Just moments ago, he had signaled the elder to prepare for a surprise attack to capture Li Yi. However, the prospect of ambushing all 3 seemed increasingly unrealistic, even for a Foundation establishment cultivator. Watching Li Yi gather the 3 treasures from the table, the blood-clad youth seethed with rage, his expression darkening as he spoke in a low voice. Kid, if you hand over all the treasures, I guarantee your lives will be spared. Upon hearing this, Li Yi scoffed. Do you take us for naive children? Hand over the treasures, and we still stand a chance at survival? We are all reasonable individuals here. I suggest you refrain from such deceitful propositions. What do you propose, then? The blood-clad youth, suppressing his fury, inquired. Firstly, your companions must withdraw 10 miles to grant us a clear passage. Once we are free, we will provide you with the cleansing fruits. Should you dare to pursue or attempt to seize them, we will destroy these precious elixirs without hesitation. Moreover, I shall grant you 3 breaths of time. If I count to 3 and you do not comply, we will obliterate these spirit herbs, Li Yi stated swiftly, offering no opportunity for contemplation. Negotiating with a Foundation establishment cultivator was inherently challenging, and he feared that prolonged delay would invite reinforcements or unforeseen complications. Upon hearing Li Yi's demands, the blood-clad youth, consumed by rage, sneered. Very well, you all retreat 10 miles and clear the path. Kid, you had better not play any tricks, otherwise, I will ensure you regret ever setting foot in this world. The group of black-clad cultivators complied with his orders, vacating the cavern and allowing a passage. Li Yi paid little heed to the blood-clad youth's threats, hastening towards the exit with Chu Yuanlan and Mo Qingyu. As Chu Yuanlan passed by Chu Tianhua, She discreetly collected the corpse lying on the ground. In response, the cloaked elder and the youth clad in blood red did not intervene. The storage bag had already been seized by them, leaving behind merely a lifeless body, which held no significance for them. Li Yi and his companions hastily fled the cavern, while the elder and the blood-clad youth relentlessly pursued them, displaying no intention of relinquishing their hunt. As the trio neared the entrance of the passage, having surpassed the range of the talisman attacks and spirit herbs, the blood-clad youth exhaled a sigh of relief. His countenance revealed a cruel expression as he coldly commanded, "Blood Wolf, pursue them without hesitation. Do not let them escape. Immediately send a message talisman to Blood Eagle, instructing him to join in capturing these individuals, regardless of their fate." However, the cleansing fruit, along with the alchemical furnace, storage bag, and jade slips they took, must be reclaimed. I will extract the spirit herbs from this place and come to find you without delay. Chapter 65. Pursuit. In response upon exiting the cavern, Mo Qingyu promptly retrieved a palm-sized azure wooden bird from her storage pouch. After casting a spell upon it, the bird rapidly enlarged, transforming into a magnificent azure avian, 3 zhang in size, poised to soar. Subsequently, Mo Qingyu produced 4 mid-grade spirit stones from her pouch, stowing them in a concealed compartment on the bird's back, and hastily urged, "Li Daoyu, Sister Chu, please hurry aboard. My mechanical bird can carry several individuals. Let us depart together." Hearing this, Chu Yuanlan was elated, showing no hesitation as she leapt onto the back of the azure bird. Li Yi, equally astonished and delighted, had not anticipated that Mo Qingyu possessed such a treasure. With this contraption, their chances of escape significantly increased. After a brief moment of contemplation, he activated his Bat King's wings and ascended onto the bird's back as well. In truth, Li Yi harbored a desire to flee separately. With the Bat King's wings, he could employ wind shift, moving at remarkable speed. However, he was apprehensive that the Foundation establishment cultivators would pursue him relentlessly, rendering his solitary escape prospects rather bleak. Accompanying the 2 women, however, would enhance their chances of evasion. As Li Yi settled onto the azure wooden bird, its wings flapped, conjuring a tempest that propelled them skyward. Not good. It's a flying mechanical puppet, and of considerable rank as well. Quickly, intercept them, the blood-clad youth exclaimed as he emerged from the cave, spotting Li Yi and the others preparing to take flight on the wooden bird. Upon hearing his words, the previously dazed assembly of black-clad cultivators outside hastily drew forth various spiritual artifacts and talismans, launching an assault against Li Yi and his companions, their vigor indeed formidable. The blood-clad youth incessantly waved a crimson fan, summoning a swarm of blood fiends that surged forth toward Li Yi and his group. Meanwhile, an elder in black, at the Foundation establishment stage, urged a blood-colored dagger to assault the azure bird in midair. Witnessing the overwhelming barrage of attacks, the expressions of Li Yi and his companions turned grave, and they dared not delay. They swiftly produced a top-tier defensive artifact, a small black shield, along with a Huanyuan bell, positioning them before themselves. Li Yi had already launched a talisman to counter the black-clad cultivator's onslaught. Mo Qingyu, at the helm of the azure bird, refrained from engaging in defense, while a white handkerchief floated above Chu Yuanlan's head, shielding her from the attacks. She deftly manipulated an ancient zither, unleashing a flurry of wind blades and chilling gusts directed at the blood-clad youth. With a sharp sound, the yellow bell above Li Yi shattered under the assault of the blood-colored dagger, disintegrating into scintillating fragments of spiritual light. The destruction of his artifact inflicted injuries upon Li Yi, causing his complexion to pale as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. The blood-colored dagger, having breached the yellow bell, charged directly towards him on the bird's back, seemingly fixated solely on him. This alarming realization transformed Li Yi's expression, and he hastily raised the black shield to protect himself while retrieving a golden fork, pointing it toward the airborne dagger. Although aware that his spiritual artifact could not rival the magical tools of his adversaries, Li Yi still sought to buy some time. In that critical moment, the wooden bird beneath him abruptly turned its head and, opening its beak, released a beam of white light as thick as an arm. In an instant, it collided with the approaching dagger, sending the aggressive weapon soaring away with ease. Witnessing this scene, Li Yi was filled with a mixture of surprise and joy. He had not anticipated that the wooden bird possessed offensive capabilities, significantly increasing their chances of escape. the elderly man in black and the youth in blood-red attire. Upon seeing this, wore expressions of grim fury as they glared at the soaring wooden bird. Xuelang, pursue them at once and send a sound transmission talisman to notify all available personnel in this mountain range. We must capture them. I, Xueli, have never suffered such humiliation, commanded the young man in crimson. The elder furrowed his brow at this command, expressing his concerns. Young master, is it not prudent to consult the sect leader before mobilizing such a force? The blood-clad youth, displeased, retorted, What? Is my order ineffective? Go and do as I say. I will explain matters to my father later. At the icy tone of the young man, the elder broke out in a fine sheen of cold sweat, hastily replying, No problem, I shall pursue them. He then produced a sound transmission talisman, uttered a few brief words, and sent the talisman flying into the mountains, where it vanished. Having completed these actions, the elder retrieved a small black banner, recited a few incantations, and the banner emitted a dense black mist that enveloped him, transforming into a streak of dark light as it raced towards Li Yi and his companions. Just as Li Yi and the others had begun to breathe a sigh of relief, believing they had escaped, the sight of a pursuing dark light sent their hearts racing once more. Not good, exclaimed Mo Qingyu. That Foundation establishment cultivator is already on our trail, and his speed is astonishing. It won't be long before he catches up to us. Upon seeing the approaching Foundation establishment cultivator, Chu Yuanlan's face twisted in anger as she declared, I possess a burst flame thunder talisman, a one-time use offensive spiritual tool of immense power, capable of injuring a Foundation establishment cultivator. However, his flying speed is too swift. I cannot guarantee a hit. Everyone should reveal any hidden abilities. At this juncture, there should be no more concealment. Sighing, Li Yi replied, I have a talisman treasure that requires some time to activate, which should suffice against his magical tools. Additionally, I possess several lower-tier talismans that can be used to disrupt and confuse him, combined with your burst flame thunder talisman for a surprise attack. We should be able to inflict serious injury upon him. At Li Yi's words, a flicker of hope appeared on the faces of the two women. They had not anticipated that he possessed a talisman treasure. With their combined efforts, there was a significant chance of severely wounding the Foundation establishment cultivator, or even defeating him entirely. At this moment, Mo Qingyu spoke up, saying, I do not possess the wealth that you two Dao friends have. This wooden bird puppet is my final trump card. I can manipulate it to soar through the skies, and when necessary, it can unleash a beam of light to strike. It can withstand an attack from the magical tools of foundation-building cultivators. However, each assault will consume a piece of mid-grade spirit stone, and my supply of such stones is dwindling. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuanlan felt a surge of joy and promptly produced 3 spirit stones, stating, I have 3 mid-grade spirit stones here. They are now entrusted to you, Qingyu's sister. I also possess a few spirit stones. Li Yi added as he revealed another 3 spirit stones to hand over to her. Now, with a total of 6 spirit stones, Mo Qingyu exclaimed in delight. This is truly splendid. With these mid-grade spirit stones, I can fully control the azure bird in flight. Just as Li Yi and the others engaged in conversation, a black-clad foundation-building cultivator had already caught up to them. Li Yi could now clearly discern the features of the pursuer. At that moment, the elder's face was twisted into a grotesque grin as he gazed upon them. Chapter 66. Counterattack. Given the circumstances, esteemed companions, let us proceed separately, Li Yi declared, his expression somber. Mo, you shall maneuver the wooden bird to evade attacks. Yuanlan, you will defend against incoming strikes and seize opportunities to counterattack. As for me, I will invoke the talisman treasures. We must conclude this swiftly. Inflicting severe damage upon our adversary is essential for our escape. Our opponent hails from the Blood Demon sect, and it is highly probable that additional allies lurk nearby. Should we be delayed by this individual, our chances of retreat will dwindle. Li Yi's demeanor darkened as he recalled the moment they departed, noticing the enemy dispatching a communication talisman, likely summoning reinforcements. Understood, the two women responded in unison. With that, the trio embarked on their respective tasks. To safeguard against unforeseen circumstances, Li Yi kept the small black shield before him, unwilling to relinquish all defense to Chu Yuanlan. A single misstep could cost him his life. After retrieving a wooden box containing the talisman treasures, he extracted a violet talisman and seated himself cross-legged upon the wooden bird's back, channeling his mana to activate the treasure. As the black-clad elder approached the wooden bird, he unleashed his Crimson Dagger artifact, launching an assault on Li Yi and his companions. Mo Qingyu deftly maneuvered the azure wooden bird, evading the onslaught of daggers with agility. When evasion proved insufficient, Chu Yuanlan employed her white handkerchief-like spirit artifact and an ancient zither to desperately fend off the crimson daggers. In moments of overwhelming pressure, she cast several talismans. Li Yi had provided them with over 100. Moreover, Mo Qingyu's azure bird intermittently emitted beams of light to counter the crimson daggers. Together, the two women managed to hold their ground against the foundational cultivator's artifact attacks, allowing Li Yi the focus needed to engage the talisman treasures. Seeing his assaults thwarted by mere chi refinement cultivators incited a wave of humiliation and fury within the black-clad elder. The thought of such news spreading would undoubtedly lead to scorn. Observing Li Yi seated in meditation upon the wooden bird, the elder felt a twinge of anxiety, prompting him to hastily retrieve a small black fork from his storage bag. This fork transformed into a beam of darkness, joining the fray against Li Yi and his companions. The black fork, an artifact of considerable potency, soon overwhelmed Chu Yuanlan's white handkerchief, which ultimately shattered with a resounding crack. The sight sent alarm coursing through the two women, who cried out in unison, "Li, hurry! We cannot withstand much longer." In that very moment, Li Yi rose abruptly, a foot-long violet dagger levitating before him, arcs of electricity dancing along its blade. With a commanding utterance, he declared, "Go." The dagger hurtled forth, striking down the crimson daggers and the black fork, racing toward the black-clad elder. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the elder gasped in alarm, exclaiming, "No, it's a talisman treasure." He had not anticipated that Li Yi and his allies possessed yet another talisman treasure. The elder, clad in black, fixed his gaze upon the approaching violet dagger, showing no signs of negligence. He halted his movement, positioning the black banner before him in an attempt to deflect the imminent strike. The violet dagger effortlessly tore through the black banner, creating a gaping hole, and sliced across the elder's shoulder, severing his left arm entirely. Had he not instinctively evaded at the last moment, his head would have surely been the target. This was inconceivable. The elder glanced at the remnants of his severed arm and shoulder, unable to fathom the reality of his predicament. In a flurry, he retrieved a talisman from his person and pressed it against his wound, urgently commanding the crimson dagger and ebony fork to fend off the violet dagger's assault. Simultaneously, he retreated beneath the cover of the black banner, unwilling to confront Li Yi directly. Observing the injured and hastily retreating elder, Li Yi's spirits soared. "Pursue him. Eliminate this man, and let us depart swiftly. He is wounded. This is our opportunity. Do not engage him in prolonged combat. For my time to wield the talisman is limited." Chu Yuanlan and Mo Qingyu understood the gravity of the situation and wasted no time. The violet dagger, aided by the crimson knife and ebony fork, managed to repel the onslaught. Mo Qingyu maneuvered the azure wooden bird to incessantly harass and attack the elder, leaving him in disarray, while Chu Yuanlan occasionally unleashed talismans to disrupt the elder's spellcasting. As the elder began to acclimate to Li Yi and his companions' attacks, Chu Yuanlan seized an opportunity to deploy a disposable offensive spirit weapon, the explosive Flame Thunder Talisman Sword. Whoosh! Boom! The crimson blade, infused with arcs of lightning, shot forth like a brilliant meteor, colliding with the elder and erupting in a tremendous explosion. The elder, along with the black banner, was sent flying, spewing blood and his gaze becoming vacant. Witnessing this, Li Yi exclaimed softly, "What a chance!" He hastily directed the violet dagger to break free from the entanglement of the crimson knife and ebony fork, swiftly beheading the elder. The severed head bore expressions of shock, resentment, and regret, as he could scarcely believe that a foundational stage cultivator like himself had met his end at the hands of 3 chi refining stage cultivators. The elder's lifeless body soon plummeted from the air. Li Yi activated the Bat King Wing's spirit artifact upon his back, swiftly positioning himself before the elder's corpse and yanking the storage bag from the elder's waist. He then gathered the crimson knife and ebony fork from the ground with practiced ease, as though he had performed this act countless times. With a few swift movements, Li Yi returned to the back of the azure wooden bird and addressed Chu Yuanlan and Mo Qingyu, "Esteemed friends, we must not linger here. The commotion from our battle was considerable, and it is likely that the blood ghost sex cultivators will arrive shortly. We must depart at once. Indeed, let us go, replied Mo Qingyu and Chu Yuanlan, their faces alight with exhilaration. Li Yi meticulously gathered his magical artifacts and talismans before settling into a meditative posture. Similarly, Chu Yuanlan followed suit, while Mo Qingyu continued to manipulate the azure wooden bird, directing it toward the direction of Jushin City. Shortly after their departure, a middle-aged man, bearing a somber expression and commanding a blood-red giant eagle, arrived at the scene. He surveyed the remnants of the fierce battle and the dismembered elder. The man's countenance shifted dramatically as he muttered to himself, "Bloodwolf has been slain? How can this be?" The young master stated that the adversaries were merely 3 Qi refinement stage cultivators. How could they possibly vanquish Bloodwolf, who possessed numerous magical artifacts? The aura of the area had dissipated, making it impossible to discern from which direction they had fled. After a moment of contemplation, the middle-aged man turned and departed, returning to a concealed cavern within the Tianyan mountain range to report to the youth clad in crimson. Chapter 67. Harvest and Plans. How could it be that Bloodwolf is dead? The young man in crimson attire exclaimed, rising abruptly from his seat, astonished. It was incomprehensible that a Foundation establishment cultivator could be bested by 3 Qi refinement cultivators. Even if he were overwhelmed, he should have been able to flee. Why then? Did he perish? The young man suspected that perhaps Blood Eagle had secretly slain Bloodwolf and hoarded treasures for himself. Rest assured, young master, Bloodwolf is indeed deceased. I witnessed his corpse firsthand, replied a middle-aged man, his expression grim. The young man paced back and forth in the hall, deep in thought for a considerable time before finally speaking. Very well, I understand the situation now. You shall lead the team personally to covertly observe the entrance to Jushin City. Should you encounter those individuals, capture them on the spot. If they are not located, send more people to infiltrate Jushin City and investigate the backgrounds of these 3. One of them is from the Chu family. If they manage to escape, they will undoubtedly seek refuge within Jushin City. If we cannot find them, we will spread the word that these individuals have obtained the alchemical cave of the Dan Madman Han Feng, possessing not only a wealth of elixirs and alchemical texts, but also marrow-cleansing fruits and numerous spiritual herbs. I refuse to believe they can remain hidden in Jushin City for long. We shall wait for the opportune moment to capitalize on the chaos. As he concluded, the young man let out a cold laugh. Understood. I shall set off at once, Blood Eagle replied, his eyes gleaming with determination. To evade the pursuit of the young man in crimson, Li Yi and his companions took a long detour and finally returned to the outskirts of Jushin City 3 days later. Under the cover of night, they entered the city, unaware that their caution had spared them from disaster. Soon, the trio arrived at the abode of Chu Yuanlan once more. They had set out as 4, yet now only 3 returned, a poignant reminder of their losses. This is the storage bag of the slain Foundation establishment cultivator. Let us see what treasures lie within and divide them among ourselves, Li Yi declared, producing the storage bag he had taken from the deceased elder, addressing the 2 women. He turned the bag upside down, causing its contents to spill onto the ground. Among the items were 3 magical artifacts, a small black banner, marred by a significant tear, from which dark energy emanated, a crimson dagger, and a black fork, remaining relatively intact. Additionally, there were over 2,000 low and mid-grade spiritual stones, alongside 2 jade slips. One contained a record of a technique, blood spirit technique, while the other detailed a secret art, blood sacrifice technique. Both the technique and the art were rather gruesome, causing Li Yi to frown in disapproval. He had no intention of cultivating them. The remaining items were merely talismans and miscellaneous objects. Brotherly, I shall forego these items. You and Sister Qingyu may divide them as you see fit. I would be content merely to avenge my cousin, Chu Yuanlan said earnestly. As you are an alchemist, this artifact is better suited for you. Then, extending his hand, he presented a silver alchemy furnace to Li Yi, which was one of the 3 treasures Li Yi had previously discovered within the cave dwelling. Chu Yuanlan took the alchemy furnace, while Mo Qingyu claimed the storage bag, leaving him with a jade slip. I sincerely thank you, Taoist Yuanlan, Li Yi said, not refusing the gift as he accepted the furnace without a glance and promptly stowed it away in his storage bag. After a moment's contemplation, Li Yi resolutely retrieved another jade slip, the second he had obtained from the cave, swiftly duplicating it twice and handing one each to Chu Yuanlan and Mo Qingyu. Chu Yuanlan accepted the slip without hesitation, placing it into his storage bag, while Mo Qingyu took the slip somewhat awkwardly, sighed, and produced a storage bag from her person, which was the one Li Yi had given her. Upon emptying the bag, a dozen small jade vials and various spirit stones tumbled out. Soon, the three divided the contents, each visibly pleased with their haul. Notably, from the storage bag of Han Fingyun's cave, they had quite a bounty of medicinal pills and spirit stones, with each of them claiming a magical artifact as well. I must depart from Juxian City tomorrow to inform my family of my cousin's demise. I wonder what plans you, brotherly, and sister Qingyu have? Chu Yuanlan inquired, his expression tinged with sorrow as he looked at Li Yi and Mo Qingyu. I intend to return to my sect. With the acquisition of the cleansing fruit and several medicinal pills, I possess ample resources for an extended period of cultivation, sufficient to assist me in refining my essence and reaching the great perfection of the 12th layer of qi refinement, Mo Qingyu replied. After this, both turned their gaze toward Li Yi, who shrugged and stated, as a wandering cultivator, I lack a fixed abode and have yet to determine my next destination. However, I do require some time away to evade the turmoil. Having slain a foundational stage cultivator from the Blood Ghost sect, they will undoubtedly seek retribution. Furthermore, should news of our discovery of the foundational cultivator's cave spread, my safety in Juxian City would not be guaranteed. They may even turn their attention toward me. I have resolved to return in 2 years to participate in the selection for entry into the 5 major sections. Upon hearing Li Yi's words, Chu Yuanlan and Mo Qingyu exchanged glances. Chu Yuanlan then said, brotherly, if you wish to join one of the 5 major sects, perhaps Sister Qingyu could assist you. She is a disciple of the Heavenly Craft sect, and recommending a disciple for entry is relatively straightforward, thus you need not wait for the selection in 2 years. Li Yi's eyes brightened at Chu Yuanlan's suggestion, and he replied candidly, I had no idea that Taoist Mo was a disciple of the Heavenly Craft sect. I am truly honored. I shall not conceal from you both that I possess 5 elemental roots, which renders my qualifications for cultivation rather poor. A senior from Tianyue sect assessed me years ago and chose not to accept me. I wonder if the Heavenly Craft sect has any qualifications requirements? Having endured the trials of battling alongside each other against a foundational stage cultivator, the bond among the three had grown considerably, and Li Yi felt no need for further concealment, openly sharing his qualifications. Brother Li is unexpectedly a cultivator with 5 spiritual roots, and has swiftly attained the 10th level of qi refinement. Truly astonishing. Chu Yuanlan and Mo Qingyu exclaimed in unison, their jaws nearly dropping in disbelief. They could hardly fathom that someone with 5 spiritual roots could reach such a level of cultivation. I have encountered certain fortuitous circumstances and possess a modicum of talent for alchemy, which has aided my progress to this point, largely thanks to the efficacy of medicinal pills. Li Yi explained, producing the identity token of a first-grade alchemist bestowed by the Alchemist Tower. Upon seeing Li Yi's token, the 2 women gradually felt reassured. Since Brother Li is indeed an alchemist and has reached the 10th level of qi refinement, entering the Heavenly Craft sect should pose no issue. However, once admitted, Brother Li may need to endure some hardships, Mo Qingyu remarked, casting a glance at Li Yi. Hardships? Might I inquire why? Li Yi asked, clasping his fists in curiosity. It is nothing too grave. Your qualifications are admittedly not exceptional, yet your proficiency in alchemy allows for exceptional admission as an outer sect disciple. Each year, you will be required to complete specific sect tasks. However, this only applies during the qi refinement stage. Once you reach the foundation establishment stage, such requirements will no longer be imposed. Given your expertise in alchemy, your sect tasks will undoubtedly revolve around that, Mo Qingyu elucidated. Upon hearing Mo Qingyu's words, Li Yi felt a wave of relief wash over him and replied with a smile. Oh, so it merely entails alchemy. Then that is quite manageable. I kindly request your assistance in making an introduction. Dear friend Mo Chapter 68. Secrets of the Heavenly Brother. There's no need for pleasantries. It's but a trifling matter. After all, we have weathered storms together. Your proficiency in alchemy may yet require my assistance in the future, Mo Qingyu remarked with a captivating smile. That is quite all right. Should you require anything in the future, my dear friend, rest assured that I shall never decline if I am able to assist. Li Yi pledged, thumping his chest in assurance. Observing their warm exchange, Chu Yuanlan interjected, enough of your mutual compliments. Soon, you shall be fellow disciples, and there will be ample opportunities for mutual assistance. How long must we continue this cycle of gratitude? Upon hearing Chu Yuanlan's words, Li Yi and Mo Qingyu ceased their flattery and redirected their conversation to other matters. After a brief while, Chu Yuanlan suddenly recalled something and turned to Li Yi, saying, Li brother, you need not fret over your quintuple spirit root. In truth, there is no absolute distinction of good or bad in the realm of cultivation. Li Yi's heart stirred at Chu Yuanlan's words, and with a hint of confusion, he asked, Dear Yuanlan, what do you mean by that? Is it not true that single spirit roots are considered the best, followed by the mutated roots of wind, ice, and thunder, with the 5-element roots being the least favorable? While that perspective holds some truth, it merely reflects the prevailing understanding of the current cultivation world. In ancient times, the notion of superior or inferior spirit roots was non-existent. The strength of a cultivator was evaluated solely based on their divine abilities. Those with 5-element roots could also possess formidable powers and cultivate at an accelerated pace. During the ancient era, the cultivation world was rich in spiritual energy, and countless spiritual herbs flourished. Ancient cultivators devised a myriad of alchemical formulas, including those for foundational and cleansing elixirs. Moreover, they created cultivation techniques tailored for various spirit roots, allowing cultivators to select methods that suited their unique attributes. Many cultivators opted for multi-attribute techniques, unlike today's preference for single-attribute methods. Multi-attribute practitioners often wielded tremendous powers, and coupled with various elixirs, their cultivation speed was commendable, making them the rulers of the cultivation world. However, as the number of cultivators increased, the spiritual energy in the realm began to dwindle, leading to the disappearance of various rare treasures. Consequently, the cultivation of multi-attribute roots became exceedingly arduous, and many cultivation techniques were lost, rendering multi-attribute practitioners nearly extinct. Those that remained were often of lower tiers, and gradually, cultivators with a greater number of spirit roots found their abilities diminished, labeled as inferior roots. In stark contrast, single spirit roots shone brightly during this period. Their singular attributes enabled them to absorb a specific type of spiritual energy without interference, thus accelerating their cultivation speed, making them highly sought after by various cultivation factions. Chu Yuanlan spoke leisurely. Listening to Chu Yuanlan's words, Li Yi pondered thoughtfully, then spoke. Do you mean to say, if I can find a cultivation technique suitable for my 5-element spiritual roots, and with the assistance of some elixirs, it would be feasible to advance to higher realms? Indeed, that is precisely my intention, Chu Yuanlan replied, her beautiful eyes glimmering. Having overheard their conversation, Mo Qingyu, who sat nearby, suddenly furrowed her brow and interjected, cultivation techniques suitable for 5-element spiritual roots must have long since vanished. It is impossible to find any. Sister Qingyu is correct in her assessment. Such techniques are indeed rare. However, to say they are entirely extinct would be an overstatement. I am aware of a location where such a technique exists, Chu Yuanlan remarked. Upon hearing Chu Yuanlan's words, Li Yi felt a surge of excitement and eagerly inquired, where is it? Even Mo Qingyu displayed keen interest. Observing Li Yi's eagerness, Chu Yuanlan smiled gently and replied, it is the Wenyang secret realm. Li Yi softly repeated the phrase Wenyang secret realm, yet his heart brimmed with confusion, prompting him to ask, what is the Wenyang secret realm? I have never heard of it before. Chu Yuanlan turned to Mo Qingyu and said, it is quite normal that Li Yi has not heard of it. However, Sister Qingyu is surely familiar with this place. Could it be the Wenyang secret realm, renowned as a forbidden land of death? I have only heard whispers of it being an ancient secret realm, home to rare spiritual herbs and medicinal plants from the outside world. In the Chu kingdom, the spiritual herbs required for refining foundational elixirs are among those obtained there. But how could there possibly be cultivation techniques within? Mo Qingyu asked, somewhat perplexed. It is understandable that Sister Qingyu is unaware, in truth. The Wenyang secret realm is divided into 2 layers. The first layer indeed harbors numerous spiritual herbs and medicinal plants, yet the second layer contains techniques and treasures of inheritance. It is said that the master of the Wenyang secret realm perished within, leaving behind a legacy of cultivation techniques. I also know that the master was a 5-element spiritual root cultivator, and to have claimed an ancient secret realm as their own speaks volumes about their formidable abilities. It is highly likely that they cultivated five-element techniques. Chu Yuanlan spoke with a gaze filled with longing and admiration. Such matters are truly remarkable, Imo Qingyu remarked, her brow furrowed in inquiry. The information regarding the Wenyang secret realm is a closely guarded secret of our Chu family. Our ancestors had some connections with the realm's master. Thus we possess a bit more knowledge about it. The Wenyang secret realm has been restricted by its master, allowing only Qi refinement stage cultivators to enter. However, there exists another secret. Only those at the 12th level of Qi refinement can access the inheritance trials of the second layer. Only those who succeed in these trials will gain the master's approval and receive the inheritance. Originally, this information was a secret, but as time has passed, many high-ranking cultivators from the 5 major sects have become aware of it. They simply have not disseminated it publicly. However, those core disciples who reach the 12th level of Qi refinement are certainly informed. My cousin could have entered the foundation establishment stage long ago, but he chose to delay his progress in pursuit of a legacy within the secret realm, only to ultimately meet with misfortune. With a sigh, Chu Yuanlan spoke wistfully. Upon hearing his words, both Li Yi and Mo Qingyu fell into contemplative silence. Presently, Li Yi's cultivation level stands at the 10th layer of Qi refinement, while Mo Qingyu has reached the 11th layer, leaving them both with a considerable distance to the 12th layer. I wonder when the next secret realm will open. Li Yi pondered aloud. The heavenly secret realm opens once every 50 years. Calculating the time, it will be less than 5 years until the next opening. Brother Li, you have ample time to prepare during this interval before embarking on your exploration, Chu Yuanlan replied. As for whether one could obtain a cultivation method, that would depend on fortune, for within the secret realm lies spiritual herbs for crafting foundation establishment pills. Thus, the cultivators who enter are not weak. The 5 major sects allocate foundation establishment pills based on the quantity of spiritual herbs collected. Consequently, the competition within is extraordinarily fierce, and each time the secret realm opens, less than 1/10 of the cultivators emerge alive. The struggles are exceedingly brutal, Chu Yuanlan remarked, a hint of trepidation in his voice. Chapter 69. An appointment at the heavenly craft gate. Upon hearing Chu Yuanlan's words, Li Yi inhaled sharply, murmuring to himself, "Goodness, the number of fatalities is rather excessive, isn't it? Is the competition within truly so ferocious? Indeed, the casualty rate is alarmingly high. Each time the secret realm opens, nearly 1,000 individuals venture inside. Yet, the fortunate few who emerge are often fewer than 100, sometimes even dwindling to mere dozens. Brotherly, should you wish to enter, it is imperative to be thoroughly prepared, for countless talented cultivators have perished each time the secret realm is unveiled," Chu Yuanlan stated with utmost seriousness. "Very well. I shall contemplate this matter earnestly and prepare diligently." "Thank you, my friend Yuanlan," Li Yi replied, rising with heartfelt gratitude. "There is no need for such formality, brotherly. Perhaps we might collaborate once more within the secret realm, should fate permit," Chu Yuanlan remarked, casting a meaningful smile at Li Yi. "Indeed, it would be a privilege to enter the secret realm alongside a friend such as you. However, my knowledge of the Asking Heaven secret realm is rather scant." "I shall rely on your expertise," Li Yi responded. "That is no issue. I harbor doubts about others as well," Chu Yuanlan replied. "I wonder if Sister Qingyu will also make her way into the secret realm," he inquired, glancing at Mo Qingyu. "I'm uncertain. We shall have to wait and see." Mo Qingyu pondered thoughtfully. The trio conversed a while longer before bidding farewell. Li Yi then departed with Mo Qingyu. "Brotherly, we shall leave Juxian City for the Heavenly Craft Gate tomorrow. Is everything in order on your end?" Mo Qingyu queried. After contemplating her words, Li Yi hesitated before responding. "I have a friend here whom I wish to seek out, to see if he wishes to accompany us. If he agrees, I propose we depart the day after tomorrow." "Very well, brotherly, tend to your affairs. We shall convene at the East City dock at dawn the day after tomorrow and set forth together," Mo Qingyu stated. Once they parted ways, Li Yi set off alone, intending to bring Chun Ming along as he departed Juxian City. He felt a unique bond with Chun Ming, one that could easily attract scrutiny. Should news of his acquisition of treasures from the cave spread, it could lead to complications. Moreover, he required assistance at the Heavenly Craft Gate, such as sourcing alchemical formulas and spiritual herbs. His collaboration with Chun Ming had been quite fruitful. and Li Yi had complete faith in Chunming's character. After searching through Jushin City, Li Yi swiftly contacted Chunming using their agreed-upon method. Upon seeing Li Yi, Chunming beamed with joy and excitedly exclaimed, "Big brother Li, you have returned. This is splendid news. I have something wonderful to share with you." Intrigued, Li Yi inquired, "Oh, what news do you have? Do tell." Following the method that Brother Li shared previously, I have reorganized my trade and reaped commendable rewards. A few days ago, I acquired a droplet herb, which is over a decade old and of remarkable quality, albeit at the cost of some elixirs. With that, Chunming carefully retrieved a wooden box from his storage bag. Upon opening it, a lush, vibrant green herb lay within. Indeed, this precious medicinal plant was the droplet herb. A fortunate find. The expenditure of spiritual stones and elixirs was inconsequential. Li Yi expressed his joy, noting that the droplet herb is a second-tier spiritual medicine, essential for concocting the revitalizing pill. He had previously collected a spirit-infusing herb, thus completing the acquisition of the two primary medicinal ingredients. Now, he merely needed to gather the remaining auxiliary herbs to successfully brew the revitalizing pill. Fortunately, these auxiliary herbs were not overly difficult to procure. With a bit of time and effort, he was certain he could find them. Well done. In return, I shall gift you a bottle of premium spirit-infusing pill. Li Yi stated directly. I also have a matter to discuss with you. I plan to leave Gathering Immortal City and wish to take you along. Would you be willing? Thank you, Brother Li. I would be honored to accompany you. Chunming replied without hesitation, surprising Li Yi. Unbeknownst to Li Yi, even if he were to hasten Chunming's departure, Chunming would remain steadfast. He had realized that following Li Yi meant an abundance of elixirs and rapid cultivation. His tasks merely involved gathering spiritual herbs and recipes, and he was diligent in fulfilling Li Yi's requests with utmost dedication. By the way, Brother Li, have you offended anyone recently? Chunming suddenly inquired, as a thought crossed his mind. At the mention of this, Li Yi's expression shifted slightly as he questioned with composure. Why do you ask? The situation is as follows. I heard from some wandering cultivators that unfamiliar practitioners have arrived in the city, inquiring about you with your likeness. Chunming informed him. Upon hearing this, Li Yi's expression changed, realizing it must be members of the Blood Demon sect, who had evidently tracked him down. Prepare yourself. We must depart immediately, he instructed. Noticing Li Yi's altered demeanor, Chunming refrained from probing further, hastily gathering his belongings. Under the cover of night, he donned a disguise and left Gathering Immortal City. Along the way, Chunming learned that Li Yi intended to join the Tianqiao sect, one of the 5 great sects of the Chu kingdom. This news filled him with joy, as Li Yi's elevated status would undoubtedly elevate his own prospects as well. Simultaneously, Chunming felt a twinge of envy. Becoming a disciple of one of the 5 great sects was a dream for many wandering cultivators. The life of a wandering cultivator was fraught with challenges. Had he not encountered Li Yi, he would likely have remained at the 4th or 5th stage of qi refinement. Deprived of cultivation resources and subject to the bullying of established sects and families. After spending a night camping in the wilderness, Li Yi and Chunming reunited with Mo Qingyu the following day. Li Yi relayed the information Chunming had gathered in the city to Mo Qingyu. Upon deliberation, they collectively concluded that they could no longer remain in their current location, prompting an immediate decision to depart. Mo Qingyu once again produced her wooden bird puppet for flight. Li Yi and Chunming, feeling a sense of obligation, presented her with 4 mid-grade spirit stones to cover the costs of the puppet's operation. This generous gesture endeared Li Yi to Mo Qingyu considerably. Simultaneously, Li Yi reflected on the expenses associated with cultivating immortality, noting that he had already consumed half of the 20-plus mid-grade spirit stones he had previously acquired. As he sat atop the wooden bird, Li Yi pondered for a moment before inquiring of Mo Qingyu. Dear friend Qingyu, could you enlighten me regarding some fundamental details about the Heavenly Clever sect? It would greatly aid in my preparations. Upon hearing Li Yi's request, Mo Qingyu smiled gently and replied, That is certainly no issue. Even if you hadn't asked, I would have shared this information with you. Thank you, esteemed friend Qingyu, Li Yi said, bowing respectfully. Chapter 70, Entrance Examination, Part 1. The Tianqiao sect is one of the 5 major sects of the state of Chu, nestled within the Tianmen Mountain in the southeastern region. Beneath Tianmen Mountain flows the Tianshui River, while to the east lies the vast, boundless sea. Originally, Tianmen Mountain was merely a small mountain range. But the founding master of the Tianxiao sect, upon passing through this area, recognized its exceptional feng shui and thus established the sect here. Subsequently, he employed his formidable powers to transport 5 grand mountains, forming 5 prominent peaks, which became the principal summits of the Tianxiao sect. Among the various arts practiced within the Tianxiao sect, the most renowned are the puppet technique and array formation. Every disciple engages in some degree of puppet mastery, though this is not obligatory. Rather, it is contingent upon individual preference and innate talent. As they journeyed, Li Yi gleaned a wealth of information regarding the Tianxiao sect from Mo Qingyu, who was the primary narrator of their tale. Listening intently, Li Yi developed a fundamental understanding of the Tianxiao sect, as well as a modest familiarity with the other 4 major sections. After a fortnight of swift travel, Li Yi and Mo Qingyu finally arrived at the base of Tianxiao sect. Due to Hongmeng being an outsider and lacking the qualifications for entry, Mo Qingyu arranged for him to remain in the marketplace at the foot of the mountain. Li Yi left some resources for Hongmeng before departing with Mo Qingyu. Gazing at the mountain shrouded in mist, Li Yi expressed his confusion, asking, Mo Daoyu, is this truly the Tianxiao sect? It seems so empty. In response, Mo Qingyu explained, this mist is a veil created by a grand formation, designed to prevent ordinary mortals from inadvertently wandering into the mountains. As she spoke, she produced a white jade pendant from her storage pouch and infused it with spiritual energy, resulting in a remarkable spectacle. The mist swirling through the mountains parted, revealing a stone staircase leading directly to the summit. Mo Qingyu stowed the pendant away and said to Li Yi, Brotherly, let us ascend. Be cautious not to touch the surrounding mist, as it is laden with prohibitions that may provoke an attack. Li Yi, fascinated by the unfolding scene, followed closely behind Mo Qingyu, treading carefully toward the mountaintop. Before long, they reached the summit, where a massive stone tablet bore the inscription Tianxiao. Behind the tablet stood 2 young men clad in white, stationed as gatekeepers. Their cultivation had reached the 10th level of qi refining, achieving the pinnacle of the qi refining stage, yet they were relegated to the role of gatekeepers within the Tianxiao sect, a testament to its extraordinary nature. Junior brothers, this is my friend. He has urgent business at our sect and must wait in the reception pavilion. I need to report to the sect leader before introducing him. Mo Qingyu informed the 2 gatekeepers, presenting the jade pendant. The gatekeepers accepted the pendant and examined it meticulously before returning it to Mo Qingyu. They remarked, it is indeed the return of Sister Mo to the sect. This esteemed friend may proceed to the reception pavilion, but he must not wander about freely. Rest assured, esteemed fellow cultivators, I am well acquainted with the rules, Li Yi stated, stepping forward with a demeanor that was neither servile nor arrogant. Very well, you may enter, replied one of the young men clad in white. Following this, Li Yi was escorted into an ancient hall, the designated area for welcoming external cultivators to the Heavenly Clever sect. He was assigned to a small waiting room, a prearranged arrangement with Mo Qingyu. There, Li Yi sat in quiet meditation, patiently waiting without any urgency. After a while, he suddenly opened his eyes, just as the door swung open, revealing Mo Qingyu alongside a white-clad cultivator. Brotherly, the sect master is ready to see you, but you must first undergo an assessment. This is Senior Brother Chong Luo, a disciple of the sect master, who has been tasked with guiding you to him, Mo Qingyu explained. Is that true? How splendid! Li exclaimed, a glimmer of excitement in his voice. Though he had Mo Qingyu's endorsement, the uncertainty of whether he could gain entry into the Heavenly Clever sect weighed on him. Yet, the prospect of meeting the sect master brought a glimmer of hope. Soon, the trio boarded a silver flying vessel, soaring towards a majestic peak. As Li Yi sat within the vessel, he was enveloped by the abundant spiritual energy, feeling as though every pore in his body was unfurling. The spiritual essence here was incomparably richer than that of gathering immortal city. Truly, it was worthy of being a grand sect of cultivation, Li Yi mused silently. Before long, the vessel came to a halt before a grand hall, its plaque inscribed with the words Heavenly Clever. Upon entering, Li Yi beheld an elderly man with an ethereal presence, a long beard flowing gracefully, who was smiling warmly at Li Yi and the others. Unable to discern the old man's true strength, Li Yi surmised he might be a foundation establishment cultivator, or perhaps even at the golden core stage. Naturally, he felt compelled to exercise utmost caution. "Greetings, esteemed master," Li Yi said, stepping forward to bow deeply. "This is my good friend, Li Yi. I owe much to him for our recent outing. Without him, I would not have secured those items. Please do not put him in a difficult position, esteemed master," Mo Qingyu added playfully. "I understand, Mo girl. Since the moment you began, my ears have nearly developed calluses from your chatter. You've repeated your desire to recruit disciples many times. Let me assess and understand their backgrounds," the elder replied. Indeed. Brotherly, this is our sect master, Master Wei Zifeng. He has achieved complete mastery in foundation establishment and is on the brink of entering the golden core stage," Mo Qingyu remarked with a smile directed at the elder. "Junior Li Yi, it is an honor to meet you." "Senior," Li Yi said, stepping forward to bow once more. As the elder scrutinized Li Yi, his previously cloudy gaze sharpened, meticulously examining the young man before him. After a brief pause, he spoke slowly. "Young friend Li Yi, your mastery of wood-attributed spiritual power is commendable. You have cultivated to the 10th level of qi refinement." Upon hearing that the young friend possesses an astonishing 5 spiritual roots, I was taken aback, as such an attribute typically disqualifies one from entering the path of cultivation. However, the fact that this young individual is also an alchemist and possesses considerable talent in the art of alchemy, coupled with Miss Qingyu's enthusiastic endorsement, prompted me to seek an audience with you and extend this opportunity. My aptitude is rather lacking, and I must apologize for any amusement I may have caused the esteemed elder. My current level of cultivation is entirely reliant on the efficacy of medicinal pills, though I am fortunate to possess some talent in alchemy," Li Yi remarked with a hint of self-deprecation. There is nothing to find amusing in that. Aptitude is indeed a matter of birth, something we cultivators cannot control. Yet, it is commendable to see the confidence you have in your alchemical abilities. Here is my proposition. If your skills in alchemy are truly as Miss Mo described, and your background is untainted, I shall grant you an exception to enter our ranks," the elder stated with utmost seriousness as he regarded Li Yi. Subsequently, Li Yi was instructed to demonstrate his alchemical prowess. Much like the previous assessment at the pill tower, he effortlessly concocted the spirit ginseng pill. This time, however, he surpassed expectations, producing 9 medium-grade spirit ginseng pills from ordinary spiritual herbs. Although the pills were of the first-tier quality, the fact that they were all medium-grade astonished the onlookers present. Chapter 71, Entrance Examination, Part 2. Indeed, Li Yi's alchemical skills are quite commendable. Observing his techniques, I can discern a remarkable proficiency, suggesting he has crafted numerous elixirs, all of which are of moderate quality. It won't be long before he ascends to the rank of a second-tier alchemist, the white-haired elder remarked, clearly satisfied with Li Yi's abilities. "Your praise is unwarranted. Esteemed elder, I dare not aspire to be a second-tier alchemist in such a short time," Li Yi replied with a wry smile, demonstrating humility. However, becoming a second-tier alchemist necessitates the production of a substantial number of elixirs. Currently, Li Yi possesses only the formula for the returning spirit pill, and he has yet to gather all the required spiritual herbs. Nevertheless, within Hongmeng's cavern, he had acquired a jade slip that contained not only insights into alchemy, but also several formulas, although he had not yet had the opportunity to examine them. "Do not be modest, young friend. Having lived for many years, I possess a fair share of knowledge. What you lack is merely some spiritual herbs for practice. I shall employ the heart-seeking talisman to inquire about your origins. Please respond honestly. There is no need for deceit. I will pose 10 questions, and as long as you answer truthfully to 8 of them, you will be admitted. Rest assured, we will not pry into any of your secrets," the elder stated with earnestness. Upon hearing this, Li Yi hesitated, fearing that the secret of his small cauldron might be unveiled. Until now, Mo Qingyu had never mentioned such an examination. However, having reached this juncture, he felt compelled to comply. Should the secret of the cauldron be questioned, he would have to resort to deception. Even if it meant failing the entrance, he could not risk exposing that secret. "Very well, esteemed elder, please proceed with your inquiries," Li Yi acquiesced. "First question, kindly recount your origins," the elder said, placing a talisman upon Li Yi's person before softly posing the query. Regarding his origins, Li Yi felt no need for concealment and responded candidly. Listening to his answer, the elder nodded, seemingly pleased. "My second question, why did you choose to join the Heavenly Craft sect?" the elder inquired, his gaze piercing, revealing the significance he placed on this question. For the Foundation Establishment Pill, Li Yi answered succinctly. After his response, Li Yi fell silent, blinking at the elder as if urging him to hasten to the next question. The elder paused, momentarily taken aback, as he anticipated further elaboration from Li Yi, who, however, remained quiet. There were myriad reasons for Li Yi's entrance into the Heavenly Craft sect, and it was not solely for a few Foundation Establishment pills. He sought the ability to concoct them and access the secret realms. With his aptitude, Li Yi believed that he needed to produce at least high-grade Foundation Establishment pills to assist him in entering the Foundation Establishment stage. In truth, Li Yi employed a clever ruse here. The inquiry posed by the other party was exceedingly broad, yet he only mentioned the Foundation Establishment pill, which cannot be considered a lie, albeit it is rather one-sided. Suddenly, Li Yi realized that this heart-seeking talisman assessment presented numerous loopholes. Navigating through this examination while preserving his own secrets was not particularly arduous. Before long, half an hour had elapsed, and Li Yi had completed all the questions. His identity as a junior disciple was confirmed, allowing him to gain entry into the Heavenly Craft sect. Upon entering, he was reminded to strictly adhere to the sect's regulations and safeguard its interests. Any violations would not be tolerated lightly. The elder remarked with a smile directed at Li Yi. Upon hearing the elder's words, Li Yi's heart soared with joy, and he hurriedly expressed his gratitude, stating, "Thank you, esteemed sect master. I shall certainly abide by the sect's rules and would never dare to transgress." "Very well. From this moment forth, you are a disciple of our sect, so there is no need for formality. Qingyu, dear girl, please escort Li Shiji to collect his entry token, a set of initiation garments, spiritual devices, and the sect regulations manual." As he spoke, the elder produced a talisman, muttered a few incantations over it, and handed it to Mo Qingyu. "Thank you, esteemed sect master." Mo Qingyu replied gratefully as she accepted the talisman and led Li Yi out of the Heavenly Craft Hall. Once Li Yi and Mo Qingyu had departed the Grand Hall, the white-haired elder turned to the young man beside him clad in white, inquiring, "Luor, what are your thoughts on this Li Shiji? This Li Shiji seems to possess commendable alchemical skills, yet his responses during the questioning felt somewhat insincere. Although there were no apparent faults in his answers, I sensed an air of concealment," the young man in white responded. "Your intuition is astute. A cultivator with 5 spiritual roots, who has advanced to the 10th level of Qi refinement at such a young age and possesses some alchemical prowess, must harbor a multitude of secrets. It is only natural for him to withhold information upon his arrival. Observe him discreetly for a while and ascertain whether he has ulterior motives for joining our sect. Additionally, investigate the secrets he may hold. I have a hunch that they are not trivial," the white-haired elder concluded, his eyes narrowing with intrigue. "Understood, master," the young man, Chang Luo, said, furrowing his brow earnestly. Li Yi, oblivious to the fact that he had already caught the sect master's attention shortly after his entry, wondered if he would have regretted joining the Heavenly Craft sect had he been aware of this. At that moment, under Mo Qingyu's guidance, he arrived at the supplies hall, where a young attendant led them into the main hall, where a middle-aged man sat, wearing a puzzled expression as he regarded Li Yi and his companion. "Esteemed Shibois, we are here on the sect master's orders to bring this Shiji to collect his initiation items," Mo Qingyu stated, handing over the communication talisman to the middle-aged man. The man, somewhat perplexed, accepted the talisman and inquired, "Mo Shiji, I recall that our sect did not recruit any new disciples this year. How is it that he is here to collect initiation items?" "Li Shiji is an exceptional case. He was personally assessed by the sect master," Mo Qingyu replied with a charming demeanor. Upon hearing these words, the young man became intrigued and inquired, "Oh, to have the esteemed senior brother personally assess you. It seems that junior brother Li is quite remarkable." "Junior brother, I merely possess a rudimentary understanding of alchemy, and I am fortunate that the esteemed master has kindly permitted me to enter the sect despite my lack of qualifications," Li Yi replied with a respectful bow. Upon learning that Li Yi had some knowledge of alchemy, the young man's eyes brightened, and he asked, "So, junior brother Li is indeed an alchemist. May I inquire as to your rank?" "I am but a first-rank alchemist," Li Yi responded. Hearing this, the young man's interest waned considerably. Had Li Yi been a second-rank alchemist, he might have harbored some curiosity. However, as a mere first-rank alchemist, Li Yi offered little assistance to him. Being a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage, the potions of relevance to him would need to be at least third rank. Thus, the first rank potions held no value in his eyes, leading to a significant decline in his interest in Li. As a newly initiated disciple, one is entitled to receive 4 sets of garments, a manual of sect regulations, a token of identity that recognizes its owner upon the application of blood, a flying sword of superior spiritual quality, and a storage pouch. While speaking, the middle-aged man produced a collection of items and handed them over to Li. Chapter 72. Sect Mission. Once Li had meticulously counted all the items and activated the token with a drop of his blood to acknowledge his allegiance, he heard the middle-aged cultivator urging them to leave. "All right, the items have been bestowed upon you. If there are no further inquiries, you may take your leave. However, I must remind you, young man, that although you have entered our sect, you are merely an outer disciple at this moment. Do not forget the sect missions that are to be completed each month. Naturally, newly accepted disciples are granted a 6-month acclimatization period. After this duration, they are expected to fulfill the sect missions. Failure to do so will result in penalties." The middle-aged man added this final caution. Upon hearing the elder's dismissal, Li and his companion dared not linger and promptly rose to take their leave, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, Master Uncle. We bid you farewell." Gazing at the spatial pouch in his hand, Li felt as if he were still in a dream. He had, indeed, become a disciple of the Heavenly Clever Sect, one of the 5 major sects of the state of Chu. Li, recalling the earlier mention of sect missions, inquired, "Sister Imo, where can I receive the sect missions? I wish to take a look." "Are you eager to claim a sect mission already, Junior Brotherly? You might want to explore the sect a bit. Rest for a while, and then consider which tasks would be most suitable for you," Imo Qingyu suggested. After contemplating Imo Qingyu's advice, Li resolutely shook his head. Being new to the Heavenly Clever Sect, he was unfamiliar with the surroundings and did not wish to wander aimlessly. Should he inadvertently violate any sect rules, it would surely lead to complications. It would be more prudent to accept a mission first and then take time to strategize for his upcoming cultivation. He also wished to alleviate any concerns others might harbor. He did not believe that merely asking a few questions upon entering a major sect would suffice. They would undoubtedly conduct thorough inquiries and observe him for some time before feeling reassured. "That won't be necessary. I prefer solitude and wish to find a quiet place to cultivate steadily, delve into alchemical studies, and seek methods for breakthroughs in my cultivation," Li replied with an earnestness. Upon hearing his words, Imo Qingyu remained silent for a moment, her gaze piercing as if she were seeing him anew. "Junior Brotherly, your dedication to cultivation is commendable. You do not wish to squander even a moment. My aptitude is lacking, so I must rely on diligent practice to carve out a sliver of hope on the path of immortality. If I waste any more time, I may never even reach the foundation establishment stage. In a few decades, I might simply become naught but a pile of dust," Li lamented. "You speak wisely, Junior Brotherly. We cultivators must labor diligently if we aspire to longevity. Otherwise, we will inevitably meet our demise. I wonder what your thoughts are on the sect missions?" Imo Qingyu inquired, gazing intently at Li. At her question, Li's expression shifted, and he responded, "Is it possible to choose our own sect missions? Under normal circumstances, that is not permitted. However, if a cultivator possesses certain skills or strengths, accommodations may be made to align the missions with their expertise, ensuring that the tasks can be accomplished to everyone's satisfaction," she explained. "However, it would be advisable for Junior Brother Li to present some spirit stones to curry favor with the stewards, as this would facilitate smoother communication," remarked Imo Qingyu. Upon hearing her words, Li inwardly sighed. It seemed that no matter where one went, the same customs prevailed, whether in the realm of cultivation or the mundane world. Those with a modicum of power invariably sought to leverage their influence for personal gain. Li bore no resentment towards this. If spending some spirit stones could secure him a satisfactory position, he would gladly acquiesce. "You are aware of my circumstances. I am a person who cherishes tranquility. I merely wish to find a secluded spot to cultivate some spiritual herbs and refine a few pills," Li stated nonchalantly. "Very well, this should pose no problem. Please follow me," Imo Qingyu responded, leading him to another location. Before long, the duo arrived at the task hall, a dedicated venue for the issuance of missions, where all sect-related tasks of the Tianxiao sect were managed. As Li Yi and Mo Qingyu entered, a youth at the 7th or 8th level of Qi refinement approached them, inquiring, "Seniors, are you here to receive tasks?" "Indeed, junior brother. I have just joined this sect and wish to undertake a sect mission. I would appreciate your guidance." Li Yi replied with utmost humility. The youth, taken aback by Li Yi's eagerness, had not anticipated that someone would seek a mission so soon after entering, especially since there had been no recent announcements for new disciples. Noticing the skepticism in the youth's expression, Li Yi helplessly raised his hands and produced his identity token. Upon seeing the token, the youth finally believed him. "Ah, so you are indeed a new disciple. Please follow me. The sect's tasks are arranged by the elders." With that, the youth led Li Yi and Mo Qingyu into the main hall. Inside, they found a small elder seated at a tea table, holding a teapot and engrossed in studying a chessboard before him. "Elder, this senior is here to receive a task," the youth announced. "Receive a task? What task could that be? Hasn't everyone already claimed their assignments this year?" The elder, irritated by the interruption to his game, responded brusquely. "Wu Shu, junior brother Li has just entered today?" Mo Qingyu interjected from behind Li Yi. At last, the elder seemed to regain his focus, looking at Li Yi and Mo Qingyu with a playful grin. "Oh, it's you, Mo girl. Is this your suitor from the outside world? When will you invite me for a drink? I shall prepare a gift. Though, I must say, this lad isn't particularly impressive in appearance or cultivation. Would your grandfather approve?" The elder murmured as he scrutinized Li Yi and Mo Qingyu. Hearing this, Mo Qingyu's face flushed crimson as she hastily replied, "Wu Shu. Junior brother Li is merely a common friend. Please do not speak frivolously." Li Yi gazed at the elderly gentleman, blinking his eyes as he sensed a certain lack of decorum about him, as if he were frivolously meddling in matters of love. However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. "Ah, so you are merely an acquaintance. Since you are here, do enlighten me. What talents does this young man possess, and what kind of tasks does he seek?" The old man remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Li Yi. Stepping forward, Li Yi respectfully replied, "I am but a first-tier alchemist seeking a task that involves the concoction of elixirs and the cultivation of spiritual herbs. Here, I present to you a vial of the elixir I recently crafted. Please, esteemed master, indulge yourself in its evaluation." With that, he produced the vial of elixir he had just prepared during the assessment and offered it to the elder. "Ah, so you are an alchemist as well?" the old man exclaimed, a mix of astonishment and skepticism in his voice. He regarded the young man before him, who appeared to be merely at the 10th level of Qi refinement, and found it hard to believe that he could indeed concoct a first-tier elixir. Chapter 73, Ethereal Peak. Westwind Valley. "Ah, quite remarkable. It appears you possess a commendable proficiency in alchemy." The old man, after meticulously examining the pills presented by Li Yi, expressed his astonishment. "You indeed have a remarkable talent. With such skills in alchemy, you shall undoubtedly thrive within the sect, and perhaps even alleviate some of my burdens. Pray, share your thoughts on the tasks at hand." The younger generation seeks a role that involves the cultivation of spiritual herbs and the refinement of pills. Li Yi replied with a respectful bow. Upon hearing Li Yi's words, the old man paused, seemingly taken aback. After a moment of contemplation, he responded, "There happens to be a task that aligns with your request. However, it is one that many disciples have struggled to complete, resulting in several punishments for their failures. Frankly, it does present a significant challenge." Intrigued by the old man's words, Li Yi eagerly inquired, "What is this task? Might I request a more detailed explanation, Master Uncle?" The old man then retrieved a jade slip from a nearby shelf and handed it to Li Yi. He continued, "In the northwestern region of Ethereal Peak lies a valley abundant in spiritual energy, where the sect has established a medicinal garden, complemented by a small geothermal vent, an ideal locale for cultivating spiritual herbs and refining elixirs. Each year, a specific quantity of spiritual herbs must be submitted to the sect. Many disciples have sought this task, yet none have succeeded in meeting the required quotas. Some have failed to submit even a single herb. Initially, it was suspected that the disciples were hoarding the herbs, but it soon became apparent that the herbs mysteriously vanished. I have investigated on several occasions, yet the cause eludes me. If you choose to undertake this task, Li Shizi, you need only submit 1 vial of elixirs each month, and the herbs will not be required. What do you think?" At this point, the old man expressed his frustration. Li Yi's brow furrowed at the old man's account. While submitting elixirs posed no issue, the inexplicable disappearance of the herbs raised suspicions. If even foundation-building cultivators could not uncover the truth, how could he? A sense of unease began to settle in Li Yi's mind. West Wind Valley. You should reconsider, Junior Brotherly. This place harbors a certain malevolence, interjected Mo Qingyu urgently. She was well aware of West Wind Valley and its medicinal garden. Initially, when it was newly established, the disciples tasked with guarding it could meet their herb quotas and even profit. However, as time passed, no disciple managed to fulfill their obligations, and those who watched over the garden often faced severe losses, coupled with punishment from the sect. Master Uncle, are there any other tasks available? Li Yi asked hopefully. None remain. This year's tasks have all been allocated. Disciples who have accepted a task must wait at least a year before they are permitted to change their assignments. This is a point that Li Shiji must bear in mind. Regardless of the task assigned, once accepted, it cannot be changed within a year. To fulfill Li Shiji's requirements, only the West Wind Valley remains. In truth, the West Wind Valley is quite an admirable location for him, imbued with rich spiritual energy, spacious, and protected by formations. Aside from Shiji, there are hardly any others around. He can pursue his endeavors freely and practice his techniques, as well as concoct spiritual elixirs in utmost secrecy. It is worth noting that other tasks do not offer such favorable conditions, as cultivators in the Qi refinement stage lack individual caves and must reside communally. The old man incessantly elaborated to Li Yi, eager for him to accept the task. Observing Li Yi's wavering interest, the old man further persuaded him. Moreover, as a pill master, even if some spiritual herbs were to be lost, it would not be a significant concern for you, right? Li Yi, however, remained unmoved by the old man's words. Instead, he scrutinized the location of the West Wind Valley within the Jade Slip. Situated at the remote edge of the northwest of the Misty Peak, it was complemented by an herb garden and geothermal heat, aligning perfectly with his needs. After some contemplation, Li Yi resolved to accept the task of the West Wind Valley and stated, "A bottle of medium-grade elixirs per month is excessive. I find it somewhat burdensome. How about submitting 10 bottles of medium-grade spirit elixirs annually, with a submission every 6 months? What does Shirshu think?" Upon hearing Li Yi's proposal, the old man's face initially lit up with joy, but he feigned a solemn demeanor and replied, Since it is your first task, this request can be reluctantly accommodated, but it will not be permitted in the following year. However, one stipulation remains. The scale of the herb garden in the West Wind Valley must not diminish, nor can it be left untended. Furthermore, I shall not return this bottle of elixirs to you. Lastly, I must remind you not to forget to submit the spiritual herbs, or else you shall face penalties. Thank you, Shirshu. I understand, Li Yi respectfully replied, clasping his hands. He found the old man to be quite agreeable, albeit a tad greedy. Here, this jade pendant serves as the key to activate the protective formation of the West Wind Valley. Be sure to keep it safe. The girl Mo is familiar with the route. Let her guide you, and I shall not send anyone else along. The old man produced a white jade pendant and handed it to Li Yi. Li Yi accepted the pendant with both hands and took his leave with Mo Qingyu. Under her guidance, they swiftly arrived at a valley on the rear mountain of the Misty Peak. The Misty Peak is one of the 5 main peaks of the Heavenly Craft sect, composed of a principal peak and 3 subsidiary peaks, and it is the tallest among them. The peak towers into the clouds, with golden core cultivators residing at the summit, foundation establishment cultivators in the middle, while Qi refinement cultivators are confined to the foot of the mountain. The location of the West Wind Valley is somewhat unique. It lies at the junction of the main peak of the Misty Peak and one of its subsidiary peaks. While it may not compare to the residences of foundation establishment cultivators in terms of spiritual density, it certainly surpasses the accommodations at the foot of the mountain. As Li Yi beheld the mist enveloping the valley, he activated the formation with the jade pendant in his hand. Before him lay a narrow, elongated valley, adorned with the inscription West Wind above. The valley stretched approximately 100 zhang in length, yet measured only 5 or 6 zhang in width. A small path meandered through its center, flanked by slopes abundant with various spiritual herbs. At the valley's end stood a quaint wooden cabin, behind which a geothermal vent exuded warmth. The air was rich with spiritual energy and the fragrant aroma of medicinal herbs, filling Li Yi's heart with immense delight. Junior Brotherly, the environment here is quite splendid, making it an excellent location for cultivation. The defensive formation is formidable. Even an average foundation establishment cultivator might find it challenging to breach, spoke Imo Qingyu. Previously, she had only heard her seniors recount tales of the daunting tasks associated with West Wind Valley, unaware that its surroundings were so enchanting. However, the thought of submitting a bottle of medium-grade first-tier elixirs every month made her reconsider, despite the presence of spiritual herbs. The frequency of their appearance was a burden she could hardly bear, especially since her current residence was already quite satisfactory. Chapter 74. Essence Nurturing Elixir and Magical Artifacts. Chapter 74. Spirit Nourishing Pill and Jade Slip. I must extend my gratitude to you, senior sister. Were it not for your assistance, I would never have discovered such a remarkable place. You mentioned previously that you had a matter for which you sought my aid. May I inquire what it pertains to? Would you be so kind as to share a few details? Li Yi expressed his appreciation. At the same time, he did not forget the request for help that Imo Qingyu had made earlier. He was aware that her assistance came with expectations, for he could not fathom that she would act selflessly, and he had never subscribed to the notion of fortune falling from the sky. Oh, I have not rendered any considerable service. It was all your own doing, junior brother. I had initially intended to wait a while longer before discussing this with you. But since you inquired today, I shall tell you in advance. In truth, I wish to request your help in refining some pills. But I prefer to keep this matter discreet, Imo Qingyu said earnestly. As she spoke, she produced a jade slip from her storage bag and handed it to Li Yi. Curiosity piqued, Li Yi accepted the jade slip and swiftly perused its contents with his spiritual sense. After a brief moment, he concluded his reading and let out a wry smile. Speaking with resignation, senior sister Imo truly regards me highly to entrust me with the crafting of the spirit-nourishing pill. This is a second-grade elixir. While I am merely a first-grade alchemist, it is beyond my current capabilities. The jade slip contained the formula for a second-grade spiritual pill, the spirit-nourishing pill, which is rather esoteric in nature. It serves to nurture and enhance one's spiritual sense, possessing remarkable properties. However, there is no need for haste. As long as it is completed before I establish my foundation, I have at least 5 or 6 years before my breakthrough. The cultivation method I practice is rather unique, leaning towards the realm of spiritual awareness, and a breakthrough in this area is essential for my advancement. Moreover, the successful creation of this pill would not only benefit me, it would also be advantageous for you, junior brother. Should you partake in it, your spiritual awareness will undoubtedly experience a significant enhancement. I am certain you are aware of the advantages of a robust spiritual sense. Additionally, I have faith that within these coming years, you will surely attain the rank of a second-grade alchemist, Imo Qingyu stated with unwavering confidence. Upon hearing her words, Li Yi contemplated briefly before replying. Very well. Since senior sister Imo has such faith in me, I shall not decline any longer. However, it is essential to acknowledge that pill refinement carries a certain risk of failure. Even if I were to become a second-grade alchemist, I cannot guarantee success with every attempt, so I would appreciate it if you could prepare additional spiritual herbs. Upon hearing Li Yi's words, Imo Qingyu was elated and promptly replied, Certainly, that is not an issue. I have already collected a portion of the spiritual herbs, which I will give to you now. I will continue to gather more, aiming to collect at least 2 additional portions for you. The more of these spiritual pills I possess, the better, so you must ensure that you provide me with at least 1 batch in return. This matter must remain confidential. Junior brother, it is of utmost importance. For various reasons, this elixir cannot be disclosed. You may concoct it for personal use, but should it be leaked, it could lead to dire consequences for you. Imo Qingyu's expression was exceedingly grave. It was not feigned. Yet, Li Yi found it somewhat perplexing. After all, it was merely a second-grade elixir. Why such secrecy? Observing Li Yi's unconvinced demeanor, Imo Qingyu sighed and said, Junior brother Li, there are reasons I cannot divulge, but I assure you it is of great significance. Otherwise, finding a second-grade alchemist in Tianxiao sect would not pose a challenge. The reason I have approached you is due to my trust in you. Upon hearing Imo Qingyu's explanation, Li Yi furrowed his brow, sensing the complexity of the situation. He felt as though he was being drawn into an unknown vortex. However, having already perused the formula, it was too late to decline. His demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he replied, Understood, Sister Imo. I assure you, I will not disclose anything. Seeing the seriousness etched on Li Yi's face, Imo Qingyu finally felt at ease and continued, Junior brother Li, you must have many matters to attend to upon your arrival at the sect, so I shall not impose further. Please take care with the elixir. Rest assured, Sister Imo. I will inform you at the earliest opportunity once I have successfully crafted the second-grade elixir, Li Yi responded. He escorted Mo Qingyu to the entrance of Shifeng Valley. Watching the departing figure as he fell into contemplation, casting a deep glance at her silhouette, reflecting on the circumstances of their acquaintance, he found her enthusiasm somewhat excessive, especially given the brevity of their relationship and the necessity for utmost discretion regarding the elixir. Yet, he felt that the trust between himself and Mo Qingyu was not yet profound enough. Perhaps I am overthinking this, he murmured to himself as he stood at the valley's mouth. As Mo Qingyu disappeared from view, Li Yi turned and returned to the wooden cabin within the valley. He did not examine the spiritual herb she had presented, but instead collapsed onto his bed, succumbing to sleep. Ever since his escape from the Tianyan mountain range, Li Yi had remained in a state of tension, and after the subsequent sect assessment, he had scarcely found a moment to rest. Now settled, he could finally indulge in a well-deserved respite. Time slipped by, and eventually, Li Yi awoke at a leisurely pace. After refreshing himself, he began to catalog his gains. He had yet to organize the items acquired during his time in the Tianyan mountain range, and now was the perfect opportunity to do so. Indeed, while he had faced significant risk in slaying fourth-tier beasts and engaging in battle with Foundation establishment cultivators, the rewards were equally substantial. Among his most valuable acquisitions was the jade slip from the alchemist Hongmeng, which contained insights into the art of alchemy, as well as formulas for several third-grade spiritual herbs. These elixirs were exclusively usable by Foundation establishment practitioners, rendering them of little immediate utility to Li Yi. However, the alchemical insights would prove to be exceedingly beneficial to him. The methods for refining the foundational elixir and the cleansing elixir, which Li Yi yearned for most, were regrettably undocumented, leaving him profoundly disheartened. Subsequently, he meticulously retrieved all the cleansing fruits, each carefully placed into jade boxes and stored within his spatial pouch. In the end, Li Yi produced a small black fork, a tattered banner, and a silver token. These three items were all magical artifacts, weapons utilized by cultivators in the foundational stage. The black banner was already damaged, and the small black fork was a trophy acquired from vanquishing a foundational stage cultivator. He had originally sought a crimson dagger, but it had been claimed by Mo Qingyu. The silver token was obtained from Dan Qi's spatial pouch, containing three magical artifacts, perfectly aligning with the needs of the trio. Gazing at the three artifacts in his hands, Li Yi felt a surge of excitement. Should he be able to wield these artifacts, his strength would skyrocket, allowing him to stand firm against foundational stage cultivators. With the talismans he possessed, he would no longer be relegated to mere flight. Chapter 75. The Blood Sacrifice Secret Technique and the Concealed Secrets of the Alchemical Furnace. Upon this realization, a sudden spark ignited within Li Yi's heart. He seemed to recall having encountered such a secret technique before, one that allowed Qi refinement practitioners to wield magical artifacts. He began to rummage through his storage pouch and soon produced a blood-colored jade slip, an item he had acquired after vanquishing an elder of the Foundation establishment stage. This jade slip contained records of a sinister technique known as blood sacrifice. Blood sacrifice is a nefarious method that involves the ritualistic offering of either a cultivator or a demon beast, granting immense power through the act of sacrifice. In a brief span, it could rapidly enhance one's cultivation. However, despite its formidable prowess, this technique cannot be employed indiscriminately. For each invocation of the blood sacrifice not only elevates one's cultivation but also inflicts detrimental effects, causing one's temperament to become increasingly irritable. Only by completely suppressing these negative emotions can one proceed to the next phase of cultivation. Should one attempt to cultivate forcefully, the risk of succumbing to madness looms, leading to the gradual loss of rationality and transforming into a bloodthirsty monster. Li Yi, naturally, was reluctant to delve into the practice of blood sacrifice. Yet, at the conclusion of this secret technique, there was a record of a blood sacrifice method that utilized one's essence blood to nurture magical artifacts, enabling Qi refinement practitioners to momentarily harness a fraction of the artifact's power. However, this method necessitated the continuous use of one's essence blood for the ritual. The longer the duration of the sacrifice, the greater the artifact's formidable capabilities. The requirement to expend one's essence blood for the nurturing of artifacts posed a considerable inconvenience. Li Yi murmured to himself. He was no longer a mere novice in cultivation. He possessed substantial knowledge regarding the practice. Essence blood is fundamental to a cultivator. Losing an excessive amount could severely undermine one's foundational strength. Previously, when he had sacrificed a considerable quantity of essence blood to refine the azure cauldron, he had nearly been drained dry, resulting in a fortnight of recuperation in bed, consuming countless restorative elixirs before he could recover. Even if he were able to use essence blood to refine artifacts, Li Yi was hesitant to do so lightly. Unless he could discover a means to replenish his essence blood, he would not dare to risk such a venture. Sacrificing his foundational strength for the sake of wielding an artifact would be an endeavor fraught with peril. The methods employed by practitioners of the dark arts are indeed peculiar. The ability to use blood sacrifice to enable ordinary chi refinement cultivators to command magical artifacts is astonishing. It appears that he must exercise caution when encountering practitioners from the blood demon sect in the future. For the tactics of the dark arts are truly insidious and instill a sense of dread, making them difficult to guard against. Li Yi could not help but express his admiration. In truth, he held no aversion towards certain methods of the dark arts. Acquiring formidable strength without incurring personal harm or engaging in wanton slaughter seemed quite appealing. Practitioners of the dark arts often tread unconventional paths, obtaining power through shortcuts. Although there may be some after effects, their strength typically surpasses that of ordinary cultivators, granting them an advantage in confrontations. Beyond the artifacts, Li Yi possessed top-tier spiritual tools, the wings of the Bat King, the frost armor, and a black trident forged from bat fangs. The black shield, having endured the rigors of combat with magical artifacts, was rendered nearly destroyed. Furthermore, Li Yi possessed a remarkable alchemical furnace, a spiritual artifact acquired from the Danshi cave. Originally intended for Chu Yuanlan, it was gifted to Li Yi during their farewell, deepening his affection for Chu Yuanlan. Holding the furnace in his hands, Li Yi examined it meticulously. The furnace gleamed in silver, supported by 3 sturdy legs, with a broad, hollow abdomen and an elongated neck, topped with a circular lid adorned with engravings of 3 flames. Enchanted by the exquisite silver furnace, Li Yi cherished it, caressing it repeatedly. Subsequently, he retrieved the alchemical herbs necessary for crafting a spirit-enhancing pill and ventured to the fire pit behind the wooden cabin, eager to test the capabilities of the furnace. With practiced precision, he ignited the furnace, controlled the flames, and introduced the herbs. Each step flowed seamlessly, a testament to his mastery. Before long, a fragrant batch of pills emerged. Upon opening the furnace, he discovered 9 plump pills nestled at the bottom. Astonishingly, one was of superior quality, while the others were of moderate grade. It was noteworthy that Li Yi had only utilized ordinary herbs, and in the past, he had never succeeded in producing high-grade pills with such materials. This furnace is indeed a treasure, Li Yi mused. Not only does it provide even heat, but it also preserves the medicinal properties, minimizing their loss and enhancing the quality of the pills. In the ensuing days, Li Yi devoted himself to alchemy. Uncertain of when he might emerge from the Tianqiao Gate, he entrusted all his spiritual pills to Hongmeng for further development, as he aimed to concoct 10 vials of pills to fulfill his sect's mission, after which he could focus on his personal pursuits. Days later, Li Yi found himself in possession of over a dozen small jade vials. Aside from a single failed batch, all others were successful and of at least moderate quality. With the aid of the silver furnace, he had significantly reduced his reliance on high-grade spiritual herbs. Just as he prepared to stow away the furnace, he noticed an intricate array of minuscule engravings along its walls. What could this be? Li Yi pondered, tracing the delicate inscriptions with his fingers, lost in contemplation. Eventually, he produced a piece of paper to meticulously transcribe the tiny texts. After a full day of careful work, he had successfully recorded all the inscriptions. I, Hongmeng, have devoted my life to the art of alchemy. After over a century of relentless study, I have finally devised the method for crafting the essence cleansing pill. This formula, distinct from ancient recipes, fully unleashes the potency of the essence cleansing fruit, aiding practitioners in refining their essence far more effectively than consuming the fruit alone. I inscribed the methods for the essence cleansing pill and the foundation establishment pill within this furnace, leaving it for those who truly cherish the craft of alchemy. In my pursuit of knowledge, I have pilfered spiritual herbs from my sect, feeling a deep remorse for my betrayal. I can no longer face my ancestors, masters, or junior sisters. I hope that the one who inherits this formula will carry forth my legacy, thriving and seeking the opportunity to present this formula to the Tianyue sect. The treasures within the cave are merely a token of gratitude. Li Yi gazed at the paper in his hands, trembling with excitement. On the reverse side of the rubbing, not only was there the formula for the cleansing elixir, but also the long-sought method for refining the foundational pill. The cleansing elixir was of little consequence to Li Yi, for he possessed the cleansing fruit and a mysterious small cauldron. With these, he had the opportunity to cultivate a cleansing fruit tree anew, ensuring an abundant supply of cleansing fruits. However, the foundational pill was different. It represented all his hopes for establishing his foundation. Now that he had obtained the method for refining the foundational pill, he could gradually gather the spiritual herbs needed for its creation, freeing him from the need to seek them within the Tianxiao sect. Nonetheless, the upcoming trial in the Wenyang secret realm remained essential. It was said that the primary spiritual herbs for refining the foundational pill thrived within that realm, alongside cultivation techniques for the 5 spiritual roots. After taking stock of his belongings, Li Yi began to devise a plan for his forthcoming cultivation. Chapter 76. Gathering Soul Herb. Second-rank alchemist Li Xian carefully examined the formula for the foundation establishment pill, committing to memory all the required spiritual herbs in preparation for a slow and deliberate gathering. Upon completing his reading, a frown creased Li Yi's brow, for the concoction of the foundation establishment pill necessitated 3 primary spiritual herbs, along with an astonishing array of over 100 auxiliary herbs, many of which were unfamiliar to him. It became evident that the creation of this pill was far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual. The sheer number of herbs required could not easily be amassed, elucidating why the entire sect was involved in its production. With a wry smile and a hint of resignation, Li Yi reflected on the situation. However, with the possession of a small cauldron, he found himself in a position of potential. Currently, he was entrusted with the care of a modest herb garden, allowing him to collect the spiritual herbs openly without raising suspicion. Were he merely a chi refinement stage cultivator scouring for unripe herbs, it would undoubtedly arouse curiosity. Yet, as the steward of a garden, particularly one reputed for the occasional loss of herbs, and with his identity as an alchemist, he could gather additional herbs without attracting undue attention. This realization made Li Yi feel quite astute for having chosen the West Wind Valley. Visiting such a grand sect as the Heavenly Craft sect for the first time, Li Yi remained exceedingly cautious, even with the guise of a second-rank alchemist. His rapid advancement as a 5-element root cultivator could easily draw the scrutiny of the more discerning. The secret of his mystical small cauldron must remain concealed. Should it be revealed, the consequences would be dire. Thus, during his first 6 months in the sect, he refrained from any significant actions, dedicating himself to the diligent care of the herb garden, nurturing the spiritual herbs, pondering the nuances of alchemy, and occasionally refining a batch or 2 when inspiration struck. In this half-year, he had not been idle. He meticulously organized the spiritual herbs within the garden. Over 100 varieties flourished there, many of which were absent from the confines of his small cauldron. Here, he effortlessly gathered all the auxiliary herbs required for the restorative pill and the marrow cleansing pill, while the primary spiritual herbs needed for alchemy had long since been collected. With a bit more coaxing from the small cauldron, he would soon be ready to commence the refining process. It is worth noting that both of these spiritual medicines were classified as second-rank pills. Should he successfully refine them, he would truly be a bona fide second-rank alchemist. Additionally, among the second-rank pill formulas in his possession lay the enigmatic spirit-nurturing pill. Unlike the aforementioned pills designed to enhance cultivation, this particular elixir aids cultivators in nurturing and elevating their spiritual consciousness. Such a pill is exceedingly rare within the realm of cultivation, and its primary ingredient is the gathering soul herb, an ominous, grayish-black grass that seems to possess the ability to siphon away one's very soul, prompting Li Yi to avoid gazing upon it for too long. The remaining auxiliary herbs were similarly imbued with a shadowy essence, evoking a chilling aura that Li Yi found distinctly unsettling. For the sake of safety, he refrained from planting these spiritual herbs in the small medicinal garden, having not forgotten the earnest admonitions of Mo Qingyu. Instead, he carefully preserved these herbs for future cultivation in the space of his small cauldron. During his care of the spiritual herbs, another matter brought Li Yi considerable joy. The herbs he possessed, combined with those in the medicinal garden, amounted to over 40 varieties needed for the refinement of foundational pills. Nearly one-third of the required herbs. This discovery thrilled Li Yi, as the time required to gather all the herbs necessary for the refinement of foundational pills would be significantly reduced. In the past 6 months, Li Yi noticed that more than 10 plants had mysteriously vanished, a perplexing phenomenon for which he could not ascertain the cause. After a thorough investigation yielded no results, he reluctantly decided to let it go, relieved that the loss was not substantial enough to be intolerable. As half a year slipped by, the elderly man who had assigned him the sex task personally visited to inspect the medicinal garden and collect the pills Li Yi had refined. When Li Yi presented the pills, he feigned great reluctance, lamenting about the substantial loss of herbs and how he had compensated with his own stock, insisting that he would request a different task next year. The old man, naturally, offered him words of comfort, extolling the benefits of the Western Wind Valley. After bidding farewell to the elderly gentleman, Li Yi turned his attention to his own endeavors. He first planted all the required spiritual grasses for the 3 types of pills: cleansing marrow pill, revitalizing spirit pill, and spirit nurturing pill into the space of his small cauldron, subsequently employing a mysterious azure liquid for nurturing. Li Yi quickly succeeded in cultivating the herbs necessary for the revitalizing spirit pill. To ensure the refinement of high-quality pills, he nurtured the spirit-nurturing grass and dewfall grass for 600 to 700 years. After more than half a year of cultivation, he amassed over 100 portions of herbs for refining the revitalizing spirit pill. During this period, Li Yi consumed 5 cleansing marrow fruits, and after devouring the flesh, a thin layer of black substance emerged on his body, exuding a foul odor. These were impurities within him. Once he cleansed this filth, he immediately felt invigorated, as if an invisible shackle within him had been released. His previously stagnant magical power now exhibited a slight increase, filling Li Yi with indescribable joy. Li Yi planted the remaining 5 fruit pits into the space of his cauldron and watered them with the azure liquid. To his surprise, after half a month, one of the pits sprouted, developing into a young fruit tree. However, no matter how he applied the azure liquid, the other pits showed no signs of germination, compelling Li Yi to abandon them, content that at least one tree had successfully sprouted to yield cleansing marrow fruits. Subsequently, Li Yi watered the fruit tree with the azure liquid every 7 days. The tree grew rapidly, yet it would still be some time before it bore fruit. The remaining azure liquid was utilized by Li Yi to nourish the spiritual herbs required for the cultivation of the soul-gathering pill. Despite the infusion of the azure liquid, the growth of the soul-gathering grass remained rather sluggish. However, a faint gray mist enveloping it became increasingly dense. Whenever Li Yi approached this delicate herb, his spirit felt as though it were transcending its corporeal bounds, drifting towards the plant. As the years of the grass increased, this sensation intensified, leading him to conclude that after 500 years, he would cease the cultivation of soul-gathering grass. While nurturing the spiritual herbs, he simultaneously engaged in alchemical practices. With the assistance of the alchemical jade slip left behind by the eccentric alchemist Hongmeng, alongside a plethora of spiritual herbs for experimentation, Li Yi's alchemical skills advanced remarkably. After squandering over 20 batches of spiritual herbs, he finally surpassed the threshold of a first-grade alchemist, achieving the status of a second-grade alchemist. Gazing into the alchemical furnace, he beheld 9 fragrant pills, which prompted an exuberant laugh to escape his lips. These 9 pills were the soul recovery pills he had concocted, among which 3 were of mid-grade quality. Hastily, Li Yi extracted one of the pills and consumed it. To his astonishment, the mana he had lost during the alchemical process was swiftly restored as the effects of the soul recovery pill took hold. Chapter 77, Breakthrough. Surge of Divine Thought. Chapter 77. The recovery pill is complete, and spirit energy surges after a brief moment. Li Yi discovered that a quarter of his internal energy had miraculously returned. With his current cultivation level at the 10th stage of Qi refinement, a single medium-grade recovery pill could replenish such a significant portion of his energy. Truly, it was a legendary elixir from ancient times. He now pondered the effects of high-grade and exceptional-grade recovery pills. Filled with fervor at this thought, Li Yi realized that with this recovery pill, he need no longer worry about the consumption of his energy during battles. As long as he continually consumed the pills, he could maintain his strength. Should he encounter a rival in a contest of energy, he could simply outlast them, making this a formidable weapon in his arsenal. In the days that followed, Li Yi dedicated himself to nurturing spirit herbs and refining pills. At last, after a month of diligent effort, he successfully crafted his first high-grade recovery pill. Upon consuming it, he found that it replenished 1/3 of his energy, and the recovery speed surpassed that of the medium-grade variant. After another 2 months of arduous preparation, Li Yi finally obtained an exceptional grade recovery pill. Holding the translucent pill, enveloped in a rich aura and fragrant aroma, he swallowed it in one swift motion. The pill dissolved instantly, releasing a torrent of spirit energy that surged through his meridians, ultimately coalescing into a full replenishment of his internal energy within moments. Li Yi was momentarily taken aback. He realized that an exceptional grade recovery pill could restore at least half of his energy, even after substantial consumption during his previous refining efforts. While the exceptional grade recovery pill was indeed remarkable, it demanded high-quality spirit herbs for its creation. Given his current alchemical skills, only millennium-old herbs could suffice for the crafting process. It seemed he would need to limit his production. Li Yi sighed, acknowledging the limitations. He had no intention of selling the high-grade or exceptional-grade recovery pills. Only the inferior and medium-grade variants would be available for trade. Unbeknownst to him, in the realm of cultivation, no one would waste millennium-old herbs on such supportive recovery pills. Only he, with countless millennium-old herbs at his disposal, would dare to indulge in such extravagance. Yet, Li was cautious about recklessly consuming spirit herbs, as his need for them was considerable. The azure liquid he required took 7 days to form, and regardless of his collection methods, some would inevitably be lost, rendering his supply insufficient. Thus, after producing 2 vials of exceptional grade and 3 vials of high-grade recovery pills, he ceased further crafting and redirected his focus toward the spirit-nourishing pill. As for the maturation of the bone-cleansing fruit, it would still take some time, necessitating patient waiting. However, Li Yi had no intention of letting the remaining bone-cleansing fruits go to waste. He consumed them all as ordinary fruits. Originally, they could have been used to refine bone-cleansing pills, but with only a little over 10 remaining, he doubted they would guarantee the production of high-grade or exceptional-grade pills. So he deemed it wiser to consume them himself. After savoring the benefits of superior elixirs, Li Yi found himself utterly disinterested in the inferior potions, for their effects were undoubtedly inferior and posed the risk of accumulating toxic energies within his body, a cost far outweighing any potential benefit. He would rather consume them to satisfy his cravings. Now, endowed with the ability to cultivate millennium-grade spiritual herbs and concoct premium elixirs, he was more than willing to invest additional time in this pursuit. Upon consuming over a dozen essence-cleansing fruits, Li Yi was astonished to discover that his previously stagnant cultivation had begun to stir. This revelation filled him with an uncontainable excitement, prompting him to pause all other activities and commence the consumption of supreme ginseng spirit pills and Jiyuan pills before settling down to meditate and refine his qi. After 7 days of diligent practice, Li Yi's cultivation finally transcended the 10th layer of qi refinement, achieving the 11th layer. He was now merely a step away from reaching the 12th layer. The fact that he could break through to the 11th layer without having refined the essence-cleansing pill was, for Li Yi, an unexpected delight. This accomplishment bolstered his confidence in his future practices. Initially, he had intended to rely on the essence-cleansing pill to advance to the 12th layer, yet he was uncertain if that would be effective. Now, having consumed just over a dozen essence-cleansing fruits and achieved a breakthrough, he felt sufficiently reassured. With his cultivation breakthrough, Li Yi turned his focus towards the spirit-nurturing pill. He had prepared dozens of spiritual herbs for its refinement, although their age was relatively short, around 200 years. The rationale behind this was to practice and familiarize himself with the alchemical process using these herbs before moving on to the more precious, centuries-old varieties, thus avoiding wastage until his success rate improved. Having some experience with refining the revitalizing pill, Li Yi had assumed that creating the spirit-nurturing pill would not pose considerable difficulty. However, he soon discovered that the complexity of refining the spirit-nurturing pill exceeded his expectations. Despite being a second-tier elixir, he found himself struggling to maintain focus while melting the gathering soul grass, as his spirit felt restless and easily distracted, leading to frequent errors in the refinement process. After several attempts, he was left with nothing but a mass of useless residue instead of the desired elixir. Initially confident in his alchemical skills, Li now felt as if a bucket of cold water had been thrown over him. Despite the challenges posed by the spirit-nurturing pill, he had no intention of surrendering. Instead, he intensified his focus, striving to harmonize his will with the essence of the gathering soul grass. After more than 10 days of relentless effort, he finally acclimated to its aura and successfully refined a batch of spirit-nurturing pills, albeit of inferior quality. Gazing at the low-grade spirit-nurturing pills in the furnace, Li had no intention of consuming them. Instead, after practicing a few more times and mastering certain alchemical techniques, he retrieved herbs aged 400 to 500 years and commenced the refinement of top-quality elixirs. After relentless dedication, he finally produced 3 superior gathering soul pills half a month later. Holding the milky white pills in his hand, exuding a subtle fragrance, Li lifted one towards his mouth. Upon consuming the elixir, it transformed into a warm current that surged toward the crown of Li's head, enveloping his mind in a soothing warmth that brought him immense comfort, almost eliciting a moan of pleasure. Feeling such a delightful flow, Li ingested the remaining 2 superior pills, only to find that while his mind was pleasantly warm, there were no extraordinary changes, which left him somewhat perplexed. After resting for 2 days, Li discovered that his perceptive abilities had remarkably strengthened. Previously, his spiritual awareness could only extend within a radius of 1 mile, but now it had expanded to encompass 2 or 3 miles. Furthermore, while utilizing soul-gathering grass for alchemy, he no longer experienced the unsettling sensation of his consciousness being drawn away. His proficiency in crafting spirit-nourishing pills had also improved significantly, with his success rate continually on the rise. Chapter 78. Afterthoughts and the mysterious little beast having sensed a considerable enhancement in his spiritual consciousness, Li's mind began to stir with newfound vigor. He was acutely aware of the myriad advantages that a potent spiritual awareness could confer. The broader the scope of his perception, the earlier he could detect adversaries, thus circumventing potential dangers. During confrontations, the number of magical artifacts he could manipulate would also increase. Those with feeble spiritual awareness could only control a limited array of artifacts, and although they might exert forceful control, such attempts would severely diminish their effectiveness, exposing them to greater vulnerabilities. Mastery over magical artifacts, especially when wielding a greater number, significantly bolstered one's combat prowess and enhanced the likelihood of triumph in duels. Initially, Li had no intention of cultivating the millennium-grade soul-gathering grass, believing its potent aura to be overwhelming and potentially detrimental to his own spiritual essence, an influence beyond his capacity to manage. However, upon discovering the remarkable efficacy of the spirit-nourishing pill and recognizing his strengthened spiritual awareness, he felt capable of containing the aura of the soul-gathering grass. Thus, he resolved to concoct a batch of premium spirit-nourishing pills to ascertain the full extent of his spiritual enhancement. In the ensuing 3 months, Li dedicated himself entirely to the refinement of these exceptional pills, ultimately producing over 20 of them. Though fatigue weighed heavily upon him after prolonged alchemical endeavors, exhilaration surged as he beheld the pills before him. Without hesitation, he consumed one of the pills, and a wave of warmth enveloped his mind, leaving him in an exceptionally favorable state. One by one, he swiftly ingested the remaining pills, and in the blink of an eye, all 20 were consumed. Initially, he felt indifferent, finding the premium pills to be rather unremarkable, lamenting the extensive time spent in their production. Yet, before he could dismiss this thought, a stabbing pain akin to needles pierced his mind, as if intent on breaching his skull. Cradling his head, Li writhed on the ground, the excruciating agony swiftly rendering him unconscious. After a full day had elapsed, Li gradually awakened from his stupor. Though his gaze was clouded, clarity soon returned as he recalled the previous events. He hurriedly began to examine his body, and after a thorough inspection, he found no abnormalities. Wait, my spiritual awareness has remarkably enabled me to perceive my physical condition so thoroughly, he murmured to himself. Previously, his awareness had not possessed such strength. With this realization, Li promptly extended his spiritual consciousness outward, gradually enveloping the entire West Wind Valley, a narrow gorge spanning approximately 8 or 9 miles in length. To his astonishment, His current spiritual awareness was capable of encompassing the entirety of the valley. The strength of a foundational stage practitioner's spiritual consciousness remains a mystery to him. However, it is evident that a chi refining stage practitioner cannot possibly possess such expansive awareness. Previously, his spiritual consciousness could only perceive a fifth of the West Wind Valley. Yet now it envelopes the entire valley, indicating that Li Yi's spiritual awareness has surged at least fivefold compared to before. While he revels in the newfound potency of his consciousness, a wave of trepidation washes over him. He had consumed over 20 pills at once, and the concentrated potency nearly caused his head to explode. Such reckless consumption must never happen again. The danger of overdosing on pills and facing irreversible consequences is too great. This experience has instilled in Li Yi a newfound caution regarding pill consumption, particularly with the spirit-nourishing pill, which he now dares not take. In the days that followed, Li Yi did not engage in cultivation or alchemy, but tended to the spiritual herbs in his garden. After breaking through to the 11th layer of qi refining, his cultivation pace began to slow. Cultivation requires a balance of tension and relaxation. Relentless practice is not always beneficial, and it is essential to allow oneself moments of reprieve. While attending to the spiritual herbs, Li Yi's expression soured as he discovered that he had lost a significant number of herbs during his recent unconsciousness. Upon counting, he found over 20 missing. If this loss continued at such a rate, no matter how many herbs he cultivated, he could not sustain such depletion. He needed to devise a strategy to uncover the thief plundering his precious herbs. Initially, he felt uncertain, yet with the recent surge in his spiritual awareness, which now encompassed the entirety of his garden, he was determined to identify the culprit. In the ensuing days, Li Yi meticulously cast his consciousness over every inch of the West Wind Valley, eager to unveil the identity of the herb thief. However, after several days of relentless vigilance without rest, the elusive thief remained at large, and Li Yi himself could no longer endure the strain. Although he had reached the 11th layer of qi refining, ceaseless wakefulness was not sustainable. After a few more exhausting days, he finally succumbed to fatigue and took a brief respite in his small dwelling. Upon awakening, he felt rejuvenated. Yet a quick inventory of his herbs revealed a further loss of over 10 plants, igniting a fire of fury within him. The thief proved to be cunning and exceptionally perceptive, striking precisely when Li Yi let his guard down. Pondering deeply, Li Yi paced back and forth in his room, his brow furrowed in thought, searching for a solution. After a considerable time, his expression lightened, and a mischievous smile graced his lips. He had devised a clever plan. In the following days, Li Yi continued his usual herb tending while replenishing the lost plants from the space within his small cauldron. He even included 2 exquisite second-grade herbs that were 500 to 600 years old, their fragrance intoxicatingly rich. Selecting a spot close to his wooden cabin, he planted them before returning indoors to meditate and refine his qi. As night fell, Li Yi retrieved several pills from his storage pouch and consumed them. After a brief interval, he found himself rolling on the ground, clutching his head as beads of sweat poured from his forehead. Li Yi's actions were, of course, merely a fade. At this moment, his consciousness was fully unleashed, enveloping the entirety of the West Wind Valley, leaving no inch unexamined. Particularly fixating on the 2 medicinal herbs that had thrived for 5 to 6 centuries. After a brief interval, a wave of spiritual energy rippled across the ground in front of the small wooden cabin, followed by a flash of purple light that revealed a peculiar little beast. This creature was diminutive, measuring nearly a foot in size, shrouded in a deep violet hue, its body adorned with intricate scales. The upper half of its form stood erect, boasting 2 forelimbs equipped with sharp claws, each possessing 4 pointed and formidable digits. Atop its head were 2 pointed horns, complemented by a pair of exceedingly lively eyes that darted about with fervor. It bore a set of menacing fangs and a concave nose, rendering its visage rather fearsome. Saliva dripped from the corners of its mouth, and its eyes sparkled with anticipation as they fixated on the 2 medicinal herbs in the garden, occasionally glancing at Li Yi. The lower half of its body was a long tail, supported by 4 agile legs that allowed it to scurry swiftly across the ground. Chapter 79, Beast Battle. Task release at long last. I have caught you. Gazing at the small purple beast, Li Yi recognized it as the thief of the spiritual herbs and had no intention of letting it escape. With a swift motion, He summoned a dark red small fork from his storage pouch, which appeared in his hand. In his other hand, a long red ribbon-like spiritual weapon materialized, the two formidable artifacts flanking the purple creature as they advanced toward it. Li Yi leaped into action, his eyes fixed intently on the small beast. With a surge of mental energy, he found his control over the two spiritual artifacts had become remarkably adept, allowing them to swiftly strike at the beast. The fork pierced the creature's back, producing a sound reminiscent of metal clashing, only to be repelled, as a dense layer of purple light enveloped the beast. This scene left Li Yi astounded, but what followed filled him with elation, for he observed that the red ribbon had begun to wrap around the purple beast in layers. However, before he could savor his victory, the purple light emanating from the beast flared brilliantly, causing the fiery ribbon to unfurl, and in an instant, the creature vanished within the radiant glow. This turn of events astonished Li Yi, prompting him to probe the herb garden with his mental energy. To his dismay, he discovered the purple beast had reappeared at the threshold of his wooden cabin, its tiny paws clutching a pair of spiritual herbs, devouring them with unabashed delight, showing no regard for Li Yi whatsoever. Witnessing this, Li Yi was consumed by fury. He refused to believe that he could not subdue this diminutive creature. He retrieved a transparent silk thread from his person, attempting to ensnare the beast once more, but before he could make contact, it eluded him once again. Next, Li Yi deployed every available spiritual artifact and talisman at his disposal, yet he found himself utterly powerless against the small beast. It exhibited remarkable agility, its movements swift, and its purple-scaled armor provided formidable defense. Apart from his initial surprise attack that grazed the creature, he had been unable to touch a single hair on it since. Was he to resort to using a talisman treasure? Or perhaps seek the assistance of his foundation-building uncle? Li Yi pondered this in silence, realizing that after several attempts, he remained utterly incapable of capturing the elusive creature. This was no ordinary beast. If he were to enlist his uncle's help, it would surely no longer be his own affair. If brute force wouldn't suffice, perhaps a softer approach was warranted, he mused. Meanwhile, during Li Yi's fruitless endeavors, the purple beast had devoured all the spiritual herbs it had seized, which were over 500 or 600 years old. It appeared insatiable, its little tail wagging excitedly on the ground, looking back at Li Yi with an expression that seemed to plead. Is there more? Do you have any more for me? This infuriatingly cheeky demeanor drove Li Yi to the brink of exasperation, and as he faced the small beast, he found himself at an impasse, utterly powerless against it. After a period of confrontation, the little beast seemed to grow bored. A flash of purple light enveloped it, and it vanished once more. Li Yi hurriedly extended his spiritual consciousness outward. Eventually, at a depth of 10 feet beneath the ground, he discovered the silhouette of the little beast, swiftly darting underground as if traversing level terrain, soon disappearing from the reach of Li Yi's perception. It was indeed concealed beneath the earth. Li Yi sighed in relief and murmured to himself. Earlier, he had suspected it was hidden underground, yet the range of his spiritual probing was severely limited, extending only about 10 feet. Feeling somewhat helpless, he gathered all the spiritual tools in his possession and chose not to continue his cultivation or alchemy. Although the little beast posed no immediate threat, its sporadic appearances, resulting in the loss of several spiritual herbs, were trivial matters. However, should it ever launch a sudden attack, he would deeply regret his inaction. Li Yi paid no heed to the herbs in his garden and directly deactivated the restrictions before departing from the Western Wind Valley. He had been at the Heavenly Craft sect for over 2 years, nearly 3, and during this time, he had remained within the valley. On one hand, he secluded himself for alchemical practices, nurturing the spiritual herbs he required and enhancing his cultivation. On the other hand, he sought to evade the scrutiny and probing of certain individuals, alleviating their suspicions. Basking in the azure sky and inhaling the fresh air, Li Yi's spirits were exceptionally high. At that moment, he was heading toward the task hall. Over the years, aside from the initial encounter with the elderly man who assigned him tasks, the old fellow had not returned, having deemed Li Yi capable of submitting his spiritual elixirs punctually. Today marked another deadline for submissions, and Li Yi resolved to pay a visit to the old man, delivering some spiritual herbs, and, perhaps, seeking advice on how to deal with the purple little beast. Before long, he arrived at the task hall, where, guided by a disciple, he located the old man. With great respect, He presented 10 small jade vials and said, "Uncle Master, these are the spiritual elixirs submitted this year." The old man, meanwhile, continued to sip tea while engrossed in a game of chess, enjoying his solitary amusement. Li Yi was puzzled as to why this elderly gentleman relished playing chess alone with such fervor. Upon noticing Li Yi's arrival, the old man reluctantly lifted his head and remarked, "Oh, so it is you, young fellow. Not bad, not bad. It seems your cultivation has advanced." Reaching the 11th layer of the qi refining stage. Surprised by his perceptiveness, Li Yi felt momentarily taken aback, realizing his cultivation had been so easily discerned. A bitter smile crossed his face. A thought crossed his mind. He wished to release his full spiritual consciousness to probe the old man's cultivation level. However, after some contemplation, he ultimately refrained from doing so. "Uncle Master, your insight is truly remarkable, and your cultivation is unfathomable. I am deeply impressed." This humble disciple's modest abilities were so readily seen through by you, Li Yi said with utmost respect. "Enough, spare me the flattery. You wouldn't come here if you had nothing to say. Speak your mind, and make it quick." "I am quite busy," the old man remarked impatiently, though his expression revealed a certain enjoyment. Upon hearing the old man's words, Li Yi hastily replied, "My esteemed senior, I wish to announce a task to assist others in refining elixirs, which will include first-grade and some second-grade pills, the refining process being complementary. However, should there be any failures, I cannot compensate for the spiritual herbs used. Additionally, I have some matters for which I seek your guidance. I wish to concoct certain mind-altering elixirs, as well as potions to replenish vital essence. Might you be aware of any recipes for such concoctions?" At Li Yi's words, the old man's expression shifted, revealing a hint of surprise as he inquired, "You can actually refine second-grade elixirs? Is that true?" The old man scrutinized Li Yi from head to toe, clearly skeptical. Chapter 80. The Transaction. A startling revelation. Chapter 80. The Transaction. Upon witnessing the incredulous expression of the elderly man, Li Yi refrained from engaging in further conversation. Instead, he promptly retrieved a small jade vial from his storage pouch and presented it to the elder, saying, "This is a potion I have recently concocted that restores spiritual energy. Please, esteemed master, take a moment to appraise it." The old man extended his hand to accept the vial and began to meticulously analyze the elixir Li Yi had provided. The potion offered was merely a low-grade recovery pill. The only second-tier potions he had successfully refined were the recovery pill and the spirit-enhancing pill. Naturally, he dared not present the latter. Thus, he only produced the lowly recovery pill. Given that the elder had previously developed a habit of not returning the potions after appraisal, Li Yi chose to offer only 3 pills this time. The elder selected one of the pills and consumed it, carefully assessing its effects. His eyes brightened as he exclaimed, "Youngster, this potion is quite remarkable. It indeed possesses the ability to restore spiritual energy for a brief period. Do you have any more? How about selling some to me? I assure you, the price will be fair." Hearing this, Li Yi could not suppress a wry smile as he replied, "I regret to inform you, esteemed master, that I have only a few left, which I intend to keep for my own use. Should I acquire more spiritual herbs in the future and create additional potions, I promise to prioritize you. Consider the potions in this vial as a token of my filial respect." While the old man exhibited signs of disappointment, he soon remarked, "Your alchemical skills have indeed surpassed the second-tier level. However, among second-tier alchemists, your prowess is merely average. I suspect few will seek your services for second-tier potions. Nevertheless, in light of your generosity, I shall aid in promoting your talents. I am certain that many will seek you for first-tier potions, though second-tier requests may be scarce. Youngster, what do you require illusionary potions for? Have you taken a liking to that female disciple? Are you contemplating using them to win her favor?" He teased. "And as for the potions to replenish vitality, you appear to be in good health. What need have you for such items?" Li rolled his eyes at the elder's remarks and responded, "Master, you jest. I would never engage in such actions. My interest in illusionary potions stems from my responsibility in overseeing the herb garden, where I have recently suffered significant losses of spiritual herbs, and I have yet to uncover the identity of the thief. I wish to employ some measures to safeguard the herbs. As for the vitality replenishing potions, they are merely a precaution. I encountered some practitioners from the blood demon sect previously and sustained injuries that resulted in a loss of vitality. I wish to be prepared with some elixirs," he explained, providing a plausible rationale that he had prepared beforehand in case the elder inquired further. Upon hearing Li Yi's words, the old man's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Ah, youth is indeed a blessing. Your reasoning is sound. I do not possess the items you seek, but I can guide you to where you may find them. Where might that be? Li Yi inquired eagerly. The scripture repository, the old man replied slowly. Upon hearing the words of the old man, Li Yi furrowed his brow. He was aware of the scripture pavilion of the Tianquang sect and had contemplated such an idea before. However, having just entered the sect, he had set it aside to avoid arousing suspicion. Subsequently, with a hint of uncertainty, he inquired, the scripture pavilion must be rather difficult to access, I presume? The pavilion was indeed a sacred ground of their sect, and entry was not easily granted. During the qi refining stage, cultivators could access the first floor by paying a certain amount of spirit stones, but to enter the second floor, a guarantor was required. The third and fourth floors were exclusively reserved for foundation establishment cultivators, while only golden core cultivators could access the fifth floor. And the sixth floor was reserved for the venerable nascent soul ancestors. What you seek can only be found on the second floor of the scripture pavilion, the old man said, narrowing his eyes with a smile. Upon hearing this, Li Yi furrowed his brow again, glancing at the old man's expression and realizing the implication. With a bitter smile, he replied, might I ask if you, esteemed uncle, could act as a guarantor for me? If so, I assure you of a generous reward. Li Yi was prepared to make a significant sacrifice, as he had long coveted the treasures within the scripture pavilions of the 5 major sections. Of course, I can act as a guarantor. However, I have heard that you possess some washing marrow fruits. Might I request a few from you? The old man said. Li Yi was taken aback by his words, bewildered as to how the old man could possibly know about his possession of the washing marrow fruits. Observing Li Yi's astonishment, the old man chuckled and continued, you may not be aware, but the news of your acquisition of the cave dwelling and washing marrow fruits alongside the girl Qing Yu and a disciple of the royal family of Chu has spread like wildfire. Moreover, the girl Qing Yu has acknowledged this matter, so you need not deny it. The Tianyue sect is also aware of this situation. They even sent someone to negotiate, asserting that Han Fengyun is their disciple and intending to retrieve the treasures left behind in the cave dwelling, although the sect master rejected their claims. Yet, I sensed their dissatisfaction as they departed. Li Yi was astounded by the old man's revelations, simultaneously harboring immense resentment towards the Blood Ghost sect's cultivators. Convinced that they were the ones who leaked the information, he trusted that Mo Qingyu and Chu Yuanlan would never divulge such secrets. Noticing Li Yi's silence, the old man inquired again, what do you think of this transaction? With a wry smile, Li Yi produced a wooden box containing a dozen fruit pits and handed it to the old man, saying, I do not wish to conceal anything from you, esteemed uncle. Indeed, I, along with my senior sisters, acquired some washing marrow fruits in the past. However, I only obtained a handful, as most were taken by my 2 senior sisters. Furthermore, the ones I did acquire have since been consumed, leaving only these pits. Li Yi felt a sense of relief for not having discarded the pits. Otherwise, claiming he had consumed them would have been met with disbelief, and he would have had no means to present the fruits, which would have posed a problem. Observing the pit of the washing marrow fruit produced by Li Yi, the old man felt a deep pang of regret and exclaimed in exasperation, alas, how could you have consumed them all? Such a waste, truly a squandering of precious resources. In response to the old man's words, Li Yi rolled his eyes internally, pondering how the consumption of such fruits, which enhanced one's cultivation and refined one's essence, could ever be deemed wasteful. How about this? Just hand me those fruit pits. And also, provide me with a vial of the elixir you previously retrieved, and I shall offer you my assurance. What do you think, my esteemed nephew? The old man inquired earnestly. Hearing this, Li Yi felt a twinge of reluctance and replied, very well. I shall heed my esteemed uncle's wishes. With that, he reluctantly produced a vial of inferior spirit recovery pills. After receiving the elixirs, the old man retrieved a jade pendant from his storage pouch and tossed it to Li Yi. Ecstatic, Li Yi caught the pendant with joy. Yet, the old man, still somewhat unconvinced, remarked, dearest nephew, you truly possess no more washing marrow fruits? You haven't merely presented me with a collection of fruit pits as a ruse, have you? Chapter 81. The Scripture Pavilion. Upon hearing the words of his interlocutor, Li Yi displayed an expression more unsightly than tears could convey. He declared, I swear, as a disciple, I would never dare to deceive my esteemed uncle. I have consumed all the marrow-cleansing fruits obtained from the Danchi cave. Naturally, he refrained from counting the fruits he had cultivated himself. After Li Yi fervently swore his oath, the elderly man finally released him. Having acquired the jade pendant, Li Yi chose not to return to the West Wind Valley, but instead headed directly towards the Tianzhu Peak. The Tianxiao sect comprises 5 peaks: Sunset Peak, Liang Peak, Lingwu Peak, Miao Peak, and Tianzhu Peak. Among these, Tianzhu Peak stands as the main peak, while the West Wind Valley, where Li Yi resided, lies at the juncture of Miao Peak and Sunset Peak, with Tianzhu Peak at the heart of the Tianxiao sect. Li Yi moved swiftly, reaching the base of Tianzhu Peak in no time. Gazing upon the majestic 6-story pavilion before him, he marveled at its grandeur. Beneath the pavilion, the characters Scripture Pavilion were flamboyantly inscribed, evoking a sense of awe within him. At that moment, 2 cultivators stood at the entrance of the pavilion. With a sweep of his divine sense, Li Yi discerned that their cultivation levels were surprisingly at the 12th layer of qi refinement. He approached them briskly, presenting his identity token, and spoke, "Esteemed brothers, I wish to enter the Scripture Pavilion to peruse some texts." The youthful gatekeepers examined the token and, after a brief moment, coldly replied, "There is no issue with your identity. You may enter. However, do not wander aimlessly. As a qi refinement disciple, you are only permitted access to the 1st and 2nd floors. The 3rd floor is off-limits to you at this time. A foundation building elder oversees the 1st floor. Simply request what you need from him." After retrieving his identity token and expressing his gratitude, Li Yi stepped inside. As he entered the Scripture Pavilion, he noticed an elderly figure in a green robe seated at the entrance, engrossed in an ancient tome. Li Yi respectfully bowed to the elder and said, "Esteemed uncle, I wish to enter the Scripture Pavilion to search for some texts." The elder responded, "For those at the 11th layer of qi refinement, entry to the 1st floor requires a fee of 10 low-grade spirit stones per hour. Should you wish to copy a jade slip, it will cost 20 spirit stones. Access to the 2nd floor necessitates a foundation-building cultivator as a guarantor, along with a fee of 20 low-grade spirit stones per hour. Copying a jade slip from there will incur an additional charge of 50 low-grade spirit stones. Which floor do you wish to access?" Upon hearing the elder's words, Li Yi could not help but curse inwardly. The fees for the Scripture Pavilion were exorbitantly high, and the charges were based on time spent reading. However, he recognized that he was powerless against established regulations. As a mere qi refinement disciple, he could only acquiesce to the rules set by others. "My elder has provided a guarantee from Elder Wu of the Task Hall. I would like to first explore the 1st floor before considering the 2nd, Li Yi respectfully replied, handing over the jade pendant bestowed upon him by the elderly man. The elder, with a hint of skepticism, accepted the pendant and slowly remarked, "It is indeed surprising that he, the notorious miser, would vouch for you." Upon hearing his words, Li Yi nodded in agreement and remarked, "Indeed, my esteemed junior has expended considerable effort to acquire this." "Ah, so that is the case." I was perplexed as to why this old fellow had suddenly changed his disposition and was willing to vouch for another. "Very well. You shall first submit a sum of spirit stones, and we shall reconcile the accounts at the end," adjusting accordingly. The elder returned the jade pendant to Li Yi and said, "Thank you, esteemed uncle." Li Yi replied with utmost respect, subsequently handing over 100 spirit stones before entering the 1st floor of the Scripture Repository. The 1st floor of the repository was adorned with an array of bookshelves, meticulously categorized into various sections, including alchemy, martial techniques, formations, artifact crafting, beast taming, spiritual herb cultivation, medicine, and extraordinary tales. Above the shelves lay numerous jade tablets, and Li Yi approached the nearest row of shelves, retrieving a jade tablet and commencing his reading through mental focus. The tablet contained the method for concocting a 1st-grade spirit pill, which bore effects akin to that of the ginseng spirit pill, aiding qi refinement stage cultivators in enhancing their magical prowess. However, midway through his reading, he abruptly noticed that the subsequent text began to blur, evidently obscured by previous readers, necessitating payment of spirit stones for further access. Li Yi's interest in such alchemical tablets was naturally minimal. One by one, he picked up and set down jade tablets, his brow gradually furrowing in concentration. He realized that the tablets on alchemy were largely similar to those he had previously encountered, with some comprising mundane medical texts and herb compendiums, all rather commonplace. 3 hours later, Li Yi had no intention of wasting further time in this place. He informed the elder at the entrance of his desire to explore the second floor, to which the elder merely waved him through without protest. The second floor bore a resemblance to the first, yet the number of jade tablets was significantly diminished, totaling perhaps less than 1/10 of those below. Li Yi first approached the alchemical jade tablets, picking one up and delving into its contents. After a brief reading, his eyes brightened. This tablet detailed the method for crafting a second-grade nourishing pill, precisely what he required at present. After lingering in front of the alchemical shelves for some time, Li Yi selected 2 methods for pill refinement, the nourishing pill and the cultivating pill. His choice was influenced by the fact that he already possessed the necessary spiritual herbs for both, allowing for their effortless concoction upon his return. Moreover, he easily located the jade tablets pertaining to the supplementary blood essence and mind-altering pills, specifically the blood essence pill and the mind-dulling powder. The blood essence pill is crafted using the essence of demon, beast blood, and spiritual herbs, while the mind-dulling powder is an odorless and tasteless powder. Both are commendable concoctions. However, he lacked the primary material for both, the illusory god flower, necessitating an expedition for collection. Subsequently, Li Yi perused the shelves on formations and beast taming. Selecting several more jade tablets, the formation tablets contained principles of simple formations and methods for their resolution. In the realm of beast taming, Li Yi selected a method from the jade slips to control the mystical creature, a decision made in preparation for dealing with the mischievous little beast of violet hue. Since direct confrontation proved futile against the gluttonous creature, he resolved to employ a more cunning approach, administering a drug to entice it. With its insatiable appetite, he thought, let it indulge to its heart's content. Amused by this notion, a cold smirk crept across Li Yi's face. Having meticulously perused the jade slips on the second floor, he ultimately descended with a selection of around 10 slips. The elder, observing Li Yi's choices, inquired with surprise, "Are these the jade slips you wish to replicate?" Nodding in affirmation, Li Yi replied, "Indeed, Uncle Master, all of these slips require duplication." The elder, grinning broadly, remarked, "It seems my nephew's worth is quite substantial. The fees for perusing the jade slips have already cost 100 spirit stones. Although this exceeds the usual rate, considering the number of slips you wish to replicate, we shall overlook those charges. Now, you need only pay an additional 600 low-grade spirit stones." Chapter 82. Peculiar Regulations. Li Yi nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further comment as he promptly settled the payment for the spirit stones and departed from the scripture pavilion. Upon leaving, he made his way once again to the mission hall, where he returned the jade pendant to the old man. "Young one, it seems you have made quite a harvest. You must have acquired what you sought after," the old man remarked, observing Li Yi with keen interest. "Indeed, I have obtained the refining methods for blood essence pills and bewildering powder. However, I currently lack the primary ingredients, the blood of demonic beasts and the illusionary god flower. I still need to devise a means to gather them," Li Yi candidly replied, not concealing anything from the elder. Raising an eyebrow, the old man responded, "Why would you opt for bewildering powder? Although its potency is formidable, it is an ancient elixir passed down through generations, particularly the illusionary god flower. Such a rarity is not easily found. As for the blood of demonic beasts, I can assist you in acquiring some." The revelation that bewildering powder was an ancient elixir was unexpected for Li Yi, and he recognized the complications it presented. Without the illusionary god flower, the elixir would be rendered nearly useless. The blood of demonic beasts required at least that of a third-tier beast. He pondered how much the elder had and what he would need to exchange for it. Taken aback by the elder's words, Li Yi understood the difficulty of refining ancient elixirs, particularly since he had relied on fortunate circumstances to gather the necessary spiritual herbs and cultivate them. Since the elder had access to the blood of demonic beasts, it spared him the trouble of searching extensively. However, he knew that bartering with the old man would come at a great cost. The elder chuckled, saying, "Recently, our sect has recruited many disciples, leading to a significant demand for elixirs. The alchemy hall has been quite overwhelmed and requires additional assistance in refining some elixirs. Would you be willing to lend a hand?" The proposal was for the refining of 10 batches of first-tier elixirs in exchange for a vial of third-tier demonic beast blood, or 20 batches in exchange for a vial of fourth-tier blood, with a success rate of no less than 80%. He dismissed the notion of second-tier elixirs, knowing Li Yi's success rate would not suffice. Li Yi felt a wave of frustration wash over him, cursing inwardly at the elder's expectation of him as mere labor. It was known that he could only refine 5 or 6 batches in a day. "Uncle, this price is rather exorbitant. I find myself unable to bear such a burden. Could you possibly lower it?" Li Yi implored, his expression one of despair. After a protracted negotiation, they finally settled on a price of refining 8 batches of first-tier elixirs in exchange for a vial of third-tier demonic beast blood. The old man remained unyielding regarding the price for the fourth-tier blood, leaving Li Yi with no choice but to relent. Ultimately, he decided to procure 5 vials of third-tier demonic beast blood and 3 vials of fourth-tier blood. The elixirs the elder requested Li Yi to refine were the spirit-enhancing pills he had previously submitted. Although the process of refining was not overly challenging, the daily grind of alchemy left Li Yi feeling quite despondent. After dedicating over 20 days, Li Yi successfully refined 100 batches of spirit pills. The quality of these pills was exceptionally high, with nearly all being of moderate grade, while a small portion astonishingly reached superior quality, and only a minuscule fraction was of inferior quality. The success rate was remarkably high. From the 100 batches, Li Yi successfully produced 94, achieving a success rate close to 95%. Li Yi did not anticipate that his alchemical skills would reach such a level, a feat attributed to the insights of the alchemy enthusiast and the silver alchemical furnace he left behind. Having practiced the refinement of this particular pill numerous times, the process had become almost second nature for him. Such an impressive success rate and the quality of the pills astonished everyone, including the elderly man, who was both surprised and overjoyed, rewarding Li Yi with a vial of fourth-tier beast essence, which was an unexpected delight for him. Both parties were elated. Following this alchemical endeavor, Li Yi's reputation soared, becoming widely known among the lower-tier qi refining practitioners. Many low-level cultivators sought his services for pill refinement, especially since it was rumored that Li Yi offered his services free of charge, solely to enhance his alchemical skills. However, he instituted a peculiar stipulation. Those seeking to have pills refined must provide fresh spiritual herbs, submitted at least half a month in advance. To avoid hindering his own cultivation, Li Yi limited himself to refining 3 batches of pills each day. Initially, many cultivators were dissatisfied with the requirement to submit herbs half a month early. However, as they witnessed Li Yi's high success rate in pill refinement and observed the process unfold before their eyes, they became reassured and ultimately accepted his terms. Among the lower-tier disciples, Li Yi quickly garnered considerable goodwill. Li Yi, however, was not entirely benevolent. His motivation for refining pills was primarily to acquire spiritual herbs, as he still lacked many auxiliary herbs needed for foundation establishment pills. Whenever a disciple brought herbs that he lacked, he would utilize the subsequent half-month to cultivate those spiritual herbs. He would keep the cultivated herbs for himself and offer the surplus for others' pill refinement. Because Li Yi provided his services entirely free of charge, numerous disciples sought him out, allowing him to amass a collection of spiritual herbs that he did not previously possess, including several varieties necessary for the foundation establishment pills. Additionally, he obtained various pill formulas. Those who requested his services were required not only to provide herbs, but also the respective formulas. Li Yi's approach naturally incited suspicion among many, who found it hard to believe that he was genuinely altruistic in offering free alchemical services, yet could not pinpoint the reason behind it. Over time, however, it became evident that Li Yi had a particular fondness for rare formulas and obscure or uncommon spiritual herb recipes, occasionally refining an extra batch or 2 each day. It is widely believed that Li Yi's benevolent assistance in refining elixirs for others is motivated by his desire to acquire their secret formulas. However, given the overt nature of his intentions, the public is hesitant to voice their opinions. After all, it is only natural to offer one's own formulas in exchange for the service of alchemy. As 6 months passed, Li Yi, through his endeavors in aiding others with elixir refinement, found that opportunities to procure new spiritual herbs had dwindled. Moreover, the elusive mirage flower, which he had long desired, remained beyond his reach. Consequently, he placed a sign outside the West Wind Valley, declaring his intent to enter seclusion for cultivation and requesting not to be disturbed. He then withdrew into the valley, halting his alchemical pursuits. Presently, Li Yi sat beside the geothermal pool at the rear of a quaint wooden cabin in the West Wind Valley. Before him lay a jade box, within which rested a purplish fruit, the coveted essence cleansing fruit. After such an extensive period of nurturing, the essence cleansing fruit had finally ripened, and he was now prepared to concoct the essence cleansing elixir. Chapter 83. The completion of the cleansing elixir and the refinement of magical artifacts logically. Having cultivated a cleansing fruit tree that yielded over 100 cleansing fruits, one would presume that consuming them directly could gradually purify one's sinews and marrow without the need to concoct cleansing elixirs. However, after several attempts, Li Yi found the effects to be exceedingly slow. A thorough purification would require a considerable amount of time, and time was a luxury he could not afford. With over a year remaining until the opening of the secret realm, his cultivation was still at the 11th layer of the qi refinement stage, and a breakthrough would necessitate additional time. Even with the consumption of elixirs, his progress remained painfully sluggish. At this juncture, he yearned to refine a superior cleansing elixir, hoping to expedite his cultivation process. Achieving the 12th layer of qi refinement would significantly enhance his chances of survival within the secret realm and grant him opportunities for inheritance assessments. The words of Chu Yuanlan echoed in his mind, a reminder he could never forget. Yet, the grim reality of the survival rate in the secret realm trials, which was dismally low, sent chills down his spine. During his time in the Heavenly Clever Gate, Li Yi had been diligently preparing for the trials of the secret realm and for establishing a solid foundation in his cultivation. Shaking his head to dispel the chaotic thoughts, he gathered the necessary herbs and commenced the alchemical process. The refinement of the cleansing elixir proceeded relatively smoothly. Drawing from his experiences with the spirit-nourishing and recovery elixirs, he encountered only a few failures before successfully producing cleansing elixirs, albeit of inferior quality, with only a handful being of moderate grade. Upon consuming one, he discovered that the effects of the elixir surpassed that of the cleansing fruit alone. Surprised by the unpleasant odor emanating from his body, which he had previously believed to be free of impurities, Li Yi quickly undertook a cleansing ritual. After washing away the grime, he contemplated the need to invest time in producing a superior cleansing elixir. Resolving to accelerate his progress, he decided to refine a first-rate cleansing elixir. Although the cleansing fruits were ripe, he refrained from harvesting them all at once, opting to take them as needed for optimal freshness. With the 1,000-year-old cleansing fruit in hand, it would be a simple matter to concoct a superior cleansing elixir. After successfully creating a vial of the first-rate elixir, he began the process of purification. Initially cautious while consuming the superior cleansing elixir, Li Yi recalled his previous experience of consuming several spirit-nourishing elixirs at once, which had resulted in excruciating headaches. To ensure safety, he chose to ingest only a single cleansing elixir. As the medicinal properties coursed through him, they transformed into a chilling spiritual energy, penetrating his meridians. Subsequently, Li Yi felt what seemed like tiny ants gnawing within him, an unbearable sensation of itching, as a layer of light gray impurities surfaced externally. After enduring a torturous process of purging his body, culminating in the consumption of the exquisite cleansing pill, Li Yi finally succeeded in expelling all impurities from within. It took 3 bottles of this extraordinary elixir to achieve a complete detoxification. Once liberated from the contaminants, Li Yi experienced an unprecedented sense of ease, letting out a few exuberant roars. During his cultivation, he noticed a remarkable acceleration in his progress. His spiritual prowess was rapidly advancing, and he believed that it would not be long before he attained the pinnacle of the 12th layer of qi refinement. Following the cleansing, Li Yi turned his attention to the crafting of the blood essence pill, a medicinal concoction designed to restore his vital essence. To perform the ritual for refining magical artifacts, he needed to employ a blood sacrifice technique, a method that consumed vital essence, something he had always hesitated to practice. The creation of the blood essence pill required not only the blood of mystical beasts, but also certain spiritual herbs, one of which was the blood ginseng. Typically, a century-old blood ginseng sufficed for the crafting of the pill. However, since he was committed to the endeavor, Li Yi aspired to produce the finest blood essence pill possible. Thus, with the essence of a 4th-tier beast and a millennium-old blood ginseng, the superior blood essence pill was freshly produced. Upon its completion, Li Yi refrained from consuming the pill immediately, instead storing it away. He retrieved a blood-colored jade tablet a silver token, and a small black fork from his storage pouch. The jade tablet contained the records of the blood sacrifice technique, while the silver token and black fork were artifacts. He did not take out the damaged black banner. Li Yi then picked up the blood-colored jade tablet, meticulously reading its contents. After confirming its accuracy, he contemplated for a moment before taking the silver token, his expression grave. With a determined resolve, he bit his tongue, allowing a drop of his vital essence to spill onto the silver token. As he released his essence, Li Yi's pallor deepened. Yet he pressed on, his hand weaving intricate hand seals. Remarkably, the crimson blood began to seep into the silver token. A blood-red radiance erupted from the token, intertwining with its original silver glow, creating an enchanting spectacle. Gradually, the brilliance began to wane, prompting Li Yi to react swiftly. He opened his mouth and expelled 2 more droplets of blood onto the token. The previously dimmed blood light flared back to life, and a faint connection began to form between Li Yi and the silver token. Noticing this shift, a glimmer of joy broke through Li Yi's ashen visage. He understood that the ritual had succeeded. After successfully consecrating the token, he chose not to perform the ritual on the black fork, but instead consumed the blood-colored pill he had painstakingly crafted, the exceptional blood essence pill. The moment he ingested it, a rosy hue returned to his cheeks, and the vital essence he had lost began to rejuvenate. After 2 days of meditation, his lost essence was nearly restored. This blood essence pill is truly remarkable, Li Yi murmured to himself. With the aid of the exceptional blood essence pill, Li Yi no longer feared the loss of his vital essence that could undermine his foundation. He began to tirelessly refine magical artifacts day and night. During this process, Li Yi made a remarkable discovery. He found that the difficulty of refining the silver token was significantly greater than that of the black-forked artifact. He sensed that the silver token was no ordinary magical artifact. After more than 3 months of diligent refinement, he had reached a preliminary level of proficiency with both artifacts, able to wield some of their powers. With these artifacts, coupled with the talismans and recovery pills he possessed, Li Yi felt confident that he could now contend with cultivators at the initial stage of foundation establishment rather than being at their mercy. As the days passed, he realized that the opening of the secret realm was imminent, prompting him to decide to emerge from his seclusion. Chapter 84. The Sect's Minor Competition. Chapter 85. The small competition of the sect. After refining his magical artifact, Li Yi briefly tested its capabilities before storing it away. Harboring a genuine desire to assess its power, the small purple beast, initially the ideal target for his experimentation, had since retreated, no longer daring to emerge. Even when it did, it would merely pilfer a couple of spiritual herbs before burrowing underground, leaving Li Yi at a loss for how to deal with it. Consequently, he collected all valuable herbs, allowing the creature to steal the less significant ones, planning to confront it once he had successfully concocted the mesmerizing powder. Upon exiting the West Wind Valley, Li Yi discovered a multitude of sound transmission talismans surrounding his barrier, the majority of which were requests for alchemical assistance. Among them was a talisman from Mo Qingyu, who informed him that upon his emergence from seclusion, she would like to speak with him about a matter of importance, while also reminding him not to forget to participate in the sect's small competition, which was crucial for entering the secret realm. The small competition of the sect, Li Yi murmured softly. Although he had not previously heard of it, he recognized its significance in relation to the secret realm's trials and dared not to be negligent. He hastily made his way to the task hall. Having established familiarity with the disciples at the task hall from his previous alchemical endeavors, he sent a sound transmission talisman to Mo Qingyu before departing. Soon, Li Yi located a familiar disciple within the task hall and inquired about the small competition. After gathering information, he learned that following the opening of the Asking Heaven secret realm, it would remain sealed for approximately a century, meaning that the sect would not access the realm again for 50 years. This decision aimed to allow the spiritual herbs within the realm to mature further. Thus, the sect intended to dispatch its most formidable disciples into the secret realm to procure spiritual herbs and produce more foundational cultivation pills. The Tianxiao sect had 120 spots available for entry into the Asking Heaven secret realm, of which 20 were predetermined for specially cultivated disciples to compete for the herbs. The remaining 100 spots would be allocated through the small competition, which promised generous rewards that captivated Li Yi's interest. The top 10 disciples among the 100 would each receive a foundational cultivation pill and a magical artifact, along with access to secret techniques that would enable them to unleash a portion of the artifact's power. The first prize would include a 4th-tier puppet capable of delivering a strike comparable to that of a foundational cultivation stage practitioner. Additionally, those ranked from 10th to 50th would each receive a top-grade spiritual artifact and a 3rd-tier puppet, the latter possessing the strength of a late-stage Qi refinement practitioner at full capacity. As for those ranking below 50, each would still receive a top-grade spiritual artifact as a reward. Furthermore, Li Yi learned that the eligibility requirements for participation were stringent to prevent unnecessary losses among lower-tier practitioners. The sect prohibited those at the 10th level of Qi refinement or below from entering. Only those above the 10th level were permitted to compete. Truly, as one of the 5 major sects, their ambitions were nothing short of grand. Li Yi could not help but sigh inwardly. Initially, he believed that possessing 2 magical artifacts would ensure his smooth entry into the secret realm. However, he now realized that he was merely not lacking in strength. Upon further reflection, he felt a sense of relief. As a cultivator in the Qi refinement stage, managing to acquire a magical artifact and the methods of refining it was already an impressive feat. With the 5 major sects boasting numerous foundation establishment and golden core stage cultivators, it was only natural that they would possess an abundance of magical artifacts and the secret techniques to refine them. With this thought, Li Yi grew increasingly anxious about his own circumstances. He felt the pressing need to procure 2 more life-preserving items before he could confidently enter the Wenyang secret realm. Just as he was preparing to leave the task hall, he encountered an old man returning from the outside. Upon learning that Li Yi intended to sign up for the assessment, the old man, who had initially appeared somewhat lecherous and greedy, solemnly cautioned him against taking unnecessary risks. He advised Li Yi to remain diligent in alchemy within the sect, assuring him that if he made sufficient contributions, he would petition the sect for a foundation establishment pill on Li Yi's behalf. Hearing the old man's words warmed Li Yi's heart, although the man was somewhat avaricious. His willingness to offer guidance and assist in obtaining a foundation establishment pill filled Li Yi with gratitude. Nevertheless, Li Yi felt compelled to pursue his path, convinced that a single foundation establishment pill would not significantly enhance his chances of success, and that he needed to seek further cultivation methods within the secret realm. Observing Li Yi's determination, the old man ceased his persuasion, gifting him a stack of talismans, over 100 in total, before urging him to leave, which greatly improved Li Yi's impression of him. After departing from the task hall, Li Yi proceeded to the registration area, presenting his identity token. The attendant inspected the token and his cultivation level, finding everything in order, and handed him a jade tablet inscribed with a number. Upon glancing at the number on the tablet, Li Yi could not help but let out a bitter laugh. He was already ranked over 1,000th. With the jade tablet in hand, Li Yi made his way towards the West Wind Valley. As he approached, he spotted 2 individuals standing at the valley's entrance. Imo Qingyu, accompanied by a young man in white, engaged in jovial conversation. Li Yi quickly approached and greeted her with a smile. "Sister Imo, what brings you here? I should have informed you in advance. It's truly my oversight to have kept you waiting." He then inquired, "Who is this esteemed brother?" In response to Li Yi's words, Imo Qingyu teased, "Our junior brother has become quite the busy person. It's not easy to catch a glimpse of you. Thus, I can only wait here. This is Zhao Fifan, brother Zhao." Upon hearing Imo Qingyu's introduction, Li Yi scrutinized the young man in white, who exuded an air of elegance. With sharp brows and bright eyes, imbued with a scholarly demeanor. As Li Yi assessed him, the young man looked back with a smile and said, "You must be junior brother Li Yi. Your alchemical skills are renowned among the Qi refinement disciples. It is truly remarkable that you can concoct second-grade elixirs at this stage, a feat not easily achieved by many in our sect. Master Zhao, you flatter me. It is your cultivation that truly commands my admiration. Let us not linger here. Let us proceed inside to converse further." With that, Li Yi activated the protective barrier of the West Wind Valley and led the 2 individuals within. As he guided them into the valley, his consciousness remained vigilant, never wavering from their presence. The young man in white trailed closely behind, wearing a smile that belied a hint of arrogance, disdain, and even a trace of hostility in his gaze. Owing to Li Yi's formidable mental prowess, he was able to monitor them without their awareness. Yet, Li Yi found himself perplexed. This was their first encounter, So why did the young man harbor animosity towards him? Chapter 85 Cooperation. Li Yi swiftly ushered the two individuals into a quaint wooden cabin, serving them each a cup of spirit tea. He then inquired, Senior Sister Mo, you have come seeking my assistance in alchemy, I presume? Simply present me with the herbs, and I shall concoct the elixirs for you. May I ask what brings you? Senior Brother Zhao? Upon hearing Li Yi's words, a fleeting expression of delight crossed Mo Qingyu's face before she replied, I am most grateful, Junior Brother. Senior Brother Zhao has heard of your formidable prowess and wishes to observe your alchemical skills, as well as to become acquainted with you. He hopes to collaborate with you in the secret realm, considering the considerable dangers that accompany this trial. With that, Mo Qingyu placed a storage bag upon the table. Oh, I see. I am curious about how you and Senior Brother Zhao plan to collaborate, as I have heard that entry into the secret realm is typically by random teleportation. Li Yi remarked. In truth, he was reluctant to join forces with the two, for such a partnership would inevitably lead to disputes over the distribution of the spirit herbs. Do not fret, Junior Brother. I possess a special talisman that, when activated upon our entrance into the secret realm, significantly increases the likelihood of us teleporting together. Zhao Fifan interjected. At this revelation, Li Yi's brow furrowed. He had not anticipated that they possessed such a valuable item. If the three of them could unite, their collective strength would greatly surpass that of a solitary seeker, thus accelerating their herb gathering considerably. Junior Brother Li, you may not be fully acquainted with the Wenyang secret realm. Our sect has ventured into this realm numerous times, granting us substantial knowledge of its rules, terrain, and the distribution of spirit herbs. Should you choose to collaborate with us, we would be more than willing to share this information, Mo Qingyu added. Li Yi's heart stirred at her words. Such knowledge was indeed what he lacked. Acquiring it would be exceedingly advantageous for his exploration of the secret realm. Yet he still harbored reservations. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly inquired, I see. But may I ask why you wish to collaborate with me? Surely, there are many cultivators within our sect who possess greater strength than I. In response to Li Yi's question, Zhao Fifan regarded him with a warm smile and replied, I have heard from Junior Sister Qingyu that you possess a talisman of considerable merit. If utilized effectively, it can rival the capabilities of a foundation establishment cultivator for a brief period. To be candid, this opening of the secret realm is far more perilous than in previous instances. In the past, some cultivators would discreetly bring 1 or 2 magical artifacts into the realm. However, this time, our sect has boldly offered artifacts as rewards, indicating the severity of the conflicts within the realm. If you were to join us, our chances of obtaining spirit herbs would greatly increase, as would our survival rate. Though Li Yi's expression remained unchanged, his heart was filled with discontent. Mo Qingyu unexpectedly revealed her possession of a talisman, inquiring, Brother Zhao, how many of us will collaborate? How shall we distribute the collected spiritual herbs? Currently, it is just the 3 of us, for inviting more individuals would diminish the share of spiritual herbs each person receives. Therefore, it is preferable to keep the number of invitees minimal, ideally those with greater strength. We can share the spoils equally. What do you think, Junior Brother? Moreover, I have heard that Junior Brother Li Yi is searching for the illusionary divine flower, and I happen to know its whereabouts. If you are willing to join us, I shall divulge this information immediately. Zhao Fifan looked at Li Yi, confident that Li Yi would accept his invitation. Upon hearing about the illusionary divine flower, Li Yi, who had been indecisive, resolved firmly, as this flower was essential for him and would prove immensely beneficial. Very well. Since Brother Zhao and Sister Mo hold me in such high regard, I shall not decline further. I look forward to your guidance, Li Yi proclaimed with a hearty laugh, radiating a robust demeanor that belied his earlier hesitation. Ah, Junior Brother, you are too modest. Here are some details regarding our collection's secret realm and the location of the illusionary divine flower. Consider them a gift. Additionally, I must advise you not to utilize your talismans during the sect's minor competition. Retain some of their potency. If you can secure a spot, you will gain entry to the secret realm and collect more spiritual herbs, which can be exchanged for foundation-building pills. Having said this, Zhao Fifan produced 2 jade slips and placed them upon the table. Li Yi glanced at them, his heart swelling with joy. He then stored the items and said, Understood. Thank you, Brother Zhao. Sister, please hand me your spiritual herbs. I shall take a moment to concoct the pills for you. Thank you, Junior Brother Li, she replied gratefully. Li Yi spent a considerable part of the day crafting the spirit-nourishing pills for Imo Qingyu. As previously agreed, she presented him with 2 portions of spiritual herbs, and Li Yi produced 2 bottles of low-grade spirit-nourishing pills. Imo Qingyu, holding the bottles he handed her, was immensely excited and hurriedly expressed her gratitude, leaving Zhao Feifan astonished. What manner of elixir could provoke such a reaction from the typically composed Imo Qingyu? Her excitement stemmed from the numerous surprises Li Yi had delivered. She had initially expected only a single bottle, yet he had exceeded her expectations with 2. This would undoubtedly enhance her spiritual consciousness significantly. Observing Imo Qingyu's profound gratitude, Zhao Feifan remarked, "Today, I am truly enlightened. Junior brother Li's alchemical skills are remarkable, achieving success with both portions of spiritual herbs. By the way, Qingyu, what kind of elixir is this?" Zhao Feifan inquired with curiosity. Hearing his question, Imo Qingyu regained her composure and, feeling a tinge of regret, replied, "I apologize, brother. This is a specialized elixir required for my cultivation technique. You may not be familiar with it." "Hello, it's nothing. This is your secret," Zhao Feifan remarked. The 3 continued their conversation for a while longer, but each had their own matters to attend to, and they soon parted ways. As Li Yi observed the receding figures of the 2, a solemn expression gradually settled on his face. He sensed that the imminent opening of the Winnie secret realm would be extraordinary. Even disciples who had achieved the 12th level of qi refinement were seeking partners to enter together. With so many powerful individuals, bearing magical artifacts, entering the fray, the intensity of the battles would undoubtedly surpass all previous encounters. He felt inadequately prepared, and moreover, he needed to conceal certain methods during the sect's minor competition. Artifacts, talismans, and the Bat King's wings. Li Yi had no intention of revealing any of these. Contemplating this, he recalled the talismans that the old man had just given him, a smile blossoming on his face. Chapter 86. Continuous victories. In the following days, Li Yi resided in the West Wind Valley, diligently refining magical artifacts while perusing the materials provided by Zhao Feifan. He aspired to maximize the potency of his artifacts. Thus, he devoted himself fervently to the refining process. Additionally, he sought to gain a comprehensive understanding of the Winnie secret realm and the medicinal herb trials. 10 days later, Li Yi received notification that the sect's minor competition was about to commence. At that moment, beneath the towering Tianju Peak, a grand plaza was adorned with 10 colossal arenas, each surrounded by protective arrays to secure them. However, the disciples surrounding the arenas could clearly observe the battles of the cultivators. On the periphery of each arena stood 2 foundation establishment stage cultivators serving as judges, also tasked with ensuring the safety of the combatants and preventing any inadvertent injuries to their fellow disciples. This sect competition was divided across 10 arenas, with disciples evenly distributed among them to compete, ultimately determining a champion for each arena. The 10 victors would then engage in a ranking battle. Consequently, each arena housed approximately 100 participants, with Li Yi assigned to Arena 8. At that moment, the vicinity of Arena 8 was thronged with disciples, among whom Li Yi was keenly watching the duel unfolding before him. He sought to glean experience from the combatants, assessing the strength of his fellow practitioners and their choice of spiritual tools, and contemplating how he might respond. Next group, Hongmeng. Li Yi, please ascend the stage for your contest, announced an elderly cultivator at the edge of the arena, holding a roster in hand. Upon hearing his name, Li Yi swiftly leaped onto the stage, presenting his identity token. After its verification, he took his position on one side. During this friendly exchange, please refrain from inflicting serious harm. Let the contest begin. The elder warned solemnly after confirming both participants' identities. Li Yi nodded in acknowledgement, casting a glance at his opponent, a young man with a fierce visage, possessing an 11th layer of qi refinement stage cultivation. The youth wielded a large axe in one hand and a shield in the other. Grinning maliciously at Li Yi, he declared, "Junior brother, surrender and leap down from the stage at once, lest I be compelled to strike. Should I inadvertently injure you, do not hold it against me." In response, Li Yi tapped his storage bag, producing a small azure fan. Simultaneously, he affixed a golden protective talisman to himself. With the fan in hand, he swiftly waved it 5 or 6 times, unleashing a barrage of 30 to 40 wind blades that hurtled towards the young man. The azure blades moved with astonishing speed, reaching the youth in an instant. Startled, He hastily raised his black shield to defend against the onslaught. The relentless barrage of wind blades incited the youth's fury while defending. He unleashed his axe in an attack directed at Li Yi. Observing the incoming strike, Li Yi activated his azure fan once more, summoning another flurry of wind blades to intercept the axe's trajectory. Simultaneously, he produced a stack of over 20 talismans, igniting them with great flair, showcasing a formidable presence. As a multitude of talismans surged towards him, the young man's expression changed dramatically. The shield in his hand was merely a high-tier spiritual artifact, inadequate to withstand such an onslaught. With no time to spare in attacking Li Yi, he hastily rummaged through his storage pouch. However, Li Yi was not one to let such an opportunity slip by. He once again wielded his azure fan to launch an assault, followed by hurling a dozen talismans into the fray. Witnessing Li Yi's formidable offensive, the young man's face paled, and he retreated in desperation, nearing the edge of the arena as he was on the verge of being overwhelmed by Li Yi's relentless attacks. At that critical moment, an elder in the Foundation establishment stage intervened, deflecting the assaults and saving the young man. With Hongmeng's defeat, Li Yi emerged victorious, as announced by the elder, who cast a profound gaze upon Li Yi. The confrontation between Li Yi and Hongmeng transpired in an astonishingly brief span, merely a matter of several breaths. The surrounding cultivators remained in a state of shock, eyes wide as they beheld Li Yi descending from the stage. Observing the astonishment of the crowd and their whispered speculations, Li Yi felt a wave of discomfort wash over him, prompting him to exit the throng and make his way towards other arenas. Who was this individual? That he could vanquish Hongmeng in such a short time? He threw out 30 or 40 talismans in an instant. That is quite extravagant. I know him. He seems to be an alchemist who previously assisted the task hall with pill concoction. I heard from a senior brother that his alchemical skills are commendable, with a success rate of over 90% for first-grade pills. Not long ago, he even helped some brothers with their pill refining for free. But I later heard he entered seclusion. For him, these talismans are hardly significant. I have also heard of him. Li Yi is quite proficient in alchemy. I intended to befriend him, but he often resides in the West Wind Valley, rarely venturing out to socialize. As for Hongmeng, I have heard tales of him possessing a top-tier spiritual artifact, yet it seems he did not utilize it just now. One would expect his strength to be greater. Oh, it's clear he was attempting to conceal his true capabilities for later use, but he did not anticipate his opponent's prowess, which left him disoriented. As the murmurs of the crowd echoed around him, the defeated Hongmeng's face shifted between shades of green and white, clearly reflecting the truth in their observations. The first round of battles concluded swiftly. 5 days later, Li Yi found himself facing his second opponent, a slender young man wielding a blue flag adorned with a blue, mythical serpent. After scanning with his divine sense, Li Yi discerned that this was a top-tier spiritual artifact. No longer concealing his strength, Li Yi unleashed his trident-shaped spiritual artifact, crafted from bat teeth, and soon, the two artifacts became entangled in combat. The azure banner, imbued with an air of mystique, transformed into a spectral blue dragon, ensnaring the trident. Observing this spectacle, Li Yi remained unperturbed, instead engaging with a sense of intrigue in the manipulation of his spiritual artifact. A triumphant smile graced his lips. For victory over the trident was assured. His trident possessed the remarkable ability to continuously absorb the spiritual energy from his opponent's artifact. Before long, the spectral dragon dissipated into thin air, and the azure banner let out a mournful cry before descending to the ground, evidently drained of its spiritual energy. With a mere gesture towards the trident, Li Yi breached his adversary's protective barrier, compelling them to concede defeat. How could this be? How could I have lost? Murmured the defeated youth, seemingly unable to grasp the reality of his loss. Behold, Li Yi has triumphed once more. He wields a top-tier spiritual artifact, exclaimed one onlooker. I thought he only knew how to throw talismans. Isn't that obvious? His worth is substantial. He must possess a top-tier artifact, perhaps even more than one. Another interjected. His previous performance was merely a guise to conceal his true strength. I find his trident to be rather extraordinary. As the crowd continued to murmur their observations, Li Yi chose to depart once again. Chapter 87. Securing a spot. Chapter 87. Securing a quota. 3 days had passed, and Li Yi was poised to enter the third round of combat. This time, his opponent was a woman clad in white. who had 3 small swords suspended before her, one blue, one white, and one red. As she chanted her incantation, the 3 enchanted weapons surged toward Li Yi. With a mere sweep of his mental energy, he discerned that these 3 flying swords constituted a complete set of top-tier spiritual artifacts. Their combined offensive power was formidable, yet they were remarkably easy to control, as they were inscribed with formations that allowed them to resonate with one another, significantly reducing the complexity of maneuvering 3 separate weapons. Furthermore, the woman exhibited considerable prowess, being at the 12th level of Qi refinement. Above her, a top-tier handkerchief-shaped defensive artifact radiated a pale white shield, enveloping her securely within its protective embrace. It was evident that, after 2 rounds of elimination, the cultivators remaining on the stage were all formidable contenders. At this moment, over 30 practitioners were engaged in combat, representing the most elite disciples among the Qi refinement practitioners of the Tianqiao sect. Reflecting on this, Li Yi felt a sense of relief. He understood that he could not afford to be negligent, as it would be all too easy to falter. He swiftly drew his trident spiritual artifact, along with a red silk ribbon, preparing to counterattack while simultaneously probing his opponent and formulating a strategy. Meanwhile, the spectators below began to murmur amongst themselves. I knew Brother Li Yi must have some hidden strengths. 2 top-tier spiritual artifacts, truly impressive. In our Tianqiao sect, only the most skilled Qi refinement experts possess such treasures, one disciple remarked, gazing at Li Yi. What of possessing 2 spiritual artifacts? He is no match for senior sister Lu Qing. Her artifacts are a complete set of flying swords, and her cultivation level surpasses his by a tier. Another female disciple countered. Indeed. While having 2 top-tier artifacts is commendable, he surely cannot contend with senior sister Lu Qing. Encountering her is unfortunate for him. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly advanced to the next round. But now, another disciple chimed in. Listening to the raucous discussions from the audience, it became increasingly apparent that support for the woman in white was overwhelming. A greater number of spectators had gathered than usual, seemingly drawn to witness her prowess. Li Yi stroked his chin thoughtfully, contemplating the implications. It appeared that this woman was of considerable significance, indicating potential complications ahead. After a moment of reflection, he devised a countermeasure. With a decisive motion, he patted his storage bag, and a black dagger, a transparent thread, a small green fan, and a set of talismans materialized in his grasp. The black dagger was a top-tier spiritual artifact obtained after vanquishing Qin Xian, which he had nearly forgotten about while stored away. Concerned about attracting the attention of the Chun family's cultivators, he had refrained from utilizing it. However, as a disciple of the Tianqiao sect, one of the 5 major sects, he no longer feared a mere cultivation family. With a mere flick of his finger, Li Yi made the black short blade vanish into thin air, followed by the disappearance of the silken thread in his hand. The elusive thread slowly entwined itself around the hilts of the 3 small swords that danced in the air above. Once remarkably agile, the small swords experienced a sudden deceleration in their attack speed, finding themselves unable to sever the transparent thread. At that moment, Li Yi employed a red long silk artifact to envelop them, rendering the 3 small swords to flail helplessly within its confines. Seizing the advantage, Li Yi wasted no time in maneuvering his trident towards the white-clad woman in a fierce assault. Simultaneously, he wielded a blue fan, sending forth dozens of wind blades that surrounded her. The white-clad woman glared at Li Yi, a mix of anger and fear in her eyes. Nevertheless, she reacted swiftly, retrieving 2 talismans from her storage pouch and affixing them onto herself, forming 2 azure protective shields, which provided her with a slight sense of security. However, her white handkerchief's defensive radius had reached its limit. Observing this, Li Yi cast a handful of talismans into the fray. In an instant, the white handkerchief was shattered, along with the first layer of the woman's protective barrier. Seeing this, the woman's face turned pale. Fortunately, a second layer of glowing shield remained to protect her from the impending threat. Yet, before she could regain her composure, a sharp crack echoed in the air as the last remaining shield was breached. A short blade, radiating an ominous black glow, was now poised at her throat, severing a strand of her long hair that fell to the ground. The white-clad woman's expression turned ashen. "Senior sister, I concede," Li Yi remarked with a smile. "I have lost. You truly possess remarkable skills, junior brother," she replied, a hint of trepidation in her voice. Had it not been for the duel, I would have met my end. At that moment, the elder bystander, a cultivator of the Foundation establishment stage, spoke with a smile. Li Yi emerges victorious. Young man, your spiritual sense is impressive. You managed to control 3 top-tier spiritual artifacts and 2 upper-tier ones, while still having the energy to activate talismans. I have high hopes for you. Keep up the good work. Gratefully, Li Yi responded, "Thank you, Master Uncle," before stepping down from the arena. Below the platform, the disciples exhibited expressions of astonishment. Those who had previously predicted the white-clad woman's victory fell silent. Their gazes towards Li Yi were now filled with reverence, a stark contrast to their earlier brazen discussions. Observing the crowd, Li Yi chose not to leave, as the number of remaining cultivators on stage dwindled. He anticipated another battle that day and discreetly consumed a medicinal pill to restore his magical energy. As evening approached, Li Yi finally faced his second match of the day. Initially expecting a fierce confrontation, he was taken aback when his opponent ascended the stage and, without making a move, promptly conceded. Thus, Li Yi had successfully secured a position among the top 10, currently ranked 8th. Even if he were to withdraw at this point, he would still achieve a spot within the top 100 of the sect, thereby earning a high-tier spiritual weapon. However, for Li Yi, who already possessed magical artifacts and talismans, such an item held little allure. The competition required the selection of the top 10 contenders, and so far, only 8 had qualified. Consequently, 2 cultivators needed to be chosen from among the defeated disciples. As a result, amidst the remaining disciples, a fierce struggle ensued. To Li Yi's surprise, the disciples who made it into the top 10 were all individuals he had previously faced in battle. Among them was a disciple who had voluntarily conceded, while the other was the white-clad woman, Lu Qing, whose 3 high-tier spiritual swords proved to be remarkably formidable in combat. Chapter 88, Luck. Duel with Chu Ling. After the battle concluded, an elder in the Foundation establishment stage announced, "The selection of disciples is hereby concluded. Tomorrow we shall commence the ranking battles. The duels will determine only the champion and the top 5 contenders. The remaining disciples shall not be ranked. Those who wish to withdraw may do so now." As the elder surveyed the 10 disciples before him, not a single individual chose to withdraw. Among them was Li Yi, whose demonstrated prowess was undeniably formidable, wielding 3 top-tier spiritual artifacts alongside 2 superior ones. It was evident that such treasures were typically reserved for cultivators of notable backgrounds among the Qi refinement stage disciples. Noticing that no one had opted out, the Foundation establishment elder continued, "Excellent. Since there are no withdrawals, we shall draw lots for tomorrow's matches. The victors will advance into the top 5, and further draws will continue until we determine the champion. Those who are defeated will automatically withdraw." The crowd responded affirmatively before dispersing from the arena. The night passed without incident, and the following morning, when Li Yi arrived at the arena, it was already teeming with spectators, evidently drawn by the allure of the upcoming duels. As the matches progressed, the cultivator's skills became increasingly spectacular, naturally attracting numerous disciples. Once on stage, Li Yi waited briefly before the Foundation establishment elder commenced the draw. Li Yi drew number 5, and his opponent was number 6, who, by coincidence, turned out to be Lu Qing, his adversary from the previous day. Upon realizing this, Lu Qing's expression turned somewhat grim. After a moment of contemplation, she stood and declared, "I have already fought with Junior Brother Li yesterday and found myself lacking. I shall not engage in battle with him today. I take my leave." After bidding farewell to the crowd and bowing to the elder, she departed. The elder made no attempt to stop her, nodding in acquiescence. "Why did senior sister Lu Qing leave? I wanted to see her in action," one disciple lamented. "Li Yi is exceptionally fortunate. He advances without lifting a finger. Oh, you may not be aware, but senior sister Lu Qing faced junior brother Li yesterday and was defeated. He wields 3 top-tier spiritual artifacts, and his techniques are quite formidable. It is only natural for her to concede." The remaining disciples on stage regarded Li Yi with envy, silently acknowledging his remarkable fortune. As he moved one step closer to the Foundation establishment pill without having to fight, Li Yi touched his nose, remaining silent as he stood to the side, observing the remaining cultivators engage in their duels. After an intense series of battles, only 5 contestants remained on stage. Among them was a woman with a dark complexion, cradling a pipa capable of unleashing invisible soundwave attacks, an exquisite top-tier spiritual artifact. Additionally, she wielded a transparent flying sword, whose attacks were exceedingly deceptive, capable of leading cultivators to their downfall without their awareness. Another contender, clad in crimson robes, held a fiery red gourd, from which he could unleash fire crows for assault, exhibiting considerable power. Among the two others, one is a skilled cultivator who wields flying swords, capable of controlling 5 blades simultaneously. Among these, 2 are of the highest grade, possessing formidable attack power. The final individual is a rather enigmatic cultivator, holding a small white mirror that emits a radiant light, capable of immobilizing an opponent's spiritual artifact for a brief moment. Though fleeting, this instant can often determine the outcome of a duel. The 5 participants continued to draw lots for their battles, and when Li Yi drew number 3, the elder at the foundation establishment stage suddenly spoke. "The disciple who has drawn number 3 may step forward. You need not compete this round and will advance directly." Upon hearing this, Li Yi was momentarily taken aback and handed his token to the elder, who was also slightly surprised, not expecting it to be Li Yi. Li Yi's luck is truly remarkable, he thought. He gets a free pass this round and can advance to the top 3 without any effort. The 4 competitors on the stage cast envious glances at Li Yi. Feeling the intensity of their gazes, Li Yi shrugged and took a moment to rest, contemplating strategies for the remaining opponents. At that moment, the combatants engaged were the man wielding flying swords against the woman with a pipa. The woman's pipa attacks proved ineffective against the man's flying swords, ultimately leading to her defeat. In another match, the man controlling a red gourd faced off against the one with the white mirror. Due to the restrictions on the red gourd, he was unable to unleash the fire crow and was ultimately vanquished. Remaining on the arena were the flying sword wielder Chu Ling, the 12th-layer Qi refinement practitioner Nyakong with the white mirror, and Li Yi. The 3 were to compete, and defeating the other 2 would earn them a foundation establishment pill. Li Yi felt a surge of excitement, licking his parched lips in anticipation. Unfortunately, in this round, he did not receive a free pass. Instead, he faced Chu Ling, the flying sword practitioner. Soon, the 2 stood upon the arena. Chu Ling, a highly cautious individual, immediately employed her adept flying sword techniques, sending 5 swords hurtling towards Li Yi, encircling him in an instant. Witnessing this, Li Yi released his own 3 top-grade spiritual artifacts to defend himself, initially believing that suppressing 2 of his opponent's top-grade flying swords would pose little challenge. However, the reality proved otherwise. Chu Ling's mastery of the flying swords was impressive, as his 3-pronged spear, red ribbon, and black dagger were suppressed by her blades, showing signs of being overpowered. Li Yi felt astonished. He had previously battled against the 3 flying swords of a white-clad woman and emerged victorious, yet now, facing an opponent with merely 2 top-grade flying swords, he found himself at a disadvantage. Utilizing transparent threads to contend with those superior spiritual artifacts in the form of flying swords presents no opportunity whatsoever. The adversary's swords exhibit remarkable agility, akin to cunning fish that effortlessly evade a fisherman's net in the water, slipping through the gaps with ease. Furthermore, they are adept at identifying their own vulnerabilities and seizing upon them to launch attacks against Li Yi, causing him considerable distress. For a fleeting moment, Li Yi finds himself at an impasse against his opponent. However, after a brief interval, he steals his resolve and retrieves a crimson long blade and a cerulean flying sword from his storage pouch, both being superior spiritual artifacts. With a deft gesture, he simultaneously commands 5 spiritual artifacts to engage in combat with his foe. At this juncture, he also possesses a small azure fan, should any signs of defeat arise. He will wield the fan to provide auxiliary support in the fray. Chapter 89, Swordsmanship and the Manifestation of Magical Artifacts. Gazing at the azure fan in his hand, Li Yi sighed softly. This azure fan was his most cherished magical artifact, capable of unleashing a wide-ranging blade of wind. Regrettably, its grade was somewhat inferior, rendering it somewhat redundant for him at this stage. Upon the arena, Li Yi engaged in an intense duel with Chu Ling, both wielding their magical artifacts with fervor, neither daring to slacken their efforts. Although Li Yi's proficiency in manipulating magical artifacts did not match that of his opponent, the superior grade of his artifact, coupled with his formidable spiritual consciousness, compensated for this disparity, resulting in a nearly even contest. However, Li Yi harbored a vulnerability. His cultivation was a tier lower than Chu Ling's. Chu Ling was a 12th-layer practitioner of the Qi refinement stage, but fortunately, Li Yi had a spirit recovery pill to offset this shortcoming. Observing the myriad magical artifacts swirling in the air, erupting in a dazzling display of spiritual light, the spectacle was truly magnificent. The disciples gathered below the arena watched in rapt attention, captivated and enthralled. Among them, one disciple remarked, "Both junior brother Li Yi and senior brother Chu Ling are remarkably skilled. I can hardly fathom when I might attain such prowess." "Humph. You might as well not even dream of it. I'm not sure about Li Yi, but I know that senior brother Chu Ling is a recognized disciple of a golden core stage master, who practices the legendary swordsmanship taught by that master. Thus, naturally, he can control so many flying swords," another youth retorted, indignant. "Both of you, let us simply observe the duel without quarreling. Their affairs have no bearing on us," a composed young man interjected, seeking to quell the discord. "I know this senior brother Li Yi. He is an alchemist, exceptionally kind-hearted, and has even assisted me in refining pills at no charge. With his frequent practice in alchemy, his spiritual consciousness is naturally stronger than that of ordinary practitioners. Thus, it is only reasonable for him to control more magical artifacts," a practitioner of the 7th or 8th layer of Qi refinement timidly added. The discussions among the practitioners below the arena soon elucidated the backgrounds of both Li Yi and Chu Ling. Although Li Yi was embroiled in battle, he could still distinctly hear their conversations, which caused him to straighten with alarm upon realizing that his opponent was a recognized disciple of a golden core stage practitioner, who also trained in the fabled swordsmanship. Li Yi possessed a certain understanding of this swordsmanship, an ancient technique passed down from a long-lost sect of sword cultivators, notoriously difficult to master, yet immensely powerful. It was said to have been forgotten, but now it manifested in a practitioner of the Qi refinement stage. However, it appeared that Chu Ling's mastery was still shallow. Otherwise, Li Yi would surely find himself at a disadvantage. In response to this realization, Li Yi withdrew a small jade vial, poured out a pill, and consumed it. Indeed, it was the spirit recovery pill. Though his spiritual consciousness was robust enough to manipulate multiple magical artifacts, he had already expended a significant portion of his magical energy. After a further exchange of fierce blows, Chu Ling seemed to falter, revealing a flaw that Li Yi seized upon. With a flurry of over 10 talismans, he decisively overwhelmed his opponent. Li Yi emerged victorious. The elder in the foundation establishment stage beamed at Li Yi, who had just emerged victorious. Chu Ling, her complexion somewhat pale, retrieved her flying sword and leapt off the stage, casting a fierce glare at Li Yi, clearly displaying her discontent. The spectators below, their gazes fervent, were deeply impressed by Li Yi's feat. A mere ordinary cultivator had managed to defeat a disciple of a golden core elder, an accomplishment that reverberated through their minds and ignited their hopes and conversations. After a brief respite of half an hour, Li Yi was set to face Niakong. A triumph over Niakong would grant him a Foundation Establishment pill. This was the final match, and the elder of Foundation Establishment addressed both contestants with a hint of anticipation. As the duel commenced, Li Yi brandished his signature spiritual tools, a long crimson ribbon, a trident, and a black short blade capable of concealing its aura. Although the black short blade was initially an excellent tool for ambush, Li Yi had employed it numerous times, and the onlookers had grown wise to his tactics, taking precautions against it. Conversely, Niakong remained unperturbed as he produced a small white mirror, which hovered above his head, emitting continuous beams of white light. Any spiritual tool enveloped by this radiant glow would fall under his control. Li Yi found himself struggling against this formidable technique during their clash. His trident and black short blade were ensnared by the beams of light at critical moments, leaving him feeling quite helpless. Determined, Li Yi retrieved over 20 talismans from his storage pouch and activated them all at once, directing their power toward the white mirror. A resounding explosion ensued. The mirror erupted with a blinding white light, deflecting a significant portion of the assault while simultaneously rebounding some attacks back toward him. Surprised by the returning strikes, Li Yi swiftly employed his long ribbon to defend himself. "Junior brother, your approach is indeed extravagant, unleashing over 20 talismans at once. However, relying solely on these to shatter my light-restraining mirror and defeat me is still insufficient. If you possess any other tricks, now is the time to reveal them." Niakong sneered, directing his words at Li Yi. Is that so? Li Yi furrowed his brow, responding with another talisman. Seizing the moment of chaos, he thrust the black short blade fiercely into Nie Kong's back. A flicker of joy crossed his heart upon witnessing this, but it quickly turned to shock. The blade easily sliced through Nie Kong's clothing, but was thwarted by a layer of azure armor. Armor, Li Yi murmured, realizing that to withstand his black short blade, it must be a top-tier protective spiritual tool. He gestured to the repelled short blade, summoning it back to his hand. Subsequently, a talisman was cast. Although its attack proved ineffective, it managed to ensnare the dazzling mirror. Li Yi then commanded the fiery red silk ribbon, enveloping Nie Kong within its grasp, and swiftly contracted it, as if intent on binding his opponent firmly. However, upon witnessing Nie Kong ensnared by the crimson ribbon, Li Yi's expression revealed no hint of satisfaction. Within the folds of the vermilion silk, a potent aura was brewing, poised to erupt at any moment. This is troubling. It is a magical artifact. Li Yi murmured in alarm, having sensed the distinct energy of a magical instrument emanating from his adversary. You should take pride in forcing me into such a predicament, compelling me to reveal my concealed artifact, the azure water sword. Nie Kong retorted with ire. Li Yi hastily retracted the red ribbon. Yet a small azure sword shot into the sky, swiftly severing the crimson silk into tatters. Still, the tiny sword showed no intention of halting. Aiming directly for Li Yi's head, the hairs on Li Yi's body stood on end as he frantically summoned his black dagger and tried to defend himself while retreating at a rapid pace. He quickly reached for his storage pouch, realizing that only another magical artifact could counteract one. He dared not conceal his intentions any longer, preparing to draw forth his own artifact for a fierce confrontation. Chapter 90. The 10 Disciples, Rewards, and Departures in a Moment of Imminent Peril. An elder in the Foundation establishment stage bellowed, "Halt! Do not harm others." He swiftly produced a black circular ring and hurled it, deflecting the blue sword and saving Li Yi's life. Li Yi's expression darkened to an extreme, his heart seething with murderous intent. He sensed that the previous strike was intentional. Nie Kong harbored a palpable animosity towards him. "Master Uncle, this disciple was the first to employ a magical artifact, though my skill was lacking. I beg for your forgiveness. And I apologize, Junior Brotherly. I hope you were not harmed," Nie Kong said with a semblance of regret. However, his demeanor did not betray any genuine remorse, and he even cast a provocative glance at Li Yi. Li Yi glared back fiercely but remained silent. "Let this be a lesson. Nie Kong, you have emerged victorious. You may leave," the elder in the Foundation establishment stage said, his brow furrowed. His expression was far from pleasant, as he too recognized the malice in Nie Kong's actions. However, given that a practitioner with a magical artifact likely possessed an extraordinary background, and with Li Yi unharmed, he chose not to escalate the matter, allowing Nie Kong to depart unscathed. As he watched Nie Kong retreat, Li Yi slowly lowered his hand from his storage pouch and respectfully addressed the elder. "Thank you for your life-saving grace, Master Uncle. I, Li Yi, will forever be grateful. Indeed, you may go. This Nie Kong is not to be underestimated. Exercise caution, as he harbors significant enmity towards you," the elder advised. "I understand," Li Yi replied, bowing once more to the elder before leaving the arena. Committing the name Nie Kong to memory, he intended to investigate this Nie Kong's background upon his return. In truth, Li Yi had been tempted to summon his magical artifact and deliver a severe lesson to his adversary, yet he was beset by numerous concerns. After much contemplation, he ultimately decided against it. Firstly, as a small cultivator without a powerful backing, revealing his artifact could attract unwanted attention. Additionally, he wished to retain some hidden cards, not wanting to expose all his capabilities in front of a large audience. Most importantly, his artifact had been refined through blood sacrificial techniques. Any observer would recognize it as a method of the demonic path. He was uncertain of the sect's stance on practicing demonic techniques, and should they mistake him for a spy of the demonic sect, he would undoubtedly face interrogation, risking the exposure of his secrets. Nonetheless, having secured a position to enter the secret realm, the loss of a top-tier spiritual artifact was not particularly burdensome for someone of his wealth. Though missing out on the Foundation establishment pill was indeed regrettable. With these thoughts in mind, Li Yi returned to Westwind Valley and enjoyed a well-deserved night of rest. 2 days later, the champions of the 10 arenas were finalized, and they were recognized as the 10 strongest qi refinement disciples of the sect. Among these 10 cultivators, Li Yi was surprisingly acquainted with several, including Nie Kong, who had bested him, as well as Mo Qingyu, Zhao Fifan, and Chong Luo, a disciple of the sect leader Wei Zifeng, with whom he had only a fleeting encounter. The 10 major sect's disciples engaged in yet another ranking battle, during which an astonishing half of the participants resorted to magical artifacts. The combat was extraordinarily intense, observed by numerous Foundation establishment cultivators, including several stewards and a few elders. After a fierce contest, a mysterious woman emerged victorious, her face concealed by a veil, rendering her features indiscernible, save for her captivating eyes that shone with an enigmatic allure. She wielded a formidable artifact adept in both offense and defense, exhibiting remarkable sharpness. Chong Luo claimed the 3rd position, Zhao Feifan the 4th, Nie Kong the 5th, and Mo Qingyu secured the 9th spot. The remaining cultivators were unfamiliar to Li Yi. However, during the observation, he gleaned some insights into Nie Kong's background, discovering that he was the son of the apothecary hall's master. Understanding his identity led Li Yi to speculate on the motivations behind Nie Kong's desire to eliminate him, likely tied to Li Yi's practice of refining pills for lower-tier cultivators without charge, which must have threatened the apothecary hall's interests. Although Li Yi acknowledged that his actions were perhaps ill-considered, he harbored no regrets, even if Nie Kong was the master's son. Li Yi was resolute in seeking vengeance when the opportunity arose. Following the battle, the sect leader Wei Zifeng personally awarded prizes to the top 10 disciples, presenting each with a Foundation establishment pill. The sight of the radiant blue pills stirred great desire within Li Yi. Ultimately, he revealed a tray bearing 10 magical artifacts, allowing the disciples to select in order of their rankings, inciting fervor among the onlookers. After offering words of encouragement to the assembled disciples, Wei Zifeng disbanded the gathering. As for the remaining disciples' rewards, the sect established a designated area for distribution, where those who had earned rewards could collect them simply by presenting their identity tokens. As Li Yi departed, he committed to memory the artifacts and techniques acquired by the top 10 disciples. The other disciples, lacking the opportunity to choose, received their rewards from an untraceable storage pouch containing spiritual tools and puppets, the contents of which were left to chance. After some exploration, Li Yi obtained a diminutive puppet archer and a sandy-colored shield. The puppet archer was a 3rd-tier construct, capable of unleashing luminous arrows in attacks equivalent to those of a perfected qi refinement cultivator, albeit at the cost of a spirit stone for each strike. The sandy-hued round shield was a top-tier defensive artifact, precisely what Li Yi desperately needed. This discovery brought him a moment of joy, as he possessed little in the way of high-level defensive artifacts beyond his spiritual armor. The acquisition of this artifact effectively mitigated his defensive shortcomings. With all disciples having claimed their rewards, the sect's minor competition reached its conclusion. Concurrently, the sect announced that in 6 months, the Tianwen Secret Realm would be opened, urging registered disciples to prepare diligently, as they would be expected to contribute to the sect, which promised even greater rewards in return. Regarding the sect, Li Yi merely smiled it off, dismissing it from his thoughts. He then proceeded to register with the sect, stating his intention to venture out in search of a rare spiritual herb. The foundation-building cultivator at the registration desk did not hinder Li Yi, but merely inquired about his destination and the duration of his absence before permitting him to leave. Upon departing from the sect, Li Yi first made his way to the marketplace, which was not far from the sect. It was here that he had once placed Hongmeng when he first joined the Tianqiao sect. After searching the marketplace for the better part of a day, he was unable to locate Hongmeng, which caused his brow to furrow in concern. When they had parted ways, he had entrusted Hongmeng with all of his low-grade spiritual pills, urging him to manage them wisely. The fact that he could not even find Hongmeng now troubled him greatly. If Hongmeng had absconded with the treasures, Li Yi found it hard to believe. He trusted his judgment in people. Clearly, something must have gone awry, casting a shadow over Li Yi's mood. Chapter 91. The Serpent, the Illusionary Divine Flower. In the ambush after a fruitless search for Hongmeng, Li Yi departed from the bustling marketplace and summoned his top-tier flying spirit artifact, the Bat King Wings, setting his course towards the southeastern direction of the Tinker's Gate in the state of Chu. His destination was the Black Wind Cliff, where, according to the Jade Slip from Zhao Fifan, a disciple had sighted the illusionary divine flower atop the cliff. Li Yi required this flower to concoct the mind-bewildering powder, which would allow him to tame the purple little beast. Initially, he intended to eliminate the creature, but upon realizing its remarkable intelligence and ability to burrow underground, he reconsidered. Capturing it and bringing it into the secret realm would undoubtedly provide him with considerable assistance. The Black Wind Cliff, towering over 1,000 feet high, lies in the southeast of Tinker's Gate, with its eastern face overlooking the sea and its southern edge bordered by an endless wilderness. The vastness of this wilderness remains unknown, inhabited by countless venomous insects and ferocious beasts, alongside innumerable spiritual herbs. However, few cultivators dared to venture inside, for those who did rarely returned. Consequently, this wilderness became a forbidden zone within the eastern continent's cultivation world. It was rumored that traversing the wilderness could lead one out of the eastern continent onto another realm of cultivation. After a day's flight with the Bat King wings, Li Yi arrived at the base of the Black Wind Cliff. Gazing at the towering black precipice, standing resolute against the howling winds and the fierce onslaught of the waves, he found it quite a sight to behold. Employing his spiritual sense, he meticulously scanned the vicinity, only to discover the area was filled with dark, unyielding rocks, devoid of any signs of spiritual herbs. His brow furrowed in suspicion, believing Zhao Fifan may have deceived him. Undeterred, Li Yi once again activated the Bat King wings and ascended towards the cliff summit. As he rose, his expression grew increasingly grim, for the atmosphere became more inhospitable, revealing only barren stone and the roaring sea winds. Soon, he reached the cliff's apex, which was rather small and easily surveyed, revealing only a few solitary trees and a carpet of moss, with no trace of spiritual herbs in sight. Extending his spiritual sense to explore every inch, he found nothing of value. Just as he was about to abandon his quest, a piercing scream echoed from the direction of the sea. Rushing to investigate, he beheld a massive serpent, over 20 feet long, coiled upon the cliffside, devouring a sea bird that had been soaring nearby. The remaining sea birds in the sky emitted mournful cries, flapping their wings to conjure black whirlwinds in an attempt to assail the serpent. However, the winds merely brushed against the serpent's scales, inflicting no harm, as if only tickling it. After a brief tumult, the sea birds retreated from the scene, while the serpent flicked its tongue and slithered into a cave high above the cliff. Li Yi witnessed this entire spectacle, but his attention was drawn irresistibly to 3 delicate, pale pink flowers blooming at the cave's mouth. These were the illusionary divine flowers he had desperately sought. The serpent possessed a remarkable intellect, cunningly employing 3 ethereal flowers as bait for its hunt. Li Yi contemplated how to acquire these delicate blooms. From the serpent's aura and the circumstances surrounding the demise of a certain avian beast, it was evident that this serpent was a formidable 4th-tier beast, presenting a considerable challenge for him. Additionally, he feared that any confrontation might inadvertently damage the 3 enchanting flowers. After a moment of reflection, Li Yi retrieved the puppet he had recently acquired and placed a handful of low-grade spiritual stones within its form, activating it to rush toward the trio of ethereal flowers. He summoned the wings of the Bat King, trailing closely behind the puppet, while a silver token floated before him. This token, a magical artifact he had meticulously refined over time, shimmered with a crimson light at his behest. A flurry of silver characters, imbued with vitality, erupted from the token, swirling around him. With remarkable swiftness, the puppet approached the pink flowers when a shadow, exuding a rancid odor, lunged forth, its gaping maw aimed at the puppet. Under Li Yi's command, the puppet swiftly unleashed 2 silver arrows of light, piercing the serpent's mouth. The onslaught tore through its flesh, eliciting a stream of blood. For while the serpent's scales were robust, its mouth remained a vulnerable point, an insight Li Yi had gleaned from his prior encounters with colossal pythons. The puppet's assault incited the serpent's fury, causing it to become frenzied. Instead of retreating, it charged forward, colliding violently with the puppet, which was sent tumbling off the cliff. The serpent, propelled by its massive form, darted downwards like an arrow, swiftly ensnaring the puppet in its coils. Witnessing this, Li Yi felt a surge of elation. He hastily activated the wings of the Bat King, employing the wind shift technique, and in a mere 2 flashes, he ascended above the cave entrance. Seizing the 3 ethereal flowers without a second glance, tossing them into his storage pouch, Li Yi's movements were astoundingly swift. By the time the serpent realized what had transpired, he had already procured the flowers. Enraged at the theft of its precious spiritual herbs, the serpent tightened its grip, shattering the puppet into fragments. With a fierce determination, it lunged toward Li Yi. However, a smirk graced Li Yi's lips. With the ethereal flowers secured, he had no desire to engage the serpent further. Though he possessed talismans and artifacts capable of vanquishing the serpent, their power was finite, and he wished to reserve them for later use within the secret realm. Casting a glance at the remnants of the puppet, which had barely served its purpose before being reduced to mere shards, he felt a pang of regret. Once more, he summoned the wings of the Bat King and soared into the air, leaving the serpent to coil in futile rage atop the cliff, powerless to impede his escape. Just as Li Yi was poised to take flight from the black-winged cliff, an ominous and sonorous bell toll suddenly resonated in his ears. Following this, a series of tolls echoed, leaving Li Yi's mind in a haze. It felt as though the magical energy within him had spiraled out of his control, running amok through his body. He found himself unable to command the Bat King's wings, plummeting toward the ground where a menacing serpent lay in wait. This was a dire situation. Someone had launched a surprise attack. This realization flickered in Li Yi's consciousness before it began to fade into obscurity. As he descended, the tolling ceased, and a remarkably handsome young man in black emerged from below the cliff, a small black bell hovering before him, standing half a foot tall. Chapter 92. The ambush and decapitation. As the bell ceased to toll, Li Yi, utilizing his formidable spiritual sense, swiftly regained consciousness. With a sweep of his mind, he scanned his surroundings and beheld a monstrous serpent, its gaping maw poised to strike. Witnessing the imminent danger, Li Yi's countenance shifted dramatically. He hastily summoned a silver token, conjuring a radiant shield to protect himself. In a desperate maneuver, he activated the wings of the Bat King and executed a swift evasion, narrowly escaping the serpent's jaws. However, before he could fully comprehend his perilous situation, a colossal serpent tail crashed down upon the silver token, subsequently smashing into his chest. Li Yi was hurled like a ragged doll, plummeting to the base of the cliff, blood gushing from the corners of his mouth. On the ground, Li Yi pointed a trembling finger at the dark-clad cultivator, his expression one of disbelief as he uttered, "Why have you done this?" His head tilted, he succumbed to unconsciousness, blood continuing to flow as his breath grew faint. The young man in black gazed upon Li Yi's prostrate form, an ecstatic laughter escaping his lips. "Huh, it was worth all the effort. I have finally dispatched this brat. I initially sought only the cleansing fruit and the talisman. Yet it seems this lad possesses an additional magical artifact. What a delightful surprise. And now, the secret of his high success rate in alchemy is mine as well." This individual was none other than Zhao Fifan, who had previously agreed to venture into the secret realm with Li Yi, and was one of the top 10 disciples in the Qi refining stage of their sect. The small black bell in his possession was a reward bestowed upon him by the sect. To his astonishment, he discovered a 4th-tier serpent lurking here, having anticipated only a 3rd-tier creature. "Well then, let me be the one to slay you. A 4th-tier serpent is a treasure trove," Zhao Fifan murmured to himself. With a deft hand, he executed a spell, causing the black bell to enlarge rapidly, soon towering half a zhang high, emanating a dark radiance. It unleashed sonic waves upon the serpent, each strike rendering the beast increasingly lethargic and disoriented. Boom, boom, boom. With every assault, the serpent grew weaker, its gaze becoming vacant and its movements sluggish. Subsequently, Zhao Fifan commanded a set of 6 golden flying daggers, each a pinnacle artifact, to encircle the serpent, launching relentless attacks that culminated in piercing its eyes. In no time, the serpent's eyes vanished, leaving behind 2 gaping, bloodied sockets from which dark blood flowed incessantly. The serpent thrashed its massive body, lashing out with its formidable tail towards Zhao Fifan. Yet, bereft of sight, it could not discern its target, striking aimlessly and ravaging the surrounding terrain. Zhao Fifan, adeptly evading the beast's assaults, resorted to the bell for brief defense when necessary, while persistently employing the golden daggers to inflict further wounds upon the serpent. Whenever the creature attempted to flee, he would unleash the bell and daggers in a relentless onslaught. After an hour had elapsed, the colossal serpent lay motionless, its blood seemingly drained. Observing the nearly immobile creature on the ground, Zhao Fifan felt an exhilarating surge of excitement. His decision to embark on this journey was undeniably fortuitous. Seizing the opportunity, he had stealthily attacked Li Yi with the soul-removing bell, a weapon capable of inflicting harm upon the soul, thus delivering a fatal blow. Initially, he had covertly followed Li Yi, intending to eliminate him and seize his talisman. However, throughout their journey, he discovered that Li Yi possessed an exceptionally strong consciousness, deterring him from approaching. Ultimately, he employed a high-tier concealment talisman, daring to ambush Li Yi amidst the latter's fierce battle with the serpent. Gazing at the utterly defeated serpent, Zhao Fifan stowed away the soul-removing bell, an artifact he held in high regard. He had initially believed it to be an ordinary bell, but after refining it, he realized it was a formidable instrument capable of attacking one's soul, far superior to conventional bell-type artifacts that utilize sound waves. As Zhao Fifan succumbed to endless reverie, his expression suddenly shifted to one of alarm. He swiftly turned to look behind him, only to be met by a violet beam of light, accompanied by a thunderous roar, hurtling towards him. Just as he turned, the violet light pierced through his chest, effortlessly bypassing his top-tier spiritual armor, which offered no protection. The light then twisted, reducing his chest to fragments. Talisman, how could it be? How is it possible for you to still wield the power to activate a talisman? Your soul has been injured by the soul-removing bell, your body gravely wounded. How could you recover so swiftly? Zhao Fifan's mind swirled with confusion and resentment as he slowly collapsed, closing his eyes. In the distance, from the precipice, Li Yi, dragging his injured body, ascended slowly. At that moment, he did not hasten to reclaim the talisman. Instead, he continued to channel its power, severing Zhao Fifan's head before finally relaxing. With a single-handed gesture, he retrieved the talisman, the violet light transforming back into a talisman. At this point, the violet short blade appeared somewhat blurred, and the violet spiritual radiance dimmed. Li Yi sensed that this talisman could be utilized at most 1 or 2 more times before it would be rendered useless. He then cast a fireball spell, reducing the corpse to ashes, picked up Zhao Fifan's storage bag, and proceeded to skin the serpent. After tidying up, Li Yi consumed some healing elixirs, along with a special-grade recovery pill, before swiftly departing from Blackwind Cliff. Ultimately, Li Yi found a humble town inhabited by mortals, renting a small courtyard to recuperate his injuries. While nursing his wounds, he reflected on his carelessness during this encounter. When he initially left the marketplace, he had sensed someone trailing him, yet after a thorough investigation yielded no results, he dismissed the notion. Little did he expect that such negligence would nearly cost him his life. The soul-vanquishing bell was indeed peculiar, capable of unsettling his spirit and dissipating his magical powers. Had the adversary continued their assault for a few more moments, he might have met his demise at the serpent's jaws. Fortunately, his mental fortitude was formidable. Once the tolling ceased, he regained his senses and swiftly recalled a strategy to counter the threat. Although he escaped the fate of being consumed by the serpent, the final strike from the demon serpent left Li Yi gravely wounded, with several ribs in his chest shattered. It was due to the intervention of a silver token artifact and the protection of his top-tier defensive spiritual armor that he survived. Otherwise, enduring a blow from a 4th-tier demon serpent would have rendered his body utterly fragmented. Dragging his injured form, Li Yi dared not return to the sect, choosing instead to wait until he had fully recovered. Additionally, he had slain 10 newly initiated disciples of the sect. Should this be discovered, he would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. Although they had initiated the ambush against him, forcing him into a retaliatory strike, Li Yi possessed no evidence to clarify the situation. Chapter 93. The Soul-Catching Bell and Foundation Establishment Pill. During the period of recuperation, Li Yi did not forget the 3 illusory divine flowers he had harvested. He carefully transplanted them into his small herb garden, consistently nurturing them with a verdant liquid. After some time, he successfully cultivated several millennium-old illusory divine flowers, which he intended to use for concocting a superior confusion powder. He sensed that the small purple beast was far from ordinary. Although its aura suggested it was merely at the 2nd or 3rd tier, its remarkable ability to conceal itself and burrow into the ground was quite profound. Typical confusion powders might not suffice against it. While recuperating, Li Yi retrieved Zhao Fifan's storage bag and emptied its contents onto the ground. As he surveyed the scattered items, he began to sift through them, his attention particularly drawn to a small black bell. This artifact was significantly more potent than the top-tier bell he had previously possessed. It was worth noting that his spiritual consciousness had grown considerably stronger, and even this small bell could inflict considerable damage upon his soul. Carefully examining the bell in his hand, he noted its surface was as dark as ink, adorned with enigmatic patterns. Inside, the ancient characters soul-catching were inscribed. Soul-catching. What a fitting name, Li mused softly. Naturally, he would not forsake this soul-catching bell. He employed a blood sacrifice ritual to refine it. With his current cultivation level and spiritual consciousness, he could adeptly wield one artifact, but managing two was somewhat beyond his capacity. Nevertheless, the bell's capability to attack the soul was too enticing to relinquish. It was a potent tool for ambush. Unprepared, even a foundation-level cultivator would suffer greatly. Due to his injuries, Li could only perform preliminary refinement on the soul-catching bell before setting it aside. He then turned his attention to a set of golden flying knives, composed of 6 top-tier blades. The materials used for this knife set were exceptional. In the sex minor competition, these flying knives could withstand strikes from artifacts, showcasing their remarkable quality. Additionally, within Zhao Fifen's storage bag, there were 2 more top-tier artifacts, a black tortoiseshell and a purple knife, both of which were quite commendable. Regrettably, these items were Zhao Fifen's signature artifacts and could not be utilized without attracting unwanted scrutiny, which Li considered a considerable hassle. After meticulously inventorying the items, Li produced a small wooden box. Upon opening it, he was immediately filled with excitement, exclaiming in astonishment, "Foundation Establishment Pill." Gazing at the blue pill nestled within the box, Li's heart raced with exhilaration. He had not anticipated that Zhao Fifen had kept a Foundation Establishment Pill on his person. Fixated on the pill, Li fell into contemplation, pondering whether he should consume it. However, after careful consideration, he ultimately decided against it. After a month of diligent recuperation, Li's injuries had nearly healed. At this moment, he did not return to the sect. Instead, he utilized the Bat King's wings to hasten his journey to several large markets situated quite a distance from the Heavenly Clever sect. There, he discreetly traded away several spiritual artifacts and other illicit items acquired from Zhao Fifen, exchanging them for a considerable sum of spirit stones. Additionally, Li disposed of some surplus spirit pills, successfully acquiring a number of mid-tier talismans, a few unique spiritual artifacts, and 2 powerful life-preserving items. Although the spirit stones he possessed were insufficient, he was willing to take significant risks to obtain these treasures, ultimately parting with 3 precious millennium spiritual herbs to secure them. During this venture, he encountered several cultivators who sought to spy on and pursue him, yet he managed to elude them thanks to the Bat King's wings. This encounter left Li with an overwhelming sense of danger. The cultivation world was rife with myriad secret techniques, and he understood that he could not afford to let his guard down simply because he had gained some strength. He engaged in deep reflection, pondering why he had been tracked and ambushed. Part of the reason lay in the fact that he had acquired several artifacts, which significantly enhanced his spiritual awareness and cultivation level, leading him to underestimate others. He believed that among Qi refinement stage cultivators, he had no rivals, and even those in the Foundation establishment stage would be no match for him. After considerable contemplation, he felt a wave of apprehension wash over him. He realized he had been excessively careless and somewhat greedy, exposing too much in front of others. Having secured a spot, he should have sought a reason to withdraw from the competition. Yet, in his eagerness to seize Foundation establishment pills and artifacts, he had displayed strength nearly on par with the top 10 disciples, making him an unremarkable cultivator without any backing, a target of intrigue. It was possible that many cultivators had already set their sights on him, merely waiting for the opportune moment to strike. He sighed, contemplating the necessity of exercising caution in the future to navigate the treacherous waters of the cultivation world. How fortunate it would be to have a powerful master as a pillar of support, he mused. After a period of reflection, Li resolved to refrain from dwelling on such matters. He must adopt a more discreet demeanor and avoid drawing attention to himself. The most crucial task was to accelerate his cultivation and enter the Foundation establishment stage. Once he achieved this, his troubles would diminish significantly. Even if others were aware of his secrets, they would think twice before acting against him, as his strength would serve as his ultimate safeguard. With these thoughts in mind, Li recognized the clarity of his understanding. Over the past few months, aside from acquiring numerous life-preserving items, he had also gathered a substantial amount of spiritual herbs, most of which were auxiliary herbs for refining foundation establishment pills. To ensure safety, he purchased only a few types of spiritual herbs from each shop, thereby avoiding arousing suspicion. To his surprise, he had nearly collected all the necessary auxiliary herbs for foundation establishment, with only a few rare herbs and the main refining herbs still outstanding. He believed that these could all be found within the secret realms of spiritual herbs. Li spent a total of 4 months outside, during which he devoted considerable time to concocting a special elixir known as the mind-dulling powder. The resulting substance was a white powder, colorless and odorless, dissolving effortlessly in water. Even with his formidable mental prowess, he could discern no anomalies, which stirred a sense of excitement within him. He was curious about the effects it might have on that little beast. This thought caused a sly smile to creep across his face. Once he felt confident that he had overlooked nothing, he returned to the Heavenly Craft sect. Upon his arrival, everything appeared as it usually did, with no discernible changes within the sect. However, he noticed that he had returned later than expected, deviating from the previously agreed-upon time. A foundation establishment cultivator inquired about his tardiness, but after confirming there were no issues, he was permitted to proceed. Upon returning to the sect, Li went directly to the West Wind Valley and publicly announced his intention to enter seclusion.